2. It was very crowded and noisy in the church, and once someone cried out, and the head priest, who was marrying Masha and me, looked through his spectacles at the crowd, and said severely, "Don't move about the church. And don't make a noise, but stand quietly and pray. You should have the fear of God in your hearts." My best men were two of my colleagues, and Masha's best men were Captain Polyansky and Lieutenant Jernit. The bishop's choir sang superbly. The sputtering of the candles, the brilliant light, the gorgeous dresses, the officers, the numbers of gay, happy faces, and the special ethereal look in Masha. Everything together, the surroundings and the words of the wedding prayers, moved me to tears and filled me with triumph. I thought how my life had blossomed, how poetically it was shaping itself. 2 years ago I was still a student, I was living in cheap furnished rooms, without money, without relations, and, as I fancied then, with nothing to look forward to. Now I am a teacher in the high school in one of the best provincial towns, with a secure income, loved, spoiled. It is for my sake, I thought, this crowd is collected, for my sake 3 candelabra have been lighted, the deacon is booming, the choir is doing its best. And it's for my sake that this young creature, whom I soon shall call my wife, is so young, so elegant, and so joyful. I recalled our first meetings, our rides into the country, my declaration of love and the weather, which, as though expressly, was so exquisitely fine all the summer. And the happiness which at one time in my old rooms seemed to me possible only in novels and stories, I was now experiencing in reality, I was now, as it were, holding it in my hands. After the ceremony they all crowded in disorder round Masha and me, expressed their genuine pleasure, congratulated us and wished us joy. The brigadier general, an old man of 70, confined himself to congratulating Masha, and said to her in a squeaky, aged voice, so loud that it could be heard all over the church, "I hope that even after you are married you may remain the rose you are now, my dear." The officers, the director, and all the teachers smiled from politeness, and I was conscious of an agreeable artificial smile on my face, too. Dear Ippolit Ippolitich, the teacher of history and geography, who always says what everyone has heard before, pressed my hand warmly and said with feeling, "Hitherto you have been unmarried and have lived alone. And now you are married and no longer single." From the church we went to a 2-storied house which I am receiving as part of the dowry. Besides that house Masha is bringing me 20,000 rubles, as well as a piece of waste land with a shanty on it, where I am told there are numbers of hens and ducks which are not looked after and are turning wild. When I got home from the church, I stretched myself at full length on the low sofa in my new study and began to smoke. I felt snug, cozy, and comfortable, as I never had in my life before. And meanwhile the wedding party were shouting, "Hurrah!" while a wretched band in the hall played flourishes and all sorts of trash. Varya, Masha's sister, ran into the study with a wineglass in her hand, and with a queer, strained expression, as though her mouth were full of water. Apparently she had meant to go on further, but she suddenly burst out laughing and sobbing, and the wineglass crashed on the floor. We took her by the arms and led her away. "Nobody can understand," she muttered afterwards, lying on the old nurse's bed in a back room. "Nobody, nobody. My God, nobody can understand." But everyone understood very well that she was 4 years older than her sister Masha, and still unmarried, and that she was crying, not from envy, but from the melancholy consciousness that her time was passing, and perhaps had passed. When they danced the quadrille, she was back in the drawing-room with a tear-stained and heavily powdered face, and I saw Captain Polyansky holding a plate of ice before her while she ate it with a spoon. It is past 5 o'clock in the morning. I took up my diary to describe my complete and perfect happiness, and thought I would write a good 6 pages, and read it tomorrow to Masha. But, strange to say, everything is muddled in my head and as misty as a dream, and I can remember vividly nothing but that episode with Varya, and I want to write, "Poor Varya." I could go on sitting here and writing, "Poor Varya." By the way, the trees have begun rustling, it will rain. The crows are cawing, and my Masha, who has just gone to sleep, has for some reason a sorrowful face. For a long while afterwards Nikitin did not write his diary. At the beginning of August he had the school examinations, and after the 15th the classes began. As a rule he set off for school before 9 in the morning, and before 10 o'clock he was looking at his watch and pining for his Masha and his new house. In the lower forms he would set some boy to dictate, and while the boys were writing, would sit in the window with his eyes shut, dreaming. Whether he dreamed of the future or recalled the past, everything seemed to him equally delightful, like a fairy tale. In the senior classes they were reading aloud Gogol or Pushkin's prose works, and that made him sleepy. People, trees, fields, horses, rose before his imagination, and he would say with a sigh, as though fascinated by the author, "How lovely!" At the midday recess Masha used to send him lunch in a snow-white napkin, and he would eat it slowly, with pauses, to prolong the enjoyment of it. And Ippolit Ippolitich, whose lunch as a rule consisted of nothing but bread, looked at him with respect and envy, and gave expression to some familiar fact, such as, "Men cannot live without food." After school Nikitin went straight to give his private lessons, and when at last by 6 o'clock he got home, he felt excited and anxious, as though he had been away for a year. He would run upstairs breathless, find Masha, throw his arms round her, and kiss her and swear that he loved her, that he could not live without her, declare that he had missed her fearfully, and ask her in trepidation how she was and why she looked so depressed. Then they would dine together. After dinner he would lie on the sofa in his study and smoke, while she sat beside him and talked in a low voice. His happiest days now were Sundays and holidays, when he was at home from morning till evening. On those days he took part in the naive but extraordinarily pleasant life which reminded him of a pastoral idyll. He was never weary of watching how his sensible and practical Masha was arranging her nest, and anxious to show that he was of some use in the house, he would do something useless, for instance, bring the chaise out of the stable and look at it from every side. Masha had installed a regular dairy with 3 cows, and in her cellar she had many jugs of milk and pots of sour cream, and she kept it all for butter. Sometimes, by way of a joke, Nikitin would ask her for a glass of milk, and she would be quite upset because it was against her rules, but he would laugh and throw his arms round her, saying, "There, there, I was joking, my darling. I was joking." Or he would laugh at her strictness when, finding in the cupboard some stale bit of cheese or sausage as hard as a stone, she would say seriously, "They will eat that in the kitchen." He would observe that such a scrap was only fit for a mousetrap, and she would reply warmly that men knew nothing about housekeeping, and that it was just the same to the servants if you were to send down 1 hundredweight of savories to the kitchen. He would agree, and embrace her enthusiastically. Everything that was just in what she said seemed to him extraordinary and amazing, and what did not fit in with his convictions seemed to him naive and touching. Sometimes he was in a philosophical mood, and he would begin to discuss some abstract subject while she listened and looked at his face with curiosity. "I am immensely happy with you, my joy," he used to say, playing with her fingers or plaiting and unplaiting her hair. "But I don't look upon this happiness of mine as something that has come to me by chance, as though it had dropped from heaven. This happiness is a perfectly natural, consistent, logical consequence. I believe that man is the creator of his own happiness, and now I am enjoying just what I have myself created. Yes, I speak without false modesty, I have created this happiness myself and I have a right to it. You know my past. My unhappy childhood, without father or mother. My depressing youth, poverty, all this was a struggle, all this was the path by which I made my way to happiness." In October the school sustained a heavy loss. Ippolit Ippolitich was taken ill with erysipelas on the head and died. For 2 days before his death he was unconscious and delirious, but even in his delirium he said nothing that was not perfectly well known to every one. The Volga flows into the Caspian Sea. Horses eat oats and hay. There were no lessons at the high school on the day of his funeral. His colleagues and pupils were the coffin bearers, and the school choir sang all the way to the grave the anthem, "Holy God." 3 priests, 2 deacons, all his pupils and the staff of the boys' high school, and the bishop's choir in their best caftans, took part in the procession. And passers-by who met the solemn procession, crossed themselves and said, "God grant us all such a death." Returning home from the cemetery much moved, Nikitin got out his diary from the table and wrote, "We have just consigned to the tomb Ippolit Ippolitich Rositsky. Peace to your ashes, modest worker." Masha, Varya, and all the women at the funeral, wept from genuine feeling, perhaps because they knew this uninteresting, humble man had never been loved by a woman. I wanted to say a warm word at my colleague's grave, but I was warned that this might displease the director, as he did not like our poor friend. I believe that this is the first day since my marriage that my heart has been heavy. There was no other event of note in the scholastic year. The winter was mild, with wet snow and no frost. On Epiphany Eve, for instance, the wind howled all night as though it were autumn, and water trickled off the roofs. And in the morning, at the ceremony of the blessing of the water, the police allowed no one to go on the river, because they said the ice was swelling up and looked dark. But in spite of bad weather Nikitin's life was as happy as in summer. And, indeed, he acquired another source of pleasure: he learned to play vint. Only one thing troubled him, moved him to anger, and seemed to prevent him from being perfectly happy: the cats and dogs which formed part of his wife's dowry. The rooms, especially in the morning, always smelt like a menagerie, and nothing could destroy the odor. The cats frequently fought with the dogs. The spiteful beast Mushka was fed a dozen times a day. She still refused to recognize Nikitin and growled at him, "Rrr, na na na." One night in Lent he was returning home from the club where he had been playing cards. It was dark, raining, and muddy. Nikitin had an unpleasant feeling at the bottom of his heart and could not account for it. He did not know whether it was because he had lost 12 rubles at cards, or whether because one of the players, when they were settling up, had said that of course Nikitin had pots of money, with obvious reference to his wife's portion. He did not regret the 12 rubles, and there was nothing offensive in what had been said, but, still, there was the unpleasant feeling. He did not even feel a desire to go home. "Phoo, how horrid," he said, standing still at a lamp-post. It occurred to him that he did not regret the 12 rubles because he got them for nothing. If he had been a working man he would have known the value of every farthing, and would not have been so careless whether he lost or won. And his good fortune had all, he reflected, come to him by chance, for nothing, and really was as superfluous for him as medicine for the healthy. If, like the vast majority of people, he had been harassed by anxiety for his daily bread, had been struggling for existence, if his back and chest had ached from work, then supper, a warm snug home, and domestic happiness would have been the necessity, the compensation, the crown of his life. As it was, all this had a strange, indefinite significance for him. "Phoo, how horrid," he repeated, knowing perfectly well that these reflections were in themselves a bad sign. When he got home Masha was in bed. She was breathing evenly and smiling, and was evidently sleeping with great enjoyment. Near her the white cat lay curled up, purring. While Nikitin lit the candle and lighted his cigarette, Masha woke up and greedily drank a glass of water. "I ate too many sweets," she said, and laughed. "Have you been home?" she asked after a pause. "No." Nikitin knew already that Captain Polyansky, on whom Varya had been building great hopes of late, was being transferred to one of the western provinces, and was already making his farewell visits in the town. And so it was depressing at his father-in-law's. "Varya looked in this evening," said Masha, sitting up. She did not say anything, but one could see from her face how wretched she is, poor darling. "I can't bear Polyansky. He is fat and bloated, and when he walks or dances his cheeks shake. He is not a man I would choose. But, still, I did think he was a decent person." "I think he is a decent person now," said Nikitin. "Then why has he treated Varya so badly?" "Why badly?" asked Nikitin, beginning to feel irritation against the white cat, who was stretching and arching its back. "As far as I know, he has made no proposal and has given her no promises." "Then why was he so often at the house? If he didn't mean to marry her, he oughtn't to have come." Nikitin put out the candle and got into bed. But he felt disinclined to lie down and to sleep. He felt as though his head were immense and empty as a barn, and that new, peculiar thoughts were wandering about in it like tall shadows. He thought that, apart from the soft light of the icon lamp, that beamed upon their quiet domestic happiness, that apart from this little world in which he and this cat lived so peacefully and happily, there was another world. And he had a passionate, poignant longing to be in that other world, to work himself at some factory or big workshop, to address big audiences, to write, to publish, to raise a stir, to exhaust himself, to suffer. He wanted something that would engross him till he forgot himself, ceased to care for the personal happiness which yielded him only sensations so monotonous. And suddenly there rose vividly before his imagination the figure of Shibaldin with his clean-shaven face, saying to him with horror, "You haven't even read Lessing. You are quite behind the times. How you have gone to seed." Masha woke up and again drank some water. He glanced at her neck, at her plump shoulders and throat, and remembered the word the brigadier general had used in church, "Rose." "Rose," he muttered, and laughed. His laugh was answered by a sleepy growl from Mushka under the bed, "Rrr, na na na." A heavy anger sank like a cold weight on his heart, and he felt tempted to say something rude to Masha, and even to jump up and hit her. His heart began throbbing. "So then," he asked, restraining himself, "since I went to your house, I was bound in duty to marry you?" "Of course. You know that very well." "That's nice." And a minute later he repeated, "That's nice." To relieve the throbbing of his heart, and to avoid saying too much, Nikitin went to his study and lay down on the sofa, without a pillow, then he lay on the floor on the carpet. "What nonsense it is," he said to reassure himself. "You are a teacher, you are working in the noblest of callings. What need have you of any other world? What rubbish!" But almost immediately he told himself with conviction that he was not a real teacher, but simply a government employee, as commonplace and mediocre as the Czech who taught Greek. He had never had a vocation for teaching, he knew nothing of the theory of teaching, and never had been interested in the subject. He did not know how to treat children. He did not understand the significance of what he taught, and perhaps did not teach the right things. Poor Ippolit Ippolitich had been frankly stupid, and all the boys, as well as his colleagues, knew what he was and what to expect from him. But he, Nikitin, like the Czech, knew how to conceal his stupidity and cleverly deceived everyone by pretending that, thank God, his teaching was a success. These new ideas frightened Nikitin. He rejected them, called them stupid, and believed that all this was due to his nerves, that he would laugh at himself. And he did, in fact, by the morning laugh at himself and call himself an old woman. But it was clear to him that his peace of mind was lost, perhaps, forever, and that in that little two-story house happiness was henceforth impossible for him. He realized that the illusion had evaporated, and that a new life of unrest and clear sight was beginning which was incompatible with peace and personal happiness. Next day, which was Sunday, he was at the school chapel, and there met his colleagues and the director. It seemed to him that they were entirely preoccupied with concealing their ignorance and discontent with life, and he, too, to conceal his uneasiness, smiled affably and talked of trivialities. Then he went to the station and saw the mail train come in and go out, and it was agreeable to him to be alone and not to have to talk to anyone. At home he found Varya and his father-in-law, who had come to dinner. Varya's eyes were red with crying, and she complained of a headache, while Shelestov ate a great deal, saying that young men nowadays were unreliable, and that there was very little gentlemanly feeling among them. "It's loudishness," he said. "I shall tell him so to his face, it's loudishness, sir, I shall say." Nikitin smiled affably and helped Masha to look after their guests, but after dinner he went to his study and shut the door. The March sun was shining brightly in at the windows and shedding its warm rays on the table. It was only the 20th of the month, but already the cabmen were driving with wheels, and the starlings were noisy in the garden. It was just the weather in which Masha would come in, put one arm round his neck, tell him the horses were saddled or the chaise was at the door, and ask him what she should put on to keep warm. Spring was beginning as exquisitely as last spring, and it promised the same joys. But Nikitin was thinking that it would be nice to take a holiday and go to Moscow, and stay at his old lodgings there. In the next room they were drinking coffee and talking of Captain Polyansky, while he tried not to listen and wrote in his diary, "Where am I, my God? I am surrounded by vulgarity and vulgarity. Wearisome, insignificant people, pots of sour cream, jugs of milk, cockroaches, stupid women. There is nothing more terrible, mortifying, and distressing than vulgarity. I must escape from here, I must escape today, or I shall go out of my mind. Not wanted." Between 6 and 7 o'clock on a July evening, a crowd of summer visitors, mostly fathers of families, burdened with parcels, portfolios, and ladies' hat-boxes, was trailing along from the little station of Helkovo, in the direction of the summer villas. They all looked exhausted, hungry, and ill-humored, as though the sun were not shining and the grass were not green for them. Trudging along among the others was Pavel Matveyich Zaykin, a member of the circuit court, a tall, stooping man, in a cheap cotton dust coat and with a cockade on his faded cap. He was perspiring, red in the face, and gloomy. "Do you come out to your holiday home every day?" said a summer visitor, in ginger-colored trousers, addressing him. "No, not every day," Zaykin answered sullenly. "My wife and son are staying here all the while, and I come down 2 or 3 times a week. I haven't time to come every day, besides, it is expensive." "You're right there, it is expensive," sighed he of the ginger trousers. "In town you can't walk to the station, you have to take a cab, and then, the ticket costs 42 kopecks, you buy a paper for the journey, one is tempted to drink a glass of vodka. It's all petty expenditure not worth considering, but, mind you, in the course of the summer it will run up to some 200 rubles. Of course, to be in the lap of nature is worth any money, I don't dispute it. Idyllic and all the rest of it, but of course, with the salary an official gets, as you know yourself, every farthing has to be considered. If you waste a halfpenny you lie awake all night." "Yes. I receive, my dear sir, I haven't the honor of knowing your name, I receive a salary of very nearly 2,000 rubles a year. I am a civil councillor, I smoke second-rate tobacco, and I haven't a ruble to spare to buy Vichy water, prescribed me by the doctor for gallstones." "It's altogether abominable," said Zaykin after a brief silence. "I maintain, sir, that summer holidays are the invention of the devil and of woman. The devil was actuated in the present instance by malice, woman by excessive frivolity. Mercy on us, it is not life at all, it is hard labor, it is hell. It's hot and stifling, you can hardly breathe, and you wander about like a lost soul and can find no refuge. In town there is no furniture, no servants, everything has been carried off to the villa, you eat what you can get. You go without your tea because there is no one to heat the samovar, you can't wash yourself, and when you come down here into this lap of nature, you have to walk, if you please, through the dust and heat. Phew! Are you married?" "Yes. 3 children, size ginger trousers. It's abominable altogether. It's a wonder we are still alive." At last the summer visitors reached their destination. Zaykin said goodbye to ginger trousers and went into his villa. He found a death-like silence in the house. He could hear nothing but the buzzing of the gnats, and the prayer for help of a fly destined for the dinner of a spider. The windows were hung with muslin curtains, through which the faded flowers of the geraniums showed red. On the unpainted wooden walls near the oleographs flies were slumbering. There was not a soul in the passage, the kitchen, or the dining room. In the room which was called indifferently the parlor or the drawing room, Zaykin found his son Petya, a little boy of 6. Petya was sitting at the table, and breathing loudly with his lower lip stuck out, was engaged in cutting out the figure of a knave of diamonds from a card. "Oh, that's you, father," he said, without turning round. "Good evening." "Good evening. And where is mother?" "Mother? She is gone with Olga Kirillovna to a rehearsal of the play. The day after tomorrow they will have a performance. And they will take me, too. And will you go? When is she coming back? She said she would be back in the evening. And where is Natalia? Mama took Natalia with her to help her dress for the performance, and Akulina has gone to the wood to get mushrooms. Father, why is it that when gnats bite you their stomachs get red? I don't know. Because they suck blood. So there is no one in the house, then? No one, I am all alone in the house. Zykin sat down in an easy chair, and for a moment gazed blankly at the window. Who is going to get our dinner? He asked. They haven't cooked any dinner today, father. Mama thought you were not coming today, and did not order any dinner. She is going to have dinner with Olga Kirillovna at the rehearsal. Oh, thank you very much, and you, what have you to eat? I've had some milk. They bought me 6 kopecks worth of milk. And, father, why do gnats suck blood? Zykin suddenly felt as though something heavy were rolling down on his liver and beginning to gnaw it. He felt so vexed, so aggrieved, and so bitter, that he was choking and tremulous. He wanted to jump up, to bang something on the floor, and to burst into loud abuse. But then he remembered that his doctor had absolutely forbidden him all excitement, so he got up, and making an effort to control himself, began whistling a tune from Les Huguenots. Father, can you act in plays? He heard Petia's voice. Oh, don't worry me with stupid questions, said Zykin, getting angry. He sticks to one like a leaf in the bath. Here you are, 6 years old, and just as silly as you were 3 years ago. Stupid, neglected child. Why are you spoiling those cards, for instance? How dare you spoil them? These cards aren't yours, said Petia, turning round. Natalia gave them me. You are telling fibs, you horrid boy. Said Zykin, growing more and more irritated. You are always telling fibs. You want a whipping, you horrid little pig. I will pull your ears. Petia leapt up, and craning his neck, stared fixedly at his father's red and wrathful face. His big eyes first began blinking, then were dimmed with moisture, and the boy's face began working. But why are you scolding? Squealed Petia. Why do you attack me, you stupid? I am not interfering with anybody, I am not naughty. I do what I am told, and yet, you are cross. Why are you scolding me? The boy spoke with conviction, and wept so bitterly that Zykin felt conscience-stricken. Yes, really, why am I falling foul of him, he thought. Come, he said, touching the boy on the shoulder. I am sorry, Petia, forgive me. You are my good boy, my nice boy, I love you. Petia wiped his eyes with his sleeve, sat down, with a sigh, in the same place and began cutting out the queen. Zykin went off to his own room. He stretched himself on the sofa, and putting his hands behind his head, sank into thought. The boy's tears had softened his anger, and by degrees the oppression on his liver grew less. He felt nothing but exhaustion and hunger. Father, he heard on the other side of the door, shall I show you my collection of insects? Yes, show me. Petia came into the study and handed his father a long green box. Before raising it to his ear, Zykin could hear a despairing buzz and the scratching of claws on the sides of the box. Opening the lid, he saw a number of butterflies, beetles, grasshoppers, and flies fastened to the bottom of the box with pins. All except 2 or 3 butterflies were still alive and moving. Why, the grasshopper is still alive, said Petia in surprise. I caught him yesterday morning, and he is still alive. Who taught you to pin them in this way? Olga Kirillovna. Olga Kirillovna ought to be pinned down like that herself, said Zykin with repulsion. Take them away. It's shameful to torture animals. My God! How horribly he is being brought up, he thought, as Petia went out. Pavel Matveitch forgot his exhaustion and hunger, and thought of nothing but his boy's future. Meanwhile, outside the light was gradually fading. He could hear the summer visitors trooping back from the evening bathe. Someone was stopping near the open dining room window and shouting, "Do you want any mushrooms?" And getting no answer, shuffled on with bare feet. But at last, when the dusk was so thick that the outlines of the geraniums behind the muslin curtain were lost, and whiffs of the freshness of evening were coming in at the window, the door of the passage was thrown open noisily. And there came a sound of rapid footsteps, talk, and laughter. "Mama!" shrieked Petya. Zykin peeped out of his study and saw his wife, Nadezhda Stepanovna, healthy and rosy as ever. With her he saw Olga Kirillovna, a spare woman with fair hair and heavy freckles, and two unknown men, one a lanky young man with curly red hair and a big Adam's apple. The other, a short stubby man with a shaven face like an actor's and a bluish crooked chin. "Natalia, set the samovar," cried Nadezhda Stepanovna, with a loud rustle of her skirts. "I hear Pavel Matveyitch is come." "Pavel, where are you?" "Good evening, Pavel," she said, running into the study breathlessly. "So you've come. I am so glad. Two of our amateurs have come with me. Come, I'll introduce you. Here, the taller one is Karamazov, he sings splendidly. And the other, the little one, is called Smerkolov, he is a real actor, he recites magnificently. Oh, how tired I am. We have just had a rehearsal. It goes splendidly. We are acting the lodger with the trombone and, waiting for him. The performance is the day after tomorrow." "Why did you bring them?" asked Zykin. "I couldn't help it, Poppet, after tea we must rehearse our parts and sing something. I am to sing a duet with Karamazov." "Oh, yes, I was almost forgetting. Darling, send Natalia to get some sardines, vodka, cheese, and something else. They will most likely stay to supper. Oh, how tired I am. I've no money. You must, Poppet. It would be awkward. Don't make me blush." Half an hour later Natalia was sent for vodka and savories. Zykin, after drinking tea and eating a whole French loaf, went to his bedroom and lay down on the bed, while Nadezhda Stepanovna and her visitors, with much noise and laughter, set to work to rehearse their parts. For a long time Pavel Matveyitch heard Karamazov's nasal reciting and Smerkolov's theatrical exclamations. The rehearsal was followed by a long conversation, interrupted by the shrill laughter of Olga Kirillovna. Smerkolov, as a real actor, explained the parts with aplomb and heat. Then followed the duet, and after the duet there was the clatter of crockery. Through his drowsiness Zykin heard them persuading Smerkolov to read "The Woman Who Was a Sinner," and heard him, after affecting to refuse, begin to recite. He hissed, beat himself on the breast, wept, laughed in a husky bass. Zykin scowled and hid his head under the quilt. "It's a long way for you to go, and it's dark," he heard Nadezhda Stepanovna's voice an hour later. "Why shouldn't you stay the night here? Karamazov can sleep here in the drawing room on the sofa, and you, Smerkolov, in Petya's bed. I can put Petya in my husband's study. Do stay, really." At last when the clock was striking 2, all was hushed, the bedroom door opened, and Nadezhda Stepanovna appeared. "Pavel, are you asleep?" she whispered. "No, why?" "Go into your study, darling, and lie on the sofa. I am going to put Olga Kirillovna here, in your bed. Do go, dear. I would put her to sleep in the study, but she is afraid to sleep alone. Do get up." Zykin got up, threw on his dressing gown, and taking his pillow, crept wearily to the study. Feeling his way to his sofa, he lighted a match, and saw Petya lying on the sofa. The boy was not asleep, and, looking at the match with wide-open eyes. "Father, why is it gnats don't go to sleep at night?" he asked. Because, you and I are not wanted. We have nowhere to sleep even." "Father, and why is it Olga Kirillovna has freckles on her face?" "Oh, shut up. I am tired of you." After a moment's thought, Zykin dressed and went out into the street for a breath of air. He looked at the grey morning sky, at the motionless clouds, heard the lazy call of the drowsy corncrake, and began dreaming of the next day, when he would go to town, and coming back from the court would tumble into bed. Suddenly the figure of a man appeared round the corner. A watchman, no doubt, thought Zykin. But going nearer and looking more closely he recognized in the figure the summer visitor in the ginger trousers. "You're not asleep?" he asked. "No, I can't sleep," sighed Ginger Trousers. "I am enjoying nature. A welcome visitor, my wife's mother, arrived by the night train, you know. She brought with her our nieces, splendid girls. I was delighted to see them, although it's very damp. And you, too, are enjoying nature?" "Yes," grunted Zykin, "I am enjoying it, too. Do you know whether there is any sort of tavern or restaurant in the neighborhood?" Ginger Trousers raised his eyes to heaven and meditated profoundly. Typhus. A young lieutenant called Klimov was traveling from Petersburg to Moscow in a smoking carriage of the mail train. Opposite him was sitting an elderly man with a shaven face like a sea captain's, by all appearances a well-to-do Finn or Swede. He pulled at his pipe the whole journey and kept talking about the same subject. "Ha, you are an officer. I have a brother an officer too, only he is a naval officer. He is a naval officer, and he is stationed at Kronstadt. Why are you going to Moscow?" "I am serving there." "Ha. And are you a family man?" "No, I live with my sister and aunt. My brother's an officer, only he is a naval officer, he has a wife and 3 children." "Ha." The Finn seemed continually surprised at something, and gave a broad idiotic grin when he exclaimed, "Ha," and continually puffed at his stinking pipe. Klimov, who for some reason did not feel well, and found it burdensome to answer questions, hated him with all his heart. He dreamed of how nice it would be to snatch the wheezing pipe out of his hand and fling it under the seat, and drive the Finn himself into another compartment. Detestable people these Finns and Greeks, he thought. Absolutely superfluous, useless, detestable people. They simply fill up space on the earthly globe. What are they for? And the thought of Finns and Greeks produced a feeling akin to sickness all over his body. For the sake of comparison he tried to think of the French, of the Italians, but his efforts to think of these people evoked in his mind, for some reason, nothing but images of organ grinders, naked women, and the foreign oleographs which hung over the chest of drawers at home, at his aunt's. Altogether the officer felt in an abnormal state. He could not arrange his arms and legs comfortably on the seat, though he had the whole seat to himself. His mouth felt dry and sticky, there was a heavy fog in his brain. His thoughts seemed to be straying, not only within his head, but outside his skull, among the seats and the people that were shrouded in the darkness of night. Through the mist in his brain, as through a dream, he heard the murmur of voices, the rumble of wheels, the slamming of doors. The sounds of the bells, the whistles, the guards, the running to and fro of passengers on the platforms, seemed more frequent than usual. The time flew by rapidly, imperceptibly, and so it seemed as though the train were stopping at stations every minute, and metallic voices crying continually. "Is the mail ready?" "Yes," was repeatedly coming from outside. It seemed as though the man in charge of the heating came in too often to look at the thermometer, that the noise of trains going in the opposite direction and the rumble of the wheels over the bridges was incessant. The noise, the whistles, the Finn, the tobacco smoke, all this mingling with the menace and flickering of the misty images in his brain, the shape and character of which a man in health can never recall, weighed upon Klimov like an unbearable nightmare. In horrible misery he lifted his heavy head, looked at the lamp in the rays of which shadows and misty blurs seemed to be dancing. He wanted to ask for water, but his parched tongue would hardly move, and he scarcely had strength to answer the Finn's questions. He tried to lie down more comfortably and go to sleep, but he could not succeed. The Finn several times fell asleep, woke up again, lighted his pipe, addressed him with his "ha," and went to sleep again, and still the lieutenant's legs could not get into a comfortable position, and still the menacing images stood facing him. At Spirovo he went out into the station for a drink of water. He saw people sitting at the table and hurriedly eating. And how can they eat? He thought, trying not to sniff the air, that smelt of roast meat, and not to look at the munching mouths. They both seemed to him sickeningly disgusting. A good-looking lady was conversing loudly with a military man in a red cap, and showing magnificent white teeth as she smiled. And the smile, and the teeth, and the lady herself made on Klimov the same revolting impression as the ham and the rissoles. He could not understand how it was the military man in the red cap was not ill at ease, sitting beside her and looking at her healthy, smiling face. When after drinking some water he went back to his carriage, the Finn was sitting smoking. His pipe was wheezing and squelching like a galosh with holes in it in wet weather. "Ha," he said, surprised, "what station is this?" "I don't know," answered Klimov, lying down and shutting his mouth that he might not breathe the acrid tobacco smoke. "And when shall we reach Tver?" "I don't know." "Excuse me, I can't answer. I am ill. I caught cold today." The Finn knocked his pipe against the window frame and began talking of his brother, the naval officer. Klimov no longer heard him. He was thinking miserably of his soft, comfortable bed, of a bottle of cold water, of his sister Katya, who was so good at making one comfortable, soothing, giving one water. He even smiled when the vision of his orderly Pavel, taking off his heavy stifling boots and putting water on the little table, flitted through his imagination. He fancied that if he could only get into his bed, have a drink of water, his nightmare would give place to sound healthy sleep. "Is the mail ready?" a hollow voice reached him from the distance. "Yes," answered a bass voice almost at the window. It was already the second or third station from Spirovo. The time was flying rapidly in leaps and bounds, and it seemed as though the bells, whistles, and stoppings would never end. In despair Klimov buried his face in the corner of the seat, clutched his head in his hands, and began again thinking of his sister Katya and his orderly Pavel, but his sister and his orderly were mixed up with the misty images in his brain. Whirled round, and disappeared. His burning breath, reflected from the back of the seat, seemed to scald his face, his legs were uncomfortable, there was a draught from the window on his back, but, however wretched he was, he did not want to change his position. A heavy nightmarish lethargy gradually gained possession of him and fettered his limbs. When he brought himself to raise his head, it was already light in the carriage. The passengers were putting on their fur coats and moving about. The train was stopping. Porters in white aprons and with discs on their breasts were bustling among the passengers and snatching up their boxes. Klimov put on his greatcoat, mechanically followed the other passengers out of the carriage, and it seemed to him that not he, but someone else was moving, and he felt that his fever, his thirst, and the menacing images which had not let him sleep all night, came out of the carriage with him. Mechanically he took his luggage and engaged a sledge driver. The man asked him for 1.25 rubles to drive to Povarsky Street, but he did not haggle, and without protest got submissively into the sledge. He still understood the difference of numbers, but money had ceased to have any value to him. At home Klimov was met by his aunt and his sister Katya, a girl of 18. When Katya greeted him she had a pencil and exercise book in her hand, and he remembered that she was preparing for an examination as a teacher. Gasping with fever, he walked aimlessly through all the rooms without answering their questions or greetings, and when he reached his bed he sank down on the pillow. The Finn, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the smell of roast meat, the flickering blurs, filled his consciousness, and by now he did not know where he was and did not hear the agitated voices. When he recovered consciousness he found himself in bed, undressed, saw a bottle of water and Pavel, but it was no cooler, nor softer, nor more comfortable for that. His arms and legs, as before, refused to lie comfortably. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he heard the wheezing of the Finn's pipe. A stalwart, black-bearded doctor was busy doing something beside the bed, brushing against Pavel with his broad back. It's all right, young man," he muttered. Excellent, guodi." The doctor called Klimov young man, said "Guodi" instead of "good" and "so-o" instead of "so." "So-o, so-o. So-o," he murmured. "Guodi, Guodi. Excellent, young man. You mustn't lose heart." The doctor's rapid, careless talk, his well-fed countenance, and condescending "young man," irritated Klimov. "Why do you call me young man?" he moaned. "What familiarity! Damn it all!" And he was frightened by his own voice. The voice was so dried up, so weak and peevish, that he would not have known it. "Excellent, excellent," muttered the doctor, not in the least offended. "You mustn't get angry, so-o, so-o, so-s." And the time flew by at home with the same startling swiftness as in the railway carriage. The daylight was continually being replaced by the dusk of evening. The doctor seemed never to leave his bedside, and he heard at every moment his so-o, so-o, so-o. A continual succession of people was incessantly crossing the bedroom. Among them were Pavel, the Finn, Captain Yaroshevich, Lance Corporal Maximenko, the red cap, the lady with the white teeth, the doctor. They were all talking and waving their arms, smoking and eating. Once by daylight Klimov saw the chaplain of the regiment, Father Alexander, who was standing before the bed, wearing a stole and with a prayer book in his hand. He was muttering something with a grave face such as Klimov had never seen in him before. The lieutenant remembered that Father Alexander used in a friendly way to call all the Catholic officers Poles, and wanting to amuse him, he cried, "Father, Yaroshevich the Pole has climbed up a pole." But Father Alexander, a light-hearted man who loved a joke, did not smile, but became graver than ever, and made the sign of the cross over Klimov. At night time by turn two shadows came noiselessly in and out, they were his aunt and sister. His sister's shadow knelt down and prayed, she bowed down to the icon, and her grey shadow on the wall bowed down too, so that two shadows were praying. The whole time there was a smell of roast meat and the Finn's pipe, but once Klimov smelt the strong smell of incense. He felt so sick he could not lie still, and began shouting. "The incense! Take away the incense!" There was no answer. He could only hear the subdued singing of the priest somewhere and someone running upstairs. When Klimov came to himself there was not a soul in his bedroom. The morning sun was streaming in at the window through the lower blind, and a quivering sunbeam, bright and keen as the sword's edge, was flashing on the glass bottle. He heard the rattle of wheels, so there was no snow now in the street. The lieutenant looked at the ray, at the familiar furniture, at the door, and the first thing he did was to laugh. His chest and stomach heaved with delicious, happy, tickling laughter. His whole body from head to foot was overcome by a sensation of infinite happiness and joy in life, such as the first man must have felt when he was created and first saw the world. Klimov felt a passionate desire for movement, people, talk. His body lay a motionless block, only his hands stirred, but that he hardly noticed, and his whole attention was concentrated on trifles. He rejoiced in his breathing, in his laughter, rejoiced in the existence of the water bottle, the ceiling, the sunshine, the tape on the curtains. God's world, even in the narrow space of his bedroom, seemed beautiful, varied, grand. When the doctor made his appearance, the lieutenant was thinking what a delicious thing medicine was, how charming and pleasant the doctor was, and how nice and interesting people were in general. So. Excellent, excellent. Now we are well again. Guodi, Guodi, the doctor pattered. The lieutenant listened and laughed joyously. He remembered the Finn, the lady with the white teeth, the train, and he longed to smoke, to eat. "Doctor," he said, "tell them to give me a crust of rye bread and salt, and sardines." The doctor refused. Pavel did not obey the order, and did not go for the bread. The lieutenant could not bear this and began crying like a naughty child. "Baby," laughed the doctor. "Mammy, bye-bye." Klimov laughed, too, and when the doctor went away he fell into a sound sleep. He woke up with the same joyfulness and sensation of happiness. His aunt was sitting near the bed. "Well, aunt," he said joyfully. "What has been the matter?" "Spotted typhus." "Really? But now I am well, quite well. Where is Katia?" "She is not at home. I suppose she has gone somewhere from her examination." The old lady said this and looked at her stocking, her lips began quivering, she turned away, and suddenly broke into sobs. Forgetting the doctor's prohibition in her despair, she said. "Ah, Katia, Katia. Our angel is gone. Is gone." She dropped her stocking and bent down to it, and as she did so her cap fell off her head. Looking at her grey head and understanding nothing, Klimov was frightened for Katia, and asked. "Where is she, aunt?" The old woman, who had forgotten Klimov and was thinking only of her sorrow, said. "She caught typhus from you, and is dead. She was buried the day before yesterday." This terrible, unexpected news was fully grasped by Klimov's consciousness, but terrible and startling as it was, it could not overcome the animal joy that filled the convalescent. He cried and laughed, and soon began scolding because they would not let him eat. Only a week later when, leaning on Pavel, he went in his dressing gown to the window, looked at the overcast spring sky and listened to the unpleasant clang of the old iron rails which were being carted by, his heart ached, he burst into tears. And leaned his forehead against the window frame. "How miserable I am," he muttered. "My God, how miserable." And joy gave way to the boredom of everyday life and the feeling of his irrevocable loss. A misfortune. Sofia Petrovna, the wife of Lubiantsev the notary, a handsome young woman of 25, was walking slowly along a track that had been cleared in the wood, with Aline, a lawyer who was spending the summer in the neighborhood. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Feathery white masses of cloud stood overhead, patches of bright blue sky peeped out between them. The clouds stood motionless, as though they had caught in the tops of the tall old pine trees. It was still and sultry. Farther on, the track was crossed by a low railway embankment on which a sentinel with a gun was for some reason pacing up and down. Just beyond the embankment there was a large white church with 6 domes and a rusty roof. "I did not expect to meet you here," said Sofia Petrovna, looking at the ground and prodding at the last year's leaves with the tip of her parasol, "and now I am glad we have met. I want to speak to you seriously and once for all. I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, if you really love and respect me, please make an end of this pursuit of me. You follow me about like a shadow, you are continually looking at me not in a nice way, making love to me, writing me strange letters, and I don't know where it's all going to end. Why, what can come of it?" Aline said nothing. Sofia Petrovna walked on a few steps and continued. "And this complete transformation in you all came about in the course of 2 or 3 weeks, after 5 years' friendship. I don't know you, Ivan Mihalovich." Sofia Petrovna stole a glance at her companion. Screwing up his eyes, he was looking intently at the fluffy clouds. His face looked angry, ill-humored, and preoccupied, like that of a man in pain forced to listen to nonsense. "I wonder you don't see it yourself," Madame Lubiantsev went on, shrugging her shoulders. "You ought to realize that it's not a very nice part you are playing. I am married, I love and respect my husband. I have a daughter. Can you think all that means nothing? Besides, as an old friend you know my attitude to family life and my views as to the sanctity of marriage." Aline cleared his throat angrily and heaved a sigh. "Sanctity of marriage," he muttered. "Oh, Lord! Yes, yes. I love my husband, I respect him, and in any case I value the peace of my home. I would rather let myself be killed than be a cause of unhappiness to Andrei and his daughter. And I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, for God's sake, leave me in peace. Let us be as good, true friends as we used to be, and give up these sighs and groans, which really don't suit you. It's settled and over. Not a word more about it. Let us talk of something else." Sofia Petrovna again stole a glance at Aline's face. Aline was looking up, he was pale, and was angrily biting his quivering lips. She could not understand why he was angry and why he was indignant, but his pallor touched her. "Don't be angry, let us be friends," she said affectionately. "Agreed? Here's my hand." Eileen took her plump little hand in both of his, squeezed it, and slowly raised it to his lips. "I am not a schoolboy," he muttered. "I am not in the least tempted by friendship with the woman I love. Enough, enough. It's settled and done with. We have reached the seat, let us sit down." Sophia Petrovna's soul was filled with a sweet sense of relief. The most difficult and delicate thing had been said, the painful question was settled and done with. Now she could breathe freely and look Eileen straight in the face. She looked at him, and the egoistic feeling of the superiority of the woman over the man who loves her, agreeably flattered her. It pleased her to see this huge, strong man, with his manly, angry face and his big black beard, clever, cultivated, and, people said, talented, sit down obediently beside her and bow his head dejectedly. For 2 or 3 minutes they sat without speaking. "Nothing is settled or done with," began Eileen. "You repeat copybook maxims to me. I love and respect my husband, the sanctity of marriage. I know all that without your help, and I could tell you more, too. I tell you truthfully and honestly that I consider the way I am behaving as criminal and immoral. What more can one say than that? But what's the good of saying what everybody knows? Instead of feeding nightingales with paltry words, you had much better tell me what I am to do. I've told you already, go away. As you know perfectly well, I have gone away 5 times, and every time I turned back on the way. I can show you my through tickets, I've kept them all. I have not will enough to run away from you. I am struggling. I am struggling horribly, but what the devil am I good for if I have no backbone, if I am weak, cowardly? I can't struggle with nature. Do you understand? I cannot. I run away from here, and she holds on to me and pulls me back. Contemptible, loathsome weakness." Eileen flushed crimson, got up, and walked up and down by the seat. "I feel as cross as a dog," he muttered, clenching his fists. "I hate and despise myself. My God! Like some depraved schoolboy, I am making love to another man's wife, writing idiotic letters, degrading myself, ugh." Eileen clutched at his head, grunted, and sat down. "And then your insincerity," he went on bitterly. "If you do dislike my disgusting behavior, why have you come here? What drew you here? In my letters I only ask you for a direct, definite answer, yes or no, but instead of a direct answer, you contrive every day these chance meetings with me and regale me with copybook maxims." Madame Lubiantsev was frightened and flushed. She suddenly felt the awkwardness which a decent woman feels when she is accidentally discovered undressed. "You seem to suspect I am playing with you," she muttered. "I have always given you a direct answer, and only today I've begged you." Oof. As though one begged in such cases. "If you were to say straight out, get away, I should have been gone long ago, but you've never said that. You've never once given me a direct answer. Strange indecision. Yes, indeed. Either you are playing with me, or else." Eileen leaned his head on his fists without finishing. Sophia Petrovna began going over in her own mind the way she had behaved from beginning to end. She remembered that not only in her actions, but even in her secret thoughts, she had always been opposed to Eileen's love-making, but yet she felt there was a grain of truth in the lawyer's words. But not knowing exactly what the truth was, she could not find answers to make to Eileen's complaint, however hard she thought. It was awkward to be silent, and, shrugging her shoulders, she said. "So I am to blame, it appears." "I don't blame you for your insincerity," sighed Eileen. "I did not mean that when I spoke of it. Your insincerity is natural and in the order of things. If people agreed together and suddenly became sincere, everything would go to the devil." Sophia Petrovna was in no mood for philosophical reflections, but she was glad of a chance to change the conversation, and asked. "But why?" Because only savage women and animals are sincere. Once civilization has introduced a demand for such comforts as, for instance, feminine virtue, sincerity is out of place. Helene jabbed his stick angrily into the sand. Madame Lubiantsev listened to him and liked his conversation, though a great deal of it she did not understand. What gratified her most was that she, an ordinary woman, was talked to by a talented man on intellectual subjects. It afforded her great pleasure, too, to watch the working of his mobile, young face, which was still pale and angry. She failed to understand a great deal that he said, but what was clear to her in his words was the attractive boldness with which the modern man without hesitation or doubt decides great questions and draws conclusive deductions. She suddenly realized that she was admiring him, and was alarmed. "Forgive me, but I don't understand," she said hurriedly. "What makes you talk of insincerity? I repeat my request again, be my good, true friend, let me alone. I beg you most earnestly." "Very good, I'll try again," sighed Helene. "Glad to do my best. Only I doubt whether anything will come of my efforts. Either I shall put a bullet through my brains or take to drink in an idiotic way. I shall come to a bad end. There's a limit to everything, to struggles with nature, too. Tell me, how can one struggle against madness? If you drink wine, how are you to struggle against intoxication? What am I to do if your image has grown into my soul, and day and night stands persistently before my eyes, like that pine there at this moment? Come, tell me, what hard and difficult thing can I do to get free from this abominable, miserable condition, in which all my thoughts, desires, and dreams are no longer my own, but belong to some demon who has taken possession of me? I love you so much that I am completely thrown out of gear. I've given up my work and all who are dear to me, I've forgotten my God. I've never been in love like this in my life." Sophia Petrovna, who had not expected such a turn to their conversation, drew away from Helene and looked into his face in dismay. Tears came into his eyes, his lips were quivering, and there was an imploring, hungry expression in his face. "I love you," he muttered, bringing his eyes near her big, frightened eyes. "You are so beautiful. I am in agony now, but I swear I would sit here all my life, suffering and looking in your eyes. But, be silent, I implore you." Sophia Petrovna, feeling utterly disconcerted, tried to think as quickly as possible of something to say to stop him. "I'll go away," she decided, but before she had time to make a movement to get up, Helene was on his knees before her. He was clasping her knees, gazing into her face and speaking passionately, hotly, eloquently. In her terror and confusion she did not hear his words. For some reason now, at this dangerous moment, while her knees were being agreeably squeezed and felt as though they were in a warm bath, she was trying, with a sort of angry spite, to interpret her own sensations. She was angry that instead of brimming over with protesting virtue, she was entirely overwhelmed with weakness, apathy, and emptiness, like a drunken man utterly reckless. Only at the bottom of her soul a remote bit of herself was malignantly taunting her, "Why don't you go? Is this as it should be?" "Yes." Seeking for some explanation, she could not understand how it was she did not pull away the hand to which Helene was clinging like a leech, and why, like Helene, she hastily glanced to right and to left to see whether anyone was looking. The clouds and the pines stood motionless, looking at them severely, like old ushers seeing mischief, but bribed not to tell the school authorities. The sentry stood like a post on the embankment and seemed to be looking at the seat. "Let him look," thought Sophia Petrovna. But listen," she said at last, with despair in her voice. "What can come of this? What will be the end of this?" I don't know," he whispered, waving off the disagreeable questions. They heard the hoarse, discordant whistle of the train. This cold, irrelevant sound from the everyday world of prose made Sophia Petrovna rouse herself. "I can't stay, it's time I was at home," she said, getting up quickly. "The train is coming in. Andrei is coming by it. He will want his dinner." Sophia Petrovna turned towards the embankment with a burning face. The engine slowly crawled by, then came the carriages. It was not the local train, as she had supposed, but a goods train. The trucks filed by against the background of the white church in a long string like the days of a man's life, and it seemed as though it would never end. But at last the train passed, and the last carriage with the guard and a light in it had disappeared behind the trees. Sophia Petrovna turned round sharply, and without looking at Aline, walked rapidly back along the track. She had regained her self-possession. Crimson with shame, humiliated not by Aline, no, but by her own cowardice, by the shamelessness with which she, a chaste and high-principled woman, had allowed a man, not her husband, to hug her knees, she had only one thought now, to get home as quickly as possible to her villa, to her family. The lawyer could hardly keep pace with her. Turning from the clearing into a narrow path, she turned round and glanced at him so quickly that she saw nothing but the sand on his knees, and waved to him to drop behind. Reaching home, Sophia Petrovna stood in the middle of her room for 5 minutes without moving, and looked first at the window and then at her writing table. "You low creature," she said, upbraiding herself. "You low creature." To spite herself, she recalled in precise detail, keeping nothing back, she recalled that though all this time she had been opposed to Aline's lovemaking, something had impelled her to seek an interview with him. And what was more, when he was at her feet she had enjoyed it enormously. She recalled it all without sparing herself, and now, breathless with shame, she would have liked to slap herself in the face. Poor André! She said to herself, trying as she thought of her husband to put into her face as tender an expression as she could. Varya, my poor little girl, doesn't know what a mother she has. Forgive me, my dear ones. I love you so much, so much. And anxious to prove to herself that she was still a good wife and mother, and that corruption had not yet touched that sanctity of marriage, of which she had spoken to Aline. Sophia Petrovna ran to the kitchen and abused the cook for not having yet laid the table for Andrei Ilyitch. She tried to picture her husband's hungry and exhausted appearance, commiserated him aloud, and laid the table for him with her own hands, which she had never done before. Then she found her daughter Varya, picked her up in her arms and hugged her warmly. The child seemed to her cold and heavy, but she was unwilling to acknowledge this to herself, and she began explaining to the child how good, kind, and honorable her papa was. But when Andrei Ilyitch arrived soon afterwards she hardly greeted him. The rush of false feeling had already passed off without proving anything to her, only irritating and exasperating her by its falsity. She was sitting by the window, feeling miserable and cross. It is only by being in trouble that people can understand how far from easy it is to be the master of one's feelings and thoughts. Sophia Petrovna said afterwards that there was a tangle within her which it was as difficult to unravel as to count a flock of sparrows rapidly flying by. From the fact that she was not overjoyed to see her husband, that she did not like his manner at dinner, she concluded all of a sudden that she was beginning to hate her husband. Andrei Ilyitch, languid with hunger and exhaustion, fell upon the sausage while waiting for the soup to be brought in, and ate it greedily, munching noisily, and moving his temples. My goodness, thought Sophia Petrovna. I love and respect him, but why does he munch so repulsively? The disorder in her thoughts was no less than the disorder in her feelings. Like all persons inexperienced in combating unpleasant ideas, Madame Lubiantsev did her utmost not to think of her trouble, and the harder she tried the more vividly Aline, the sand on his knees, the fluffy clouds, the train, stood out in her imagination. And why did I go there this afternoon like a fool, she thought, tormenting herself. And am I really so weak that I cannot depend upon myself? Fear magnifies danger. By the time Andrei Ilyitch was finishing the last course, she had firmly made up her mind to tell her husband everything and to flee from danger. I've something serious to say to you, Andrei, she began after dinner while her husband was taking off his coat and boots to lie down for a nap. Well? Let us leave this place. Where shall we go? It's too soon to go back to town. No, for a tour or something of that sort. For a tour, repeated the notary, stretching. I dream of that myself, but where are we to get the money, and to whom am I to leave the office? And thinking a little he added. Of course, you must be bored. Go by yourself if you like. Sophia Petrovna agreed, but at once reflected that Aline would be delighted with the opportunity, and would go with her in the same train, in the same compartment. She thought and looked at her husband, now satisfied but still languid. For some reason her eyes rested on his feet, miniature, almost feminine feet, clad in striped socks. There was a thread standing out at the tip of each sock. Behind the blind a bumblebee was beating itself against the window pane and buzzing. Sophia Petrovna looked at the threads on the socks, listened to the bee, and pictured how she would set off. Vis-a-vis Aline would sit, day and night, never taking his eyes off her, wrathful at his own weakness and pale with spiritual agony. He would call himself an immoral schoolboy, would abuse her, tear his hair, but when darkness came on and the passengers were asleep or got out at a station, he would seize the opportunity to kneel before her and embrace her knees as he had at the seat in the wood. She caught herself indulging in this daydream. Listen. I won't go alone, she said. You must come with me. Nonsense, Safachka, sighed Lubiantsev. One must be sensible and not want the impossible. You will come when you know all about it, thought Sophia Petrovna. Making up her mind to go at all costs, she felt that she was out of danger. Little by little her ideas grew clearer. Her spirits rose and she allowed herself to think about it all, feeling that however much she thought, however much she dreamed, she would go away. While her husband was asleep, the evening gradually came on. She sat in the drawing room and played the piano. The greater liveliness out of doors, the sound of music, but above all the thought that she was a sensible person, that she had surmounted her difficulties, completely restored her spirits. Other women, her appeased conscience told her, would probably have been carried off their feet in her position, and would have lost their balance, while she had almost died of shame, had been miserable, and was now running out of the danger which perhaps did not exist. She was so touched by her own virtue and determination that she even looked at herself 2 or 3 times in the looking-glass. When it got dark, visitors arrived. The men sat down in the dining room to play cards. The ladies remained in the drawing room and the veranda. The last to arrive was Aline. He was gloomy, morose, and looked ill. He sat down in the corner of the sofa and did not move the whole evening. Usually good-humored and talkative, this time he remained silent, frowned, and rubbed his eyebrows. When he had to answer some question, he gave a forced smile with his upper lip only, and answered jerkily and irritably. 4 or 5 times he made some jest, but his jests sounded harsh and cutting. It seemed to Sophia Petrovna that he was on the verge of hysterics. Only now, sitting at the piano, she recognized fully for the first time that this unhappy man was in deadly earnest, that his soul was sick, and that he could find no rest. For her sake he was wasting the best days of his youth and his career, spending the last of his money on a summer villa, abandoning his mother and sisters, and, worst of all, wearing himself out in an agonizing struggle with himself. From mere common humanity he ought to be treated seriously. She recognized all this clearly till it made her heart ache, and if at that moment she had gone up to him and said to him, "No," there would have been a force in her voice hard to disobey. But she did not go up to him and did not speak, indeed, never thought of doing so. The pettiness and egoism of youth had never been more patent in her than that evening. She realized that Aline was unhappy, and that he was sitting on the sofa as though he were on hot coals. She felt sorry for him, but at the same time the presence of a man who loved her to distraction, filled her soul with triumph and a sense of her own power. She felt her youth, her beauty, and her unassailable virtue, and, since she had decided to go away, gave herself full license for that evening. She flirted, laughed incessantly, sang with peculiar feeling and gusto. Everything delighted and amused her. She was amused at the memory of what had happened at the seat in the wood, of the sentinel who had looked on. She was amused by her guests, by Aline's cutting jests, by the pin in his cravat, which she had never noticed before. There was a red snake with diamond eyes on the pin. this snake struck her as so amusing that she could have kissed it on the spot. Sophia Petrovna sang nervously, with defiant recklessness as though half intoxicated, and she chose sad, mournful songs which dealt with wasted hopes, the past, old age, as though in mockery of another's grief. And old age comes nearer and nearer, she sang. And what was old age to her? It seems as though there is something going wrong with me, she thought from time to time through her laughter and singing. The party broke up at 12 o'clock. Helene was the last to leave. Sophia Petrovna was still reckless enough to accompany him to the bottom step of the veranda. She wanted to tell him that she was going away with her husband, and to watch the effect this news would produce on him. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, but it was light enough for Sophia Petrovna to see how the wind played with the skirts of his overcoat and with the awning of the veranda. She could see, too, how white Helene was, and how he twisted his upper lip in the effort to smile. "Sonia, Sonichka, my darling woman," he muttered, preventing her from speaking. "My dear. My sweet." In a rush of tenderness, with tears in his voice, he showered caressing words upon her, that grew tenderer and tenderer, and even called her, thou, as though she were his wife or mistress. Quite unexpectedly he put one arm round her waist and with the other hand took hold of her elbow. "My precious. My delight," he whispered, kissing the nape of her neck, "be sincere, come to me at once." She slipped out of his arms and raised her head to give vent to her indignation and anger, but the indignation did not come off. And all her vaunted virtue and chastity was only sufficient to enable her to utter the phrase used by all ordinary women on such occasions. "You must be mad." "Come, let us go," Helene continued. "I felt just now, as well as at the seat in the wood, that you are as helpless as I am, Sonia. You are in the same plight. You love me and are fruitlessly trying to appease your conscience." Seeing that she was moving away, he caught her by her lace cuff and said rapidly, "If not today, then tomorrow you will have to give in." "Why, then, this waste of time?" "My precious, darling Sonia, the sentence is passed, why put off the execution? Why deceive yourself?" Sophia Petrovna tore herself from him and darted in at the door. Returning to the drawing-room, she mechanically shut the piano, looked for a long time at the music stand, and sat down. She could not stand up nor think. All that was left of her excitement and recklessness was a fearful weakness, apathy, and dreariness. Her conscience whispered to her that she had behaved badly, foolishly, that evening, like some madcap girl, that she had just been embraced on the veranda, and still had an uneasy feeling in her waist and her elbow. There was not a soul in the drawing-room, there was only one candle burning. Madame Lubiantsev sat on the round stool before the piano, motionless, as though expecting something. And as though taking advantage of the darkness in her extreme lassitude, an oppressive, overpowering desire began to assail her. Like a boa constrictor it gripped her limbs and her soul, and grew stronger every second, and no longer menaced her as it had done, but stood clear before her in all its nakedness. She sat for half an hour without stirring, not restraining herself from thinking of Helene, then she got up languidly and dragged herself to her bedroom. Andrei Ilyitch was already in bed. She sat down by the open window and gave herself up to desire. There was no tangle now in her head, all her thoughts and feelings were bent with one accord upon a single aim. She tried to struggle against it, but instantly gave it up. She understood now how strong and relentless was the foe. Strength and fortitude were needed to combat him, and her birth, her education, and her life had given her nothing to fall back upon. Immoral wretch! Low creature! She nagged at herself for her weakness. So that's what you're like. Her outraged sense of propriety was moved to such indignation by this weakness that she lavished upon herself every term of abuse she knew, and told herself many offensive and humiliating truths. So, for instance, she told herself that she never had been moral, that she had not come to grief before simply because she had had no opportunity, that her inward conflict during that day had all been a farce. And even if I have struggled, she thought, what sort of struggle was it? Even the woman who sells herself struggles before she brings herself to it, and yet she sells herself. A fine struggle. Like milk, I've turned in a day. In one day. She convicted herself of being tempted, not by feeling, not by Eileen personally, but by sensations which awaited her, an idle lady, having her fling in the summer holidays, like so many. Like an unfledged bird when the mother has been slain, sang a husky tenor outside the window. If I am to go, it's time, thought Sophia Petrovna. Her heart suddenly began beating violently. Andrei, she almost shrieked. Listen. We are going. Yes. Yes, I've told you already, you go alone. But listen, she began. If you don't go with me, you are in danger of losing me. I believe I am, in love already. With whom? Asked Andrei Ilyitch. It can't make any difference to you who it is, cried Sophia Petrovna. Andrei Ilyitch sat up with his feet out of bed and looked wonderingly at his wife's dark figure. It's a fancy, he yawned. He did not believe her, but yet he was frightened. After thinking a little and asking his wife several unimportant questions, he delivered himself of his opinions on the family, on infidelity, spoke listlessly for about 10 minutes and got into bed again. His moralizing produced no effect. There are a great many opinions in the world, and a good half of them are held by people who have never been in trouble. In spite of the late hour, summer visitors were still walking outside. Sophia Petrovna put on a light cape, stood a little, thought a little. She still had resolution enough to say to her sleeping husband. Are you asleep? I am going for a walk. Will you come with me? That was her last hope. Receiving no answer, she went out. It was fresh and windy. She was conscious neither of the wind or the darkness, but went on and on. An overmastering force drove her on, and it seemed as though, if she had stopped, it would have pushed her in the back. Immoral creature, she muttered mechanically. Low wretch. She was breathless, hot with shame, did not feel her legs under her, but what drove her on was stronger than shame, reason, or fear. A trifle from life. A well-fed, red-cheeked young man called Nikolai Ilyich Belayev, of 32, who was an owner of house property in Petersburg, and a devotee of the racecourse, went one evening to see Olga Ivanovna Ernin, with whom he was living, or, to use his own expression, was dragging out a long, wearisome romance. And, indeed, the first interesting and enthusiastic pages of this romance had long been perused. Now the pages dragged on, and still dragged on, without presenting anything new or of interest. Not finding Olga Ivanovna at home, my hero lay down on the lounge chair and proceeded to wait for her in the drawing room. Good evening, Nikolai Ilyitch, he heard a child's voice. Mother will be here directly. She has gone with Sonia to the dressmaker's. Olga Ivanovna's son, Alyosha, a boy of 8 who looked graceful and very well cared for, who was dressed like a picture, in a black velvet jacket and long black stockings, was lying on the sofa in the same room. He was lying on a satin cushion and, evidently imitating an acrobat he had lately seen at the circus, stuck up in the air first one leg and then the other. When his elegant legs were exhausted, he brought his arms into play or jumped up impulsively and went on all fours, trying to stand with his legs in the air. All this he was doing with the utmost gravity, gasping and groaning painfully as though he regretted that God had given him such a restless body. Ah, good evening, my boy, said Belayev. It's you. I did not notice you. Is your mother well? Alyosha, taking hold of the tip of his left toe with his right hand and falling into the most unnatural attitude, turned over, jumped up, and peeped at Belayev from behind the big fluffy lampshade. What shall I say? He said, shrugging his shoulders. In reality mother's never well. You see, she is a woman, and women, Nikolai Ilyitch, have always something the matter with them. Belayev, having nothing better to do, began watching Alyosha's face. He had never before during the whole of his intimacy with Olga Ivanovna paid any attention to the boy, and had completely ignored his existence. The boy had been before his eyes, but he had not cared to think why he was there and what part he was playing. In the twilight of the evening, Alyosha's face, with his white forehead and black, unblinking eyes, unexpectedly reminded Belyaev of Olga Ivanovna as she had been during the first pages of their romance. And he felt disposed to be friendly to the boy. "Come here, insect," he said, "let me have a closer look at you." The boy jumped off the sofa and skipped up to Belyaev. "Well," began Nikolai Ilyitch, putting a hand on the boy's thin shoulder. "How are you getting on? How shall I say? We used to get on a great deal better." "Why?" "It's very simple. Sonia and I used only to learn music and reading, and now they give us French poetry to learn." "Have you been shaved lately?" "Yes. Yes, I see you have. Your beard is shorter. Let me touch it. Does that hurt?" "No. Why is it that if you pull one hair it hurts, but if you pull a lot at once it doesn't hurt a bit?" "Ha, ha. And, you know, it's a pity you don't have whiskers. Here ought to be shaved, but here at the sides the hair ought to be left." The boy nestled up to Belyaev and began playing with his watch chain. "When I go to the high school," he said, "Mother is going to buy me a watch. I shall ask her to buy me a watch chain like this. WH at a loquet. Father's got a locket like that, only yours has little bars on it and his has letters. There's Mother's portrait in the middle of his. Father has a different sort of chain now, not made with rings, but like ribbon." "How do you know? Do you see your father?" No. Alyosha blushed, and in great confusion, feeling caught in a lie, began zealously scratching the locket with his nail. Belyaev looked steadily into his face and asked, "Do you see your father?" "And no." "Come, speak frankly, on your honor. I see from your face you are telling a fib. Once you've let a thing slip out it's no good wriggling about it. Tell me, do you see him? Come, as a friend." Alyosha hesitated. "You won't tell Mother," he said. "As though I should." "On your honor?" "On my honor." "Do you swear?" "Ah, you provoking boy. What do you take me for?" Alyosha looked round him, then with wide-open eyes, whispered to him. "Only, for goodness' sake, don't tell Mother. Don't tell anyone at all, for it is a secret. I hope to goodness Mother won't find out, or we should all catch it, Sonia, and I, and Pelagia. Well, listen. Sonia and I see Father every Tuesday and Friday. When Pelagia takes us for a walk before dinner we go to the Aptly restaurant, and there is Father waiting for us. He is always sitting in a room apart, where you know there's a marble table and an ashtray in the shape of a goose without a back. What do you do there? Nothing. First we say how do you do, then we all sit round the table, and Father treats us with coffee and pies. You know Sonia eats the meat pies, but I can't endure meat pies. I like the pies made of cabbage and eggs. We eat such a lot that we have to try hard to eat as much as we can at dinner, for fear Mother should notice." "What do you talk about?" "With Father. About anything. He kisses us, he hugs us, tells us all sorts of amusing jokes. Do you know, he says when we are grown up he is going to take us to live with him. Sonia does not want to go, but I agree. Of course, I should miss Mother, but, then, I should write her letters. It's a queer idea, but we could come and visit her on holidays, couldn't we? Father says, too, that he will buy me a horse. He's an awfully kind man. I can't understand why Mother does not ask him to come and live with us, and why she forbids us to see him. You know he loves Mother very much. He is always asking us how she is and what she is doing. When she was ill he clutched his head like this, and kept running about. He always tells us to be obedient and respectful to her. Listen. Is it true that we are unfortunate? Why? That's what Father says. You are unhappy children, he says. It's strange to hear him, really. You are unhappy, he says, I am unhappy, and mother's unhappy. You must pray to God, he says, for yourselves and for her. Alyosha let his eyes rest on a stuffed bird and sank into thought. So, growled Belayev. So that's how you are going on. You arrange meetings at restaurants. And mother does not know? No. Oh. How should she know? Pelagia would not tell her for anything, you know. The day before yesterday he gave us some pears. As sweet as jam. I ate two. Well, and I say. Listen. Did father say anything about me? About you? What shall I say? Alyosha looked searchingly into Belayev's face and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't say anything particular. For instance, what did he say? You won't be offended. What next? Why, does he abuse me? He doesn't abuse you, but you know he is angry with you. He says mother's unhappy owing to you and that you have ruined mother. You know he is so queer. I explain to him that you are kind, that you never scold mother. But he only shakes his head. So he says I have ruined her. Yes, you mustn't be offended, Nikolai Ilyich. Belayev got up, stood still a moment, and walked up and down the drawing room. That's strange and ridiculous. He muttered, shrugging his shoulders and smiling sarcastically. He's entirely to blame, and I have ruined her, eh? An innocent lamb, I must say. So he told you I ruined your mother? Yes, but you said you would not be offended, you know. I am not offended, and it's not your business. Why, it's positively ridiculous. I have been thrust into it like a chicken in the broth, and now it seems I'm to blame. A ring was heard. The boy sprang up from his place and ran out. A minute later a lady came into the room with a little girl. This was Olga Ivanovna, Alyosha's mother. Alyosha followed them in, skipping and jumping, humming aloud and waving his hands. Belayev nodded, and went on walking up and down. Of course, whose fault is it if not mine, he muttered with a snort. He is right. He is an injured husband. What are you talking about? Asked Olga Ivanovna. What about? Why, just listen to the tales your lawful spouse is spreading now. It appears that I am a scoundrel and a villain, that I have ruined you and the children. All of you are unhappy, and I am the only happy one. Wonderfully, wonderfully happy. I don't understand, Nikolai. What's the matter? Why, listen to this young gentleman, said Belayev, pointing to Alyosha. Alyosha flushed crimson, then turned pale, and his whole face began working with terror. Nikolai Ilyich, he said in a loud whisper. SHSH. Olga Ivanovna looked in surprise at Alyosha, then at Belayev, then at Alyosha again. Just ask him, Belayev went on. Your Pelagia, like a regular fool, takes them about to restaurants and arranges meetings with their papa. But that's not the point is that their dear papa is a victim, while I'm a wretch who has broken up both your lives. Nikolai Ilyich, moaned Alyosha. Why, you promised on your word of honor. Oh, get away, said Belayev, waving him off. This is more important than any word of honor. It's the hypocrisy revolts me, the lying. I don't understand it, said Olga Ivanovna, and tears glistened in her eyes. Tell me, Alyosha, she turned to her son. Do you see your father? Alyosha did not hear her, he was looking with horror at Belayev. It's impossible, said his mother. I will go and question Pelagia. Olga Ivanovna went out. I say, you promised on your word of honor, said Alyosha, trembling all over. Belayev dismissed him with a wave of his hand, and went on walking up and down. He was absorbed in his grievance and was oblivious of the boy's presence, as he always had been. He, a grown-up, serious person, had no thought to spare for boys. And Alyosha sat down in the corner and told Sonia with horror how he had been deceived. He was trembling, stammering, and crying. It was the first time in his life that he had been brought into such coarse contact with lying. Till then he had not known that there are in the world, besides sweet pears, pies, and expensive watches, a great many things for which the language of children has no expression. The Cook's Wedding and Other Stories. The Cook's Wedding. Grisha, a fat, solemn little person of 7, was standing by the kitchen door listening and peeping through the keyhole. In the kitchen something extraordinary, and in his opinion never seen before, was taking place. A big, thick-set, red-haired peasant, with a beard, and a drop of perspiration on his nose, wearing a cabman's full coat, was sitting at the kitchen table on which they chopped the meat and sliced the onions. He was balancing a saucer on the 5 fingers of his right hand and drinking tea out of it, and crunching sugar so loudly that it sent a shiver down Grisha's back. Aksenia Stepanovna, the old nurse, was sitting on the dirty stool facing him, and she, too, was drinking tea. Her face was grave, though at the same time it beamed with a kind of triumph. Pelagia, the cook, was busy at the stove, and was apparently trying to hide her face. And on her face Grisha saw a regular illumination. It was burning and shifting through every shade of color, beginning with a crimson purple and ending with a deathly white. She was continually catching hold of knives, forks, bits of wood, and rags with trembling hands, moving, grumbling to herself, making a clatter, but in reality doing nothing. She did not once glance at the table at which they were drinking tea, and to the questions put to her by the nurse she gave jerky, sullen answers without turning her face. "Help yourself, Danilo Semyonich," the nurse urged him hospitably. "Why do you keep on with tea and nothing but tea? You should have a drop of vodka." And nurse put before the visitor a bottle of vodka and a wineglass, while her face wore a very wily expression. "I never touch it." "No," said the cabman, declining. "Don't press me, Aksenia Stepanovna." What a man! A cabman and not drink. A bachelor can't get on without drinking. Help yourself. The cabman looked askance at the bottle, then at nurse's wily face, and his own face assumed an expression no less cunning, as much as to say, "You won't catch me, you old witch. I don't drink, please excuse me. Such a weakness does not do in our calling. A man who works at a trade may drink, for he sits at home, but we cabmen are always in view of the public. Aren't we? If one goes into a pothouse one finds one's horse gone. If one takes a drop too much it is worse still, before you know where you are you will fall asleep or slip off the box. That's where it is. And how much do you make a day, Danilo Semyonich?" "That's according. One day you will have a fare for 3 rubles, and another day you will come back to the yard without a farthing. The days are very different. Nowadays our business is no good. There are lots and lots of cabmen as you know, hay is dear, and folks are paltry nowadays and always contriving to go by tram. And yet, thank God, I have nothing to complain of. I have plenty to eat and good clothes to wear, and we could even provide well for another." The cabman stole a glance at Pelagia, if it were to their liking. Grisha did not hear what was said further. His mamma came to the door and sent him to the nursery to learn his lessons. "Go and learn your lesson. It's not your business to listen here." When Grisha reached the nursery, he put "my own book" in front of him, but he did not get on with his reading. All that he had just seen and heard aroused a multitude of questions in his mind. "The cook's going to be married," he thought. "Strange, I don't understand what people get married for. Mama was married to Papa, cousin Verochka to Pavel Andreich. But one might be married to Papa and Pavel Andreich after all, they have gold watch chains and nice suits, their boots are always polished, but to marry that dreadful cabman with a red nose and felt boots. Fie! And why is it nurse wants poor Pelagia to be married?" When the visitor had gone out of the kitchen, Pelagia appeared and began clearing away. Her agitation still persisted. Her face was red and looked scared. She scarcely touched the floor with the broom, and swept every corner 5 times over. She lingered for a long time in the room where Mama was sitting. She was evidently oppressed by her isolation, and she was longing to express herself, to share her impressions with someone, to open her heart. "He's gone," she muttered, seeing that Mama would not begin the conversation. "One can see he is a good man," said Mama, not taking her eyes off her sewing. "Sober and steady. I declare I won't marry him, mistress." Pelagia cried suddenly, flushing crimson. "I declare I won't." "Don't be silly, you are not a child. It's a serious step, you must think it over thoroughly, it's no use talking nonsense." "Do you like him?" "What an idea, mistress," cried Pelagia, abashed. "They say such things that, my goodness. She should say she doesn't like him," thought Grisha. "What an affected creature you are. Do you like him?" "But he is old, mistress." "Think of something else," Nurse flew out at her from the next room. "He has not reached his 40th year, and what do you want a young man for? Handsome is as handsome does. Marry him and that's all about it." "I swear I won't," squealed Pelagia. "You are talking nonsense. What sort of rascal do you want? Anyone else would have bowed down to his feet, and you declare you won't marry him. You want to be always winking at the postman and tutors. That tutor that used to come to Grushenka, mistress, she was never tired of making eyes at him. Oh, the shameless hussy. Have you seen this Danilo before?" Mama asked Pelagia. "How could I have seen him? I set eyes on him today for the first time. Aksinya picked him up and brought him along, the accursed devil. And where has he come from for my undoing?" At dinner, when Pelagia was handing the dishes, everyone looked into her face and teased her about the cabman. She turned fearfully red, and went off into a forced giggle. "It must be shameful to get married," thought Grisha. "Terribly shameful. All the dishes were too salt, and blood oozed from the half-raw chickens, and, to cap it all, plates and knives kept dropping out of Pelagia's hands during dinner, as though from a shelf that had given way. But no one said a word of blame to her, as they all understood the state of her feelings. Only once Papa flicked his table napkin angrily and said to Mama, "What do you want to be getting them all married for? What business is it of yours? Let them get married of themselves if they want to." After dinner, neighboring cooks and maidservants kept flitting into the kitchen, and there was the sound of whispering till late evening. How they had scented out the matchmaking, God knows. When Grisha woke in the night he heard his nurse and the cook whispering together in the nursery. Nurse was talking persuasively, while the cook alternately sobbed and giggled. When he fell asleep after this, Grisha dreamed of Pelagia being carried off by Chernomir the witch. Next day there was a calm. The life of the kitchen went on its accustomed way as though the cabman did not exist. Only from time to time Nurse put on her new shawl, assumed a solemn and austere air, and went off somewhere for an hour or two, obviously to conduct negotiations. Pelagia did not see the cabman, and when his name was mentioned she flushed up and cried, "May he be thrice damned! As though I should be thinking of him. Tfu!" In the evening Mama went into the kitchen, while Nurse and Pelagia were zealously mincing something, and said, "You can marry him, of course, that's your business, but I must tell you, Pelagia, that he cannot live here. You know I don't like to have anyone sitting in the kitchen. Mind now, remember. And I can't let you sleep out. Goodness knows." "What an idea, mistress," shrieked the cook. "Why do you keep throwing him up at me? Plague take him. He's a regular curse, confound him." Glancing one Sunday morning into the kitchen, Grisha was struck dumb with amazement. The kitchen was crammed full of people. Here were cooks from the whole courtyard, the porter, 2 policemen, a non-commissioned officer with good conduct stripes, and the boy Filka. This Filka was generally hanging about the laundry playing with the dogs. Now he was combed and washed, and was holding an icon in a tinfoil setting. Pelagia was standing in the middle of the kitchen in a new cotton dress, with a flower on her head. Beside her stood the cabman. The happy pair were red in the face and perspiring and blinking with embarrassment. "Well, I fancy it is time," said the non-commissioned officer, after a prolonged silence. Pelagia's face worked all over and she began blubbering. The soldier took a big loaf from the table, stood beside nurse, and began blessing the couple. The cabman went up to the soldier, flopped down on his knees, and gave a smacking kiss on his hand. He did the same before nurse. Pelagia followed him mechanically, and she too bowed down to the ground. At last the outer door was opened, there was a whiff of white mist, and the whole party flocked noisily out of the kitchen into the yard. Poor thing, thought Grisha, hearing the sobs of the cook. Where have they taken her? Why don't Papa and Mama protect her? After the wedding there was singing and concertina playing in the laundry till late evening. Mama was cross all the evening because nurse smelt of vodka, and owing to the wedding there was no one to heat the samovar. Pelagia had not come back by the time Grisha went to bed. The poor thing is crying somewhere in the dark, he thought. While the cabman is saying to her, "Shut up." Next morning the cook was in the kitchen again. The cabman came in for a minute. He thanked Mama, and glancing sternly at Pelagia, said, "Will you look after her, madam? Be a father and a mother to her. And you, too, Aksinya Stepanovna, do not forsake her, see that everything is as it should be, without any nonsense. And also, madam, if you would kindly advance me 5 rubles of her wages. I have got to buy a new horse collar." Again a problem for Grisha. Pelagia was living in freedom, doing as she liked, and not having to account to anyone for her actions, and all at once, for no sort of reason, a stranger turns up, who has somehow acquired rights over her conduct and her property. Grisha was distressed. He longed passionately, almost to tears, to comfort this victim, as he supposed, of man's injustice. Picking out the very biggest apple in the storeroom he stole into the kitchen, slipped it into Pelagia's hand, and darted headlong away. Sleepy night. Varka, the little nurse, a girl of 13, is rocking the cradle in which the baby is lying, and humming hardly audibly. "Hushaby, my baby wee. While I sing a song for thee." A little green lamp is burning before the icon. There is a string stretched from one end of the room to the other, on which baby clothes and a pair of big black trousers are hanging. There is a big patch of green on the ceiling from the icon lamp, and the baby clothes and the trousers throw long shadows on the stove, on the cradle, and on Varka. When the lamp begins to flicker, the green patch and the shadows come to life, and are set in motion, as though by the wind. It is stuffy. There is a smell of cabbage soup, and of the inside of a boot shop. The baby's crying. For a long while he has been hoarse and exhausted with crying, but he still goes on screaming, and there is no knowing when he will stop. And Varka is sleepy. Her eyes are glued together, her head droops, her neck aches. She cannot move her eyelids or her lips, and she feels as though her face is dried and wooden, as though her head has become as small as the head of a pin. "Hushaby, my baby wee," she hums, "while I cook the groats for thee." A cricket is chewing in the stove. Through the door in the next room the master and the apprentice Afanassy are snoring. The cradle creaks plaintively, Varka murmurs, and it all blends into that soothing music of the night to which it is so sweet to listen, when one is lying in bed. Now that music is merely irritating and oppressive, because it goads her to sleep, and she must not sleep. If Varka, God forbid, should fall asleep, her master and mistress would beat her. The lamp flickers. The patch of green and the shadows are set in motion, forcing themselves on Varka's fixed, half-open eyes, and in her half-slumbering brain are fashioned into misty visions. She sees dark clouds chasing one another over the sky, and screaming like the baby. But then the wind blows, the clouds are gone, and Varka sees a broad high road covered with liquid mud. Along the high road stretch files of wagons, while people with wallets on their backs are trudging along and shadows flit backwards and forwards. On both sides she can see forests through the cold harsh mist. All at once the people with their wallets and their shadows fall on the ground in the liquid mud. What is that for? Varka asks. To sleep, they answer her. And they fall sound asleep, and sleep sweetly, while crows and magpies sit on the telegraph wires, scream like the baby, and try to wake them. Hush Abai, my baby wee, and I will sing a song to thee, murmurs Varka, and now she sees herself in a dark stuffy hut. Her dead father, Yefim Stepanov, is tossing from side to side on the floor. She does not see him, but she hears him moaning and rolling on the floor from pain. His guts have burst, as he says. The pain is so violent that he cannot utter a single word, and can only draw in his breath and clack his teeth like the rattling of a drum. Boo, 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 boo. Her mother, Pelagia, has run to the master's house to say that Yefim is dying. She has been gone a long time, and ought to be back. Varka lies awake on the stove, and hears her father's boo, boo, boo. And then she hears someone has driven up to the hut. It is a young doctor from the town, who has been sent from the big house where he is staying on a visit. The doctor comes into the hut. He cannot be seen in the darkness, but he can be heard coughing and rattling the door. Light a candle, he says. Boo, 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 answers Yefim. Pelagia rushes to the stove and begins looking for the broken pot with the matches. A minute passes in silence. The doctor, feeling in his pocket, lights a match. In a minute, sir, in a minute, says Pelagia. She rushes out of the hut, and soon afterwards comes back with a bit of candle. Yefim's cheeks are rosy and his eyes are shining, and there is a peculiar keenness in his glance, as though he were seeing right through the hut and the doctor. Come, what is it? What are you thinking about, says the doctor, bending down to him. Aha! Have you had this long? What? Dying, your honor, my hour has come. I am not to stay among the living. Don't talk nonsense. We will cure you. That's as you please, your honor, we humbly thank you, only we understand. Since death has come, there it is. The doctor spends a quarter of an hour over Yefim, then he gets up and says. I can do nothing. You must go into the hospital, there they will operate on you. Go at once. You must go. It's rather late, they will all be asleep in the hospital, but that doesn't matter, I will give you a note. Do you hear? Kind sir, but what can he go in? Says Pelagia. We have no horse. Never mind. I'll ask your master, he'll let you have a horse. The doctor goes away, the candle goes out, and again there is the sound of boo, boo, boo. Half an hour later someone drives up to the hut. A cart has been sent to take Yefim to the hospital. He gets ready and goes. But now it is a clear bright morning. Pelagia is not at home, she has gone to the hospital to find what is being done to Yefim. Somewhere there is a baby crying, and Varka hears someone singing with her own voice. Hush Abai, my baby wee, I will sing a song to thee. Pelagia comes back. She crosses herself and whispers. They put him to rights in the night, but towards morning he gave up his soul to God. The kingdom of heaven be his and peace everlasting. They say he was taken too late. He ought to have gone sooner. Varka goes out into the road and cries there, but all at once someone hits her on the back of her head so hard that her forehead knocks against a birch tree. She raises her eyes, and sees facing her, her master, the shoemaker. What are you about, you scabby slut, he says. The child is crying, and you are asleep. He gives her a sharp slap behind the ear, and she shakes her head, rocks the cradle, and murmurs her song. The green patch and the shadows from the trousers and the baby clothes move up and down, nod to her, and soon take possession of her brain again. Again she sees the high road covered with liquid mud. The people with wallets on their backs and the shadows have lain down and are fast asleep. Looking at them, Varka has a passionate longing for sleep, she would lie down with enjoyment, but her mother Pelagia is walking beside her, hurrying her on. They are hastening together to the town to find situations. Give alms, for Christ's sake, her mother begs of the people they meet. Show us the divine mercy, kind-hearted gentlefolk. Give the baby here, a familiar voice answers. Give the baby here, the same voice repeats, this time harshly and angrily. Are you asleep, you wretched girl? Varka jumps up, and looking round grasps what is the matter. There is no high road, no Pelagia, no people meeting them, there is only her mistress, who has come to feed the baby, and is standing in the middle of the room. While the stout, broad-shouldered woman nurses the child and soothes it, Varka stands looking at her and waiting till she has done. And outside the windows the air is already turning blue, the shadows and the green patch on the ceiling are visibly growing pale, it will soon be morning. Take him, says her mistress, buttoning up her chemise over her bosom, he is crying. He must be bewitched. Varka takes the baby, puts him in the cradle and begins rocking it again. The green patch and the shadows gradually disappear, and now there is nothing to force itself on her eyes and cloud her brain. But she is as sleepy as before, fearfully sleepy. Varka lays her head on the edge of the cradle, and rocks her whole body to overcome her sleepiness, but yet her eyes are glued together, and her head is heavy. Varka, heat the stove. She hears the master's voice through the door. So it is time to get up and set to work. Varka leaves the cradle, and runs to the shed for firewood. She is glad. When one moves and runs about, one is not so sleepy as when one is sitting down. She brings the wood, heats the stove, and feels that her wooden face is getting supple again, and that her thoughts are growing clearer. Varka, set the samovar, shouts her mistress. Varka splits a piece of wood, but has scarcely time to light the splinters and put them in the samovar, when she hears a fresh order. Varka, clean the master's galoshes. She sits down on the floor, cleans the galoshes, and thinks how nice it would be to put her head into a big deep galosh, and have a little nap in it. And all at once the galosh grows, swells, fills up the whole room. Varka drops the brush, but at once shakes her head, opens her eyes wide, and tries to look at things so that they may not grow big and move before her eyes. Varka, wash the steps outside, I am ashamed for the customers to see them. Varka washes the steps, sweeps and dusts the rooms, then heats another stove and runs to the shop. There is a great deal of work, she hasn't 1 minute free. But nothing is so hard as standing in the same place at the kitchen table peeling potatoes. Her head droops over the table, the potatoes dance before her eyes, the knife tumbles out of her hand while her fat, angry mistress is moving about near her with her sleeves tucked up, talking so loud that it makes a ringing in Varka's ears. It is agonizing, too, to wait at dinner, to wash, to sew, there are minutes when she longs to flop onto the floor regardless of everything, and to sleep. The day passes. Seeing the windows getting dark, Varka presses her temples that feel as though they were made of wood, and smiles, though she does not know why. The dusk of evening caresses her eyes that will hardly keep open, and promises her sound sleep soon. In the evening visitors come. Varka, set the samovar, shouts her mistress. The samovar is a little one, and before the visitors have drunk all the tea they want, she has to heat it 5 times. After tea Varka stands for a whole hour on the same spot, looking at the visitors, and waiting for orders. Varka, run and buy 3 bottles of beer. She starts off, and tries to run as quickly as she can, to drive away sleep. Varka, fetch some vodka. Varka, where's the corkscrew? Varka, clean a herring. But now, at last, the visitors have gone, the lights are put out, the master and mistress go to bed. Varka, rock the baby, she hears the last order. The cricket chirrs in the stove, the green patch on the ceiling and the shadows from the trousers and the baby clothes force themselves on Varka's half-opened eyes again, wink at her and cloud her mind. Hush Abai, my baby wee, she murmurs, and I will sing a song to thee. And the baby screams, and is worn out with screaming. Again Varka sees the muddy high road, the people with wallets, her mother Pelagia, her father Yefim. She understands everything, she recognizes everyone, but through her half-sleep she cannot understand the force which binds her, hand and foot, weighs upon her, and prevents her from living. She looks round, searches for that force that she may escape from it, but she cannot find it. At last, tired to death, she does her very utmost, strains her eyes, looks up at the flickering green patch, and listening to the screaming, finds the foe who will not let her live. That foe is the baby. She laughs. It seems strange to her that she has failed to grasp such a simple thing before. The green patch, the shadows, and the cricket seem to laugh and wonder too. The hallucination takes possession of Varka. She gets up from her stool, and with a broad smile on her face and wide unblinking eyes, she walks up and down the room. She feels pleased and tickled at the thought that she will be rid directly of the baby that binds her hand and foot. Kill the baby and then sleep, sleep, sleep. Laughing and winking and shaking her fingers at the green patch, Varka steals up to the cradle and bends over the baby. When she has strangled him, she quickly lies down on the floor, laughs with delight that she can sleep, and in a minute is sleeping as sound as the dead. Children. Papa and Mama and Aunt Nadia are not at home. They have gone to a christening party at the house of that old officer who rides on a little grey horse. While waiting for them to come home, Grisha, Anya, Alyosha, Sonia, and the cook's son, Andrei, are sitting at the table in the dining room, playing at Loto. To tell the truth, it is bedtime, but how can one go to sleep without hearing from Mama what the baby was like at the christening, and what they had for supper? The table, lighted by a hanging lamp, is dotted with numbers, nutshells, scraps of paper, and little bits of glass. 2 cards lie in front of each player, and a heap of bits of glass for covering the numbers. In the middle of the table is a white saucer with 5 kopecks in it. Beside the saucer, a half-eaten apple, a pair of scissors, and a plate on which they have been told to put their nutshells. The children are playing for money. The stake is a kopeck. The rule is, if anyone cheats, he is turned out at once. There is no one in the dining room but the players, and nurse, Agafya Ivanovna, is in the kitchen, showing the cook how to cut a pattern, while their elder brother, Vazhya, a schoolboy in the 5th class, is lying on the sofa in the drawing room. Feeling bored. They are playing with zest. The greatest excitement is expressed on the face of Grisha. He is a small boy of 9, with a head cropped so that the bare skin shows through, chubby cheeks, and thick lips like a Negro's. He is already in the preparatory class, and so is regarded as grown up, and the cleverest. He is playing entirely for the sake of the money. If there had been no kopecks in the saucer, he would have been asleep long ago. His brown eyes stray uneasily and jealously over the other players' cards. The fear that he may not win, envy, and the financial combinations of which his cropped head is full, will not let him sit still and concentrate his mind. He fidgets as though he were sitting on thorns. When he wins, he snatches up the money greedily, and instantly puts it in his pocket. His sister, Anya, a girl of 8, with a sharp chin and clever shining eyes, is also afraid that someone else may win. She flushes and turns pale, and watches the players keenly. The kopecks do not interest her. Success in the game is for her a question of vanity. The other sister, Sonia, a child of 6 with a curly head, and a complexion such as is seen only in very healthy children, expensive dolls, and the faces on bonbon boxes, is playing Loto for the process of the game itself. There is bliss all over her face. Whoever wins, she laughs and claps her hands. Alyosha, a chubby, spherical little figure, gasps, breathes hard through his nose, and stares open-eyed at the cards. He is moved neither by covetousness nor vanity. So long as he is not driven out of the room, or sent to bed, he is thankful. He looks phlegmatic, but at heart he is rather a little beast. He is not there so much for the sake of the Loto, as for the sake of the misunderstandings which are inevitable in the game. He is greatly delighted if one hits another, or calls him names. He ought to have run off somewhere long ago, but he won't leave the table for a minute, for fear they should steal his counters or his kopecks. As he can only count the units and numbers which end in naught, Anya covers his numbers for him. The fifth player, the cook's son, Andrei, a dark-skinned and sickly-looking boy in a cotton shirt, with a copper cross on his breast, stands motionless, looking dreamily at the numbers. He takes no interest in winning, or in the success of the others, because he is entirely engrossed by the arithmetic of the game, and its far from complex theory. How many numbers there are in the world, he is thinking, and how is it they don't get mixed up? They all shout out the numbers in turn, except Sonia and Alyosha. To vary the monotony, they have invented in the course of time a number of synonyms and comic nicknames. 7, for instance, is called the oven rake, 11 the sticks, 77, Semyon Semyonich, 90 grandfather, and so on. The game is going merrily. 32, cries Grisha, drawing the little yellow cylinders out of his father's cap. 17. Oven rake. 28. Lay them straight. Anya sees that Andrei has let 28 slip. At any other time she would have pointed it out to him, but now when her vanity lies in the saucer with the kopecks, she is triumphant. 23. Grisha goes on, Semyon Semyonich. 9. A beetle, cries Sonia, pointing to a beetle running across the table. AIE. Don't kill it, says Alyosha, in his deep bass, perhaps it's got children. Sonia follows the black beetle with her eyes and wonders about its children, what tiny little beetles they must be. 43. 1. Grisha goes on, unhappy at the thought that Anya has already made 2 fours. 6. Game. I have got the game. Cries Sonia, rolling her eyes coquettishly and giggling. The players' countenances lengthen. Must make sure, says Grisha, looking with hatred at Sonia. Exercising his rights as a big boy, and the cleverest, Grisha takes upon himself to decide. What he wants, that they do. Sonia's reckoning is slowly and carefully verified, and to the great regret of her fellow players, it appears that she has not cheated. Another game is begun. I did see something yesterday, says Anya, as though to herself. Philip Philippich turned his eyelids inside out somehow and his eyes looked red and dreadful, like an evil spirit's. I saw it too, says Grisha. 8. And a boy at our school can move his ears. 27. Andrei looks up at Grisha, meditates, and says. I can move my ears too. Well then, move them. Andrei moves his eyes, his lips, and his fingers, and fancies that his ears are moving too. Everyone laughs. He is a horrid man, that Philip Philippich, sighs Sonia. He came into our nursery yesterday, and I had nothing on but my chemise. And I felt so improper. Game. Grisha cries suddenly, snatching the money from the saucer. I've got the game. You can look and see if you like. The cook's son looks up and turns pale. Then I can't go on playing any more, he whispers. Why not? Because I have got no more money. You can't play without money, says Grisha. Andrei ransacks his pockets once more to make sure. Finding nothing in them but crumbs and a bitten pencil, he drops the corners of his mouth and begins bead-linking miserably. He is on the point of crying. I'll put it down for you, says Sonia, unable to endure his look of agony. Only mind you must pay me back afterwards. The money is brought and the game goes on. I believe they are ringing somewhere, says Anya, opening her eyes wide. They all leave off playing and gaze open-mouthed at the dark window. The reflection of the lamp glimmers in the darkness. It was your fancy. At night they only ring in the cemetery, says Andrei. And what do they ring there for? To prevent robbers from breaking into the church. They are afraid of the bells. And what do robbers break into the church for, asks Sonia. Everyone knows what for, to kill the watchman. A minute passes in silence. They all look at one another, shudder, and go on playing. This time Andrei wins. He has cheated, Alyosha booms out, apropos of nothing. What a lie, I haven't cheated. Andrei turns pale, his mouth works, and he gives Alyosha a slap on the head. Alyosha glares angrily, jumps up, and with one knee on the table, slaps Andrei on the cheek. Each gives the other a second blow, and both howl. Sonia, feeling such horrors too much for her, begins crying too, and the dining room resounds with lamentations on various notes. But do not imagine that that is the end of the game. Before 5 minutes are over, the children are laughing and talking peaceably again. Their faces are tear-stained, but that does not prevent them from smiling. Alyosha is positively blissful, there has been a squabble. Vasya, the fifth-form schoolboy, walks into the dining room. He looks sleepy and disillusioned. This is revolting, he thinks, seeing Grisha feel in his pockets in which the kopecks are jingling. How can they give children money? And how can they let them play games of chance? A nice way to bring them up, I must say. It's revolting. But the children's play is so tempting that he feels an inclination to join them and to try his luck. Wait a minute and I'll sit down to a game, he says. Put down a kopeck. In a minute, he says, fumbling in his pockets. I haven't a kopeck, but here is a ruble. I'll stake a ruble. No, no, no. You must put down a kopeck. You stupids. A ruble is worth more than a kopeck anyway, the schoolboy explains. Whoever wins can give me change. No, please. Go away. The fifth-form schoolboy shrugs his shoulders, and goes into the kitchen to get change from the servants. It appears there is not a single kopeck in the kitchen. In that case, you give me change, he urges Grisha, coming back from the kitchen. I'll pay you for the change. Won't you? Come, give me 10 kopecks for a ruble. Grisha looks suspiciously at Vasya, wondering whether it isn't some trick, a swindle. I won't, he says, holding his pockets. Vasya begins to get cross, and abuses them, calling them idiots and blockheads. I'll put down a stake for you, Vasya, says Sonia. Sit down. He sits down and lays 2 cards before him. Anya begins counting the numbers. I've dropped a kopeck. Grisha announces suddenly, in an agitated voice. Wait. He takes the lamp, and creeps under the table to look for the kopeck. They clutch at nutshells and all sorts of nastiness, knock their heads together, but do not find the kopeck. They begin looking again, and look till Vasya takes the lamp out of Grisha's hands and puts it in its place. Grisha goes on looking in the dark. But at last the kopeck is found. The players sit down at the table and mean to go on playing. Sonia is asleep. Alyosha announces. Sonia, with her curly head lying on her arms, is in a sweet, sound, tranquil sleep, as though she had been asleep for an hour. She has fallen asleep by accident, while the others were looking for the kopeck. Come along, lie on Mama's bed, says Anya, leading her away from the table. Come along. They all troop out with her, and 5 minutes later Mama's bed presents a curious spectacle. Sonia is asleep. Alyosha is snoring beside her. With their heads to the others' feet, sleep Grisha and Anya. The cook's son, Andrei too, has managed to snuggle in beside them. Near them lie the kopecks, that have lost their power till the next game. Good night. The runaway. It had been a long business. At first Pashka had walked with his mother in the rain, at one time across a mown field, then by forest paths, where the yellow leaves stuck to his boots, he had walked until it was daylight. Then he had stood for 2 hours in the dark passage, waiting for the door to open. It was not so cold and damp in the passage as in the yard, but with the high wind spurts of rain flew in even there. When the passage gradually became packed with people, Pashka, squeezed among them, leaned his face against somebody's sheepskin which smelt strongly of salt fish, and sank into a doze. But at last the bolt clicked, the door flew open, and Pashka and his mother went into the waiting room. All the patients sat on benches without stirring or speaking. Pashka looked round at them, and he too was silent, though he was seeing a great deal that was strange and funny. Only once, when a lad came into the waiting room hopping on one leg, Pashka longed to hop too. He nudged his mother's elbow, giggled in his sleeve, and said, "Look, mammy, a sparrow." "Hush, child, hush," said his mother. A sleepy-looking hospital assistant appeared at the little window. "Come and be registered," he boomed out. All of them, including the funny lad who hopped, filed up to the window. The assistant asked each one his name, and his father's name, where he lived, how long he had been ill, and so on. From his mother's answers, Pashka learned that his name was not Pashka, but Pavel Galakshunov, that he was 7 years old, that he could not read or write, and that he had been ill ever since Easter. Soon after the registration, he had to stand up for a little while. The doctor in a white apron, with a towel round his waist, walked across the waiting room. As he passed by the boy who hopped, he shrugged his shoulders, and said in a sing-song tenor, "Well, you are an idiot. Aren't you an idiot? I told you to come on Monday, and you come on Friday. It's nothing to me if you don't come at all, but you know, you idiot, your leg will be done for." The lad made a pitiful face, as though he were going to beg for alms, blinked, and said, "Kindly do something for me, Ivan Michailych." "It's no use saying, Ivan Michailych," the doctor mimicked him. "You were told to come on Monday, and you ought to obey. You are an idiot, and that is all about it." The doctor began seeing the patients. He sat in his little room, and called up the patients in turn. Sounds were continually coming from the little room, piercing wails, a child's crying, or the doctor's angry words. "Come, why are you bawling? Am I murdering you, or what? Sit quiet." Pashka's turn came. "Pavel Galakshunov," shouted the doctor. His mother was aghast, as though she had not expected this summons, and taking Pashka by the hand, she led him into the room. The doctor was sitting at the table, mechanically tapping on a thick book with a little hammer. "What's wrong?" he asked, without looking at them. "The little lad has an ulcer on his elbow, sir," answered his mother, and her face assumed an expression as though she really were terribly grieved at Pashka's ulcer. "Undress him." Pashka, panting, unwound the kerchief from his neck, then wiped his nose on his sleeve, and began deliberately pulling off his sheepskin. "Woman, you have not come here on a visit," said the doctor angrily. "Why are you dawdling? You are not the only one here." Pashka hurriedly flung the sheepskin on the floor, and with his mother's help took off his shirt. The doctor looked at him lazily, and patted him on his bare stomach. "You have grown quite a respectable corporation, brother Pashka," he said, and heaved a sigh. "Come, show me your elbow." Pashka looked sideways at the basin full of blood-stained slops, looked at the doctor's apron, and began to cry. "May I?" The doctor mimicked him. "Nearly old enough to be married, spoilt boy, and here he is blubbering. For shame." Pashka, trying not to cry, looked at his mother, and in that look could be read the entreaty, "Don't tell them at home that I cried at the hospital." The doctor examined his elbow, pressed it, heaved a sigh, clicked with his lips, then pressed it again. "You ought to be beaten, woman, but there is no one to do it," he said. "Why didn't you bring him before?" "Why, the whole arm is done for. Look, foolish woman. You see, the joint is diseased." "You know best, kind sir," sighed the woman. "Kind sir. She's let the boy's arm rot, and now it is, kind sir. What kind of workman will he be without an arm? You'll be nursing him and looking after him for ages. I bet if you had had a pimple on your nose, you'd have run to the hospital quick enough, but you have left your boy to rot for 6 months. You are all like that." The doctor lighted a cigarette. While the cigarette smoked, he scolded the woman, and shook his head in time to the song he was humming inwardly, while he thought of something else. Pashka stood naked before him, listening and looking at the smoke. When the cigarette went out, the doctor started, and said in a lower tone. "Well, listen, woman. You can do nothing with ointments and drops in this case. You must leave him in the hospital. If necessary, sir, why not? We must operate on him." "You stop with me, Pashka," said the doctor, slapping Pashka on the shoulder. "Let mother go home, and you and I will stop here, old man. It's nice with me, old boy, it's first-rate here. I'll tell you what we'll do, Pashka, we will go catching finches together. I will show you a fox. We will go visiting together. Shall we? And mother will come for you tomorrow." Eh? Pashka looked inquiringly at his mother. "You stay, child," she said. He'll stay," cried the doctor gleefully. "And there is no need to discuss it. I'll show him a live fox. We will go to the fair together to buy candy. Marya Denisovna, take him upstairs." The doctor, apparently a light-hearted and friendly fellow, seemed glad to have company. Pashka wanted to oblige him, especially as he had never in his life been to a fair, and would have been glad to have a look at a live fox, but how could he do without his mother? After a little reflection he decided to ask the doctor to let his mother stay in the hospital too, but before he had time to open his mouth the lady assistant was already taking him upstairs. He walked up and looked about him with his mouth open. The staircase, the floors, and the doorposts, everything huge, straight, and bright were painted a splendid yellow color, and had a delicious smell of Lenten oil. On all sides lamps were hanging, strips of carpet stretched along the floor, copper taps stuck out on the walls. But best of all Pashka liked the bedstead upon which he was made to sit down, and the grey woolen coverlet. He touched the pillows and the coverlet with his hands, looked round the ward, and made up his mind that it was very nice at the doctor's. The ward was not a large one, it consisted of only 3 beds. One bed stood empty, the second was occupied by Pashka, and on the third sat an old man with sour eyes, who kept coughing and spitting into a mug. From Pashka's bed part of another ward could be seen with 2 beds. On one a very pale wasted-looking man with an india-rubber bottle on his head was asleep, on the other a peasant with his head tied up, looking very like a woman, was sitting with his arms spread out. After making Pashka sit down, the assistant went out and came back a little later with a bundle of clothes under her arm. "These are for you," she said, "put them on." Pashka undressed and, not without satisfaction, began attiring himself in his new array. When he had put on the shirt, the drawers, and the little grey dressing gown, he looked at himself complacently, and thought that it would not be bad to walk through the village in that costume. His imagination pictured his mother sending him to the kitchen garden by the river to gather cabbage leaves for the little pig. He saw himself walking along, while the boys and girls surrounded him and looked with envy at his little dressing gown. A nurse came into the ward, bringing 2 tin bowls, 2 spoons, and 2 pieces of bread. One bowl she set before the old man, the other before Pashka. "Eat," she said. Looking into his bowl, Pashka saw some rich cabbage soup, and in the soup a piece of meat, and thought again that it was very nice at the doctor's, and that the doctor was not nearly so cross as he had seemed at first. He spent a long time swallowing the soup, licking the spoon after each mouthful, then when there was nothing left in the bowl but the meat he stole a look at the old man, and felt envious that he was still eating the soup. With a sigh Pashka attacked the meat, trying to make it last as long as possible, but his efforts were fruitless. The meat, too, quickly vanished. There was nothing left but the piece of bread. Plain bread without anything on it was not appetizing, but there was no help for it. Pashka thought a little, and ate the bread. At that moment the nurse came in with another bowl. This time there was roast meat with potatoes in the bowl. "And where is the bread?" asked the nurse. Instead of answering, Pashka puffed out his cheeks, and blew out the air. "Why did you gobble it all up?" said the nurse reproachfully. "What are you going to eat your meat with?" She went and fetched another piece of bread. Pashka had never eaten roast meat in his life, and trying it now found it very nice. It vanished quickly, and then he had a piece of bread left bigger than the first. When the old man had finished his dinner, he put away the remains of his bread in a little table. Pashka meant to do the same, but on second thoughts ate his piece. When he had finished he went for a walk. In the next ward, besides the two he had seen from the door, there were 4 other people. Of these only one drew his attention. This was a tall, extremely emaciated peasant with a morose-looking, hairy face. He was sitting on the bed, nodding his head and swinging his right arm all the time like a pendulum. Pashka could not take his eyes off him for a long time. At first the man's regular pendulum-like movements seemed to him curious, and he thought they were done for the general amusement, but when he looked into the man's face he felt frightened, and realized that he was terribly ill. Going into a third ward he saw 2 peasants with dark red faces as though they were smeared with clay. They were sitting motionless on their beds, and with their strange faces, in which it was hard to distinguish their features, they looked like heathen idols. "Auntie, why do they look like that?" Pashka asked the nurse. "They have got smallpox, little lad." Going back to his own ward, Pashka sat down on his bed and began waiting for the doctor to come and take him to catch finches, or to go to the fair. But the doctor did not come. He got a passing glimpse of a hospital assistant at the door of the next ward. He bent over the patient on whose head lay a bag of ice, and cried, "Mihailo." But the sleeping man did not stir. The assistant made a gesture and went away. Pashka scrutinized the old man, his next neighbor. The old man coughed without ceasing and spat into a mug. His cough had a long drawn-out, creaking sound. Pashka liked one peculiarity about him. When he drew the air in as he coughed, something in his chest whistled and sang on different notes. "Grandfather, what is it whistles in you?" Pashka asked. The old man made no answer. Pashka waited a little and asked. "Grandfather, where is the fox?" "What fox?" "The live one." "Where should it be?" "In the forest." A long time passed, but the doctor still did not appear. The nurse brought in tea, and scolded Pashka for not having saved any bread for his tea. The assistant came once more and set to work to wake Mihailo. It turned blue outside the windows, the wards were lighted up, but the doctor did not appear. It was too late now to go to the fair and catch finches. Pashka stretched himself on his bed and began thinking. He remembered the candy promised him by the doctor, the face and voice of his mother, the darkness in his hut at home, the stove, peevish Granny Yegorovna, and he suddenly felt sad and dreary. He remembered that his mother was coming for him next day, smiled, and shut his eyes. He was awakened by a rustling. In the next ward someone was stepping about and speaking in a whisper. 3 figures were moving about Mihailo's bed in the dim light of the nightlight and the icon lamp. "Shall we take him, bed and all, or without?" asked one of them. "Without. You won't get through the door with the bed. He's died at the wrong time, the kingdom of heaven be his." One took Mihailo by his shoulders, another by his legs and lifted him up. Mihailo's arms and the skirt of his dressing gown hung limply to the ground. A third, it was the peasant who looked like a woman, crossed himself, and all 3 tramping clumsily with their feet and stepping on Mihailo's skirts, went out of the ward. There came the whistle and humming on different notes from the chest of the old man who was asleep. Pashka listened, peeped at the dark windows, and jumped out of bed in terror. "Ma-mka," he moaned in a deep bass. And without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the next ward. There the darkness was dimly lighted up by a nightlight and the icon lamp. The patients, upset by the death of Mihailo, were sitting on their bedsteads. Their disheveled figures, mixed up with the shadows, looked broader, taller, and seemed to be growing bigger and bigger. On the furthest bedstead in the corner, where it was darkest, there sat the peasant moving his head in his hand. Pashka, without noticing the doors, rushed into the smallpox ward, from there into the corridor. From the corridor he flew into a big room where monsters, with long hair and the faces of old women, were lying and sitting on the beds. Running through the women's wing he found himself again in the corridor, saw the banisters of the staircase he knew already, and ran downstairs. There he recognized the waiting room in which he had sat that morning, and began looking for the door into the open air. The latch creaked, there was a whiff of cold wind, and Pashka, stumbling, ran out into the yard. He had only one thought, to run, to run. He did not know the way, but felt convinced that if he ran he would be sure to find himself at home with his mother. The sky was overcast, but there was a moon behind the clouds. Pashka ran from the steps straight forward, went round the barn and stumbled into some thick bushes. After stopping for a minute and thinking, he dashed back again to the hospital, ran round it and stopped again undecided. Behind the hospital there were white crosses. "Ma-mka," he cried, and dashed back. Running by the dark sinister buildings, he saw one lighted window. The bright red patch looked dreadful in the darkness, but Pashka, frantic with terror, not knowing where to run, turned towards it. Beside the window was a porch with steps, and a front door with a white board on it. Pashka ran up the steps, looked in at the window, and was at once possessed by intense overwhelming joy. Through the window he saw the merry affable doctor sitting at the table reading a book. Laughing with happiness, Pashka stretched out his hands to the person he knew and tried to call out, but some unseen force choked him and struck at his legs. He staggered and fell down on the steps unconscious. When he came to himself it was daylight, and a voice he knew very well, that had promised him a fare, finches, and a fox, was saying beside him, "Well, you are an idiot, Pashka. Aren't you an idiot? You ought to be beaten, but there's no one to do it." Grisha. Grisha, a chubby little boy, born 2 years and 8 months ago, is walking on the boulevard with his nurse. He is wearing a long, wadded pelisse, a scarf, a big cap with a fluffy pom-pom, and warm overboots. He feels hot and stifled, and now, too, the rollicking April sunshine is beating straight in his face, and making his eyelids tingle. The whole of his clumsy, timidly and uncertainly stepping little figure expresses the utmost bewilderment. Hitherto Grisha has known only a rectangular world, where in one corner stands his bed, in the other nurse's trunk, in the third a chair, while in the fourth there is a little lamp burning. If one looks under the bed, one sees a doll with a broken arm and a drum, and behind nurse's trunk, there are a great many things of all sorts, cotton reels, boxes without lids, and a broken jack-a-dandy. In that world, besides nurse and Grisha, there are often Mama and the cat. Mama is like a doll, and Puss is like Papa's fur coat, only the coat hasn't got eyes and a tail. From the world which is called the nursery a door leads to a great expanse where they have dinner and tea. There stands Grisha's chair on high legs, and on the wall hangs a clock which exists to swing its pendulum and chime. From the dining room, one can go into a room where there are red armchairs. Here, there is a dark patch on the carpet, concerning which fingers are still shaken at Grisha. Beyond that room is still another, to which one is not admitted, and where one sees glimpses of Papa, an extremely enigmatical person. Nurse and Mama are comprehensible, they dress Grisha, feed him, and put him to bed, but what Papa exists for is unknown. There is another enigmatical person, Auntie, who presented Grisha with a drum. She appears and disappears. Where does she disappear to? Grisha has more than once looked under the bed, behind the trunk, and under the sofa, but she was not there. In this new world, where the sun hurts one's eyes, there are so many Papas and Mamas and Aunties, that there is no knowing to whom to run. But what is stranger and more absurd than anything is the horses. Grisha gazes at their moving legs, and can make nothing of it. He looks at his nurse for her to solve the mystery, but she does not speak. All at once he hears a fearful tramping. A crowd of soldiers, with red faces and bath brooms under their arms, move in step along the boulevard straight upon him. Grisha turns cold all over with terror, and looks inquiringly at nurse to know whether it is dangerous. But nurse neither weeps nor runs away, so there is no danger. Grisha looks after the soldiers, and begins to move his feet in step with them himself. 2 big cats with long faces run after each other across the boulevard, with their tongues out, and their tails in the air. Grisha thinks that he must run too, and runs after the cats. "Stop," cries nurse, seizing him roughly by the shoulder. "Where are you off to? Haven't you been told not to be naughty?" Here there is a nurse sitting holding a tray of oranges. Grisha passes by her, and, without saying anything, takes an orange. "What are you doing that for?" cries the companion of his travels, slapping his hand and snatching away the orange. "Silly." Now Grisha would have liked to pick up a bit of glass that was lying at his feet and gleaming like a lamp, but he is afraid that his hand will be slapped again. "My respects to you." Grisha hears suddenly, almost above his ear, a loud thick voice, and he sees a tall man with bright buttons. To his great delight, this man gives nurse his hand, stops, and begins talking to her. The brightness of the sun, the noise of the carriages, the horses, the bright buttons are all so impressively new and not dreadful, that Grisha's soul is filled with a feeling of enjoyment and he begins to laugh. "Come along. Come along," he cries to the man with the bright buttons, tugging at his coat-tails. "Come along where?" asks the man. "Come along." Grisha insists. He wants to say that it would be just as well to take with them Papa, Mama, and the cat, but his tongue does not say what he wants to. A little later, nurse turns out of the boulevard, and leads Grisha into a big courtyard where there is still snow, and the man with the bright buttons comes with them too. They carefully avoid the lumps of snow and the puddles, then, by a dark and dirty staircase, they go into a room. Here there is a great deal of smoke, there is a smell of roast meat, and a woman is standing by the stove frying cutlets. The cook and the nurse kiss each other, and sit down on the bench together with the man, and begin talking in a low voice. Grisha, wrapped up as he is, feels insufferably hot and stifled. Why is this, he wonders, looking about him. He sees the dark ceiling, the oven fork with two horns, the stove which looks like a great black hole. "Mama," he drawls. "Come, come, come," cries the nurse. "Wait a bit." The cook puts a bottle on the table, 2 wine glasses, and a pie. The 2 women and the man with the bright buttons clink glasses and empty them several times, and the man puts his arm round first the cook and then the nurse. And then all 3 begin singing in an undertone. Grisha stretches out his hand towards the pie, and they give him a piece of it. He eats it and watches nurse drinking. He wants to drink too. "Give me some, nurse," he begs. The cook gives him a sip out of her glass. He rolls his eyes, blinks, coughs, and waves his hands for a long time afterwards, while the cook looks at him and laughs. When he gets home Grisha begins to tell Mama, the walls, and the bed where he has been, and what he has seen. He talks not so much with his tongue, as with his face and his hands. He shows how the sun shines, how the horses run, how the terrible stove looks, and how the cook drinks. In the evening he cannot get to sleep. The soldiers with the brooms, the big cats, the horses, the bit of glass, the tray of oranges, the bright buttons, all gathered together, weigh on his brain. He tosses from side to side, babbles, and, at last, unable to endure his excitement, begins crying. "You are feverish," says Mama, putting her open hand on his forehead. "What can have caused it?" "Stove," wails Grisha. "Go away, stove." He must have eaten too much, Mama decides. And Grisha, shattered by the impressions of the new life he has just experienced, receives a spoonful of castor oil from Mama. Oysters. I need no great effort of memory to recall, in every detail, the rainy autumn evening when I stood with my father in one of the more frequented streets of Moscow, and felt that I was gradually being overcome by a strange illness. I had no pain at all, but my legs were giving way under me, the words stuck in my throat, my head slipped weakly on one side. It seemed as though, in a moment, I must fall down and lose consciousness. If I had been taken into a hospital at that minute, the doctors would have had to write over my bed, "Fames, a disease which is not in the manuals of medicine." Beside me on the pavement stood my father in a shabby summer overcoat and a serge cap, from which a bit of white wadding was sticking out. On his feet he had big heavy galoshes. Afraid, vain man, that people would see that his feet were bare under his galoshes. He had drawn the tops of some old boots up round the calves of his legs. This poor, foolish, queer creature, whom I loved the more warmly the more ragged and dirty his smart summer overcoat became, had come to Moscow, 5 months before, to look for a job as copying clerk. For those 5 months he had been trudging about Moscow looking for work, and it was only on that day that he had brought himself to go into the street to beg for alms. Before us was a big house of 3 stories, adorned with a blue signboard with the word restaurant on it. My head was drooping feebly backwards and on one side, and I could not help looking upwards at the lighted windows of the restaurant. Human figures were flitting about at the windows. I could see the right side of the orchestrion, 2 oleographs, hanging lamps. Staring into one window, I saw a patch of white. The patch was motionless, and its rectangular outlines stood out sharply against the dark, brown background. I looked intently and made out of the patch a white placard on the wall. Something was written on it, but what it was, I could not see. For half an hour I kept my eyes on the placard. Its white attracted my eyes, and, as it were, hypnotized my brain. I tried to read it, but my efforts were in vain. At last the strange disease got the upper hand. The rumble of the carriages began to seem like thunder. In the stench of the street I distinguished 1,000 smells. The restaurant lights and the lamps dazzled my eyes like lightning. My 5 senses were overstrained and sensitive beyond the normal. I began to see what I had not seen before. Oysters. I made out on the placard. A strange word. I had lived in the world 8 years and 3 months, but had never come across that word. What did it mean? Surely it was not the name of the restaurant keeper. But signboards with names on them always hang outside, not on the walls indoors. Papa, what does oysters mean? I asked in a husky voice, making an effort to turn my face towards my father. My father did not hear. He was keeping a watch on the movements of the crowd, and following every passerby with his eyes. From his eyes I saw that he wanted to say something to the passersby, but the fatal word hung like a heavy weight on his trembling lips and could not be flung off. He even took a step after one passerby and touched him on the sleeve, but when he turned round, he said, "I beg your pardon," was overcome with confusion, and staggered back. "Papa, what does oysters mean?" I repeated. "It is an animal that lives in the sea." I instantly pictured to myself this unknown marine animal. I thought it must be something midway between a fish and a crab. As it was from the sea they made of it, of course, a very nice hot fish soup with savory pepper and laurel leaves, or broth with vinegar and fricassee of fish and cabbage, or crayfish sauce, or served it cold with horseradish. I vividly imagined it being brought from the market, quickly cleaned, quickly put in the pot, quickly, for everyone was hungry, awfully hungry. From the kitchen rose the smell of hot fish and crayfish soup. I felt that this smell was tickling my palate and nostrils, that it was gradually taking possession of my whole body. The restaurant, my father, the white placard, my sleeves were all smelling of it, smelling so strongly that I began to chew. I moved my jaws and swallowed as though I really had a piece of this marine animal in my mouth. My legs gave way from the blissful sensation I was feeling, and I clutched at my father's arm to keep myself from falling, and leant against his wet summer overcoat. My father was trembling and shivering. He was cold. "Papa, are oysters a Lenten dish?" I asked. "They are eaten alive," said my father. "They are in shells like tortoises, but in 2 halves." The delicious smell instantly left off affecting me, and the illusion vanished. Now I understood it all. "How nasty," I whispered, "how nasty." So that's what oysters meant. I imagined to myself a creature like a frog. A frog sitting in a shell, peeping out from it with big, glittering eyes, and moving its revolting jaws. I imagined this creature in a shell with claws, glittering eyes, and a slimy skin, being brought from the market. The children would all hide while the cook, frowning with an air of disgust, would take the creature by its claw, put it on a plate, and carry it into the dining room. The grown-ups would take it and eat it alive with its eyes, its teeth, its legs. While it squeaked and tried to bite their lips. I frowned, but why did my teeth move as though I were munching? The creature was loathsome, disgusting, terrible, but I ate it greedily, afraid of distinguishing its taste or smell. As soon as I had eaten one, I saw the glittering eyes of a second, a third. I ate them too. At last I ate the table napkin, the plate, my father's galoshes, the white placard. I ate everything that caught my eye, because I felt that nothing but eating would take away my illness. The oysters had a terrible look in their eyes and were loathsome. I shuddered at the thought of them, but I wanted to eat. To eat. Oysters. "Give me some oysters," was the cry that broke from me, and I stretched out my hand. "Help us, gentlemen," I heard at that moment my father say, in a hollow and shaking voice. "I am ashamed to ask, but, my God, I can bear no more." "Oysters!" I cried, pulling my father by the skirts of his coat. "Do you mean to say you eat oysters? A little chap like you?" I heard laughter close to me. Two gentlemen in top hats were standing before us, looking into my face and laughing. "Do you really eat oysters, youngster? That's interesting. How do you eat them?" I remember that a strong hand dragged me into the lighted restaurant. A minute later there was a crowd round me, watching me with curiosity and amusement. I sat at a table and ate something slimy, salt with a flavor of dampness and moldiness. I ate greedily without chewing, without looking and trying to discover what I was eating. I fancied that if I opened my eyes I should see glittering eyes, claws, and sharp teeth. All at once I began biting something hard. There was a sound of a scrunching. "Ha, ha! He is eating the shells," laughed the crowd. "Little silly, do you suppose you can eat that?" After that I remember a terrible thirst. I was lying in my bed, and could not sleep for heartburn and the strange taste in my parched mouth. My father was walking up and down, gesticulating with his hands. "I believe I have caught cold," he was muttering. "I've a feeling in my head as though someone were sitting on it. Perhaps it is because I have not eaten anything today. I really am a queer, stupid creature. I saw those gentlemen pay 10 rubles for the oysters. Why didn't I go up to them and ask them to lend me something? They would have given something." Towards morning, I fell asleep and dreamt of a frog sitting in a shell, moving its eyes. At midday I was awakened by thirst, and looked for my father. He was still walking up and down and gesticulating. "Home." Someone came from the Grigorievs to fetch a book, but I said you were not at home. The postman brought the newspaper and 2 letters. "By the way, Yevgeny Petrovitch, I should like to ask you to speak to Seryoza. Today, and the day before yesterday, I have noticed that he is smoking." When I began to expostulate with him, he put his fingers in his ears as usual, and sang loudly to drown my voice. Yevgeny Petrovitch Bykovsky, the prosecutor of the circuit court, who had just come back from a session and was taking off his gloves in his study, looked at the governess as she made her report, and laughed. "Seryoza smoking," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I can picture the little cherub with a cigarette in his mouth. Why, how old is he?" 7. You think it is not important, but at his age smoking is a bad and pernicious habit, and bad habits ought to be eradicated in the beginning. Perfectly true. And where does he get the tobacco? He takes it from the drawer in your table. Yes. In that case, send him to me. When the governess had gone out, Bykovsky sat down in an armchair before his writing table, shut his eyes, and fell to thinking. He pictured his Seryoza with a huge cigar, a yard long, in the midst of clouds of tobacco smoke, and this caricature made him smile. At the same time, the grave, troubled face of the governess called up memories of the long past, half-forgotten time when smoking aroused in his teachers and parents a strange, not quite intelligible horror. It really was horror. Children were mercilessly flogged and expelled from school, and their lives were made a misery on account of smoking, though not a single teacher or father knew exactly what was the harm or sinfulness of smoking. Even very intelligent people did not scruple to wage war on a vice which they did not understand. Yevgeny Petrovitch remembered the headmaster of the high school, a very cultured and good-natured old man, who was so appalled when he found a high school boy with a cigarette in his mouth that he turned pale. Immediately summoned an emergency committee of the teachers, and sentenced the sinner to expulsion. This was probably a law of social life: the less an evil was understood, the more fiercely and coarsely it was attacked. The prosecutor remembered 2 or 3 boys who had been expelled and their subsequent life, and could not help thinking that very often the punishment did a great deal more harm than the crime itself. The living organism has the power of rapidly adapting itself, growing accustomed and inured to any atmosphere whatever, otherwise man would be bound to feel at every moment what an irrational basis there often is underlying his rational activity. And how little of established truth and certainty there is even in work so responsible and so terrible in its effects as that of the teacher, of the lawyer, of the writer. And such light and discursive thoughts as visit the brain only when it is weary and resting began straying through Yevgeny Petrovitch's head. There is no telling whence and why they come, they do not remain long in the mind, but seem to glide over its surface without sinking deeply into it. For people who are forced for whole hours, and even days, to think by routine in one direction, such free private thinking affords a kind of comfort, an agreeable solace. It was between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening. Overhead, on the second story, someone was walking up and down, and on the floor above that 4 hands were playing scales. The pacing of the man overhead who, to judge from his nervous step, was thinking of something harassing, or was suffering from toothache, and the monotonous scales gave the stillness of the evening a drowsiness that disposed to lazy reveries. In the nursery, 2 rooms away, the governess and Seryoza were talking. "Papa has come," caroled the child. "Papa has come. Pa. 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 Votre père vous appelle, allez vite," cried the governess, shrill as a frightened bird. "I am speaking to you. What am I to say to him, though?" Yevgeny Petrovitch wondered. But before he had time to think of anything whatever his son Seryoza, a boy of 7, walked into the study. He was a child whose sex could only have been guessed from his dress, weakly, white-faced, and fragile. He was limp like a hothouse plant, and everything about him seemed extraordinarily soft and tender, his movements, his curly hair, the look in his eyes, his velvet jacket. "Good evening, Papa," he said, in a soft voice, clambering on to his father's knee and giving him a rapid kiss on his neck. "Did you send for me?" "Excuse me, Sergei Yevgenich," answered the prosecutor, removing him from his knee. "Before kissing we must have a talk, and a serious talk. I am angry with you, and don't love you any more. I tell you, my boy, I don't love you, and you are no son of mine." Seryoza looked intently at his father, then shifted his eyes to the table, and shrugged his shoulders. "What have I done to you?" he asked in perplexity, blinking. "I haven't been in your study all day, and I haven't touched anything. Natalia Semyonovna has just been complaining to me that you have been smoking. Is it true? Have you been smoking?" "Yes, I did smoke once." "That's true. Now you see you are lying as well," said the prosecutor, frowning to disguise a smile. "Natalia Semyonovna has seen you smoking twice. So you see you have been detected in 3 misdeeds: smoking, taking someone else's tobacco, and lying. 3 faults. "Oh yes," Seryoza recollected, and his eyes smiled. That's true, I smoked twice, today and before. So you see it was not once, but twice. I am very, very much displeased with you. You used to be a good boy, but now I see you are spoilt and have become a bad one." Yevgeny Petrovitch smoothed down Seryoza's collar and thought. "What more am I to say to him? Yes, it's not right," he continued. "I did not expect it of you. In the first place, you ought not to take tobacco that does not belong to you. Every person has only the right to make use of his own property. If he takes anyone else's, he is a bad man. I am not saying the right thing, thought Yevgeny Petrovitch. For instance, Natalia Semyonovna has a box with her clothes in it. That's her box, and we, that is, you and I, dare not touch it, as it is not ours. That's right, isn't it? You've got toy horses and pictures. I don't take them, do I? Perhaps I might like to take them, but they are not mine, but yours. Take them if you like, said Seryoza, raising his eyebrows. Please don't hesitate, Papa, take them. That yellow dog on your table is mine, but I don't mind. Let it stay. You don't understand me, said Bykovsky. You have given me the dog, it is mine now and I can do what I like with it, but I didn't give you the tobacco. The tobacco is mine. I am not explaining properly, thought the prosecutor. It's wrong. Quite wrong. If I want to smoke someone else's tobacco, I must first of all ask his permission. Languidly linking one phrase on to another and imitating the language of the nursery, Bykovsky tried to explain to his son the meaning of property. Seryoza gazed at his chest and listened attentively. He liked talking to his father in the evening. Then he leaned his elbow on the edge of the table and began screwing up his short-sighted eyes at the papers and the inkstand. His eyes strayed over the table and rested on the gum bottle. Papa, what is gum made of? He asked suddenly, putting the bottle to his eyes. Bykovsky took the bottle out of his hands and set it in its place and went on. Secondly, you smoke. That's very bad. Though I smoke it does not follow that you may. I smoke and know that it is stupid, I blame myself and don't like myself for it. A clever teacher, I am, he thought. Tobacco is very bad for the health, and anyone who smokes dies earlier than he should. It's particularly bad for boys like you to smoke. Your chest is weak, you haven't reached your full strength yet, and smoking leads to consumption and other illness in weak people. Uncle Ignat died of consumption, you know. If he hadn't smoked, perhaps he would have lived till now. Seryoza looked pensively at the lamp, touched the lampshade with his finger, and heaved a sigh. Uncle Ignat played the violin splendidly, he said. His violin is at the Grigorievs now. Seryoza leaned his elbows on the edge of the table again, and sank into thought. His white face wore a fixed expression, as though he were listening or following a train of thought of his own. Distress and something like fear came into his big staring eyes. He was most likely thinking now of death, which had so lately carried off his mother and Uncle Ignat. Death carries mothers and uncles off to the other world, while their children and violins remain upon the earth. The dead lie somewhere in the sky beside the stars, and look down from there upon the earth. Can they endure the parting? What am I to say to him, thought Yevgeny Petrovitch. He's not listening to me. Obviously he does not regard either his misdoings or my arguments as serious. How am I to drive it home? The prosecutor got up and walked about the study. Formerly, in my time, these questions were very simply settled, he reflected. Every urchin who was caught smoking was thrashed. The cowardly and faint-hearted did actually give up smoking, any who were somewhat more plucky and intelligent, after the thrashing took to carrying tobacco in the legs of their boots, and smoking in the barn. When they were caught in the barn and thrashed again, they would go away to smoke by the river, and so on, till the boy grew up. My mother used to give me money and sweets not to smoke. Now that method is looked upon as worthless and immoral. The modern teacher, taking his stand on logic, tries to make the child form good principles, not from fear, nor from desire for distinction or reward, but consciously. While he was walking about, thinking, Seryoza climbed up with his legs on a chair sideways to the table, and began drawing. That he might not spoil official paper nor touch the ink, a heap of half-sheets, cut on purpose for him, lay on the table together with a blue pencil. Cook was chopping up cabbage today and she cut her finger, he said, drawing a little house and moving his eyebrows. She gave such a scream that we were all frightened and ran into the kitchen. Stupid thing. Natalia Semyonovna told her to dip her finger in cold water, but she sucked it. And how could she put a dirty finger in her mouth? That's not proper, you know, Papa. Then he went on to describe how, while they were having dinner, a man with a hurdy-gurdy had come into the yard with a little girl, who had danced and sung to the music. He has his own train of thought, thought the prosecutor. He has a little world of his own in his head, and he has his own ideas of what is important and unimportant. To gain possession of his attention, it's not enough to imitate his language, one must also be able to think in the way he does. He would understand me perfectly if I really were sorry for the loss of the tobacco, if I felt injured and cried. That's why no one can take the place of a mother in bringing up a child, because she can feel, cry, and laugh together with the child. One can do nothing by logic and morality. What more shall I say to him? What? And it struck Yevgeny Petrovitch as strange and absurd that he, an experienced advocate, who spent half his life in the practice of reducing people to silence, forestalling what they had to say, and punishing them, was completely at a loss and did not know what to say to the boy. I say, give me your word of honor that you won't smoke again, he said. Word of honor, caroled Seryoza, pressing hard on the pencil and bending over the drawing. Word of honor. Does he know what is meant by word of honor? Bykovsky asked himself. No, I am a poor teacher of morality. If some schoolmaster or one of our legal fellows could peep into my brain at this moment he would call me a poor stick, and would very likely suspect me of unnecessary subtlety. But in school and in court, of course, all these wretched questions are far more simply settled than at home. Here one has to do with people whom one loves beyond everything, and love is exacting and complicates the question. If this boy were not my son, but my pupil, or a prisoner on his trial, I should not be so cowardly, and my thoughts would not be racing all over the place. Yevgeny Petrovitch sat down to the table and pulled one of Seryoza's drawings to him. In it there was a house with a crooked roof, and smoke which came out of the chimney like a flash of lightning in zigzags up to the very edge of the paper. Beside the house stood a soldier with dots for eyes and a bayonet that looked like the figure 4. A man can't be taller than a house, said the prosecutor. Seryoza got on his knee, and moved about for some time to get comfortably settled there. No, Papa, he said, looking at his drawing. If you were to draw the soldier small you would not see his eyes. Ought he to argue with him? From daily observation of his son the prosecutor had become convinced that children, like savages, have their own artistic standpoints and requirements peculiar to them, beyond the grasp of grown-up people. Had he been attentively observed, Seryoza might have struck a grown-up person as abnormal. He thought it possible and reasonable to draw men taller than houses, and to represent in pencil, not only objects, but even his sensations. Thus he would depict the sounds of an orchestra in the form of smoke like spherical blurs, a whistle in the form of a spiral thread. To his mind sound was closely connected with form and color, so that when he painted letters he invariably painted the letter L yellow, M red, A black, and so on. Abandoning his drawing, Seryoza shifted about once more, got into a comfortable attitude, and busied himself with his father's beard. First he carefully smoothed it, then he parted it and began combing it into the shape of whiskers. Now you are like Ivan Stepanovich, he said, and in a minute you will be like our porter. Papa, why is it porters stand by doors? Is it to prevent thieves getting in? The prosecutor felt the child's breathing on his face, he was continually touching his hair with his cheek, and there was a warm soft feeling in his soul. As soft as though not only his hands but his whole soul were lying on the velvet of Seryoza's jacket. He looked at the boy's big dark eyes, and it seemed to him as though from those wide pupils there looked out at him his mother and his wife and everything that he had ever loved. To think of thrashing him, he mused. A nice task to devise a punishment for him. How can we undertake to bring up the young? In old days people were simpler and thought less, and so settled problems boldly. But we think too much, we are eaten up by logic. The more developed a man is, the more he reflects and gives himself up to subtleties, the more undecided and scrupulous he becomes, and the more timidity he shows in taking action. How much courage and self-confidence it needs, when one comes to look into it closely, to undertake to teach, to judge, to write a thick book. It struck 10. "Come, boy, it's bedtime," said the prosecutor. "Say good night and go." "No, Papa," said Serioza, "I will stay a little longer." "Tell me something. Tell me a story." "Very well, only after the story you must go to bed at once." Yevgeny Petrovitch on his free evenings was in the habit of telling Serioza stories. Like most people engaged in practical affairs, he did not know a single poem by heart, and could not remember a single fairy tale, so he had to improvise. As a rule he began with the stereotyped, in a certain country, in a certain kingdom, then he heaped up all kinds of innocent nonsense and had no notion as he told the beginning how the story would go on, and how it would end. Scenes, characters, and situations were taken at random, impromptu, and the plot and the moral came of itself as it were, with no plan on the part of the storyteller. Serioza was very fond of this improvisation, and the prosecutor noticed that the simpler and the less ingenious the plot, the stronger the impression it made on the child. "Listen," he said, raising his eyes to the ceiling. "Once upon a time, in a certain country, in a certain kingdom, there lived an old, very old emperor with a long grey beard, and with great grey mustaches like this. Well, he lived in a glass palace which sparkled and glittered in the sun, like a great piece of clear ice. The palace, my boy, stood in a huge garden, in which there grew oranges, you know, bergamots, cherries. Tulips, roses, and lilies of the valley were in flower in it, and birds of different colors sang there. Yes. On the trees there hung little glass bells, and, when the wind blew, they rang so sweetly that one was never tired of hearing them. Glass gives a softer, tenderer note than metals. Well, what next? There were fountains in the garden. Do you remember you saw a fountain at Auntie Sonia's summer villa? Well, there were fountains just like that in the emperor's garden, only ever so much bigger, and the jets of water reached to the top of the highest poplar. Yevgeny Petrovitch thought a moment, and went on. The old emperor had an only son and heir of his kingdom, a boy as little as you. He was a good boy. He was never naughty, he went to bed early, he never touched anything on the table, and altogether he was a sensible boy. He had only one fault, he used to smoke. Serioza listened attentively, and looked into his father's eyes without blinking. The prosecutor went on, thinking, what next? He spun out a long rigmarole, and ended like this. The emperor's son fell ill with consumption through smoking, and died when he was 20. His infirm and sick old father was left without anyone to help him. There was no one to govern the kingdom and defend the palace. Enemies came, killed the old man, and destroyed the palace, and now there are neither cherries, nor birds, nor little bells in the garden. That's what happened. This ending struck Yevgeny Petrovitch as absurd and naive, but the whole story made an intense impression on Serioza. Again his eyes were clouded by mournfulness and something like fear. For a minute he looked pensively at the dark window, shuddered, and said, in a sinking voice, "I am not going to smoke any more." When he had said good night and gone away, his father walked up and down the room and smiled to himself. They would tell me it was the influence of beauty, artistic form, he meditated. It may be so, but that's no comfort. It's not the right way, all the same. Why must morality and truth never be offered in their crude form, but only with embellishments, sweetened and gilded like pills? It's not normal. It's falsification, deception, tricks. He thought of the jurymen to whom it was absolutely necessary to make a speech, of the general public who absorb history only from legends and historical novels. And of himself, and how he had gathered an understanding of life not from sermons and laws, but from fables, novels, poems. Medicine should be sweet, truth beautiful, and man has had this foolish habit since the days of Adam, though, indeed, perhaps it is all natural, and ought to be so. There are many deceptions and delusions in nature that serve a purpose. He set to work, but lazy, intimate thoughts still strayed through his mind for a good while. Overhead the scales could no longer be heard, but the inhabitant of the second story was still pacing from one end of the room to another. A classical student. Before setting off for his examination in Greek, Vanya kissed all the holy images. His stomach felt as though it were upside down. There was a chill at his heart, while the heart itself throbbed and stood still with terror before the unknown. What would he get that day? A 3 or a 2? 6 times he went to his mother for her blessing, and, as he went out, asked his aunt to pray for him. On the way to school he gave a beggar 2 kopecks, in the hope that those 2 kopecks would atone for his ignorance, and that, please God, he would not get the numerals with those awful 40s and 80s. He came back from the high school late, between 4 and 5. He came in, and noiselessly lay down on his bed. His thin face was pale. There were dark rings round his red eyes. Well, how did you get on? How were you marked? Asked his mother, going to his bedside. Vanya blinked, twisted his mouth, and burst into tears. His mother turned pale, let her mouth fall open, and clasped her hands. The breeches she was mending dropped out of her hands. What are you crying for? You failed, then? She asked. I am plucked. I got a 2. I knew it would be so. I had a presentiment of it, said his mother. Merciful God! How is it you have not passed? What is the reason of it? What subject have you failed in? In Greek. Mother, They asked me the future of Pharaoh, and I, instead of saying oisemai, said opsemai. Then there isn't an accent, if the last syllable is long, and I got flustered. I forgot that the alpha was long in it. I went and put in the accent. Then Artaxerxes told me to give the list of the enclitic particles. I did, and I accidentally mixed in a pronoun and made a mistake. And so he gave me a 2. I am a miserable person. I was working all night. I've been getting up at 4 o'clock all this week. No, it's not you but I who am miserable, you wretched boy. It's I that am miserable. You've worn me to a thread paper, you Herod, you torment, you bane of my life. I pay for you, you good-for-nothing rubbish, I've bent my back toiling for you, I'm worried to death, and, I may say, I am unhappy, and what do you care? How do you work? I do work. All night. You've seen it yourself. I prayed to God to take me, but he won't take me, a sinful woman. You torment. Other people have children like everyone else, and I've one only in no sense, no comfort out of him. Beat you? I'd beat you, but where am I to find the strength? Mother of God, where am I to find the strength? The mama hid her face in the folds of her blouse and broke into sobs. Vanya wriggled with anguish and pressed his forehead against the wall. The aunt came in. So that's how it is. Just what I expected, she said, at once guessing what was wrong, turning pale and clasping her hands. I've been depressed all the morning. There's trouble coming, I thought, and here it's come. The villain, the torment. Why are you swearing at him? Cried the aunt, nervously pulling her coffee-colored kerchief off her head and turning upon the mother. It's not his fault. It's your fault. You are to blame. Why did you send him to that high school? You are a fine lady. You want to be a lady? I dare say, as though you'll turn into gentry. But if you had sent him, as I told you, into business, to an office, like my Kuzya, here is Kuzya getting 500 a year. 500 rubles is worth having, isn't it? And you are wearing yourself out, and wearing the boy out with this studying, plague take it. He is thin, he coughs, just look at him. He's 13, and he looks no more than 10. No, Nastenka, no, my dear. I haven't thrashed him enough, the torment. He ought to have been thrashed, that's what it is. Ugh! Jesuit, Mahomet, torment, she shook her fist at her son. You want a flogging, but I haven't the strength. They told me years ago when he was little, whip him, whip him. I didn't heed them, sinful woman as I am. And now I am suffering for it. You wait a bit. I'll flay you. Wait a bit. The mamma shook her wet fist, and went weeping into her lodger's room. The lodger, Yevtihi Kuzmich Kuparasov, was sitting at his table, reading, dancing self-taught. Yevtihi Kuzmich was a man of intelligence and education. He spoke through his nose, washed with a soap the smell of which made everyone in the house sneeze, ate meat on fast days, and was on the lookout for a bride of refined education, and so was considered the cleverest of the lodgers. He sang tenor. My good friend, began the mamma, dissolving into tears. If you would have the generosity, thrash my boy for me. Do me the favor. He's failed in his examination, the nuisance of a boy. Would you believe it, he's failed. I can't punish him, through the weakness of my ill health. Thrash him for me, if you would be so obliging and considerate, Yevtihi Kuzmich. Have regard for a sick woman. Kuparasov frowned and heaved a deep sigh through his nose. He thought a little, drummed on the table with his fingers, and sighing once more, went to Vanya. You are being taught, so to say, he began, being educated, being given a chance, you revolting young person. Why have you done it? He talked for a long time, made a regular speech. He alluded to science, to light, and to darkness. Yes, young person. When he had finished his speech, he took off his belt and took Vanya by the hand. It's the only way to deal with you, he said. Vanya knelt down submissively and thrust his head between the lodger's knees. His prominent pink ears moved up and down against the lodger's new serge trousers, with brown stripes on the outer seams. Vanya did not utter a single sound. At the family council in the evening, it was decided to send him into business. Vanka Zhukov, a boy of 9, who had been for 3 months apprenticed to Ilyahin the shoemaker, was sitting up on Christmas Eve. Waiting till his master and mistress and their workmen had gone to the midnight service, he took out of his master's cupboard a bottle of ink and a pen with a rusty nib, and, spreading out a crumpled sheet of paper in front of him, began writing. Before forming the first letter he several times looked round fearfully at the door and the windows, stole a glance at the dark icon, on both sides of which stretched shelves full of lasts, and heaved a broken sigh. The paper lay on the bench while he knelt before it. Dear grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, he wrote, I am writing you a letter. I wish you a happy Christmas, and all blessings from God Almighty. I have neither father nor mother, you are the only one left me. Vanka raised his eyes to the dark icon on which the light of his candle was reflected, and vividly recalled his grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, who was night watchman to a family called Zivarev. He was a thin but extraordinarily nimble and lively little old man of 65, with an everlastingly laughing face and drunken eyes. By day he slept in the servants' kitchen, or made jokes with the cooks. At night, wrapped in an ample sheepskin, he walked round the grounds and tapped with his little mallet. Old Kashtanka and Eel, so called on account of his dark color and his long body like a weasel's, followed him with hanging heads. This Eel was exceptionally polite and affectionate, and looked with equal kindness on strangers and his own masters, but had not a very good reputation. Under his politeness and meekness was hidden the most Jesuitical cunning. No one knew better how to creep up on occasion and snap at one's legs, to slip into the storeroom, or steal a hen from a peasant. His hind legs had been nearly pulled off more than once, twice he had been hanged, every week he was thrashed till he was half dead, but he always revived. At this moment grandfather was, no doubt, standing at the gate, screwing up his eyes at the red windows of the church, stamping with his high felt boots, and joking with the servants. His little mallet was hanging on his belt. He was clasping his hands, shrugging with the cold, and, with an aged chuckle, pinching first the housemaid, then the cook. How about a pinch of snuff, he was saying, offering the women his snuff-box. The women would take a sniff and sneeze. Grandfather would be indescribably delighted, go off into a merry chuckle, and cry. Tear it off, it has frozen on. They give the dogs a sniff of snuff too. Kashtanka sneezes, wriggles her head, and walks away offended. Eel does not sneeze, from politeness, but wags his tail. And the weather is glorious. The air is still, fresh, and transparent. The night is dark, but one can see the whole village with its white roofs and coils of smoke coming from the chimneys, the trees silvered with hoarfrost, the snowdrifts. The whole sky spangled with gay twinkling stars, and the Milky Way is as distinct as though it had been washed and rubbed with snow for a holiday. Vanka sighed, dipped his pen, and went on writing. And yesterday I had a wigging. The master pulled me out into the yard by my hair, and whacked me with a boot stretcher because I accidentally fell asleep while I was rocking their brat in the cradle. And a week ago the mistress told me to clean a herring, and I began from the tail end, and she took the herring and thrust its head in my face. The workmen laugh at me and send me to the tavern for vodka, and tell me to steal the master's cucumbers for them, and the master beats me with anything that comes to hand. And there is nothing to eat. In the morning they give me bread, for dinner, porridge, and in the evening, bread again, but as for tea, or soup, the master and mistress gobble it all up themselves. And I am put to sleep in the passage, and when their wretched brat cries I get no sleep at all, but have to rock the cradle. Dear grandfather, show the divine mercy, take me away from here, home to the village. It's more than I can bear. I bow down to your feet, and will pray to God for you forever, take me away from here or I shall die. Vanka's mouth worked, he rubbed his eyes with his black fist, and gave a sob. I will powder your snuff for you, he went on. I will pray for you, and if I do anything you can thrash me like Sitter's goat. And if you think I've no job, then I will beg the steward for Christ's sake to let me clean his boots, or I'll go for a shepherd boy instead of Fedka. Dear grandfather, it is more than I can bear, it's simply no life at all. I wanted to run away to the village, but I have no boots, and I am afraid of the frost. When I grow up big I will take care of you for this, and not let anyone annoy you, and when you die I will pray for the rest of your soul, just as for my mammy's. Moscow is a big town. It's all gentlemen's houses, and there are lots of horses, but there are no sheep, and the dogs are not spiteful. The lads here don't go out with the star, and they don't let anyone go into the choir, and once I saw in a shop window fishing hooks for sale, fitted ready with the line and for all sorts of fish, awfully good ones. There was even one hook that would hold a 40-pound sheatfish. And I have seen shops where there are guns of all sorts, after the pattern of the master's guns at home, so that I shouldn't wonder if they are 100 rubles each. And in the butcher's shops there are grouse and woodcocks and fish and hares, but the shopmen don't say where they shoot them. Dear grandfather, when they have the Christmas tree at the big house, get me a gilt walnut, and put it away in the green trunk. Ask the young lady Olga Ignatyevna, say it's for Vanka. Vanka gave a tremulous sigh, and again stared at the window. He remembered how his grandfather always went into the forest to get the Christmas tree for his master's family, and took his grandson with him. It was a merry time. Grandfather made a noise in his throat, the forest crackled with the frost, and looking at them Vanka chortled too. Before chopping down the Christmas tree, grandfather would smoke a pipe, slowly take a pinch of snuff, and laugh at frozen Vanka. The young fir trees, covered with hoarfrost, stood motionless, waiting to see which of them was to die. Wherever one looked, a hare flew like an arrow over the snowdrifts. Grandfather could not refrain from shouting, "Hold him, hold him. Hold him. Ah, the bob-tailed devil." When he had cut down the Christmas tree, grandfather used to drag it to the big house, and there set to work to decorate it. The young lady, who was Vanka's favorite, Olga Ignatyevna, was the busiest of all. When Vanka's mother Pelagia was alive, and a servant in the big house, Olga Ignatyevna used to give him goodies, and having nothing better to do, taught him to read and write, to count up to 100, and even to dance a quadrille. When Pelagia died, Vanka had been transferred to the servants' kitchen to be with his grandfather, and from the kitchen to the shoemaker's in Moscow. Do come, dear grandfather, Vanka went on with his letter. For Christ's sake, I beg you, take me away. Have pity on an unhappy orphan like me. Here everyone knocks me about, and I am fearfully hungry. I can't tell you what misery it is, I am always crying. And the other day the master hit me on the head with a last, so that I fell down. My life is wretched, worse than any dog's. I send greetings to Aliona, one-eyed Yegorka, and the coachman, and don't give my concertina to anyone. I remain, your grandson, Ivan Zhukov. Dear grandfather, do come. Vanka folded the sheet of writing paper twice, and put it into an envelope he had bought the day before for a kopeck. After thinking a little, he dipped the pen and wrote the address. To grandfather in the village. Then he scratched his head, thought a little, and added, Konstantin Makarich. Glad that he had not been prevented from writing, he put on his cap and, without putting on his little greatcoat, ran out into the street as he was in his shirt. The shopmen at the butcher's, whom he had questioned the day before, told him that letters were put in post boxes, and from the boxes were carried about all over the earth in mail carts with drunken drivers and ringing bells. Vanka ran to the nearest post box, and thrust the precious letter in the slit. An hour later, lulled by sweet hopes, he was sound asleep. He dreamed of the stove. On the stove was sitting his grandfather, swinging his bare legs, and reading the letter to the cooks. By the stove was Eel, wagging his tail. An incident. Morning. Brilliant sunshine is piercing through the frozen lacework on the window panes into the nursery. Vanya, a boy of 6, with a cropped head and a nose like a button, and his sister Nina, a short, chubby, curly-headed girl of 4, wake up and look crossly at each other through the bars of their cots. Ooh oh 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 oh. Naughty children. Grumbles their nurse. Good people have had their breakfast already, while you can't get your eyes open. The sunbeams frolic over the rugs, the walls, and nurses' skirts, and seem inviting the children to join in their play, but they take no notice. They have woken up in a bad humor. Nina pouts, makes a grimace, and begins to whine. Break fast, nurse, breakfast. Vanya knits his brows and ponders what to pitch upon to howl over. He has already begun screwing up his eyes and opening his mouth, but at that instant the voice of Mama reaches them from the drawing room, saying, Don't forget to give the cat her milk, she has a family now. The children's puckered countenances grow smooth again as they look at each other in astonishment. Then both at once begin shouting, jump out of their cots, and filling the air with piercing shrieks, run barefoot, in their nightgowns, to the kitchen. The cat has puppies, they cry. The cat has got puppies. Under the bench in the kitchen there stands a small box, the one in which Stepan brings coal when he lights the fire. The cat is peeping out of the box. There is an expression of extreme exhaustion on her grey face. Her green eyes, with their narrow black pupils, have a languid, sentimental look. From her face it is clear that the only thing lacking to complete her happiness is the presence in the box of him, the father of her children, to whom she had abandoned herself so recklessly. She wants to mew, and opens her mouth wide, but nothing but a hiss comes from her throat, the squealing of the kittens is audible. The children squat on their heels before the box, and, motionless, holding their breath, gaze at the cat. They are surprised, impressed, and do not hear nurse grumbling as she pursues them. The most genuine delight shines in the eyes of both. Domestic animals play a scarcely noticed but undoubtedly beneficial part in the education and life of children. Which of us does not remember powerful but magnanimous dogs, lazy lapdogs, birds dying in captivity, dull-witted but haughty turkeys, mild old tabby cats, who forgave us when we trod on their tails for fun and caused them agonizing pain? I even fancy, sometimes, that the patience, the fidelity, the readiness to forgive, and the sincerity which are characteristic of our domestic animals have a far stronger and more definite effect on the mind of a child than the long exhortations of some dry, pale Karl Karlovich, or the misty expositions of a governess, trying to prove to children that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. What little things, says Nina, opening her eyes wide and going off into a joyous laugh. They are like mice. 1, 2, 3, Vanya counts. 3 kittens. So there is one for you, one for me, and one for somebody else, too. Murm. Murm, purrs the mother, flattered by their attention. Murm. After gazing at the kittens, the children take them from under the cat, and begin squeezing them in their hands. Then, not satisfied with this, they put them in the skirts of their nightgowns, and run into the other rooms. Mama, the cat has got pups, they shout. Mama is sitting in the drawing room with some unknown gentleman. Seeing the children unwashed, undressed, with their nightgowns held up high, she is embarrassed, and looks at them severely. Let your nightgowns down, disgraceful children, she says. Go out of the room, or I will punish you. But the children do not notice either Mama's threats or the presence of a stranger. They put the kittens down on the carpet, and go off into deafening squeals. The mother walks round them, mewing imploringly. When, a little afterwards, the children are dragged off to the nursery, dressed, made to say their prayers, and given their breakfast, they are full of a passionate desire to get away from these prosaic duties as quickly as possible, and to run to the kitchen again. Their habitual pursuits and games are thrown completely into the background. The kittens throw everything into the shade by making their appearance in the world, and supply the great sensation of the day. If Nina or Vanya had been offered 40 pounds of sweets or 10,000 kopecks for each kitten, they would have rejected such a barter without the slightest hesitation. In spite of the heated protests of the nurse and the cook, the children persist in sitting by the cat's box in the kitchen, busy with the kittens till dinner time. Their faces are earnest and concentrated and express anxiety. They are worried not so much by the present as by the future of the kittens. They decide that one kitten shall remain at home with the old cat to be a comfort to her mother, while the second shall go to their summer villa, and the third shall live in the cellar, where there are ever so many rats. But why don't they look at us? Nina wondered. Their eyes are blind like the beggars. Vanya, too, is perturbed by this question. He tries to open one kitten's eyes, and spends a long time puffing and breathing hard over it, but his operation is unsuccessful. They are a good deal troubled, too, by the circumstance that the kittens obstinately refuse the milk and the meat that is offered to them. Everything that is put before their little noses is eaten by their grey mama. Let's build the kittens little houses, Vanya suggests. They shall live in different houses, and the cat shall come and pay them visits. Cardboard hatboxes are put in the different corners of the kitchen and the kittens are installed in them. But this division turns out to be premature. The cat, still wearing an imploring and sentimental expression on her face, goes the round of all the hatboxes, and carries off her children to their original position. The cat's their mother, observed Vanya, but who is their father? Yes, who is their father, repeats Nina. They must have a father. Vanya and Nina are a long time deciding who is to be the kitten's father, and, in the end, their choice falls on a big dark red horse without a tail, which is lying in the store cupboard under the stairs. Together with other relics of toys that have outlived their day. They drag him up out of the store cupboard and stand him by the box. Mind now, they admonish him, stand here and see they behave themselves properly. All this is said and done in the gravest way, with an expression of anxiety on their faces. Vanya and Nina refuse to recognize the existence of any world but the box of kittens. Their joy knows no bounds. But they have to pass through bitter, agonizing moments, too. Just before dinner, Vanya is sitting in his father's study, gazing dreamily at the table. A kitten is moving about by the lamp on stamped note paper. Vanya is watching its movements and thrusting first a pencil, then a match into its little mouth. All at once, as though he has sprung out of the floor, his father is beside the table. What's this? Vanya hears, in an angry voice. It's the kitty, Papa. I'll give it you, look what you have done, you naughty boy. You've dirted all my paper. To Vanya's great surprise, his papa does not share his partiality for the kittens, and, instead of being moved to enthusiasm and delight, he pulls Vanya's ear and shouts. "Stepan, take away this horrid thing." At dinner, too, there is a scene. During the second course there is suddenly the sound of a shrill mew. They begin to investigate its origin, and discover a kitten under Nina's pinafore. "Nina, leave the table," cries her father angrily. "Throw the kittens in the cesspool. I won't have the nasty things in the house." Vanya and Nina are horrified. Death in the cesspool, apart from its cruelty, threatens to rob the cat and the wooden horse of their children, to lay waste the cat's box, to destroy their plans for the future, that fair future in which one cat will be a comfort to its old mother. Another will live in the country, while the third will catch rats in the cellar. The children begin to cry and entreat that the kittens may be spared. Their father consents, but on the condition that the children do not go into the kitchen and touch the kittens. After dinner, Vanya and Nina slouch about the rooms, feeling depressed. The prohibition of visits to the kitchen has reduced them to dejection. They refuse sweets, are naughty, and are rude to their mother. When their uncle Petrusha comes in the evening, they draw him aside, and complain to him of their father, who wanted to throw the kittens into the cesspool. "Uncle Petrusha, tell Mama to have the kittens taken to the nursery," the children beg their uncle. "Do tell her." They're very well," says their uncle, waving them off. "All right." Uncle Petrusha does not usually come alone. He is accompanied by Nero, a big black dog of Danish breed, with drooping ears, and a tail as hard as a stick. The dog is silent, morose, and full of a sense of his own dignity. He takes not the slightest notice of the children, and when he passes them hits them with his tail as though they were chairs. The children hate him from the bottom of their hearts, but on this occasion, practical considerations override sentiment. "I say, Nina," says Vanya, opening his eyes wide. "Let Nero be their father, instead of the horse. The horse is dead and he is alive, you see." They are waiting the whole evening for the moment when Papa will sit down to his cards and it will be possible to take Nero to the kitchen without being observed. At last, Papa sits down to cards. Mama is busy with the samovar and not noticing the children. The happy moment arrives. "Come along," Vanya whispers to his sister. But, at that moment, Stepan comes in and, with a snigger, announces. "Nero has eaten the kittens, madam." Nina and Vanya turn pale and look at Stepan with horror. "He really has," laughs the footman, "he went to the box and gobbled them up." The children expect that all the people in the house will be aghast and fall upon the miscreant Nero. But they all sit calmly in their seats, and only express surprise at the appetite of the huge dog. Papa and Mama laugh. Nero walks about by the table, wags his tail, and licks his lips complacently. The cat is the only one who is uneasy. With her tail in the air she walks about the rooms, looking suspiciously at people and mewing plaintively. "Children, it's past 9, cries Mama, "it's bedtime." Vanya and Nina go to bed, shed tears, and spend a long time thinking about the injured cat, and the cruel, insolent, and unpunished Nero. A day in the country. Between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. A dark leaden-colored mass is creeping over the sky towards the sun. Red zigzags of lightning gleam here and there across it. There is a sound of faraway rumbling. A warm wind frolics over the grass, bends the trees, and stirs up the dust. In a minute there will be a spurt of May rain and a real storm will begin. Fiokla, a little beggar girl of 6, is running through the village, looking for Taranti the cobbler. The white-haired, barefoot child is pale. Her eyes are wide open, her lips are trembling. "Uncle, where is Taranti?" she asks everyone she meets. No one answers. They are all preoccupied with the approaching storm and take refuge in their huts. At last she meets Silent Isilich, the sacristan, Taranti's bosom friend. He is coming along, staggering from the wind. "Uncle, where is Taranti?" "At the kitchen gardens," answers Silenti. The beggar girl runs behind the huts to the kitchen gardens and there finds Terenti. The tall old man with a thin, pockmarked face, very long legs, and bare feet, dressed in a woman's tattered jacket, is standing near the vegetable plots, looking with drowsy, drunken eyes at the dark storm cloud. On his long crane-like legs he sways in the wind like a starling coat. Uncle Terenti, the white-headed beggar girl addresses him. Uncle, darling. Terenti bends down to Fiocla, and his grim, drunken face is overspread with a smile, such as come into people's faces when they look at something little, foolish, and absurd, but warmly loved. Ah! Servant of God, Phiokia, he says, lisping tenderly, where have you come from? Uncle Terenti, says Phiokia, with a sob, tugging at the lapel of the cobbler's coat. Brother Danilka has had an accident. Come along. What sort of accident? Oof, what thunder. Holy, holy, holy. What sort of accident? In the Count's copse Danilka stuck his hand into a hole in a tree, and he can't get it out. Come along, uncle, do be kind and pull his hand out. How was it he put his hand in? What for? He wanted to get a cuckoo's egg out of the hole for me. The day has hardly begun and already you are in trouble. Terenti shook his head and spat deliberately. Well, what am I to do with you now? I must come. I must, may the wolf gobble you up, you naughty children. Come, little orphan. Terenti comes out of the kitchen garden and, lifting high his long legs, begins striding down the village street. He walks quickly without stopping or looking from side to side, as though he were shoved from behind or afraid of pursuit. Fiocla can hardly keep up with him. They come out of the village and turn along the dusty road towards the Count's copse that lies dark blue in the distance. It is about 1.5 miles away. The clouds have by now covered the sun, and soon afterwards there is not a speck of blue left in the sky. It grows dark. Holy, 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 whispers Fiocla, hurrying after Terenti. The first raindrops, big and heavy, lie, dark dots on the dusty road. A big drop falls on Fiocla's cheek and glides like a tear down her chin. The rain has begun, mutters the cobbler, kicking up the dust with his bare, bony feet. That's fine, Fiocla, old girl. The grass and the trees are fed by the rain, as we are by bread. And as for the thunder, don't you be frightened, little orphan. Why should it kill a little thing like you? As soon as the rain begins, the wind drops. The only sound is the patter of rain dropping like fine shot on the young rye and the parched road. We shall get soaked, Fiocla, mutters Terenti. There won't be a dry spot left on us. Ho ho, my girl. It's run down my neck. But don't be frightened, silly. The grass will be dry again, the earth will be dry again, and we shall be dry again. There is the same sun for us all. A flash of lightning, some 14 feet long, gleams above their heads. There is a loud peal of thunder, and it seems to Fiocla that something big, heavy, and round is rolling over the sky and tearing it open, exactly over her head. Holy, 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 says Terenti, crossing himself. Don't be afraid, little orphan. It is not from spite that it thunders. Terenti's and Fiocla's feet are covered with lumps of heavy, wet clay. It is slippery and difficult to walk, but Terenti strides on more and more rapidly. The weak little beggar girl is breathless and ready to drop. But at last they go into the Count's copse. The washed trees, stirred by a gust of wind, drop a perfect waterfall upon them. Terenti stumbles over stumps and begins to slacken his pace. Whereabouts is Danilka? He asks. Lead me to him. Fiocla leads him into a thicket, and, after going 1/4 mile, points to Danilka. Her brother, a little fellow of 8, with hair as red as ochre and a pale sickly face, stands leaning against a tree, and, with his head on one side, looking sideways at the sky. In one hand he holds his shabby old cap, the other is hidden in an old lime tree. The boy is gazing at the stormy sky, and apparently not thinking of his trouble. Hearing footsteps and seeing the cobbler, he gives a sickly smile and says, "A terrible lot of thunder, Terenti. I've never heard so much thunder in all my life. And where is your hand?" "In the hole." "Pull it out, please, Terenti." The wood had broken at the edge of the hole and jammed Danilka's hand. He could push it farther in, but could not pull it out. Terenti snaps off the broken piece, and the boy's hand, red and crushed, is released. "It's terrible how it's thundering," the boy says again, rubbing his hand. "What makes it thunder, Terenti?" "One cloud runs against the other," answers the cobbler. The party come out of the copse, and walk along the edge of it towards the darkened road. The thunder gradually abates, and its rumbling is heard far away beyond the village. "The ducks flew by here the other day, Terenti," says Danilka, still rubbing his hand. "They must be nesting in the Nilia Zemishcha marshes. Fyoka, would you like me to show you a nightingale's nest?" "Don't touch it, you might disturb them," says Terenti, wringing the water out of his cap. The nightingale is a singing bird, without sin. He has had a voice given him in his throat, to praise God and gladden the heart of man. It's a sin to disturb him. "What about the sparrow?" "The sparrow doesn't matter, he's a bad, spiteful bird. He is like a pickpocket in his ways. He doesn't like man to be happy. When Christ was crucified, it was the sparrow brought nails to the Jews, and called alive. Alive. A bright patch of blue appears in the sky. "Look," says Terenti. An ant-heap burst open by the rain. They've been flooded, the rogues. They bend over the ant-heap. The downpour has damaged it, the insects are scurrying to and fro in the mud, agitated, and busily trying to carry away their drowned companions. "You needn't be in such a taking, you won't die of it," says Terenti, grinning. "As soon as the sun warms you, you'll come to your senses again. It's a lesson to you, you stupids. You won't settle on low ground another time." They go on. "And here are some bees," cries Danilka, pointing to the branch of a young oak tree. The drenched and chilled bees are huddled together on the branch. There are so many of them that neither bark nor leaf can be seen. Many of them are settled on one another. "That's a swarm of bees," Terenti informs them. They were flying looking for a home, and when the rain came down upon them they settled. If a swarm is flying, you need only sprinkle water on them to make them settle. Now if, say, you wanted to take the swarm, you would bend the branch with them into a sack and shake it, and they all fall in. Little Fyokla suddenly frowns and rubs her neck vigorously. Her brother looks at her neck, and sees a big swelling on it. "Hey hey," laughs the cobbler. "Do you know where you got that from, Fyokia, old girl? There are Spanish flies on some tree in the wood. The rain has trickled off them, and a drop has fallen on your neck, that's what has made the swelling. The sun appears from behind the clouds and floods the wood, the fields, and the three friends with its warm light. The dark menacing cloud has gone far away and taken the storm with it. The air is warm and fragrant. There is a scent of bird cherry, meadowsweet, and lilies of the valley. That herb is given when your nose bleeds," says Terenti, pointing to a woolly-looking flower. "It does good." They hear a whistle and a rumble, but not such a rumble as the storm clouds carried away. A goods train races by before the eyes of Terenti, Danilka, and Fyokla. The engine, panting and puffing out black smoke, drags more than 20 vans after it. Its power is tremendous. The children are interested to know how an engine, not alive and without the help of horses, can move and drag such weights, and Terenti undertakes to explain it to them. "It's all the steam's doing, children. The steam does the work. You see, it shoves under that thing near the wheels, and it works." They cross the railway line, and, going down from the embankment, walk towards the river. They walk not with any object, but just at random, and talk all the way. Danilka asks questions, Terenti answers them. Terenti answers all his questions, and there is no secret in nature which baffles him. He knows everything. Thus, for example, he knows the names of all the wild flowers, animals, and stones. He knows what herbs cure diseases. He has no difficulty in telling the age of a horse or a cow. Looking at the sunset, at the moon, or the birds, he can tell what sort of weather it will be next day. And indeed, it is not only Terenty who is so wise. Silently Silich, the innkeeper, the market gardener, the shepherd, and all the villagers, generally speaking, know as much as he does. These people have learned not from books, but in the fields, in the wood, on the river bank. Their teachers have been the birds themselves, when they sang to them, the sun when it left a glow of crimson behind it at setting, the very trees, and wild herbs. Danilka looks at Terenty and greedily drinks in every word. In spring, before one is weary of the warmth and the monotonous green of the fields, when everything is fresh and full of fragrance, who would not want to hear about the golden May beetles, about the cranes, about the gurgling streams, and the corn mounting into ear? The two of them, the cobbler and the orphan, walk about the fields, talk unceasingly, and are not weary. They could wander about the world endlessly. They walk, and in their talk of the beauty of the earth do not notice the frail little beggar girl tripping after them. She is breathless and moves with a lagging step. There are tears in her eyes. She would be glad to stop these inexhaustible wanderers, but to whom and where can she go? She has no home or people of her own. Whether she likes it or not, she must walk and listen to their talk. Towards midday, all three sit down on the river bank. Danilka takes out of his bag a piece of bread, soaked and reduced to a mash, and they begin to eat. Terenty says a prayer when he has eaten the bread, then stretches himself on the sandy bank and falls asleep. While he is asleep, the boy gazes at the water, pondering. He has many different things to think of. He has just seen the storm, the bees, the ants, the train. Now, before his eyes, fishes are whisking about. Some are 2 inches long and more, others are no bigger than one's nail. A viper, with its head held high, is swimming from one bank to the other. Only towards the evening our wanderers return to the village. The children go for the night to a deserted barn, where the corn of the commune used to be kept, while Terenty, leaving them, goes to the tavern. The children lie huddled together on the straw, dozing. The boy does not sleep. He gazes into the darkness, and it seems to him that he is seeing all that he has seen in the day, the storm clouds, the bright sunshine, the birds, the fish, lanky Terenty. The number of his impressions, together with exhaustion and hunger, are too much for him. He is as hot as though he were on fire, and tosses from side to side. He longs to tell someone all that is haunting him now in the darkness and agitating his soul, but there is no one to tell. Fiocla is too little and could not understand. I'll tell Terenty tomorrow, thinks the boy. The children fall asleep thinking of the homeless cobbler, and, in the night, Terenty comes to them, makes the sign of the cross over them, and puts bread under their heads. And no one sees his love. It is seen only by the moon which floats in the sky and peeps caressingly through the holes in the wall of the deserted barn. Boys! Volodia's come, someone shouted in the yard. Master Volodia's here. Bawled Natalia the cook, running into the dining room. Oh, my goodness! The whole Korolyov family, who had been expecting their Volodya from hour to hour, rushed to the windows. At the front door stood a wide sledge, with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. The sledge was empty, for Volodya was already in the hall, untying his hood with red and chilly fingers. His school overcoat, his cap, his snow boots, and the hair on his temples were all white with frost, and his whole figure from head to foot diffused such a pleasant, fresh smell of the snow that the very sight of him made one want to shiver and say, "Garar." His mother and aunt ran to kiss and hug him. Natalia plumped down at his feet and began pulling off his snow boots, his sisters shrieked with delight, the doors creaked and banged, and Volodya's father, in his waistcoat and shirt sleeves, ran out into the hall with scissors in his hand. And cried out in alarm. "We were expecting you all yesterday. Did you come all right? Had a good journey? Mercy on us. You might let him say, "How do you do," to his father. I am his father after all. Bow wow, barked the huge black dog, milord, in a deep bass, tapping with his tail on the walls and furniture. For 2 minutes there was nothing but a general hubbub of joy. After the first outburst of delight was over, the Korolyovs noticed that there was, besides their Volodya, another small person in the hall, wrapped up in scarves and shawls and white with frost. He was standing perfectly still in a corner, in the shadow of a big fox-lined overcoat. "Volodya darling, who is it?" asked his mother, in a whisper. "Oh," cried Volodya. "This is, let me introduce my friend Lentilov, a schoolfellow in the 2nd class. I have brought him to stay with us." "Delighted to hear it." "You are very welcome," the father said cordially. "Excuse me, I've been at work without my coat. Please come in. Natalia, help Mr. Lentilov off with his things. Mercy on us, do turn that dog out. He is unendurable." A few minutes later, Volodya and his friend Lentilov, somewhat dazed by their noisy welcome, and still red from the outside cold, were sitting down to tea. The winter sun, making its way through the snow and the frozen tracery on the window panes, gleamed on the samovar, and plunged its pure rays in the tea basin. The room was warm, and the boys felt as though the warmth and the frost were struggling together with a tingling sensation in their bodies. "Well, Christmas will soon be here," the father said in a pleasant sing-song voice, rolling a cigarette of dark reddish tobacco. "It doesn't seem long since the summer, when Mama was crying at your going, and here you are back again. Time flies, my boy. Before you have time to cry out, old age is upon you. Mr. Lentilov, take some more, please help yourself. We don't stand on ceremony." Volodya's 3 sisters, Katya, Sonia, and Masha, the eldest was 11, sat at the table and never took their eyes off the newcomer. Lentilov was of the same height and age as Volodya, but not as round-faced and fair-skinned. He was thin, dark, and freckled, his hair stood up like a brush, his eyes were small, and his lips were thick. He was, in fact, distinctly ugly, and if he had not been wearing the school uniform, he might have been taken for the son of a cook. He seemed morose, did not speak, and never once smiled. The little girls, staring at him, immediately came to the conclusion that he must be a very clever and learned person. He seemed to be thinking about something all the time, and was so absorbed in his own thoughts, that, whenever he was spoken to, he started, threw his head back, and asked to have the question repeated. The little girls noticed that Volodya, who had always been so merry and talkative, also said very little, did not smile at all, and hardly seemed to be glad to be home. All the time they were at tea he only once addressed his sisters, and then he said something so strange. He pointed to the samovar and said, "In California they don't drink tea, but gin." He, too, seemed absorbed in his own thoughts, and, to judge by the looks that passed between him and his friend Lentilov, their thoughts were the same. After tea, they all went into the nursery. The girls and their father took up the work that had been interrupted by the arrival of the boys. They were making flowers and frills for the Christmas tree out of paper of different colors. It was an attractive and noisy occupation. Every fresh flower was greeted by the little girls with shrieks of delight, even of awe, as though the flower had dropped straight from heaven. Their father was in ecstasies too, and every now and then he threw the scissors on the floor, in vexation at their bluntness. Their mother kept running into the nursery with an anxious face, asking, "Who has taken my scissors? Ivan Nikolaich, have you taken my scissors again? Mercy on us. I'm not even allowed a pair of scissors," their father would respond in a lachrymose voice, and, flinging himself back in his chair, he would pretend to be a deeply injured man. But a minute later, he would be in ecstasies again. On his former holidays Volodya, too, had taken part in the preparations for the Christmas tree, or had been running in the yard to look at the snow mountain that the watchman and the shepherd were building. But this time Volodya and Lentilov took no notice whatever of the colored paper, and did not once go into the stable. They sat in the window and began whispering to one another, then they opened an atlas and looked carefully at a map. first to Perm. Lentilov said, in an undertone, from there to Tyumen, then Tomsk, then Kamchatka. There the Samoyeds take one over Bering Straits in boats. And then we are in America. There are lots of furry animals there. And California? Asked Volodya. California is lower down. We've only to get to America, and California is not far off. And one can get a living by hunting and plunder. All day long Lentilov avoided the little girls, and seemed to look at them with suspicion. In the evening he happened to be left alone with them for 5 minutes or so. It was awkward to be silent. He cleared his throat morosely, rubbed his left hand against his right, looked sullenly at Katya and asked. "Have you read Mayne Reid?" "No, I haven't." "I say, can you skate?" Absorbed in his own reflections, Lentilov made no reply to this question. He simply puffed out his cheeks, and gave a long sigh as though he were very hot. He looked up at Katya once more and said. "When a herd of bisons stampedes across the prairie the earth trembles, and the frightened mustangs kick and neigh." He smiled impressively and added. "And the Indians attack the trains, too. But worst of all are the mosquitoes and the termites." "Why, what's that?" "They're something like ants, but with wings. They bite fearfully." "Do you know who I am?" "Mr. Lentilov." "No, I am Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the Ever Victorious." Masha, the youngest, looked at him, then into the darkness out of window and said, wondering. "And we had lentils for supper yesterday." Lentilov's incomprehensible utterances, and the way he was always whispering with Volodya, and the way Volodya seemed now to be always thinking about something instead of playing, all this was strange and mysterious. And the two elder girls, Katya and Sonia, began to keep a sharp lookout on the boys. At night, when the boys had gone to bed, the girls crept to their bedroom door, and listened to what they were saying. Ah, what they discovered! The boys were planning to run away to America to dig for gold. They had everything ready for the journey, a pistol, 2 knives, biscuits, a burning glass to serve instead of matches, a compass, and 4 rubles in cash. They learned that the boys would have to walk some thousands of miles, and would have to fight tigers and savages on the road. Then they would get gold and ivory, slay their enemies, become pirates, drink gin, and finally marry beautiful maidens. And make a plantation. The boys interrupted each other in their excitement. Throughout the conversation, Lentilov called himself Monty Homo, the Hawk's Claw, and Volodya was, my pale-faced brother. "Mind you don't tell Mama," said Katya, as they went back to bed. "Volodya will bring us gold and ivory from America, but if you tell Mama he won't be allowed to go." The day before Christmas Eve, Lentilov spent the whole day poring over the map of Asia and making notes, while Volodya, with a languid and swollen face that looked as though it had been stung by a bee, walked about the rooms and ate nothing. And once he stood still before the holy image in the nursery, crossed himself, and said, "Lord, forgive me a sinner, Lord, have pity on my poor unhappy Mama." In the evening he burst out crying. On saying good night he gave his father a long hug, and then hugged his mother and sisters. Katya and Sonia knew what was the matter, but little Masha was puzzled, completely puzzled. Every time she looked at Lentilov she grew thoughtful and said with a sigh. "When Lent comes, nurse says we shall have to eat peas and lentils." Early in the morning of Christmas Eve, Katya and Sonia slipped quietly out of bed, and went to find out how the boys meant to run away to America. They crept to their door. "Then you don't mean to go?" Lentilov was saying angrily. "Speak out, aren't you going?" "Oh dear," Volodya wept softly. "How can I go? I feel so unhappy about Mama. My pale-faced brother, I pray you, let us set off. You declared you were going, you egged me on, and now the time comes, you funk it." I'm not funking it, but I'm sorry for Mama. Say once and for all, are you going or are you not?" "I am going, only, wait a little." I want to be at home a little. In that case I will go by myself, Lentilov declared. I can get on without you. And you wanted to hunt tigers and fight. Since that's how it is, give me back my cartridges. At this Volodya cried so bitterly that his sisters could not help crying too. Silence followed. So you are not coming? Lentilov began again. I am coming. Well, put on your things, then. And Lentilov tried to cheer Volodya up by singing the praises of America, growling like a tiger, pretending to be a steamer, scolding him, and promising to give him all the ivory and lions and tiger skins. And this thin, dark boy, with his freckles and his bristling shock of hair, impressed the little girls as an extraordinary remarkable person. He was a hero, a determined character, who knew no fear, and he growled so ferociously, that, standing at the door, they really might imagine there was a tiger or lion inside. When the little girls went back to their room and dressed, Katya's eyes were full of tears, and she said, "Oh, I feel so frightened." Everything was as usual till 2 o'clock, when they sat down to dinner. Then it appeared that the boys were not in the house. They sent to the servants' quarters, to the stables, to the bailiff's cottage. They were not to be found. They sent into the village, they were not there. At tea, too, the boys were still absent, and by supper-time Volodya's mother was dreadfully uneasy, and even shed tears. Late in the evening they sent again to the village, they searched everywhere, and walked along the river bank with lanterns. Heavens! What a fuss there was! Next day the police officer came, and a paper of some sort was written out in the dining room. Their mother cried. All of a sudden a sledge stopped at the door, with 3 white horses in a cloud of steam. "Volodya's come," someone shouted in the yard. "Master Volodya's here," bawled Natalia, running into the dining room. And Milord barked his deep bass, "Bow wow." It seemed that the boys had been stopped in the arcade, where they had gone from shop to shop asking where they could get gunpowder. Volodya burst into sobs as soon as he came into the hall, and flung himself on his mother's neck. The little girls, trembling, wondered with terror what would happen next. They saw their father take Volodya and Lentilov into his study, and there he talked to them a long while. "Is this a proper thing to do?" their father said to them. "I only pray they won't hear of it at school, you would both be expelled. You ought to be ashamed, Mr. Lentilov, really. It's not at all the thing to do. You began it, and I hope you will be punished by your parents. How could you? Where did you spend the night?" "At the station," Lentilov answered proudly. Then Volodya went to bed, and had a compress, steeped in vinegar, on his forehead. A telegram was sent off, and next day a lady, Lentilov's mother, made her appearance and bore off her son. Lentilov looked morose and haughty to the end, and he did not utter a single word at taking leave of the little girls. But he took Katya's book and wrote in it as a souvenir, "Monte Homo, the Hawk's Claw, chief of the ever-victorious. Shrove Tuesday. Pavel Vasilich," cries Pelagia Ivanovna, waking her husband. "Pavel Vasilich. You might go and help Styopa with his lessons, he is sitting crying over his book. He can't understand something again." Pavel Vasilich gets up, makes the sign of the cross over his mouth as he yawns, and says softly, "In a minute, my love." The cat who has been asleep beside him gets up too, straightens out its tail, arches its spine, and half shuts its eyes. There is stillness. Mice can be heard scurrying behind the wallpaper. Putting on his boots and his dressing gown, Pavel Vasilich, crumpled and frowning from sleepiness, comes out of his bedroom into the dining room. On his entrance another cat, engaged in sniffing a marinade of fish in the window, jumps down to the floor, and hides behind the cupboard. "Who asked you to sniff that?" he says angrily, covering the fish with a sheet of newspaper. "You are a pig to do that, not a cat." From the dining room there is a door leading into the nursery. There, at a table covered with stains and deep scratches, sits Styopa, a high school boy in the 2nd class, with a peevish expression of face and tear-stained eyes. With his knees raised almost to his chin, and his hands clasped round them, he is swaying to and fro like a Chinese idol and looking crossly at a sum book. "Are you working?" asks Pavel Vassilitch, sitting down to the table and yawning. "Yes, my boy. We have enjoyed ourselves, slept, and eaten pancakes, and tomorrow comes Lenten fare, repentance, and going to work. Every period of time has its limits. Why are your eyes so red? Are you sick of learning your lessons? To be sure, after pancakes, lessons are nasty to swallow. That's about it. What are you laughing at the child for?" Pelagia Ivanovna calls from the next room. "You had better show him instead of laughing at him. He'll get a 1 again tomorrow, and make me miserable. What is it you don't understand?" Pavel Vassilitch asks Styopa. "Why this division of fractions?" the boy answers crossly. "The division of fractions by fractions." Queer boy. What is there in it? There's nothing to understand in it. Learn the rules, and that's all. To divide a fraction by a fraction you must multiply the numerator of the first fraction by the denominator of the second, and that will be the numerator of the quotient. In this case, the numerator of the first fraction. "I know that without your telling me," Styopa interrupts him, flicking a walnut shell off the table. "Show me the proof." "The proof? Very well, give me a pencil. Listen. Suppose we want to divide 7/8 by 2/5. Well, the point of it is, my boy, that it's required to divide these fractions by each other. Have they set the samovar? I don't know. It's time for tea. It's past 7. Well, now listen. We will look at it like this. Suppose we want to divide 7/8 not by 2/5 but by 2, that is, by the numerator only. We divide it, what do we get? 7/16. Right. Bravo. Well, the trick of it is, my boy, that if we have divided it by 2 then. Wait a bit, I am getting muddled. I remember when I was at school, the teacher of arithmetic was called Sigismund Urbanich, a Pole. He used to get into a muddle over every lesson. He would begin explaining some theory, get in a tangle, and turn crimson all over and race up and down the classroom as though someone were sticking an awl in his back, then he would blow his nose half a dozen times and begin to cry. But you know we were magnanimous to him, we pretended not to see it. "What is it, Sigismund Urbanich?" we used to ask him. "Have you got toothache?" And what a set of young ruffians, regular cutthroats, we were, but yet we were magnanimous, you know. There weren't any boys like you in my day, they were all great hulking fellows, great strapping louts, one taller than another. For instance, in our 3rd class, there was Mamahin. My goodness, he was a solid chap. You know, a regular maypole, 7 feet high. When he moved, the floor shook. When he brought his great fist down on your back, he would knock the breath out of your body. Not only we boys, but even the teachers were afraid of him. So this Mamahin used to. Pelagia Ivanovna's footsteps are heard through the door. Pavel Vassilitch winks towards the door and says, "There's mother coming. Let's get to work." "Well, so you see, my boy," he says, raising his voice. "This fraction has to be multiplied by that one. Well, and to do that you have to take the numerator of the first fraction." "Come to tea," cries Pelagia Ivanovna. Pavel Vassilitch and his son abandon arithmetic and go into tea. Pelagia Ivanovna is already sitting at the table with an aunt who never speaks, another aunt who is deaf and dumb, and Granny Markovna, a midwife who had helped Styopa into the world. The samovar is hissing and puffing out steam which throws flickering shadows on the ceiling. The cats come in from the entry sleepy and melancholy with their tails in the air. "Have some jam with your tea, Markovna," says Pelagia Ivanovna, addressing the midwife. "Tomorrow the great fast begins. Eat well today." Markovna takes a heaped spoonful of jam hesitatingly as though it were a powder, raises it to her lips, and with a sidelong look at Pavel Vassilitch, eats it. At once her face is overspread with a sweet smile, as sweet as the jam itself. "The jam is particularly good," she says. "Did you make it yourself, Pelagia Ivanovna, ma'am?" "Yes. Who else is there to do it? I do everything myself." "Styapochka, have I given you your tea too weak? Ah, you have drunk it already. Pass your cup, my angel, let me give you some more." So this Mamahin, my boy, could not bear the French master. Pavel Vassilitch goes on, addressing his son. "I am a nobleman," he used to shout, "and I won't allow a Frenchman to lord it over me. We beat the French in 1812. Well, of course they used to thrash him for it, thrash him dreye di fully, and sometimes when he saw they were meaning to thrash him, he would jump out of window, and off he would go. Then for 5 or 6 days afterwards he would not show himself at the school. His mother would come to the headmaster and beg him for God's sake, be so kind, sir, as to find my Mishka, and flog him, the rascal. And the headmaster would say to her, upon my word, madam, our 5 porters aren't a match for him. Good heavens, to think of such ruffians being born, whispers Pelagia Ivanovna, looking at her husband in horror. What a trial for the poor mother. A silence follows. Styopa yawns loudly, and scrutinizes the Chinaman on the tea-caddy whom he has seen 1,000 times already. Markovna and the 2 aunts sip tea carefully out of their saucers. The air is still and stifling from the stove. Faces and gestures betray the sloth and repletion that comes when the stomach is full, and yet one must go on eating. The samovar, the cups, and the tablecloth are cleared away, but still the family sits on at the table. Pelagia Ivanovna is continually jumping up and, with an expression of alarm on her face, running off into the kitchen, to talk to the cook about the supper. The 2 aunts go on sitting in the same position immovably, with their arms folded across their bosoms and doze, staring with their pewtery little eyes at the lamp. Markovna hiccups every minute and asks, "Why is it I have the hiccups? I don't think I have eaten anything to account for it, nor drunk anything either." Hic. Pavel Vassilitch and Styopa sit side by side, with their heads touching, and, bending over the table, examine a volume of the Neva, for 1878. The monument of Leonardo da Vinci, facing the gallery of Victor Emmanuel at Milan. I say. After the style of a triumphal arch. A cavalier with his lady. And there are little men in the distance. That little man is like a schoolfellow of mine called Niskubin, says Styopa. Turn over. The proboscis of the common housefly seen under the microscope. So that's a proboscis. I say, a fly. Whatever would a bug look like under a microscope, my boy? Wouldn't it be horrid? The old-fashioned clock in the drawing-room does not strike, but coughs 10 times huskily as though it had a cold. The cook, Anna, comes into the dining-room, and plumps down at the master's feet. "Forgive me, for Christ's sake, Pavel Vassilitch," she says, getting up, flushed all over. "You forgive me, too, for Christ's sake," Pavel Vassilitch responds unconcernedly. In the same manner, Anna goes up to the other members of the family, plumps down at their feet, and begs forgiveness. She only misses out Markovna, to whom, not being one of the gentry, she does not feel it necessary to bow down. Another half-hour passes in stillness and tranquillity. The Neva is by now lying on the sofa, and Pavel Vassilitch, holding up his finger, repeats by heart some Latin verses he has learned in his childhood. Styopa stares at the finger with the wedding ring, listens to the unintelligible words, and dozes. He rubs his eyelids with his fists, and they shut all the tighter. "I am going to bed," he says, stretching and yawning. "What, to bed?" says Pelagia Ivanovna. "What about supper before the fast?" "I don't want any." "Are you crazy?" says his mother in alarm. "How can you go without your supper before the fast? You'll have nothing but Lenten food all through the fast." Pavel Vassilitch is scared too. Yes, my boy," he says. For 7 weeks mother will give you nothing but Lenten food. You can't miss the last supper before the fast. Oh dear, I am sleepy, says Styopa peevishly. Since that is how it is, lay the supper quickly, Pavel Vasilich cries in a fluster. Anna, why are you sitting there, silly? Make haste and lay the table. Pelagia Ivanovna clasps her hands and runs into the kitchen with an expression as though the house were on fire. Make haste, is heard all over the house. Styapochka is sleepy. Anna. Oh dear me, what is one to do? Make haste. 5 minutes later the table is laid. Again the cats, arching their spines, and stretching themselves with their tails in the air, come into the dining room. The family begins supper. No one is hungry, everyone's stomach is overfull, but yet they must eat. The old house. A story told by a house owner. The old house had to be pulled down that a new one might be built in its place. I led the architect through the empty rooms, and between our business talk told him various stories. The tattered wallpapers, the dingy windows, the dark stoves, all bore the traces of recent habitation and evoked memories. On that staircase, for instance, drunken men were once carrying down a dead body when they stumbled and flew headlong downstairs together with the coffin. The living were badly bruised, while the dead man looked very serious, as though nothing had happened, and shook his head when they lifted him up from the ground and put him back in the coffin. You see those 3 doors in a row, in there lived young ladies who were always receiving visitors, and so were better dressed than any other lodgers, and could pay their rent regularly. The door at the end of the corridor leads to the wash house, where by day they washed clothes and at night made an uproar and drank beer. And in that flat of 3 rooms everything is saturated with bacteria and bacilli. It's not nice there. Many lodgers have died there, and I can positively assert that that flat was at some time cursed by someone, and that together with its human lodgers there was always another lodger, unseen, living in it. I remember particularly the fate of one family. Picture to yourself an ordinary man, not remarkable in any way, with a wife, a mother, and 4 children. His name was Putohin. He was a copying clerk at a notary's, and received 35 rubles a month. He was a sober, religious, serious man. When he brought me his rent for the flat he always apologized for being badly dressed. Apologized for being 5 days late, and when I gave him a receipt he would smile good-humoredly and say, "Oh yes, there's that too, I don't like those receipts." He lived poorly but decently. In that middle room, the grandmother used to be with the 4 children, there they used to cook, sleep, receive their visitors, and even dance. This was Putohin's own room. He had a table in it, at which he used to work doing private jobs, copying parts for the theater, advertisements, and so on. This room on the right was let to his lodger, Yegerich, a locksmith, a steady fellow, but given to drink. He was always too hot, and so used to go about in his waistcoat and barefoot. Yegerich used to mend locks, pistols, children's bicycles, would not refuse to mend cheap clocks and make skates for a 1/4 ruble, but he despised that work, and looked on himself as a specialist in musical instruments. Amongst the litter of steel and iron on his table there was always to be seen a concertina with a broken key, or a trumpet with its sides bent in. He paid Putohin 2.5 rubles for his room. He was always at his work table, and only came out to thrust some piece of iron into the stove. On the rare occasions when I went into that flat in the evening, this was always the picture I came upon. Putohin would be sitting at his little table, copying something. His mother and his wife, a thin woman with an exhausted-looking face, were sitting near the lamp, sewing. Yegerich would be making a rasping sound with his file. And the hot, still smoldering embers in the stove filled the room with heat and fumes, the heavy air smelt of cabbage soup, swaddling clothes, and Yegerich. It was poor and stuffy, but the working-class faces, the children's little drawers hung up along by the stove, Yegerich's bits of iron had yet an air of peace, friendliness, content. In the corridor outside the children raced about with well-combed heads, merry and profoundly convinced that everything was satisfactory in this world, and would be so endlessly, that one had only to say one's prayers every morning and at bedtime. Now imagine in the midst of that same room, 2 paces from the stove, the coffin in which Putohin's wife is lying. There is no husband whose wife will live forever, but there was something special about this death. When, during the requiem service, I glanced at the husband's grave face, at his stern eyes, I thought, "Oh ho, brother." It seemed to me that he himself, his children, the grandmother and Yegerich, were already marked down by that unseen being which lived with them in that flat. I am a thoroughly superstitious man, perhaps, because I am a house owner and for 40 years have had to do with lodgers. I believe if you don't win at cards from the beginning you will go on losing to the end. When fate wants to wipe you and your family off the face of the earth, it remains inexorable in its persecution, and the first misfortune is commonly only the first of a long series. Misfortunes are like stones. One stone has only to drop from a high cliff for others to be set rolling after it. In short, as I came away from the requiem service at Putohin's, I believed that he and his family were in a bad way. And, in fact, a week afterwards the notary quite unexpectedly dismissed Putohin, and engaged a young lady in his place. And would you believe it, Putohin was not so much put out at the loss of his job as at being superseded by a young lady and not by a man. Why a young lady? He so resented this that on his return home he thrashed his children, swore at his mother, and got drunk. Yegerich got drunk, too, to keep him company. Putohin brought me the rent, but did not apologize this time, though it was 18 days overdue, and said nothing when he took the receipt from me. The following month the rent was brought by his mother. She only brought me half, and promised to bring the remainder a week later. The 3rd month, I did not get a farthing, and the porter complained to me that the lodgers in number 23 were not behaving like gentlemen. These were ominous symptoms. Picture this scene. A somber Petersburg morning looks in at the dingy windows. By the stove, the granny is pouring out the children's tea. Only the eldest, Vasya, drinks out of a glass, for the others the tea is poured out into saucers. Yegerich is squatting on his heels before the stove, thrusting a bit of iron into the fire. His head is heavy and his eyes are lusterless from yesterday's drinking bout. He sighs and groans, trembles and coughs. He has quite put me off the right way, the devil, he grumbles, he drinks himself and leads others into sin. Putohin sits in his room, on the bedstead from which the bedclothes and the pillows have long ago disappeared, and with his hands straying in his hair looks blankly at the floor at his feet. He is tattered, unkempt, and ill. "Drink it up, make haste or you will be late for school," the old woman urges on Vasya, and it's time for me, too, to go and scrub the floors for the Jews. The old woman is the only one in the flat who does not lose heart. She thinks of old times, and goes out to hard dirty work. On Fridays she scrubs the floors for the Jews at the crockery shop, on Saturdays she goes out washing for shopkeepers, and on Sundays she is racing about the town from morning to night, trying to find ladies who will help her. Every day she has work of some sort, she washes and scrubs, and is by turns a midwife, a matchmaker, or a beggar. It is true she, too, is not disinclined to drown her sorrows, but even when she has had a drop she does not forget her duties. In Russia there are many such tough old women, and how much of its welfare rests upon them. When he has finished his tea, Vasya packs up his books in a satchel and goes behind the stove. His greatcoat ought to be hanging there beside his granny's clothes. A minute later he comes out from behind the stove and asks, "Where is my greatcoat?" The grandmother and the other children look for the greatcoat together. They waste a long time in looking for it, but the greatcoat has utterly vanished. Where is it? The grandmother and Vasya are pale and frightened. Even Yegerich is surprised. Putohin is the only one who does not move. Though he is quick to notice anything irregular or disorderly, this time he makes a pretense of hearing and seeing nothing. That is suspicious. He sold it for drink, Yegerich declares. Putohin says nothing, so it is the truth. Vasya is overcome with horror. His greatcoat, his splendid greatcoat, made of his dead mother's cloth dress, with a splendid calico lining, gone for drink at the tavern. And with the greatcoat is gone too, of course, the blue pencil that lay in the pocket, and the notebook with "Nota Bene" in gold letters on it. There's another pencil with India rubber stuck into the notebook, and, besides that, there are transfer pictures lying in it. Vasya would like to cry, but to cry is impossible. If his father, who has a headache, heard crying he would shout, stamp with his feet, and begin fighting, and after drinking he fights horribly. Granny would stand up for Vasya, and his father would strike Granny too. It would end in Yegorich getting mixed up in it too, clutching at his father and falling on the floor with him. The two would roll on the floor, struggling together and gasping with drunken animal fury, and Granny would cry, the children would scream, the neighbors would send for the porter. No, better not cry. Because he mustn't cry, or give vent to his indignation aloud, Vasya moans, wrings his hands and moves his legs convulsively, or biting his sleeve shakes it with his teeth as a dog does a hare. His eyes are frantic, and his face is distorted with despair. Looking at him, his granny all at once takes the shawl off her head, and she too makes queer movements with her arms and legs in silence, with her eyes fixed on a point in the distance. And at that moment I believe there is a definite certainty in the minds of the boy and the old woman that their life is ruined, that there is no hope. Putohin hears no crying, but he can see it all from his room. When, half an hour later, Vasya sets off to school, wrapped in his grandmother's shawl, he goes out with a face I will not undertake to describe, and walks after him. He longs to call the boy, to comfort him, to beg his forgiveness, to promise him on his word of honor, to call his dead mother to witness, but instead of words, sobs break from him. It is a grey, cold morning. When he reaches the town school Vasya untwists his granny's shawl, and goes into the school with nothing over his jacket for fear the boys should say he looks like a woman. And when he gets home Putohin sobs, mutters some incoherent words, bows down to the ground before his mother and Yegorich, and the locksmith's table. Then, recovering himself a little, he runs to me and begs me breathlessly, for God's sake, to find him some job. I give him hopes, of course. At last I am myself again, he said. It's high time, indeed, to come to my senses. I've made a beast of myself, and now it's over. He is delighted and thanks me, while I, who have studied these gentry thoroughly during the years I have owned the house, look at him, and am tempted to say, "It's too late, dear fellow. You are a dead man already." From me, Putohin runs to the town school. There he paces up and down, waiting till his boy comes out. I say, "Vasya," he says joyfully, when the boy at last comes out, "I have just been promised a job. Wait a bit, I will buy you a splendid fur coat. I'll send you to the high school. Do you understand? To the high school. I'll make a gentleman of you. And I won't drink any more. On my honor I won't." And he has intense faith in the bright future. But the evening comes on. The old woman, coming back from the Jews with 20 kopecks, exhausted and aching all over, sets to work to wash the children's clothes. Vasya is sitting doing a sum. Yegorich is not working. Thanks to Putohin he has got into the way of drinking, and is feeling at the moment an overwhelming desire for drink. It's hot and stuffy in the room. Steam rises in clouds from the tub where the old woman is washing. "Are we going?" Yegorich asks surlily. My lodger does not answer. After his excitement he feels insufferably dreary. He struggles with the desire to drink, with acute depression and, of course, depression gets the best of it. It is a familiar story. Towards night, Yegorich and Putohin go out, and in the morning Vasya cannot find Granny's shawl. That is the drama that took place in that flat. After selling the shawl for drink, Putohin did not come home again. Where he disappeared to I don't know. After he disappeared, the old woman first got drunk, then took to her bed. She was taken to the hospital, the younger children were fetched by relations of some sort, and Vasya went into the wash-house here. In the daytime he handed the irons, and at night fetched the beer. When he was turned out of the wash-house he went into the service of one of the young ladies, used to run about at night on errands of some sort, and began to be spoken of as a dangerous customer. What has happened to him since I don't know. And in this room here a street musician lived for 10 years. When he died they found 20,000 rubles in his feather bed. In Passion Week. Go along, they are ringing already. And mind, don't be naughty in church or God will punish you. My mother thrusts a few copper coins upon me, and, instantly forgetting about me, runs into the kitchen with an iron that needs reheating. I know well that after confession I shall not be allowed to eat or drink, and so, before leaving the house, I force myself to eat a crust of white bread, and to drink 2 glasses of water. It is quite spring in the street. The roads are all covered with brownish slush, in which future paths are already beginning to show, the roofs and sidewalks are dry, the fresh young green is piercing through the rotting grass of last year, under the fences. In the gutters there is the merry gurgling and foaming of dirty water, in which the sunbeams do not disdain to bathe. Chips, straws, the husks of sunflower seeds are carried rapidly along in the water, whirling round and sticking in the dirty foam. Where are those chips swimming to? It may well be that from the gutter they may pass into the river, from the river into the sea, and from the sea into the ocean. I try to imagine to myself that long terrible journey, but my fancy stops short before reaching the sea. A cabman drives by. He clicks to his horse, tugs at the reins, and does not see that 2 street urchins are hanging on the back of his cab. I should like to join them, but think of confession, and the street urchins begin to seem to me great sinners. They will be asked on the day of judgment, why did you play pranks and deceive the poor cabman? I think. They will begin to defend themselves, but evil spirits will seize them, and drag them to fire everlasting. But if they obey their parents, and give the beggars a kopeck each, or a roll, God will have pity on them, and will let them into paradise. The church porch is dry and bathed in sunshine. There is not a soul in it. I open the door irresolutely and go into the church. Here, in the twilight which seems to me thick and gloomy as at no other time, I am overcome by the sense of sinfulness and insignificance. What strikes the eye first of all is a huge crucifix, and on one side of it the Mother of God, and on the other, Saint John the Divine. The candelabra and the candlestands are draped in black mourning covers, the lamps glimmer dimly and faintly, and the sun seems intentionally to pass by the church windows. The Mother of God and the beloved disciple of Jesus Christ, depicted in profile, gaze in silence at the insufferable agony and do not observe my presence. I feel that to them I am alien, superfluous, unnoticed, that I can be no help to them by word or deed, that I am a loathsome, dishonest boy, only capable of mischief, rudeness, and tale-bearing. I think of all the people I know, and they all seem to me petty, stupid, and wicked, and incapable of bringing one drop of relief to that intolerable sorrow which I now behold. The twilight of the church grows darker and more gloomy. And the Mother of God and Saint John look lonely and forlorn to me. Prokofy Ignatitch, a veteran soldier, the church verger's assistant, is standing behind the candle cupboard. Raising his eyebrows and stroking his beard he explains in a half-whisper to an old woman, Matins will be in the evening today, directly after Vespers. And they will ring for the hours tomorrow between 7 and 8. Do you understand? Between 7 and 8. Between the 2 broad columns on the right, where the chapel of Varvara the martyr begins, those who are going to confess stand beside the screen, awaiting their turn. And Mitka is there too, a ragged boy with his head hideously cropped, with ears that jut out, and little spiteful eyes. He is the son of Nastasia the charwoman, and is a bully and a ruffian who snatches apples from the women's baskets, and has more than once carried off my knucklebones. He looks at me angrily, and I fancy takes a spiteful pleasure in the fact that he, not I, will first go behind the screen. I feel boiling over with resentment, I try not to look at him, and, at the bottom of my heart, I am vexed that this wretched boy's sins will soon be forgiven. In front of him stands a grandly dressed, beautiful lady, wearing a hat with a white feather. She is noticeably agitated, is waiting in strained suspense, and one of her cheeks is flushed red with excitement. I wait for 5 minutes, for 10. A well-dressed young man with a long thin neck, and rubber galoshes, comes out from behind the screen. I begin dreaming how, when I am grown up, I will buy galoshes exactly like them. I certainly will. The lady shudders and goes behind the screen. It is her turn. In the crack, between the two panels of the screen, I can see the lady go up to the lectern and bow down to the ground, then get up, and, without looking at the priest, bow her head in anticipation. The priest stands with his back to the screen, and so I can only see his grey curly head, the chain of the cross on his chest, and his broad back. His face is not visible. Heaving a sigh, and not looking at the lady, he begins speaking rapidly, shaking his head, alternately raising and dropping his whispering voice. The lady listens meekly as though conscious of guilt, answers meekly, and looks at the floor. In what way can she be sinful? I wonder, looking reverently at her gentle, beautiful face. God forgive her sins, God send her happiness. But now the priest covers her head with the stole. And I, unworthy priest. I hear his voice. By his power given unto me, do forgive and absolve thee from all thy sins. The lady bows down to the ground, kisses the cross, and comes back. Both her cheeks are flushed now, but her face is calm and serene and cheerful. She is happy now, I think to myself, looking first at her and then at the priest who had forgiven her sins. But how happy the man must be who has the right to forgive sins. Now it is Mitka's turn, but a feeling of hatred for that young ruffian suddenly boils up in me. I want to go behind the screen before him, I want to be the first. Noticing my movement, he hits me on the head with his candle, I respond by doing the same, and, for half a minute, there is a sound of panting, and, as it were, of someone breaking candles. We are separated. My foe goes timidly up to the lectern, and bows down to the floor without bending his knees, but I do not see what happens after that. The thought that my turn is coming after Mitka's makes everything grow blurred and confused before my eyes. Mitka's protruding ears grow large, and melt into his dark head, the priest sways, the floor seems to be undulating. The priest's voice is audible, and I, unworthy priest. Now I too move behind the screen. I do not feel the ground under my feet, it is as though I were walking on air. I go up to the lectern which is taller than I am. For a minute I have a glimpse of the indifferent, exhausted face of the priest. But after that I see nothing but his sleeve with its blue lining, the cross, and the edge of the lectern. I am conscious of the close proximity of the priest, the smell of his cassock. I hear his stern voice, and my cheek turned towards him begins to burn. I am so troubled that I miss a great deal that he says, but I answer his question sincerely in an unnatural voice, not my own. I think of the forlorn figures of the Holy Mother and Saint John the Divine, the crucifix, my mother, and I want to cry and beg forgiveness. What is your name? The priest asks me, covering my head with the soft stole. How light-hearted I am now, with joy in my soul. I have no sins now, I am holy, I have the right to enter paradise. I fancy that I already smell like the cassock. I go from behind the screen to the deacon to enter my name, and sniff at my sleeves. The dusk of the church no longer seems gloomy, and I look indifferently, without malice, at Mitka. What is your name? The deacon asks. Fedya. And your name from your father? I don't know. What is your papa's name? Ivan Petrovich. And your surname? I make no answer. How old are you? Nearly 9. When I get home I go to bed quickly, that I may not see them eating supper. And, shutting my eyes, dream of how fine it would be to endure martyrdom at the hands of some Herod or Dioscorus, to live in the desert, and, like St. Seraphim, feed the bears, live in a cell, and eat nothing but holy bread, give my property to the poor, go on a pilgrimage to Kiev. I hear them laying the table in the dining room, they are going to have supper, they will eat salad, cabbage pies, fried and baked fish. How hungry I am! I would consent to endure any martyrdom, to live in the desert without my mother, to feed bears out of my own hands, if only I might first eat just one cabbage pie. Lord, purify me a sinner, I pray, covering my head over. Guardian angel, save me from the unclean spirit. The next day, Thursday, I wake up with my heart as pure and clean as a fine spring day. I go gaily and boldly into the church, feeling that I am a communicant, that I have a splendid and expensive shirt on, made out of a silk dress left by my grandmother. In the church everything has an air of joy, happiness, and spring. The faces of the Mother of God and Saint John the Divine are not so sorrowful as yesterday. The faces of the communicants are radiant with hope, and it seems as though all the past is forgotten, all is forgiven. Mitka, too, has combed his hair, and is dressed in his best. I look gaily at his protruding ears, and to show that I have nothing against him, I say, "You look nice today, and if your hair did not stand up so, and you weren't so poorly dressed. Everybody would think that your mother was not a washerwoman but a lady. Come to me at Easter, we will play knucklebones." Mitka looks at me mistrustfully, and shakes his fist at me on the sly. And the lady I saw yesterday looks lovely. She is wearing a light blue dress, and a big sparkling brooch in the shape of a horseshoe. I admire her, and think that, when I am grown up, I will certainly marry a woman like that, but remembering that getting married is shameful, I leave off thinking about it and go into the choir where the deacon is already reading the hours. Whitebrow. A hungry she-wolf got up to go hunting. Her cubs, all three of them, were sound asleep, huddled in a heap and keeping each other warm. She licked them and went off. It was already March, a month of spring, but at night the trees snapped with the cold, as they do in December, and one could hardly put one's tongue out without its being nipped. The wolf mother was in delicate health and nervous. She started at the slightest sound, and kept hoping that no one would hurt the little ones at home while she was away. The smell of the tracks of men and horses, logs, piles of faggots, and the dark road with horse dung on it frightened her. It seemed to her that men were standing behind the trees in the darkness, and that dogs were howling somewhere beyond the forest. She was no longer young and her scent had grown feebler, so that it sometimes happened that she took the track of a fox for that of a dog, and even at times lost her way, a thing that had never been in her youth. Owing to the weakness of her health she no longer hunted calves and big sheep as she had in old days, and kept her distance now from mares with colts. She fed on nothing but carrion. Fresh meat she tasted very rarely, only in the spring when she would come upon a hare and take away her young, or make her way into a peasant's stall where there were lambs. Some 3 miles from her lair there stood a winter hut on the posting road. There lived the keeper Ignat, an old man of 70, who was always coughing and talking to himself. At night he was usually asleep, and by day he wandered about the forest with a single-barreled gun, whistling to the hares. He must have worked among machinery in early days, for before he stood still he always shouted to himself, "Stop the machine," and before going on, "Full speed." He had a huge black dog of indeterminate breed, called a Rapka. When it ran too far ahead he used to shout to it, "Reverse action." Sometimes he used to sing, and as he did so staggered violently, and often fell down. The wolf thought the wind blew him over, and shouted, "Run off the rails." The wolf remembered that, in the summer and autumn, a ram and 2 ewes were pasturing near the winter hut, and when she had run by not so long ago she fancied that she had heard bleating in the stall. And now, as she got near the place, she reflected that it was already March, and, by that time, there would certainly be lambs in the stall. She was tormented by hunger, she thought with what greediness she would eat a lamb, and these thoughts made her teeth snap, and her eyes glitter in the darkness like 2 sparks of light. Ignat's hut, his barn, cattle stall, and well were surrounded by high snowdrifts. All was still. Arabka was, most likely, asleep in the barn. The wolf clambered over a snowdrift onto the stall, and began scratching away the thatched roof with her paws and her nose. The straw was rotten and decaying, so that the wolf almost fell through. All at once a smell of warm steam, of manure, and of sheep's milk floated straight to her nostrils. Down below, a lamb, feeling the cold, bleated softly. Leaping through the hole, the wolf fell with her forepaws and chest on something soft and warm, probably a sheep, and at the same moment, something in the stall suddenly began whining, barking, and going off into a shrill little yap. The sheep huddled against the wall, and the wolf, frightened, snatched the first thing her teeth fastened on, and dashed away. She ran at her utmost speed, while Arabka, who by now had scented the wolf, howled furiously, the frightened hens cackled, and Ignat, coming out into the porch, shouted, "Full speed! Blow the whistle!" And he whistled like a steam engine, and then shouted, "Ho ho ho ho," and all this noise was repeated by the forest echo. When, little by little, it all died away, the wolf somewhat recovered herself, and began to notice that the prey she held in her teeth and dragged along the snow was heavier and, as it were, harder than lambs usually were at that season. And it smelt somehow different, and uttered strange sounds. The wolf stopped and laid her burden on the snow, to rest and begin eating it, then all at once she leapt back in disgust. It was not a lamb, but a black puppy, with a big head and long legs, of a large breed, with a white patch on his brow, like Arabka's. Judging from his manners he was a simple, ignorant, yard dog. He licked his crushed and wounded back, and, as though nothing was the matter, wagged his tail and barked at the wolf. She growled like a dog, and ran away from him. He ran after her. She looked round and snapped her teeth. He stopped in perplexity, and, probably deciding that she was playing with him, craned his head in the direction he had come from, and went off into a shrill, gleeful bark, as though inviting his mother Arabka to play with him and the wolf. It was already getting light, and when the wolf reached her home in the thick aspen wood, each aspen tree could be seen distinctly, and the woodcocks were already awake, and the beautiful male birds often flew up, disturbed by the incautious gambols and barking of the puppy. "Why does he run after me?" thought the wolf with annoyance. "I suppose he wants me to eat him." She lived with her cubs in a shallow hole. 3 years before, a tall old pine tree had been torn up by the roots in a violent storm, and the hole had been formed by it. Now there were dead leaves and moss at the bottom, and around it lay bones and bullocks' horns, with which the little ones played. They were by now awake, and all 3 of them, very much alike, were standing in a row at the edge of their hole, looking at their returning mother, and wagging their tails. Seeing them, the puppy stopped a little way off, and stared at them for a very long time. Seeing that they, too, were looking very attentively at him, he began barking angrily, as at strangers. By now it was daylight and the sun had risen, the snow sparkled all around, but still the puppy stood a little way off and barked. The cubs sucked their mother, pressing her thin belly with their paws, while she gnawed a horse's bone, dry and white. She was tormented by hunger, her head ached from the dog's barking, and she felt inclined to fall on the uninvited guest and tear him to pieces. At last the puppy was hoarse and exhausted. Seeing they were not afraid of him, and not even attending to him, he began somewhat timidly approaching the cubs, alternately squatting down and bounding a few steps forward. Now, by daylight, it was easy to have a good look at him. His white forehead was big, and on it was a hump such as is only seen on very stupid dogs. He had little, blue, dingy-looking eyes, and the expression of his whole face was extremely stupid. When he reached the cubs he stretched out his broad paws, laid his head upon them, and began. "Naya, mina, na, na, na." The cubs did not understand what he meant, but they wagged their tails. Then the puppy gave one of the cubs a smack on its big head with his paw. The cub, too, gave him a smack on the head. The puppy stood sideways to him, and looked at him askance, wagging his tail, then dashed off, and ran round several times on the frozen snow. The cubs ran after him, he fell on his back and kicked up his legs, and all 3 of them fell upon him, squealing with delight, and began biting him, not to hurt but in play. The crows sat on the high pine tree, and looked down on their struggle, and were much troubled by it. They grew noisy and merry. The sun was hot, as though it were spring. And the woodcocks, continually flitting through the pine tree that had been blown down by the storm, looked as though made of emerald in the brilliant sunshine. As a rule, wolf mothers train their children to hunt by giving them prey to play with. And now watching the cubs chasing the puppy over the frozen snow and struggling with him, the mother thought, "Let them learn." When they had played long enough, the cubs went into the hole and lay down to sleep. The puppy howled a little from hunger, then he, too, stretched out in the sunshine. And when they woke up they began playing again. All day long, and in the evening, the wolf mother was thinking how the lamb had bleated in the cattle shed the night before, and how it had smelt of sheep's milk, and she kept snapping her teeth from hunger. And never left off greedily gnawing the old bone, pretending to herself that it was the lamb. The cubs sucked their mother, and the puppy, who was hungry, ran round them and sniffed at the snow. "I'll eat him," the mother wolf decided. She went up to him, and he licked her nose and yapped at her, thinking that she wanted to play with him. In the past she had eaten dogs, but the dogs smelt very doggy, and in the delicate state of her health she could not endure the smell. She felt disgusted and walked away. Towards night it grew cold. The puppy felt depressed and went home. When the wolf cubs were fast asleep, their mother went out hunting again. As on the previous night she was alarmed at every sound, and she was frightened by the stumps, the logs, the dark juniper bushes, which stood out singly, and in the distance were like human beings. She ran on the ice-covered snow, keeping away from the road. All at once she caught a glimpse of something dark, far away on the road. She strained her eyes and ears. Yes, something really was walking on in front, she could even hear the regular thud of footsteps. Surely not a badger. Cautiously holding her breath, and keeping always to one side, she overtook the dark patch, looked round, and recognized it. It was the puppy with the white brow, going with a slow, lingering step homewards. "If only he doesn't hinder me again," thought the wolf, and ran quickly on ahead. But the homestead was by now near. Again she clambered onto the cattle shed by the snowdrift. The gap she had made yesterday had been already mended with straw, and 2 new rafters stretched across the roof. The wolf began rapidly working with her legs and nose, looking round to see whether the puppy were coming, but the smell of the warm steam and manure had hardly reached her nose before she heard a gleeful burst of barking behind her. It was the puppy. He leapt up to the wolf on the roof, then into the hole, and, feeling himself at home in the warmth, recognizing his sheep, he barked louder than ever. Arabka woke up in the barn, and, scenting a wolf, howled. The hens began cackling, and by the time Ignat appeared in the porch with his single-barreled gun the frightened wolf was already far away. "Fwight," whistled Ignat. "Fwight. Full steam ahead." He pulled the trigger, the gun missed fire. He pulled the trigger again it missed fire. He tried a third time, and a great blaze of flame flew out of the barrel and there was a deafening boom, boom. It kicked him violently on the shoulder, and, taking his gun in one hand and his axe in the other, he went to see what the noise was about. A little later he went back to the hut. What was it? A pilgrim, who was staying the night at the hut and had been awakened by the noise, asked in a husky voice. "It's all right," answered Ignat. "Nothing of consequence. Our white brow has taken to sleeping with the sheep in the warm. Only he hasn't the sense to go in at the door, but always tries to wriggle in by the roof. The other night he tore a hole in the roof and went off on the spree, the rascal, and now he has come back and scratched away the roof again. Stupid dog. Yes, there is a spring snapped in his brain. I do detest fools," sighed Ignat, clambering onto the stove. "Come, man of God, it's early yet to get up. Let us sleep full steam." In the morning he called Whitebrow, smacked him hard about the ears, and then showing him a stick, kept repeating to him. "Go in at the door. Go in at the door. Go in at the door." Kashtanka. A story. I. Misbehavior. A young dog, a reddish mongrel, between a dachshund and a yard dog, very like a fox in face, was running up and down the pavement looking uneasily from side to side. From time to time she stopped and, whining and lifting first one chilled paw and then another, tried to make up her mind how it could have happened that she was lost. She remembered very well how she had passed the day, and how, in the end, she had found herself on this unfamiliar pavement. The day had begun by her master Luka Alexandrich's putting on his hat, taking something wooden under his arm wrapped up in a red handkerchief, and calling, "Kashtanka, come along." Hearing her name, the mongrel had come out from under the work table, where she slept on the shavings, stretched herself voluptuously and run after her master. The people Luka Alexandrich worked for lived a very long way off, so that, before he could get to any one of them, the carpenter had several times to step into a tavern to fortify himself. Kashtanka remembered that on the way she had behaved extremely improperly. In her delight that she was being taken for a walk she jumped about, dashed barking after the trains, ran into yards, and chased other dogs. The carpenter was continually losing sight of her, stopping, and angrily shouting at her. Once he had even, with an expression of fury in his face, taken her fox-like ear in his fist, smacked her, and said emphatically, "Plague take you, you pest." After having left the work where it had been bespoken, Luka Alexandrich went into his sister's and there had something to eat and drink. From his sister's he had gone to see a bookbinder he knew. From the bookbinder's to a tavern, from the tavern to another crony's, and so on. In short, by the time Kashtanka found herself on the unfamiliar pavement, it was getting dusk, and the carpenter was as drunk as a cobbler. He was waving his arms and, breathing heavily, muttered, "In sin my mother bore me. Ah, sins, sins. Here now we are walking along the street and looking at the street lamps, but when we die, we shall burn in a fiery Gehenna." Or he fell into a good-natured tone, called Kashtanka to him, and said to her, "You, Kashtanka, are an insect of a creature, and nothing else. Beside a man, you are much the same as a joiner beside a cabinet maker." While he talked to her in that way, there was suddenly a burst of music. Kashtanka looked round and saw that a regiment of soldiers was coming straight towards her. Unable to endure the music, which unhinged her nerves, she turned round and wailed. To her great surprise, the carpenter, instead of being frightened, whining and barking, gave a broad grin, drew himself up to attention, and saluted with all his 5 fingers. Seeing that her master did not protest, Kashtanka whined louder than ever, and dashed across the road to the opposite pavement. When she recovered herself, the band was not playing and the regiment was no longer there. She ran across the road to the spot where she had left her master, but alas, the carpenter was no longer there. She dashed forward, then back again and ran across the road once more, but the carpenter seemed to have vanished into the earth. Kashtanka began sniffing the pavement, hoping to find her master by the scent of his tracks, but some wretch had been that way just before in new rubber galoshes, and now all delicate scents were mixed with an acute stench of India rubber. So that it was impossible to make out anything. Kashtanka ran up and down and did not find her master, and meanwhile it had got dark. The street lamps were lighted on both sides of the road, and lights appeared in the windows. Big, fluffy snowflakes were falling and painting white the pavement, the horses' backs and the cabmen's caps, and the darker the evening grew the whiter were all these objects. Unknown customers kept walking incessantly to and fro, obstructing her field of vision and shoving against her with their feet. All mankind Kashtanka divided into 2 uneven parts, masters and customers. Between them there was an essential difference: the first had the right to beat her, and the second she had the right to nip by the calves of their legs. These customers were hurrying off somewhere and paid no attention to her. When it got quite dark, Kashtanka was overcome by despair and horror. She huddled up in an entrance and began whining piteously. The long day's journeying with Luka Alexandrich had exhausted her, her ears and her paws were freezing, and, what was more, she was terribly hungry. Only twice in the whole day had she tasted a morsel. She had eaten a little paste at the bookbinder's, and in one of the taverns she had found a sausage skin on the floor, near the counter, that was all. If she had been a human being she would have certainly thought, "No, it is impossible to live like this. I must shoot myself." 2. A mysterious stranger. But she thought of nothing, she simply whined. When her head and back were entirely plastered over with the soft feathery snow, and she had sunk into a painful doze of exhaustion, all at once the door of the entrance clicked, creaked, and struck her on the side. She jumped up. A man belonging to the class of customers came out. As Kashtanka whined and got under his feet, he could not help noticing her. He bent down to her and asked. "Doggy, where do you come from? Have I hurt you? Oh, poor thing, poor thing. Come, don't be cross, don't be cross. I am sorry." Kashtanka looked at the stranger through the snowflakes that hung on her eyelashes, and saw before her a short, fat little man, with a plump, shaven face wearing a top hat and a fur coat that swung open. "What are you whining for?" he went on, knocking the snow off her back with his fingers. "Where is your master? I suppose you are lost. Ah, poor doggy. What are we going to do now?" Catching in the stranger's voice a warm, cordial note, Kashtanka licked his hand, and whined still more pitifully. "Oh, you nice funny thing," said the stranger. "A regular fox. Well, there's nothing for it, you must come along with me. Perhaps you will be of use for something. Well." He clicked with his lips, and made a sign to Kashtanka with his hand, which could only mean one thing: come along. Kashtanka went. Not more than half an hour later she was sitting on the floor in a big, light room, and, leaning her head against her side, was looking with tenderness and curiosity at the stranger who was sitting at the table, dining. He ate and threw pieces to her. At first he gave her bread and the green rind of cheese, then a piece of meat, half a pie and chicken bones, while through hunger she ate so quickly that she had not time to distinguish the taste. And the more she ate the more acute was the feeling of hunger. "Your masters don't feed you properly," said the stranger, seeing with what ferocious greediness she swallowed the morsels without munching them. "And how thin you are. Nothing but skin and bones." Kashtanka ate a great deal and yet did not satisfy her hunger, but was simply stupefied with eating. After dinner she lay down in the middle of the room, stretched her legs and, conscious of an agreeable weariness all over her body, wagged her tail. While her new master, lounging in an easy chair, smoked a cigar, she wagged her tail and considered the question, whether it was better at the stranger's or at the carpenter's. The stranger's surroundings were poor and ugly. Besides the easy chairs, the sofa, the lamps and the rugs, there was nothing, and the room seemed empty. At the carpenter's the whole place was stuffed full of things. He had a table, a bench, a heap of shavings, planes, chisels, saws, a cage with a goldfinch, a basin. The stranger's room smelt of nothing, while there was always a thick fog in the carpenter's room, and a glorious smell of glue, varnish, and shavings. On the other hand, the stranger had one great superiority: he gave her a great deal to eat and, to do him full justice, when Kashtanka sat facing the table and looking wistfully at him, he did not once hit or kick her. And did not once shout, "Go away, damned brute." When he had finished his cigar her new master went out, and a minute later came back holding a little mattress in his hands. "Hey, you dog, come here," he said, laying the mattress in the corner near the dog. "Lie down here, go to sleep." Then he put out the lamp and went away. Kashtanka lay down on the mattress and shut her eyes. The sound of a bark rose from the street, and she would have liked to answer it, but all at once she was overcome with unexpected melancholy. She thought of Luka Alexandrich, of his son Fedyushka, and her snug little place under the bench. She remembered on the long winter evenings, when the carpenter was planing or reading the paper aloud, Fedyushka usually played with her. He used to pull her from under the bench by her hind legs, and play such tricks with her, that she saw green before her eyes, and ached in every joint. He would make her walk on her hind legs, use her as a bell, that is, shake her violently by the tail so that she squealed and barked, and give her tobacco to sniff. The following trick was particularly agonizing: Fedyushka would tie a piece of meat to a thread and give it to Kashtanka, and then, when she had swallowed it he would, with a loud laugh, pull it back again from her stomach. And the more lurid were her memories, the more loudly and miserably Kashtanka whined. But soon exhaustion and warmth prevailed over melancholy. She began to fall asleep. Dogs ran by in her imagination, among them a shaggy old poodle, whom she had seen that day in the street with a white patch on his eye and tufts of wool by his nose. Fedyushka ran after the poodle with a chisel in his hand, then all at once he too was covered with shaggy wool, and began merrily barking beside Kashtanka. Kashtanka and he good-naturedly sniffed each other's noses and merrily ran down the street. 3. New and very agreeable acquaintances. When Kashtanka woke up it was already light and a sound rose from the street, such as only comes in the daytime. There was not a soul in the room. Kashtanka stretched, yawned and, cross and ill-humored, walked about the room. She sniffed the corners and the furniture, looked into the passage and found nothing of interest there. Besides the door that led into the passage there was another door. After thinking a little Kashtanka scratched on it with both paws, opened it, and went into the adjoining room. Here on the bed, covered with a rug, a customer, in whom she recognized the stranger of yesterday, lay asleep. "Arrrrr," she growled, but recollecting yesterday's dinner, wagged her tail, and began sniffing. She sniffed the stranger's clothes and boots and thought they smelt of horses. In the bedroom was another door, also closed. Kashtanka scratched at the door, leaned her chest against it, opened it, and was instantly aware of a strange and very suspicious smell. Foreseeing an unpleasant encounter, growling and looking about her, Kashtanka walked into a little room with a dirty wallpaper and drew back in alarm. She saw something surprising and terrible. A grey gander came straight towards her, hissing, with its neck bowed down to the floor and its wings outspread. Not far from him, on a little mattress, lay a white tomcat. Seeing Kashtanka, he jumped up, arched his back, wagged his tail with his hair standing on end and he, too, hissed at her. The dog was frightened in earnest, but not caring to betray her alarm, began barking loudly and dashed at the cat. The cat arched his back more than ever, mewed and gave Kashtanka a smack on the head with his paw. Kashtanka jumped back, squatted on all four paws, and craning her nose towards the cat, went off into loud, shrill barks. Meanwhile the gander came up behind and gave her a painful peck in the back. Kashtanka leapt up and dashed at the gander. "What's this?" They heard a loud angry voice, and the stranger came into the room in his dressing gown, with a cigar between his teeth. "What's the meaning of this?" "To your places." He went up to the cat, flicked him on his arched back, and said, "Fyodor Timofeyich, what's the meaning of this? Have you got up a fight? Ah, you old rascal! Lie down." And turning to the gander he shouted, "Ivan Ivanitch, go home." The cat obediently lay down on his mattress and closed his eyes. Judging from the expression of his face and whiskers, he was displeased with himself for having lost his temper and got into a fight. Kashtanka began whining resentfully, while the gander craned his neck and began saying something rapidly, excitedly, distinctly, but quite unintelligibly. All right," said his master, yawning. "You must live in peace and friendship." He stroked Kashtanka and went on, "And you, red hair, don't be frightened. They are capital company, they won't annoy you. Stay, what are we to call you? You can't go on without a name, my dear." The stranger thought a moment and said, "I tell you what, you shall be Auntie. Do you understand? Auntie." And repeating the word Auntie several times he went out. Kashtanka sat down and began watching. The cat sat motionless on his little mattress, and pretended to be asleep. The gander, craning his neck and stamping, went on talking rapidly and excitedly about something. Apparently it was a very clever gander. After every long tirade, he always stepped back with an air of wonder and made a show of being highly delighted with his own speech. Listening to him and answering "rrrr," Kashtanka fell to sniffing the corners. In one of the corners she found a little trough in which she saw some soaked peas and a sop of rye crusts. She tried the peas, they were not nice, she tried the sopped bread and began eating it. The gander was not at all offended that the strange dog was eating his food, but, on the contrary, talked even more excitedly, and to show his confidence went to the trough and ate a few peas himself. 4. Marvels on a hurdle. A little while afterwards the stranger came in again, and brought a strange thing with him like a hurdle, or like the figure 2. On the crosspiece on the top of this roughly made wooden frame hung a bell, and a pistol was also tied to it. There were strings from the tongue of the bell, and the trigger of the pistol. The stranger put the frame in the middle of the room, spent a long time tying and untying something, then looked at the gander and said, "Ivan Ivanitch, if you please." The gander went up to him and stood in an expectant attitude. "Now then," said the stranger, "let us begin at the very beginning. First of all, bow and make a curtsy. Look sharp." Ivan Ivanitch craned his neck, nodded in all directions, and scraped with his foot. "Right. Bravo. Now die." The gander lay on his back and stuck his legs in the air. After performing a few more similar, unimportant tricks, the stranger suddenly clutched at his head, and assuming an expression of horror, shouted, "Help! Fire! We are burning!" Ivan Ivanitch ran to the frame, took the string in his beak, and set the bell ringing. The stranger was very much pleased. He stroked the gander's neck and said, "Bravo, Ivan Ivanitch! Now pretend that you are a jeweler selling gold and diamonds. Imagine now that you go to your shop and find thieves there. What would you do in that case?" The gander took the other string in his beak and pulled it, and at once a deafening report was heard. Kashtanka was highly delighted with the bell ringing, and the shot threw her into so much ecstasy that she ran round the frame barking. "Auntie, lie down," cried the stranger, "be quiet." Ivan Ivanitch's task was not ended with the shooting. For a whole hour afterwards the stranger drove the gander round him on a cord, cracking a whip, and the gander had to jump over barriers and through hoops. He had to rear, that is, sit on his tail and wave his legs in the air. Kashtanka could not take her eyes off Ivan Ivanitch, wriggled with delight, and several times fell to running after him with shrill barks. After exhausting the gander and himself, the stranger wiped the sweat from his brow and cried, "Maria, fetch Havronya Ivanovna here." A minute later there was the sound of grunting. Kashtanka growled, assumed a very valiant air, and to be on the safe side, went nearer to the stranger. The door opened, an old woman looked in, and, saying something, led in a black and very ugly sow. Paying no attention to Kashtanka's growls, the sow lifted up her little hoof and grunted good-humoredly. Apparently it was very agreeable to her to see her master, the cat, and Ivan Ivanitch. When she went up to the cat and gave him a light tap on the stomach with her hoof, and then made some remark to the gander, a great deal of good nature was expressed in her movements, and the quivering of her tail. Kashtanka realized at once that to growl and bark at such a character was useless. The master took away the frame and cried, "Fyodor Timofeyich, if you please." The cat stretched lazily, and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, went up to the sow. "Come, let us begin with the Egyptian pyramid," began the master. He spent a long time explaining something, then gave the word of command, 1, 2, 3. At the word 3, Ivan Ivanitch flapped his wings and jumped on to the sow's back. When, balancing himself with his wings and his neck, he got a firm foothold on the bristly back, Fyodor Timofeyich listlessly and lazily, with manifest disdain, and with an air of scorning his art and not caring a pin for it, climbed on to the sow's back, then reluctantly mounted on to the gander, and stood on his hind legs. The result was what the stranger called the Egyptian pyramid. Kashtanka yapped with delight, but at that moment the old cat yawned and, losing his balance, rolled off the gander. Ivan Ivanitch lurched and fell off too. The stranger shouted, waved his hands, and began explaining something again. After spending an hour over the pyramid their indefatigable master proceeded to teach Ivan Ivanitch to ride on the cat, then began to teach the cat to smoke, and so on. The lesson ended in the stranger's wiping the sweat off his brow and going away. Fyodor Timofeyich gave a disdainful sniff, lay down on his mattress, and closed his eyes. Ivan Ivanitch went to the trough, and the pig was taken away by the old woman. Thanks to the number of her new impressions, Kashranka hardly noticed how the day passed, and in the evening she was installed with her mattress in the room with the dirty wallpaper. And spent the night in the society of Fyodor Timofeyich and the gander. V. Talent. Talent. A month passed. Kashtanka had grown used to having a nice dinner every evening, and being called Auntie. She had grown used to the stranger too, and to her new companions. Life was comfortable and easy. Every day began in the same way. As a rule, Ivan Ivanitch was the first to wake up, and at once went up to Auntie or to the cat, twisting his neck, and beginning to talk excitedly and persuasively, but, as before, unintelligibly. Sometimes he would crane up his head in the air and utter a long monologue. At first Kashtanka thought he talked so much because he was very clever, but after a little time had passed, she lost all her respect for him. When he went up to her with his long speeches she no longer wagged her tail, but treated him as a tiresome chatterbox, who would not let anyone sleep and, without the slightest ceremony, answered him with "rrr." Fyodor Timofeyich was a gentleman of a very different sort. When he woke he did not utter a sound, did not stir, and did not even open his eyes. He would have been glad not to wake, for, as was evident, he was not greatly in love with life. Nothing interested him, he showed an apathetic and nonchalant attitude to everything, he disdained everything and, even while eating his delicious dinner, sniffed contemptuously. When she woke Kashtanka began walking about the room and sniffing the corners. She and the cat were the only ones allowed to go all over the flat. The gander had not the right to cross the threshold of the room with the dirty wallpaper, and Heronia Ivanovna lived somewhere in a little outhouse in the yard and made her appearance only during the lessons. Their master got up late, and immediately after drinking his tea began teaching them their tricks. Every day the frame, the whip, and the hoop were brought in, and every day almost the same performance took place. The lesson lasted 3 or 4 hours, so that sometimes Fyodor Timofeyich was so tired that he staggered about like a drunken man, and Ivan Ivanitch opened his beak and breathed heavily. While their master became red in the face and could not mop the sweat from his brow fast enough. The lesson and the dinner made the day very interesting, but the evenings were tedious. As a rule, their master went off somewhere in the evening and took the cat and the gander with him. Left alone, Auntie lay down on her little mattress and began to feel sad. Melancholy crept on her imperceptibly and took possession of her by degrees, as darkness does of a room. It began with the dogs losing every inclination to bark, to eat, to run about the rooms, and even to look at things. Then vague figures, half dogs, half human beings, with countenances attractive, pleasant, but incomprehensible, would appear in her imagination. When they came Auntie wagged her tail, and it seemed to her that she had somewhere, at some time, seen them and loved them. And as she dropped asleep, she always felt that those figures smelt of glue, shavings, and varnish. When she had grown quite used to her new life, and from a thin, long mongrel, had changed into a sleek, well-groomed dog, her master looked at her one day before the lesson and said, "It's high time, Auntie, to get to business. You have kicked up your heels in idleness long enough. I want to make an artiste of you. Do you want to be an artiste?" And he began teaching her various accomplishments. At the first lesson he taught her to stand and walk on her hind legs, which she liked extremely. At the second lesson she had to jump on her hind legs and catch some sugar, which her teacher held high above her head. After that, in the following lessons she danced, ran tied to a cord, howled to music, rang the bell, and fired the pistol, and in a month could successfully replace Fyodor Timofeyich in the Egyptian pyramid. She learned very eagerly and was pleased with her own success, running with her tongue out on the cord, leaping through the hoop, and riding on old Fyodor Timofeyich, gave her the greatest enjoyment. She accompanied every successful trick with a shrill, delighted bark, while her teacher wondered, was also delighted, and rubbed his hands. "It's talent. It's talent," he said. Unquestionable talent. You will certainly be successful. And Auntie grew so used to the word talent, that every time her master pronounced it, she jumped up as if it had been her name. 6. An uneasy night. Auntie had a doggy dream that a porter ran after her with a broom, and she woke up in a fright. It was quite dark and very stuffy in the room. The fleas were biting. Auntie had never been afraid of darkness before, but now, for some reason, she felt frightened and inclined to bark. Her master heaved a loud sigh in the next room, then soon afterwards the sow grunted in her sty, and then all was still again. When one thinks about eating, one's heart grows lighter, and Auntie began thinking how that day she had stolen the leg of a chicken from Fyodor Timofeich, and had hidden it in the drawing-room, between the cupboard and the wall, where there were a great many spiders' webs and a great deal of dust. Would it not be as well to go now and look whether the chicken leg were still there or not? It was very possible that her master had found it and eaten it. But she must not go out of the room before morning, that was the rule. Auntie shut her eyes to go to sleep as quickly as possible, for she knew by experience that the sooner you go to sleep the sooner the morning comes. But all at once there was a strange scream not far from her which made her start and jump up on all four legs. It was Ivan Ivanitch, and his cry was not babbling and persuasive as usual, but a wild, shrill, unnatural scream like the squeak of a door opening. Unable to distinguish anything in the darkness, and not understanding what was wrong, Auntie felt still more frightened and growled, "Arr!" Some time passed, as long as it takes to eat a good bone. The scream was not repeated. Little by little Auntie's uneasiness passed off and she began to doze. She dreamed of two big black dogs with tufts of last year's coat left on their haunches and sides. They were eating out of a big basin some swill, from which there came a white steam and a most appetizing smell. From time to time they looked round at Auntie, showed their teeth and growled, "We are not going to give you any." But a peasant in a fur coat ran out of the house and drove them away with a whip. Then Auntie went up to the basin and began eating, but as soon as the peasant went out of the gate, the two black dogs rushed at her growling, and all at once there was again a shrill scream. "Kg! Kgg!" cried Ivan Ivanitch. Auntie woke, jumped up and, without leaving her mattress, went off into a yelping bark. It seemed to her that it was not Ivan Ivanitch that was screaming but someone else, and for some reason the sow again grunted in her sty. Then there was the sound of shuffling slippers, and the master came into the room in his dressing gown with a candle in his hand. The flickering light danced over the dirty wallpaper and the ceiling, and chased away the darkness. Auntie saw that there was no stranger in the room. Ivan Ivanitch was sitting on the floor and was not asleep. His wings were spread out and his beak was open, and altogether he looked as though he were very tired and thirsty. Old Fyodor Timofeich was not asleep either. He, too, must have been awakened by the scream. "Ivan Ivanitch, what's the matter with you?" the master asked the gander. "Why are you screaming? Are you ill?" The gander did not answer. The master touched him on the neck, stroked his back, and said, "You are a queer chap. You don't sleep yourself, and you don't let other people." When the master went out, carrying the candle with him, there was darkness again. Auntie felt frightened. The gander did not scream, but again she fancied that there was some stranger in the room. What was most dreadful was that this stranger could not be bitten, as he was unseen and had no shape. And for some reason she thought that something very bad would certainly happen that night. Fyodor Timofeich was uneasy too. Auntie could hear him shifting on his mattress, yawning and shaking his head. Somewhere in the street there was a knocking at a gate and the sow grunted in her sty. Auntie began to whine, stretched out her front paws and laid her head down upon them. She fancied that in the knocking at the gate, in the grunting of the sow, who was for some reason awake, in the darkness and the stillness, there was something as miserable and dreadful as in Ivan Ivanitch's scream. Everything was in agitation and anxiety, but why? Who was the stranger who could not be seen? Then two dim flashes of green gleamed for a minute near Auntie. It was Fyodor Timofeich, for the first time of their whole acquaintance, coming up to her. What did he want? Antti licked his paw, and not asking why he had come, howled softly and on various notes. "Kg," cried Ivan Ivanitch, "Kge." The door opened again and the master came in with a candle. The gander was sitting in the same attitude as before, with his beak open, and his wings spread out, his eyes were closed. "Ivan Ivanitch," his master called him. The gander did not stir. His master sat down before him on the floor, looked at him in silence for a minute, and said, "Ivan Ivanitch, what is it? Are you dying?" "Oh, I remember now, I remember," he cried out, and clutched at his head. "I know why it is. It's because the horse stepped on you today. My God! My God!" Antti did not understand what her master was saying, but she saw from his face that he, too, was expecting something dreadful. She stretched out her head towards the dark window, where it seemed to her some stranger was looking in, and howled. "He is dying, Antti," said her master, and wrung his hands. "Yes, yes, he is dying. Death has come into your room. What are we to do?" Pale and agitated, the master went back into his room, sighing and shaking his head. Antti was afraid to remain in the darkness, and followed her master into his bedroom. He sat down on the bed and repeated several times, "My God, what's to be done?" Antti walked about round his feet, and not understanding why she was wretched and why they were all so uneasy, and trying to understand, watched every movement he made. Fyodor Timofeyitch, who rarely left his little mattress, came into the master's bedroom too, and began rubbing himself against his feet. He shook his head as though he wanted to shake painful thoughts out of it, and kept peeping suspiciously under the bed. The master took a saucer, poured some water from his wash-stand into it, and went to the gander again. "Drink, Ivan Ivanitch," he said tenderly, setting the saucer before him, "drink, darling." But Ivan Ivanitch did not stir and did not open his eyes. His master bent his head down to the saucer and dipped his beak into the water, but the gander did not drink. He spread his wings wider than ever, and his head remained lying in the saucer. "No, there's nothing to be done now," sighed his master. "It's all over. Ivan Ivanitch is gone." And shining drops, such as one sees on the window pane when it rains, trickled down his cheeks. Not understanding what was the matter, Antti and Fyodor Timofeyitch snuggled up to him and looked with horror at the gander. "Poor Ivan Ivanitch," said the master, sighing mournfully. "And I was dreaming I would take you in the spring into the country, and would walk with you on the green grass. Dear creature, my good comrade, you are no more. How shall I do without you now?" It seemed to Antti that the same thing would happen to her, that is, that she too, there was no knowing why, would close her eyes, stretch out her paws, open her mouth, and everyone would look at her with horror. Apparently the same reflections were passing through the brain of Fyodor Timofeyitch. Never before had the old cat been so morose and gloomy. It began to get light, and the unseen stranger who had so frightened Antti was no longer in the room. When it was quite daylight, the porter came in, took the gander, and carried him away. And soon afterwards the old woman came in and took away the trough. Antti went into the drawing room and looked behind the cupboard. Her master had not eaten the chicken bone, it was lying in its place among the dust and spiders' webs. But Antti felt sad and dreary and wanted to cry. She did not even sniff at the bone, but went under the sofa, sat down there, and began softly whining in a thin voice. 7. An unsuccessful debut. One fine evening the master came into the room with the dirty wallpaper, and, rubbing his hands, said, "Well." He meant to say something more, but went away without saying it. Antti, who during her lessons had thoroughly studied his face and intonations, divined that he was agitated, anxious and, she fancied, angry. Soon afterwards he came back and said, "Today I shall take with me Antti and Fyodor Timofeyitch. Today, Antti, you will take the place of poor Ivan Ivanitch in the Egyptian pyramid. Goodness knows how it will be. Nothing is ready, nothing has been thoroughly studied, there have been few rehearsals. We shall be disgraced, we shall come to grief. Then he went out again, and a minute later, came back in his fur coat and top hat. Going up to the cat he took him by the forepaws and put him inside the front of his coat, while Fyodor Timofeyitch appeared completely unconcerned, and did not even trouble to open his eyes. To him it was apparently a matter of absolute indifference whether he remained lying down, or were lifted up by his paws, whether he rested on his mattress or under his master's fur coat. "Come along, Auntie," said her master. Wagging her tail, and understanding nothing, Auntie followed him. A minute later she was sitting in a sledge by her master's feet and heard him, shrinking with cold and anxiety, mutter to himself. "We shall be disgraced. We shall come to grief." The sledge stopped at a big strange-looking house, like a soup ladle turned upside down. The long entrance to this house, with its 3 glass doors, was lighted up with a dozen brilliant lamps. The doors opened with a resounding noise and, like jaws, swallowed up the people who were moving to and fro at the entrance. There were a great many people, horses, too, often ran up to the entrance, but no dogs were to be seen. The master took Auntie in his arms and thrust her in his coat, where Fyodor Timofeyitch already was. It was dark and stuffy there, but warm. For an instant 2 green sparks flashed at her. It was the cat, who opened his eyes on being disturbed by his neighbor's cold rough paws. Auntie licked his ear, and, trying to settle herself as comfortably as possible, moved uneasily, crushed him under her cold paws, and casually poked her head out from under the coat, but at once growled angrily, and tucked it in again. It seemed to her that she had seen a huge, badly lighted room, full of monsters. From behind screens and gratings, which stretched on both sides of the room, horrible faces looked out, faces of horses with horns, with long ears, and one fat, huge countenance with a tail instead of a nose. And 2 long gnawed bones sticking out of his mouth. The cat mewed huskily under Auntie's paws, but at that moment the coat was flung open, the master said, "Hop," and Fyodor Timofeyitch and Auntie jumped to the floor. They were now in a little room with grey plank walls. There was no other furniture in it but a little table with a looking-glass on it, a stool, and some rags hung about the corners, and instead of a lamp or candles, there was a bright fan-shaped light attached to a little pipe fixed in the wall. Fyodor Timofeyitch licked his coat which had been ruffled by Auntie, went under the stool, and lay down. Their master, still agitated and rubbing his hands, began undressing. He undressed as he usually did at home when he was preparing to get under the rug, that is, took off everything but his underlinen, then he sat down on the stool, and, looking in the looking-glass, began playing the most surprising tricks with himself. First of all he put on his head a wig, with a parting and with 2 tufts of hair standing up like horns, then he smeared his face thickly with something white, and over the white color painted his eyebrows, his mustaches, and red on his cheeks. His antics did not end with that. After smearing his face and neck, he began putting himself into an extraordinary and incongruous costume, such as Auntie had never seen before either in houses or in the street. Imagine very full trousers, made of chintz covered with big flowers, such as is used in working-class houses for curtains and covering furniture, trousers which buttoned up just under his armpits. One trouser leg was made of brown chintz, the other of bright yellow. Almost lost in these, he then put on a short chintz jacket, with a big scalloped collar, and a gold star on the back, stockings of different colors, and green slippers. Everything seemed going round before Auntie's eyes and in her soul. The white-faced, sack-like figure smelt like her master, its voice, too, was the familiar master's voice, but there were moments when Auntie was tortured by doubts, and then she was ready to run away from the party-colored figure and to bark. The new place, the fan-shaped light, the smell. The transformation that had taken place in her master, all this aroused in her a vague dread and a foreboding that she would certainly meet with some horror such as the big face with the tail instead of a nose. And then, somewhere through the wall, some hateful band was playing, and from time to time she heard an incomprehensible roar. Only one thing reassured her, that was the imperturbability of Fyodor Timofeyitch. He dozed with the utmost tranquility under the stool, and did not open his eyes even when it was moved. A man in a dress coat and a white waistcoat peeped into the little room and said, "Miss Arabella has just gone on. After her, you." Their master made no answer. He drew a small box from under the table, sat down, and waited. From his lips and his hands it could be seen that he was agitated, and Auntie could hear how his breathing came in gasps. "Monsieur George, come on." Someone shouted behind the door. Their master got up and crossed himself 3 times, then took the cat from under the stool and put him in the box. "Come, Auntie," he said softly. Auntie, who could make nothing out of it, went up to his hands, he kissed her on the head, and put her beside Fyodor Timofeyitch. Then followed darkness. Auntie trampled on the cat, scratched at the walls of the box, and was so frightened that she could not utter a sound, while the box swayed and quivered, as though it were on the waves. "Here we are again." Her master shouted aloud, "Here we are again." Auntie felt that after that shout the box struck against something hard and left off swaying. There was a loud deep roar, someone was being slapped, and that someone, probably the monster with the tail instead of a nose, roared and laughed so loud that the locks of the box trembled. In response to the roar, there came a shrill, squeaky laugh from her master, such as he never laughed at home. "Ha!" he shouted, trying to shout above the roar. "Honored friends! I have only just come from the station. My grannies kicked the bucket and left me a fortune. There is something very heavy in the box, it must be gold, ha! Ha! I bet there's 1,000,000 here. We'll open it and look." The lock of the box clicked. The bright light dazzled Auntie's eyes, she jumped out of the box, and, deafened by the roar, ran quickly round her master, and broke into a shrill bark. "Ha!" exclaimed her master. "Uncle Fyodor Timofeyitch! Beloved aunt, dear relations! The devil take you!" He fell on his stomach on the sand, seized the cat and Auntie, and fell to embracing them. While he held Auntie tight in his arms, she glanced round into the world into which fate had brought her and, impressed by its immensity, was for a minute dumbfounded with amazement and delight, then jumped out of her master's arms. And to express the intensity of her emotions, whirled round and round on one spot like a top. This new world was big and full of bright light, wherever she looked, on all sides, from floor to ceiling there were faces, 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 and nothing else. "Auntie, I beg you to sit down," shouted her master. Remembering what that meant, Auntie jumped on to a chair, and sat down. She looked at her master. His eyes looked at her gravely and kindly as always, but his face, especially his mouth and teeth, were made grotesque by a broad immovable grin. He laughed, skipped about, twitched his shoulders, and made a show of being very merry in the presence of the thousands of faces. Auntie believed in his merriment, all at once felt all over her that those thousands of faces were looking at her, lifted up her fox-like head, and howled joyously. "You sit there, Auntie," her master said to her, "while uncle and I will dance the Kamarinsky." Fyodor Timofeyitch stood looking about him indifferently, waiting to be made to do something silly. He danced listlessly, carelessly, sullenly, and one could see from his movements, his tail and his ears, that he had a profound contempt for the crowd, the bright light, his master and himself. When he had performed his allotted task, he gave a yawn and sat down. "Now, Auntie," said her master, "we'll have first a song, and then a dance, shall we?" He took a pipe out of his pocket, and began playing. Auntie, who could not endure music, began moving uneasily in her chair and howled. A roar of applause rose from all sides. Her master bowed, and when all was still again, went on playing. Just as he took one very high note, someone high up among the audience uttered a loud exclamation. "Auntie," cried a child's voice, "why it's Kashtanka." "Kashtanka it is," declared a cracked drunken tenor. "Kashtanka. Strike me dead, Fedyushka, it is Kashtanka. Kashtanka. Here." Someone in the gallery gave a whistle, and 2 voices, one a boy's and one a man's, called loudly, "Kashtanka. Kashtanka." Auntie started, and looked where the shouting came from. Two faces, one hairy, drunken and grinning, the other chubby, rosy-cheeked and frightened-looking, dazed her eyes as the bright light had dazed them before. She remembered, fell off the chair, struggled on the sand, then jumped up, and with a delighted yap dashed towards those faces. There was a deafening roar, interspersed with whistles and a shrill childish shout, "Kashtanka! Kashtanka!" Auntie leaped over the barrier, then across someone's shoulders. She found herself in a box. To get into the next tier she had to leap over a high wall. Auntie jumped, but did not jump high enough, and slipped back down the wall. Then she was passed from hand to hand, licked hands and faces, kept mounting higher and higher, and at last got into the gallery. Half an hour afterwards, Kashtanka was in the street, following the people who smelt of glue and varnish. Luka Alexandrich staggered and instinctively, taught by experience, tried to keep as far from the gutter as possible. "In sin my mother bore me," he muttered. "And you, Kashtanka, are a thing of little understanding. Beside a man, you are like a joiner beside a cabinetmaker." Fedyushka walked beside him, wearing his father's cap. Kashtanka looked at their backs, and it seemed to her that she had been following them for ages, and was glad that there had not been a break for a minute in her life. She remembered the little room with dirty wallpaper, the gander, Fyodor Timofeyich, the delicious dinners, the lessons, the circus, but all that seemed to her now like a long, tangled, oppressive dream. A chameleon. The police superintendent Achumyalov is walking across the market square wearing a new overcoat and carrying a parcel under his arm. A red-haired policeman strides after him with a sieve full of confiscated gooseberries in his hands. There is silence all around. Not a soul in the square. The open doors of the shops and taverns look out upon God's world disconsolately, like hungry mouths. There is not even a beggar near them. "So you bite, you damned brute." Achumyalov hears suddenly. "Lads, don't let him go. Biting is prohibited nowadays. Hold him." Ah, ah. There is the sound of a dog yelping. Achumyalov looks in the direction of the sound and sees a dog, hopping on 3 legs and looking about her, run out of Pichijin's timber yard. A man in a starched cotton shirt, with his waistcoat unbuttoned, is chasing her. He runs after her, and throwing his body forward falls down and seizes the dog by her hind legs. Once more there is a yelping and a shout of "Don't let go." Sleepy countenances are protruded from the shops, and soon a crowd, which seems to have sprung out of the earth, is gathered round the timber yard. "It looks like a row, Your Honor," says the policeman. Achumyalov makes a half-turn to the left and strides towards the crowd. He sees the aforementioned man in the unbuttoned waistcoat standing close by the gate of the timber yard, holding his right hand in the air and displaying a bleeding finger to the crowd. On his half-drunken face there is plainly written, "I'll pay you out, you rogue," and indeed the very finger has the look of a flag of victory. In this man Achumyalov recognizes Hryakin, the goldsmith. The culprit who has caused the sensation, a white borzoi puppy with a sharp muzzle and a yellow patch on her back, is sitting on the ground with her forepaws outstretched in the middle of the crowd, trembling all over. There is an expression of misery and terror in her tearful eyes. "What's it all about?" Achumyalov inquires, pushing his way through the crowd. "What are you here for? Why are you waving your finger? Who was it shouted?" "I was walking along here, not interfering with anyone, Your Honor," Hryakin begins, coughing into his fist. "I was talking about firewood to Dmitry Mitrich, when this low brute for no rhyme or reason bit my finger. You must excuse me, I am a working man. Mine is fine work. I must have damages, for I shan't be able to use this finger for a week, maybe. It's not even the law, Your Honor, that one should put up with it from a beast. If everyone is going to be bitten, life won't be worth living." "Hum. Very good," says Achumyalov sternly, coughing and raising his eyebrows. "Very good. Whose dog is it? I won't let this pass. I'll teach them to let their dogs run all over the place. It's time these gentry were looked after, if they won't obey the regulations. When he's fined, the blackguard, I'll teach him what it means to keep dogs and such stray cattle. I'll give him a lesson. Yelderin, cries the superintendent, addressing the policeman, find out whose dog this is and draw up a report. And the dog must be strangled. Without delay. It's sure to be mad. Whose dog is it, I ask. I fancy it's General Zigalov's, says someone in the crowd. General Zigalov's, hum. Help me off with my coat, Yelderin, it's frightfully hot. It must be a sign of rain. There's one thing I can't make out, how it came to bite you. Achumilov turns to Hryakin. Surely it couldn't reach your finger. It's a little dog, and you are a great hulking fellow. You must have scratched your finger with a nail, and then the idea struck you to get damages for it. We all know, your sort. I know you devils. He put a cigarette in her face, Your Honor, for a joke, and she had the sense to snap at him. He is a nonsensical fellow, Your Honor. That's a lie, Squint Eye. You didn't see, so why tell lies about it? His Honor is a wise gentleman, and will see who is telling lies and who is telling the truth, as in God's sight. And if I am lying, let the court decide. It's written in the law. We are all equal nowadays. My own brother is in the gendarmes, let me tell you. Don't argue. No, that's not the general's dog, says the policeman, with profound conviction. The general hasn't got one like that. His are mostly setters. Do you know that for a fact? Yes, Your Honor. I know it, too. The general has valuable dogs, thoroughbred, and this is goodness knows what. No coat, no shape. A low creature. And to keep a dog like that. Where's the sense of it? If a dog like that were to turn up in Petersburg or Moscow, do you know what would happen? They would not worry about the law, they would strangle it in a twinkling. You've been injured, Hryakin, and we can't let the matter drop. We must give them a lesson. It is high time. Yet maybe it is the general's, says the policeman, thinking aloud. It's not written on its face. I saw one like it the other day in his yard. It is the general's, that's certain. Says a voice in the crowd. Help me on with my overcoat, Yelderin, my lad, the wind's getting up. I am cold. You take it to the general's, and inquire there. Say I found it and sent it. And tell them not to let it out into the street. It may be a valuable dog, and if every swine goes sticking a cigar in its mouth, it will soon be ruined. A dog is a delicate animal. And you put your hand down, you blockhead. It's no use your displaying your fool of a finger. It's your own fault. Here comes the general's cook, ask him. Hi, Prohor. Come here, my dear man. Look at this dog. Is it one of yours? What an idea. We have never had one like that. There's no need to waste time asking, says Achumilov. It's a stray dog. There's no need to waste time talking about it. Since he says it's a stray dog it is. It must be destroyed, that's all about it. It is not our dog, Prohor goes on. It belongs to the general's brother, who arrived the other day. Our master does not care for hounds. But his honor is fond of them. You don't say His Excellency's brother is here? Vladimir Ivanitch, inquires Achumilov, and his whole face beams with an ecstatic smile. Well, I never. And I didn't know. Has he come on a visit? Yes. Well, I never. He couldn't stay away from his brother. And there I didn't know. So this is his honor's dog. Delighted to hear it. Take it. It's not a bad pup. A lively creature. Snapped at this fellow's finger. Ha ha ha. Come, why are you shivering? Arr. Arr. The rogue's angry, a nice little pup. Prohor calls the dog, and walks away from the timber yard with her. The crowd laughs at Hryakin. I'll make you smart yet. Achumulov threatens him, and wrapping himself in his greatcoat, goes on his way across the square. The dependents. Mikhail Petrovich Zotov, a decrepit and solitary old man of 70, belonging to the artisan class, was awakened by the cold and the aching in his old limbs. It was dark in his room, but the little lamp before the icon was no longer burning. Zotov raised the curtain and looked out of the window. The clouds that shrouded the sky were beginning to show white here and there, and the air was becoming transparent, so it must have been nearly 5, not more. Zotov cleared his throat, coughed, and shrinking from the cold, got out of bed. In accordance with years of habit, he stood for a long time before the icon, saying his prayers. He repeated Our Father, Hail Mary, the Creed, and mentioned a long string of names. To whom those names belonged he had forgotten years ago, and he only repeated them from habit. From habit, too, he swept his room and entry, and set his fat little four-legged copper samovar. If Zotov had not had these habits he would not have known how to occupy his old age. The little samovar slowly began to get hot, and all at once, unexpectedly, broke into a tremulous bass hum. "Oh, you've started humming," grumbled Zotov. "Hum away then, and bad luck to you." At that point the old man appropriately recalled that, in the preceding night, he had dreamed of a stove, and to dream of a stove is a sign of sorrow. Dreams and omens were the only things left that could rouse him to reflection, and on this occasion he plunged with a special zest into the considerations of the questions, what the samovar was humming for, and what sorrow was foretold by the stove. The dream seemed to come true from the first. Zotov rinsed out his teapot and was about to make his tea, when he found there was not 1 teaspoonful left in the box. "What an existence," he grumbled, rolling crumbs of black bread round in his mouth. "It's a dog's life. No tea. And it isn't as though I were a simple peasant, I'm an artisan and a house owner. The disgrace." Grumbling and talking to himself, Zotov put on his overcoat, which was like a crinoline, and, thrusting his feet into huge clumsy galosh boots, made in the year 1867 by a bootmaker called Prohorich, went out into the yard. The air was grey, cold, and sullenly still. The big yard, full of tufts of burdock and strewn with yellow leaves, was faintly silvered with autumn frost. Not a breath of wind nor a sound. The old man sat down on the steps of his slanting porch, and at once there happened what happened regularly every morning. His dog Liska, a big, mangy, decrepit-looking, white yard dog, with black patches, came up to him with its right eye shut. Liska came up timidly, wriggling in a frightened way, as though her paws were not touching the earth but a hot stove, and the whole of her wretched figure was expressive of abjectness. Zotov pretended not to notice her, but when she faintly wagged her tail, and, wriggling as before, licked his galosh, he stamped his foot angrily. "Be off! The plague take you," he cried. "Confounded be east." Liska moved aside, sat down, and fixed her solitary eye upon her master. "You devils," he went on. "You are the last straw on my back, you Herods." And he looked with hatred at his shed with its crooked, overgrown roof. There from the door of the shed a big horse's head was looking out at him. Probably flattered by its master's attention, the head moved, pushed forward, and there emerged from the shed the whole horse, as decrepit as Liska, as timid and as crushed, with spindly legs, grey hair, a pinched stomach, and a bony spine. He came out of the shed and stood still, hesitating as though overcome with embarrassment. "Plague take you," Zotov went on. "Shall I ever see the last of you, you jailbird pharaohs? I wager you want your breakfast." He jeered, twisting his angry face into a contemptuous smile. "By all means, this minute. A priceless steed like you must have your fill of the best oats. Pray begin. This minute. And I have something to give to the magnificent, valuable dog. If a precious dog like you does not care for bread, you can have meat." Zotov grumbled for half an hour, growing more and more irritated. In the end, unable to control the anger that boiled up in him, he jumped up, stamped with his galoshes, and growled out to be heard all over the yard. I am not obliged to feed you, you loafers. I am not some millionaire for you to eat me out of house and home. I have nothing to eat myself, you cursed carcasses, the cholera take you. I get no pleasure or profit out of you, nothing but trouble and ruin, why don't you give up the ghost? Are you such personages that even death won't take you? You can live, damn you. But I don't want to feed you. I have had enough of you. I don't want to. Zotov grew wrathful and indignant, and the horse and the dog listened. Whether these two dependents understood that they were being reproached for living at his expense, I don't know, but their stomachs looked more pinched than ever, and their whole figures shriveled up, grew gloomier and more abject than before. Their submissive air exasperated Zotov more than ever. Get away, he shouted, overcome by a sort of inspiration. Out of my house. Don't let me set eyes on you again. I am not obliged to keep all sorts of rubbish in my yard. Get away. The old man moved with little hurried steps to the gate, opened it, and picking up a stick from the ground, began driving out his dependents. The horse shook its head, moved its shoulder blades, and limped to the gate. The dog followed him. Both of them went out into the street, and, after walking some 20 paces, stopped at the fence. I'll give it you. Zotov threatened them. When he had driven out his dependents he felt calmer, and began sweeping the yard. From time to time he peeped out into the street. The horse and the dog were standing like posts by the fence, looking dejectedly towards the gate. Try how you can do without me, muttered the old man, feeling as though a weight of anger were being lifted from his heart. Let somebody else look after you now. I am stingy and ill-tempered. It's nasty living with me, so you try living with other people. Yes. After enjoying the crushed expression of his dependence, and grumbling to his heart's content, Zotov went out of the yard, and, assuming a ferocious air, shouted. Well, why are you standing there? Whom are you waiting for? Standing right across the middle of the road and preventing the public from passing. Go into the yard. The horse and the dog with drooping heads and a guilty air turned towards the gate. Liska, probably feeling she did not deserve forgiveness, whined piteously. Stay you can, but as for food, you'll get nothing from me. You may die, for all I care. Meanwhile the sun began to break through the morning mist. Its slanting rays gilded over the autumn frost. There was a sound of steps and voices. Zotov put back the broom in its place, and went out of the yard to see his crony and neighbor, Mark Ivanitch, who kept a little general shop. On reaching his friend's shop, he sat down on a folding stool, sighed sedately, stroked his beard, and began about the weather. From the weather the friends passed to the new deacon, from the deacon to the choristers. And the conversation lengthened out. They did not notice as they talked how time was passing, and when the shop boy brought in a big teapot of boiling water, and the friends proceeded to drink tea, the time flew as quickly as a bird. Zotov got warm and felt more cheerful. I have a favor to ask of you, Mark Ivanitch, he began, after the 6th glass, drumming on the counter with his fingers. If you would just be so kind as to give me a gallon of oats again today. From behind the big tea chest behind which Mark Ivanitch was sitting came the sound of a deep sigh. Do be so good, Zotov went on, never mind tea, don't give it me today, but let me have some oats. I am ashamed to ask you, I have wearied you with my poverty, but the horse is hungry. I can give it you, sighed the friend, why not? But why the devil do you keep those carcasses, pfoo, tell me that, please. It would be all right if it were a useful horse, but, pfoo, one is ashamed to look at it. And the dog's nothing but a skeleton. Why the devil do you keep them? What am I to do with them? You know. Take them to Ignat the slaughterer, that is all there is to do. They ought to have been there long ago. It's the proper place for them. To be sure, that is so. I dare say. You live like a beggar and keep animals, the friend went on. I don't grudge the oats. God bless you. But as to the future, brother. I can't afford to give regularly every day. There is no end to your poverty. One gives, and one doesn't know when there will be an end to it all. The friend sighed and stroked his red face. If you were dead, that would settle it, he said. You go on living, and you don't know what for. Yes, indeed. But if it is not the Lord's will for you to die, you had better go somewhere into an almshouse or a refuge. What for? I have relations. I have a great-niece. And Zotov began telling at great length of his great-niece Glasha, daughter of his niece Katerina, who lived somewhere on a farm. She is bound to keep me, he said. My house will be left to her, so let her keep me, I'll go to her. It's Glasha, you know. Katya's daughter, and Katya, you know, was my brother Pantely's stepdaughter. You understand? The house will come to her. Let her keep me. To be sure. Rather than live, as you do, a beggar, should have gone to her long ago. I will go. As God's above, I will go. It's her duty. When an hour later the old friends were drinking a glass of vodka, Zotov stood in the middle of the shop and said with enthusiasm. I have been meaning to go to her for a long time, I will go this very day. To be sure. Rather than hanging about and dying of hunger, you ought to have gone to the farm long ago. I'll go at once. When I get there, I shall say, take my house, but keep me and treat me with respect. It's your duty. If you don't care to, then there is neither my house, nor my blessing for you. Goodbye, Ivanitch. Zotov drank another glass, and, inspired by the new idea, hurried home. The vodka had upset him and his head was reeling, but instead of lying down, he put all his clothes together in a bundle, said a prayer, took his stick, and went out. Muttering and tapping on the stones with his stick, he walked the whole length of the street without looking back, and found himself in the open country. It was 8 or 9 miles to the farm. He walked along the dry road, looked at the town herd lazily munching the yellow grass, and pondered on the abrupt change in his life which he had only just brought about so resolutely. He thought, too, about his dependents. When he went out of the house, he had not locked the gate, and so had left them free to go whither they would. He had not gone a mile into the country when he heard steps behind him. He looked round and angrily clasped his hands. The horse and Liska, with their heads drooping and their tails between their legs, were quietly walking after him. Go back, he waved to them. They stopped, looked at one another, looked at him. He went on, they followed him. Then he stopped and began ruminating. It was impossible to go to his great-niece Glasha, whom he hardly knew, with these creatures. He did not want to go back and shut them up, and, indeed, he could not shut them up, because the gate was no use. To die of hunger in the shed, thought Zotov. Hadn't I really better take them to Ignat? Ignat's hut stood on the town pasture ground, 100 paces from the flagstaff. Though he had not quite made up his mind, and did not know what to do, he turned towards it. His head was giddy and there was a darkness before his eyes. He remembers little of what happened in the slaughterer's yard. He has a memory of a sickening, heavy smell of hides and the savory steam of the cabbage soup Ignat was sipping when he went into him. As in a dream he saw Ignat, who made him wait 2 hours, slowly preparing something, changing his clothes, talking to some women about corrosive sublimate. He remembered the horse was put into a stand, after which there was the sound of 2 dull thuds, one of a blow on the skull, the other of the fall of a heavy body. When Liska, seeing the death of her friend, flew at Ignat, barking shrilly, there was the sound of a 3rd blow that cut short the bark abruptly. Further, Zotov remembers that in his drunken foolishness, seeing the 2 corpses, he went up to the stand, and put his own forehead ready for a blow. And all that day his eyes were dimmed by a haze, and he could not even see his own fingers. Who was to blame? As my uncle Pyotr Demyanich, a lean, bilious collegiate counselor, exceedingly like a stale smoked fish with a stick through it, was getting ready to go to the high school, where he taught Latin. He noticed that the corner of his grammar was nibbled by mice. I say, Praskovia, he said, going into the kitchen and addressing the cook, how is it we have got mice here? Upon my word. Yesterday my top hat was nibbled, today they have disfigured my Latin grammar. At this rate they will soon begin eating my clothes. What can I do? I did not bring them in, answered Praskovia. We must do something. You had better get a cat, hadn't you? I've got a cat, but what good is it? And Praskovia pointed to the corner where a white kitten, thin as a match, lay curled up asleep beside a broom. Why is it no good? Asked Pyotr Demianich. It's young yet, and foolish. It's not 2 months old yet. Hum. Then it must be trained. It had much better be learning instead of lying there. Saying this, Pyotr Demianich sighed with a careworn air and went out of the kitchen. The kitten raised his head, looked lazily after him, and shut his eyes again. The kitten lay awake thinking. Of what? Unacquainted with real life, having no store of accumulated impressions, his mental processes could only be instinctive, and he could but picture life in accordance with the conceptions that he had inherited, together with his flesh and blood. From his ancestors, the tigers, vide Darwin. His thoughts were of the nature of daydreams. His feline imagination pictured something like the Arabian desert, over which flitted shadows closely resembling Praskovia, the stove, the broom. In the midst of the shadows there suddenly appeared a saucer of milk. The saucer began to grow paws, it began moving and displayed a tendency to run. The kitten made a bound, and with a thrill of bloodthirsty sensuality thrust his claws into it. When the saucer had vanished into obscurity a piece of meat appeared, dropped by Praskovia. The meat ran away with a cowardly squeak, but the kitten made a bound and got his claws into it. Everything that rose before the imagination of the young dreamer had for its starting point leaps, claws, and teeth. The soul of another is darkness, and a cat's soul more than most, but how near the visions just described are to the truth may be seen from the following fact. Under the influence of his daydreams the kitten suddenly leaped up. Looked with flashing eyes at Praskovia, ruffled up his coat, and making one bound, thrust his claws into the cook's skirt. Obviously he was born a mouse-catcher, a worthy son of his bloodthirsty ancestors. Fate had destined him to be the terror of cellars, storerooms and corn-bins, and had it not been for education, we will not anticipate, however. On his way home from the high school, Pyotr Demianich went into a general shop and bought a mousetrap for 15 kopecks. At dinner he fixed a little bit of his rissole on the hook, and set the trap under the sofa, where there were heaps of the pupils' old exercise books, which Praskovia used for various domestic purposes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the worthy Latin master was sitting at the table correcting his pupils' exercises, there was a sudden clop, so loud that my uncle started and dropped his pen. He went at once to the sofa and took out the trap. A neat little mouse, the size of a thimble, was sniffing the wires and trembling with fear. "Aha!" muttered Pyotr Demianich, and he looked at the mouse malignantly, as though he were about to give him a bad mark. "You are caught, wretch. Wait a bit. I'll teach you to eat my grammar." Having gloated over his victim, Pyotr Demianich put the mousetrap on the floor and called. "Praskovia, there's a mouse caught. Bring the kitten here." "I'm coming," responded Praskovia, and a minute later she came in with the descendant of tigers in her arms. "Capital," said Pyotr Demianich, rubbing his hands. "We will give him a lesson. Put him down opposite the mousetrap, that's it. Let him sniff it and look at it. That's it." The kitten looked wonderingly at my uncle, at his armchair, sniffed the mousetrap in bewilderment, then, frightened probably by the glaring lamplight and the attention directed to him, made a dash and ran in terror to the door. "Stop!" shouted my uncle, seizing him by the tail. "Stop, you rascal! He's afraid of a mouse, the idiot! Look! It's a mouse! Look! Well! Look, I tell you!" Pyotr Demianich took the kitten by the scruff of the neck and pushed him with his nose against the mousetrap. "Look, you carrion! Take him and hold him, Praskovia. Hold him opposite the door of the trap. When I let the mouse out, you let him go instantly. Do you hear?" Instantly let go. Now. My uncle assumed a mysterious expression and lifted the door of the trap. The mouse came out irresolutely, sniffed the air, and flew like an arrow under the sofa. The kitten on being released darted under the table with his tail in the air. It has got away. Got away, cried Pyotr Demyanich, looking ferocious. Where is he, the scoundrel? Under the table? You wait. My uncle dragged the kitten from under the table and shook him in the air. Wretched little beast, he muttered, smacking him on the ear. Take that, take that. Will you shirk it next time? WRRH. Next day Praskovia heard again the summons. Praskovia, there is a mouse caught. Bring the kitten here. After the outrage of the previous day the kitten had taken refuge under the stove and had not come out all night. When Praskovia pulled him out and, carrying him by the scruff of the neck into the study, set him down before the mouse trap, he trembled all over and mewed piteously. Come, let him feel at home first, Pyotr Demyanich commanded. Let him look and sniff. Look and learn. Stop, plague take you, he shouted, noticing that the kitten was backing away from the mousetrap. I'll thrash you. Hold him by the ear. That's it. Well now, set him down before the trap. My uncle slowly lifted the door of the trap, the mouse whisked under the very nose of the kitten, flung itself against Praskovia's hand and fled under the cupboard. The kitten, feeling himself free, took a desperate bound and retreated under the sofa. He's let another mouse go, bawled Pyotr Demyanich. Do you call that a cat? Nasty little beast. Thrash him. Thrash him by the mousetrap. When the third mouse had been caught, the kitten shivered all over at the sight of the mousetrap and its inmate, and scratched Praskovia's hand. After the fourth mouse my uncle flew into a rage, kicked the kitten, and said. Take the nasty thing away. Get rid of it. Chuck it away. It's no earthly use. A year passed, the thin, frail kitten had turned into a solid and sagacious tomcat. One day he was on his way by the backyards to an amatory interview. He had just reached his destination when he suddenly heard a rustle, and thereupon caught sight of a mouse which ran from a water trough towards a stable. My hero's hair stood on end, he arched his back, hissed, and trembling all over, took to ignominious flight. Alas! Sometimes I feel myself in the ludicrous position of the flying cat. Like the kitten, I had in my day the honor of being taught Latin by my uncle. Now, whenever I chance to see some work of classical antiquity, instead of being moved to eager enthusiasm, I begin recalling, ut consecutivum, the irregular verbs, the sallow grey face of my uncle, the ablative absolute. I turn pale, my hair stands up on my head, and, like the cat, I take to ignominious flight. The bird market. There is a small square near the monastery of the Holy Birth which is called Trubnoy, or simply Trueboy. There is a market there on Sundays. Hundreds of sheepskins, wadded coats, fur caps, and chimney-pot hats swarm there, like crabs in a sieve. There is the sound of the twitter of birds in all sorts of keys, recalling the spring. If the sun is shining, and there are no clouds in the sky, the singing of the birds and the smell of hay make a more vivid impression, and this reminder of spring sets one thinking and carries one's fancy far, far away. Along one side of the square there stands a string of wagons. The wagons are loaded, not with hay, not with cabbages, nor with beans, but with goldfinches, siskins, larks, blackbirds and thrushes, bludets, bullfinches. All of them are hopping about in rough, homemade cages, twittering and looking with envy at the free sparrows. The goldfinches cost 5 kopecks, the siskins are rather more expensive, while the value of the other birds is quite indeterminate. How much is a lark? The seller himself does not know the value of a lark. He scratches his head and asks whatever comes into it, a ruble, or 3 kopecks, according to the purchaser. There are expensive birds too. A faded old blackbird, with most of its feathers plucked out of its tail, sits on a dirty perch. He is dignified, grave, and motionless as a retired general. He has waved his claw in resignation to his captivity long ago, and looks at the blue sky with indifference. Probably, owing to this indifference, he is considered a sagacious bird. He is not to be bought for less than 40 kopecks. Schoolboys, workmen, young men in stylish greatcoats, and bird fanciers in incredibly shabby caps, in ragged trousers that are turned up at the ankles, and look as though they had been gnawed by mice, crowd round the birds. Splashing through the mud. The young people and the workmen are sold hens for cocks, young birds for old ones. They know very little about birds. But there is no deceiving the bird fancier. He sees and understands his bird from a distance. There is no relying on that bird, a fancier will say, looking into a siskin's beak, and counting the feathers on its tail. He sings now, it's true, but what of that? I sing in company too. No, my boy, shout, sing to me without company. Sing in solitude, if you can. You give me that one yonder that sits and holds its tongue. Give me the quiet one. That one says nothing, so he thinks the more. Among the wagons of birds there are some full of other live creatures. Here you see hares, rabbits, hedgehogs, guinea pigs, polecats. A hare sits sorrowfully nibbling the straw. The guinea pigs shiver with cold, while the hedgehogs look out with curiosity from under their prickles at the public. I have read somewhere, says a post office official in a faded overcoat, looking lovingly at the hare, and addressing no one in particular, I have read that some learned man had a cat and a mouse and a falcon and a sparrow, who all ate out of one bowl. That's very possible, sir. The cat must have been beaten, and the falcon, I dare say, had all its tail pulled out. There's no great cleverness in that, sir. A friend of mine had a cat who, saving your presence, used to eat his cucumbers. He thrashed her with a big whip for a fortnight, till he taught her not to. A hare can learn to light matches if you beat it. Does that surprise you? It's very simple. It takes the match in its mouth and strikes it. An animal is like a man. A man's made wiser by beating, and it's the same with a beast. Men in long, full-skirted coats move backwards and forwards in the crowd with cocks and ducks under their arms. The fowls are all lean and hungry. Chickens poke their ugly, mangy-looking heads out of their cages and peck at something in the mud. Boys with pigeons stare into your face and try to detect in you a pigeon fancier. Yes, indeed. It's no use talking to you, someone shouts angrily. You should look before you speak. Do you call this a pigeon? It is an eagle, not a pigeon. A tall thin man, with a shaven upper lip and side whiskers, who looks like a sick and drunken footman, is selling a snow-white lapdog. The old lapdog whines. She told me to sell the nasty thing, says the footman, with a contemptuous snigger. She is bankrupt in her old age, has nothing to eat, and here now is selling her dogs and cats. She cries, and kisses them on their filthy snouts. And then she is so hard up that she sells them. 'Pon my soul, it is a fact. Buy it, gentlemen. The money is wanted for coffee. But no one laughs. A boy who is standing by screws up one eye and looks at him gravely with compassion. The most interesting of all is the fish section. Some dozen peasants are sitting in a row. Before each of them is a pail, and in each pail there is a veritable little hell. There, in the thick, greenish water are swarms of little carp, eels, small fry, water snails, frogs, and newts. Big water beetles with broken legs scurry over the small surface, clambering on the carp, and jumping over the frogs. The creatures have a strong hold on life. The frogs climb on the beetles, the newts on the frogs. The dark green tench, as more expensive fish, enjoy an exceptional position. They are kept in a special jar where they can't swim, but still they are not so cramped. The carp is a grand fish. The carp's the fish to keep, your honor, plague take him. You can keep him for a year in a pail and he'll live. It's a week since I caught these very fish. I caught them, sir, in Pererva, and have come from there on foot. The carp are 2 kopecks each, the eels are 3, and the minnows are 10 kopecks the dozen, plague take them. 5 kopecks worth of minnows, sir. Won't you take some worms? The seller thrusts his coarse rough fingers into the pail and pulls out of it a soft minnow, or a little carp, the size of a nail. Fishing lines, hooks, and tackle are laid out near the pails, and pondworms glow with a crimson light in the sun. An old fancier in a fur cap, iron-rimmed spectacles, and galoshes that look like 2 dreadnoughts, walks about by the wagons of birds and pails of fish. He is, as they call him here, a type. He hasn't a farthing to bless himself with, but in spite of that he haggles, gets excited, and pesters purchasers with advice. He has thoroughly examined all the hares, pigeons, and fish. Examined them in every detail, fixed the kind, the age, and the price of each one of them a good hour ago. He is as interested as a child in the goldfinches, the carp, and the minnows. Talk to him, for instance, about thrushes, and the queer old fellow will tell you things you could not find in any book. He will tell you them with enthusiasm, with passion, and will scold you too for your ignorance. Of goldfinches and bullfinches he is ready to talk endlessly, opening his eyes wide and gesticulating violently with his hands. He is only to be met here at the market in the cold weather. In the summer he is somewhere in the country, catching quails with a bird call and angling for fish. And here is another type, a very tall, very thin, close-shaven gentleman in dark spectacles, wearing a cap with a cockade, and looking like a scrivener of bygone days. He is a fancier. He is a man of decent position, a teacher in a high school, and that is well known to the habitués of the market, and they treat him with respect, greet him with bows, and have even invented for him a special title, Your Scholarship. At Shuharev market he rummages among the books, and at Trubnoy looks out for good pigeons. Please, sir, the pigeon sellers shout to him, Mr. Schoolmaster, Your Scholarship, take notice of my tumblers. Your Scholarship. Your Scholarship. Is shouted at him from every side. Your Scholarship, an urchin repeats somewhere on the boulevard. And his scholarship, apparently quite accustomed to his title, grave and severe, takes a pigeon in both hands, and lifting it above his head, begins examining it, and as he does so frowns and looks graver than ever, like a conspirator. And Trubnoy Square, that little bit of Moscow where animals are so tenderly loved, and where they are so tortured, lives its little life, grows noisy and excited. And the businesslike or pious people who pass by along the boulevard cannot make out what has brought this crowd of people, this medley of caps, fur hats, and chimney pots together. What they are talking about there, what they are buying and selling. An adventure. A driver's story. It was in that wood yonder, behind the creek, that it happened, sir. My father, the kingdom of heaven be his, was taking 500 rubles to the master. In those days our fellows and the Shepelevsky peasants used to rent land from the master, so father was taking money for the half-year. He was a God-fearing man, he used to read the scriptures, and as for cheating or wronging anyone, or defrauding, God forbid, and the peasants honored him greatly, and when someone had to be sent to the town about taxes or such like, or with money, they used to send him. He was a man above the ordinary, but, not that I'd speak ill of him, he had a weakness. He was fond of a drop. There was no getting him past a tavern, he would go in, drink a glass, and be completely done for. He was aware of this weakness in himself, and when he was carrying public money, that he might not fall asleep or lose it by some chance, he always took me or my sister Agnetka with him. To tell the truth, all our family have a great taste for vodka. I can read and write, I served for 6 years at a tobacconist's in the town, and I can talk to any educated gentleman, and can use very fine language, but, it is perfectly true, sir, as I read in a book, that vodka is the blood of Satan. Through vodka my face has darkened. And there is nothing seemly about me, and here, as you may see, sir, I am a cab driver like an ignorant, uneducated peasant. And so, as I was telling you, father was taking the money to the master, Agnetka was going with him, and at that time Agnetka was 7 or maybe 8, a silly chit, not that high. He got as far as Kalanchiko successfully. He was sober, but when he reached Kalanchiko and went into Moisika's tavern, this same weakness of his came upon him. He drank 3 glasses and set to bragging before people. "I am a plain humble man," he says, "but I have 500 rubles in my pocket. If I like," says he, "I could buy up the tavern and all the crockery in Moisika and his Jewess and his little Jews. I can buy it all out and out," he said. That was his way of joking, to be sure, but then he began complaining. "It's a worry, good Christian people," said he, "to be a rich man, a merchant, or anything of that kind. If you have no money you have no care, if you have money you must watch over your pocket the whole time that wicked men may not rob you. It's a terror to live in the world for a man who has a lot of money." The drunken people listened, of course, took it in, and made a note of it. And in those days they were making a railway line at Kalanchiko, and there were swarms and swarms of tramps and vagabonds of all sorts like locusts. Father pulled himself up afterwards, but it was too late. A word is not a sparrow, if it flies out you can't catch it. They drove, sir, by the wood, and all at once there was someone galloping on horseback behind them. Father was not of the chicken-hearted brigade, that I couldn't say, but he felt uneasy. There was no regular road through the wood, nothing went that way but hay and timber, and there was no cause for anyone to be galloping there, particularly in working hours. One wouldn't be galloping after any good. "It seems as though they are after someone," said Father to Agnieszka, "they are galloping so furiously. I ought to have kept quiet in the tavern, a plague on my tongue. Oi, little daughter, my heart misgives me, there is something wrong." He did not spend long in hesitation about his dangerous position, and he said to my sister Agnieszka, "Things don't look very bright, they really are in pursuit. Anyway, Agnieszka dear, you take the money, put it away in your skirts, and go and hide behind a bush. If by ill luck they attack me, you run back to mother, and give her the money. Let her take it to the village elder. Only mind you don't let anyone see you, keep to the wood and by the creek, that no one may see you. Run your best and call on the merciful God. Christ be with you." Father thrust the parcel of notes on Agnieszka, and she looked out the thickest of the bushes and hid herself. Soon after, 3 men on horseback galloped up to Father. One a stalwart, big-jawed fellow, in a crimson shirt and high boots, and the other 2, ragged, shabby fellows, navvies from the line. As my father feared, so it really turned out, sir. The one in the crimson shirt, the sturdy, strong fellow, a man above the ordinary, left his horse, and all 3 made for my father. "Halt you, so and so. Where's the money?" "What money?" "Go to the devil." "Oh, the money you are taking the master for the rent. Hand it over, you bald devil, or we will throttle you, and you'll die in your sins." And they began to practice their villainy on Father, and, instead of beseeching them, weeping, or anything of the sort, Father got angry and began to reprove them with the greatest severity. "What are you pestering me for?" said he. "You are a dirty lot. There is no fear of God in you, plague take you. It's not money you want, but a beating, to make your back smart for 3 years after. Be off, blockheads, or I shall defend myself. I have a revolver that takes 6 bullets, it's in my bosom." But his words did not deter the robbers, and they began beating him with anything they could lay their hands on. They looked through everything in the cart, searched my father thoroughly, even taking off his boots. When they found that beating Father only made him swear at them the more, they began torturing him in all sorts of ways. All the time Agnieszka was sitting behind the bush, and she saw it all, poor dear. When she saw Father lying on the ground and gasping, she started off and ran her hardest through the thicket and the creek towards home. She was only a little girl, with no understanding, she did not know the way, just ran on not knowing where she was going. It was some 6 miles to our home. Anyone else might have run there in an hour, but a little child, as we all know, takes 2 steps back for 1 forwards, and indeed it is not everyone who can run barefoot through the prickly bushes. You want to be used to it, too, and our girls used always to be crowding together on the stove or in the yard, and were afraid to run in the forest. Towards evening Anyutka somehow reached a habitation. She looked, it was a hut. It was the forester's hut, in the Crown Forest. Some merchants were renting it at the time and burning charcoal. She knocked. A woman, the forester's wife, came out to her. Anyutka, first of all, burst out crying, and told her everything just as it was, and even told her about the money. The forester's wife was full of pity for her. "My poor little dear. Poor mite, God has preserved you, poor little one. My precious. Come into the hut, and I will give you something to eat." She began to make up to Anyutka, gave her food and drink, and even wept with her, and was so attentive to her that the girl, only think, gave her the parcel of notes. "I will put it away, darling, and tomorrow morning I will give it you back and take you home, dearie." The woman took the money, and put Anyutka to sleep on the stove where at the time the brooms were drying. And on the same stove, on the brooms, the forester's daughter, a girl as small as our Anyutka, was asleep. And Anyutka used to tell us afterwards that there was such a scent from the brooms, they smelt of honey. Anyutka lay down, but she could not get to sleep. She kept crying quietly. She was sorry for father, and terrified. But, sir, an hour or two passed, and she saw those very 3 robbers who had tortured father walk into the hut. And the one in the crimson shirt, with big jaws, their leader, went up to the woman and said, "Well, wife, we have simply murdered a man for nothing. Today we killed a man at dinner time, we killed him all right, but not a farthing did we find. So this fellow in the crimson shirt turned out to be the forester, the woman's husband. The man's dead for nothing," said his ragged companions. "In vain we have taken a sin on our souls." The forester's wife looked at all 3 and laughed. "What are you laughing at, silly?" "I am laughing because I haven't murdered anyone, and I have not taken any sin on my soul, but I have found the money." "What money? What nonsense are you talking?" "Here, look whether I am talking nonsense." The forester's wife untied the parcel and, wicked woman, showed them the money. Then she described how Anyutka had come, what she had said, and so on. The murderers were delighted and began to divide the money between them. They almost quarreled, then they sat down to the table, to drink. And Anyutka lay there, poor child, hearing every word and shaking like a Jew in a frying pan. What was she to do? And from their words she learned that father was dead and lying across the road, and she fancied, in her foolishness, that the wolves and the dogs would eat father, and that our horse had gone far away into the forest, and would be eaten by wolves too, and that she, Anyutka herself, would be put in prison and beaten, because she had not taken care of the money. The robbers got drunk and sent the woman for vodka. They gave her 5 rubles for vodka and sweet wine. They set to singing and drinking on other people's money. They drank and drank, the dogs, and sent the woman off again that they might drink beyond all bounds. "We will keep it up till morning," they cried. "We have plenty of money now, there is no need to spare. Drink, and don't drink away your wits." And so at midnight, when they were all fairly fuddled, the woman ran off for vodka the 3rd time, and the forester strode twice up and down the cottage, and he was staggering. "Look here, lads," he said, "we must make away with the girl, too. If we leave her, she will be the first to bear witness against us." They talked it over and discussed it, and decided that Anyutka must not be left alive, that she must be killed. Of course, to murder an innocent child's a fearful thing. Even a man drunken or crazy would not take such a job on himself. They were quarreling for maybe an hour which was to kill her. One tried to put it on the other, they almost fought again, and no one would agree to do it. Then they cast lots. It fell to the forester. He drank another full glass, cleared his throat, and went to the outer room for an axe. But Anyutka was a sharp wench. For all she was so simple, she thought of something that, I must say, not many an educated man would have thought of. Maybe the Lord had compassion on her, and gave her sense for the moment, or perhaps it was the fright sharpened her wits. Anyway, when it came to the test it turned out that she was cleverer than anyone. She got up stealthily, prayed to God, took the little sheepskin, the one the forester's wife had put over her, and, you understand, the forester's little daughter, a girl of the same age as herself, was lying on the stove beside her. She covered this girl with the sheepskin, and took the woman's jacket off her and threw it over herself. Disguised herself, in fact. She put it over her head, and so walked across the hut by the drunken men, and they thought it was the forester's daughter, and did not even look at her. Luckily for her the woman was not in the hut, she had gone for vodka, or maybe she would not have escaped the axe, for a woman's eyes are as far-seeing as a buzzard's. A woman's eyes are sharp. Agnieszka came out of the hut, and ran as fast as her legs could carry her. All night she was lost in the forest, but towards morning she came out to the edge and ran along the road. By the mercy of God she met the clerk Yegor Danilych, the kingdom of heaven be his. He was going along with his hooks to catch fish. Agnieszka told him all about it. He went back quicker than he came, thought no more of the fish, gathered the peasants together in the village, and off they went to the forester's. They got there, and all the murderers were lying side by side, dead drunk, each where he had fallen. The woman, too, was drunk. First thing they searched them, they took the money and then looked on the stove. The Holy Cross be with us. The forester's child was lying on the brooms, under the sheepskin, and her head was in a pool of blood, chopped off by the axe. They roused the peasants and the woman, tied their hands behind them, and took them to the district court. The woman howled, but the forester only shook his head and asked, "You might give me a drop, lads. My head aches." Afterwards they were tried in the town in due course, and punished with the utmost rigor of the law. So that's what happened, sir, beyond the forest there, that lies behind the creek. Now you can scarcely see it, the sun is setting red behind it. I have been talking to you, and the horses have stopped, as though they were listening too. Hey there, my beauties. Move more briskly, the good gentleman will give us something extra. Hey, you darlings. The fish. A summer morning. The air is still. There is no sound but the chewing of a grasshopper on the river bank, and somewhere the timid cooing of a turtle dove. Feathery clouds stand motionless in the sky, looking like snow scattered about. Gerasim, the carpenter, a tall gaunt peasant, with a curly red head and a face overgrown with hair, is floundering about in the water under the green willow branches near an unfinished bathing shed. He puffs and pants and, blinking furiously, is trying to get hold of something under the roots of the willows. His face is covered with perspiration. A couple of yards from him, Lubim, the carpenter, a young hunchback with a triangular face and narrow Chinese-looking eyes, is standing up to his neck in water. Both Gerasim and Lubim are in shirts and linen breeches. Both are blue with cold, for they have been more than an hour already in the water. But why do you keep poking with your hand, cries the hunchback Lubim, shivering as though in a fever. You blockhead. Hold him, or else he'll get away, the anathema. Hold him, I tell you. He won't get away. Where can he get to? He's under a root, says Gerasim in a hoarse, hollow bass, which seems to come not from his throat, but from the depths of his stomach. He's slippery, the beggar, and there's nothing to catch hold of. Get him by the gills, by the gills. There's no seeing his gills. Stay, I've got hold of something. I've got him by the lip. He's biting, the brute. Don't pull him out by the lip, don't, or you'll let him go. Take him by the gills, take him by the gills. You've begun poking with your hand again. You are a senseless man, the Queen of Heaven forgive me. Catch hold. Catch hold. Gerasim mimics him. You're a fine one to give orders. You'd better come and catch hold of him yourself, you hunchback devil. What are you standing there for? I would catch hold of him if it were possible. But can I stand by the bank, and me as short as I am? It's deep there. It doesn't matter if it is deep. You must swim. The hunchback waves his arms, swims up to Gerasim, and catches hold of the twigs. At the first attempt to stand up, he goes into the water over his head and begins blowing up bubbles. "I told you it was deep," he says, rolling his eyes angrily. "Am I to sit on your neck or what? Stand on a root, there are a lot of roots like a ladder." The hunchback gropes for a root with his heel, and tightly gripping several twigs, stands on it. Having got his balance, and established himself in his new position, he bends down, and trying not to get the water into his mouth, begins fumbling with his right hand among the roots. Getting entangled among the weeds and slipping on the mossy roots, he finds his hand in contact with the sharp pincers of a crayfish. "As though we wanted to see you, you demon," says Lubim, and he angrily flings the crayfish on the bank. At last his hand feels Gerasim's arm, and groping its way along it comes to something cold and slimy. "Here he is," says Lubim with a grin. "A fine fellow. Move your fingers, I'll get him directly by the gills. Stop, don't prod me with your elbow. I'll have him in a minute, only let me get hold of him. The beggar has got a long way under the roots, there is nothing to get hold of. One can't get to the head. One can only feel its belly. Kill that gnat on my neck, it's stinging. I'll get him by the gills, directly. Come to one side and give him a push. Poke him with your finger." The hunchback puffs out his cheeks, holds his breath, opens his eyes wide, and apparently has already got his fingers in the gills, but at that moment the twigs to which he is holding on with his left hand break. And losing his balance he plops into the water. Eddies race away from the bank as though frightened, and little bubbles come up from the spot where he has fallen in. The hunchback swims out and, snorting, clutches at the twigs. "You'll be drowned next, you stupid, and I shall have to answer for you," wheezes Gerasim. "Clamber out, the devil take you. I'll get him out myself." High words follow. The sun is baking hot. The shadows begin to grow shorter and to draw in on themselves, like the horns of a snail. The high grass warmed by the sun begins to give out a strong, heavy smell of honey. It will soon be midday, and Gerasim and Lubim are still floundering under the willow tree. The husky bass and the shrill, frozen tenor persistently disturb the stillness of the summer day. "Pull him out by the gills, pull him out. Stay, I'll push him out. Where are you shoving your great ugly fist? Poke him with your finger, you pig's face. Get round by the side. Get to the left, there's a big hole on the right. You'll be a supper for the water devil. Pull it by the lip." There is the sound of the flick of a whip. A herd of cattle, driven by Yefim, the shepherd, saunter lazily down the sloping bank to drink. The shepherd, a decrepit old man, with one eye and a crooked mouth, walks with his head bowed, looking at his feet. The first to reach the water are the sheep, then come the horses, and last of all the cows. "Push him from below." He hears Lubim's voice. "Stick your finger in. Are you deaf, fellow, or what? Tfu! What are you after, lads?" shouts Yefim. An eel pout. "We can't get him out. He's hidden under the roots. Get round to the side. To the side." For a minute Yefim screws up his eye at the fisherman, then he takes off his bark shoes, throws his sack off his shoulders, and takes off his shirt. He has not the patience to take off his breeches, but, making the sign of the cross, he steps into the water, holding out his thin dark arms to balance himself. For 50 paces he walks along the slimy bottom, then he takes to swimming. "Wait a minute, lads," he shouts. "Wait. Don't be in a hurry to pull him out, you'll lose him. You must do it properly." Yefim joins the carpenters and all three, shoving each other with their knees and their elbows, puffing and swearing at one another, bustle about the same spot. Lubim, the hunchback, gets a mouthful of water, and the air rings with his hard spasmodic coughing. "Where's the shepherd?" comes a shout from the bank. Yefim. "Shepherd. Where are you?" "The cattle are in the garden." "Drive them out, drive them out of the garden. Where is he, the old brigand? First men's voices are heard, then a woman's. The master himself, Andrei Andreitch, wearing a dressing gown made of a Persian shawl and carrying a newspaper in his hand, appears from behind the garden fence. He looks inquiringly towards the shouts which come from the river, and then trips rapidly towards the bathing shed. What's this? Who's shouting? He asks sternly, seeing through the branches of the willow the 3 wet heads of the fishermen. What are you so busy about there? Catching a fish, mutters Yefim, without raising his head. I'll give it to you. The beasts are in the garden and he is fishing. When will that bathing shed be done, you devils? You've been at work 2 days, and what is there to show for it? It will soon be done, grunts Gerasim. Summer is long, you'll have plenty of time to wash, your honor. PFRR. We can't manage this eel pout here anyhow. He's got under a root and sits there as if he were in a hole and won't budge one way or another. An eel pout, says the master, and his eyes begin to glisten. Get him out quickly then. You'll give us half a ruble for it presently if we oblige you. A huge eel pout, as fat as a merchant's wife. It's worth half a ruble, your honor, for the trouble. Don't squeeze him, Lubim, don't squeeze him, you'll spoil him. Push him up from below. Pull the root upwards, my good man, what's your name? Upwards, not downwards, you brute. Don't swing your legs. 5 minutes pass, 10. The master loses all patience. Vasily. He shouts, turning towards the garden. Vaska. Call Vasily to me. The coachman Vasily runs up. He is chewing something and breathing hard. Go into the water, the master orders him. Help them to pull out that eel pout. They can't get him out. Vasily rapidly undresses and gets into the water. In a minute. I'll get him in a minute, he mutters. Where's the eel pout? We'll have him out in a trice. You'd better go, Yefim. An old man like you ought to be minding his own business instead of being here. Where's that eel pout? I'll have him in a minute. Here he is. Let go. What's the good of saying that? We know all about that. You get it out. But there is no getting it out like this. One must get hold of it by the head. And the head is under the root. We know that, you fool. Now then, don't talk or you'll catch it. You dirty cur. Before the master to use such language, mutters Yefim. You won't get him out, lads. He's fixed himself much too cleverly. Wait a minute, I'll come directly, says the master, and he begins hurriedly undressing. For fools, and can't get an eel pout. When he is undressed, Andrei Andreitch gives himself time to cool and gets into the water. But even his interference leads to nothing. We must chop the root off, Lubim decides at last. Gerasim, go and get an axe. Give me an axe. Don't chop your fingers off, says the master, when the blows of the axe on the root under water are heard. Yefim, get out of this. Stay, I'll get the eel pout. You'll never do it. The root is hacked a little. They partly break it off, and Andrei Andreitch, to his immense satisfaction, feels his fingers under the gills of the fish. I'm pulling him out, lads. Don't crowd round, stand still. I am pulling him out. The head of a big eel pout, and behind it its long black body, nearly a yard long, appears on the surface of the water. The fish flaps its tail heavily and tries to tear itself away. None of your nonsense, my boy. Fiddlesticks. I've got you. Aha. A honeyed smile overspreads all the faces. A minute passes in silent contemplation. A famous eel pout, mutters Yefim, scratching under his shoulder blades. I'll be bound it weighs 10 pounds. Yes, the master assents. The liver is fairly swollen. It seems to stand out. AACH. The fish makes a sudden, unexpected upward movement with its tail and the fishermen hear a loud splash. They all put out their hands, but it is too late. They have seen the last of eel pout. Art. A gloomy winter morning. On the smooth and glittering surface of the river Bystrianka, sprinkled here and there with snow, stand two peasants, scrubby little Seryozka and the church beadle, Matvey. Seryozka, a short-legged, ragged, mangy-looking fellow of 30, stares angrily at the ice. Tufts of wool hang from his shaggy sheepskin like a mangy dog. In his hands he holds a compass made of two pointed sticks. Matvey, a fine-looking old man in a new sheepskin and high felt boots, looks with mild blue eyes upwards where on the high sloping bank a village nestles picturesquely. In his hands there is a heavy crowbar. "Well, are we going to stand like this till evening with our arms folded?" says Seryozka, breaking the silence and turning his angry eyes on Matvey. "Have you come here to stand about, old fool, or to work?" "Well, you, show me." Matvey mutters, blinking mildly. "Show you. It's always me to show you, and me to do it. They have no sense of their own. Mark it out with the compasses, that's what's wanted. You can't break the ice without marking it out. Mark it. Take the compass." Matvey takes the compasses from Seryozka's hands, and, shuffling heavily on the same spot and jerking with his elbows in all directions, he begins awkwardly trying to describe a circle on the ice. Seryozka screws up his eyes contemptuously and obviously enjoys his awkwardness and incompetence. He mutters angrily. "Even that you can't do. The fact is you are a stupid peasant, a wooden head. You ought to be grazing geese and not making a Jordan. Give the compasses here. Give them here, I say." Seryozka snatches the compasses out of the hands of the perspiring Matvey, and in an instant, jauntily twirling round on one heel, he describes a circle on the ice. The outline of the new Jordan is ready now, all that is left to do is to break the ice. But before proceeding to the work Seryozka spends a long time in airs and graces, whims and reproaches. "I am not obliged to work for you. You are employed in the church, you do it." He obviously enjoys the peculiar position in which he has been placed by the fate that has bestowed on him the rare talent of surprising the whole parish once a year by his art. Poor mild Matvey has to listen to many venomous and contemptuous words from him. Seryozka sets to work with vexation, with anger. He is lazy. He has hardly described the circle when he is already itching to go up to the village to drink tea, lounge about, and babble. "I'll be back directly," he says, lighting his cigarette, "and meanwhile you had better bring something to sit on and sweep up, instead of standing there counting the crows." Matvey is left alone. The air is grey and harsh but still. The white church peeps out genially from behind the huts scattered on the river bank. Jackdaws are incessantly circling round its golden crosses. On one side of the village where the river bank breaks off and is steep a hobbled horse is standing at the very edge, motionless as a stone, probably asleep or deep in thought. Matvey, too, stands motionless as a statue, waiting patiently. The dreamily brooding look of the river, the circling of the jackdaws, and the sight of the horse make him drowsy. 1 hour passes, a second, and still Seryozka does not come. The river has long been swept and a box brought to sit on, but the drunken fellow does not appear. Matvey waits and merely yawns. The feeling of boredom is one of which he knows nothing. If he were told to stand on the river for a day, a month, or a year he would stand there. At last Seryozka comes into sight from behind the huts. He walks with a lurching gait, scarcely moving. He is too lazy to go the long way round, and he comes not by the road, but prefers a short cut in a straight line down the bank, and sticks in the snow, hangs on to the bushes, slides on his back as he comes, and all this slowly, with pauses. "What are you about?" he cries, falling on Matvey at once. "Why are you standing there doing nothing? When are you going to break the ice?" Matvey crosses himself, takes the crowbar in both hands, and begins breaking the ice, carefully keeping to the circle that has been drawn. Seryozha sits down on the box and watches the heavy clumsy movements of his assistant. Easy at the edges. Easy there, he commands. If you can't do it properly, you shouldn't undertake it. Once you have undertaken it, you should do it. A crowd collects on the top of the bank. At the sight of the spectators, Seryozha becomes even more excited. I declare I am not going to do it, he says, lighting a stinking cigarette and spitting on the ground. I should like to see how you get on without me. Last year at Kostyukovo, Styopka Gulkov undertook to make a Jordan as I do. And what did it amount to? It was a laughingstock. The Kostyukovo folks came to ours, crowds and crowds of them. The people flocked from all the villages. Because except for ours there is nowhere a proper Jordan. Work, there is no time for talking. Yes, old man, you won't find another Jordan like it in the whole province. The soldiers say you would look in vain, they are not so good even in the towns. Easy, easy. Matvey puffs and groans. The work is not easy. The ice is firm and thick, and he has to break it and at once take the pieces away that the open space may not be blocked up. But, hard as the work is and senseless as Seryozha's commands are, by 3 o'clock there is a large circle of dark water in the Bystrianka. It was better last year, says Seryozha angrily. You can't do even that. Ah, dummy. To keep such fools in the temple of God. Go and bring a board to make the pegs. Bring the ring, you crow. And get some bread somewhere and some cucumbers, or something. Matvey goes off and soon afterwards comes back, carrying on his shoulders an immense wooden ring which had been painted in previous years in patterns of various colors. In the center of the ring is a red cross, at the circumference holes for the pegs. Seryozha takes the ring and covers the hole in the ice with it. Just right, it fits. We have only to renew the paint and it will be first-rate. Come, why are you standing still? Make the lectern. Or, go and get logs to make the cross. Matvey, who has not tasted food or drink all day, trudges up the hill again. Lazy as Seryozha is, he makes the pegs with his own hands. He knows that those pegs have a miraculous power. Whoever gets hold of a peg after the blessing of the water will be lucky for the whole year. Such work is really worth doing. But the real work begins the following day. Then Seryozha displays himself before the ignorant Matvey in all the greatness of his talent. There is no end to his babble, his fault-finding, his whims and fancies. If Matvey nails 2 big pieces of wood to make a cross, he is dissatisfied and tells him to do it again. If Matvey stands still, Seryozha asks him angrily why he does not go. If he moves, Seryozha shouts to him not to go away but to do his work. He is not satisfied with his tools, with the weather, or with his own talent, nothing pleases him. Matvey saws out a great piece of ice for a lectern. Why have you broken off the corner, cries Seryozha, and glares at him furiously. Why have you broken off the corner? I ask you. Forgive me, for Christ's sake. Do it over again. Matvey saws again, and there is no end to his sufferings. A lectern is to stand by the hole in the ice that is covered by the painted ring. On the lectern is to be carved the cross and the open gospel. But that is not all. Behind the lectern there is to be a high cross to be seen by all the crowd and to glitter in the sun as though sprinkled with diamonds and rubies. On the cross is to be a dove carved out of ice. The path from the church to the Jordan is to be strewn with branches of fir and juniper. All this is their task. First of all Seryozha sets to work on the lectern. He works with a file, a chisel, and an awl. He is perfectly successful in the cross on the lectern, the gospel, and the drapery that hangs down from the lectern. Then he begins on the dove. While he is trying to carve an expression of meekness and humility on the face of the dove, Matvey, lumbering about like a bear, is coating with ice the cross he has made of wood. He takes the cross and dips it in the hole. Waiting till the water has frozen on the cross he dips it in a second time, and so on till the cross is covered with a thick layer of ice. It is a difficult job, calling for a great deal of strength and patience. But now the delicate work is finished. Seryozha races about the village like one possessed. He swears and vows he will go at once to the river and smash all his work. He is looking for suitable paints. His pockets are full of ochre, dark blue, red lead, and verdigris. Without paying a farthing he rushes headlong from one shop to another. The shop is next door to the tavern. Here he has a drink, with a wave of his hand he darts off without paying. At one hut he gets beetroot leaves, at another an onion skin, out of which he makes a yellow color. He swears, shoves, threatens, and not a soul murmurs. They all smile at him, they sympathize with him, call him Sergei Nikitich. They all feel that his art is not his personal affair but something that concerns them all, the whole people. One creates, the others help him. Seryozha in himself is a nonentity, a sluggard, a drunkard, and a wastrel, but when he has his red lead or compasses in his hand he is at once something higher, a servant of God. Epiphany morning comes. The precincts of the church and both banks of the river for a long distance are swarming with people. Everything that makes up the Jordan is scrupulously concealed under new mats. Seryozha is meekly moving about near the mats, trying to control his emotion. He sees thousands of people. There are many here from other parishes. These people have come many a mile on foot through the frost and the snow merely to see his celebrated Jordan. Matvey, who had finished his course, rough work, is by now back in the church. There is no sight, no sound of him. He is already forgotten. The weather is lovely. There is not a cloud in the sky. The sunshine is dazzling. The church bells ring out on the hill. Thousands of heads are bared, thousands of hands are moving, there are thousands of signs of the cross. And Seryozha does not know what to do with himself for impatience. But now they are ringing the bells for the sacrament. Then half an hour later a certain agitation is perceptible in the belfry and among the people. Banners are borne out of the church one after the other, while the bells peal in joyous haste. Seryozha, trembling, pulls away the mat. And the people behold something extraordinary. The lectern, the wooden ring, the pegs, and the cross in the ice are iridescent with thousands of colors. The cross and the dove glitter so dazzlingly that it hurts the eyes to look at them. Merciful God, how fine it is! A murmur of wonder and delight runs through the crowd, the bells peal more loudly still, the day grows brighter, the banners oscillate and move over the crowd as over the waves. The procession, glittering with the settings of the icons and the vestments of the clergy, comes slowly down the road and turns towards the Jordan. Hands are waved to the belfry for the ringing to cease, and the blessing of the water begins. The priests conduct the service slowly, deliberately, evidently trying to prolong the ceremony in the joy of praying all gathered together. There is perfect stillness. But now they plunge the cross in, and the air echoes with an extraordinary din. Guns are fired, the bells peal furiously, loud exclamations of delight, shouts, and a rush to get the pegs. Seryozha listens to this uproar, sees thousands of eyes fixed upon him, and the lazy fellow's soul is filled with a sense of glory and triumph. The Swedish match. The story of a crime. On the morning of October 6, 1885, a well-dressed young man presented himself at the office of the police superintendent of the 2nd Division of the S. District, and announced that his employer, a retired cornet of the Guards, called Mark Ivanovich Klyazov, had been murdered. The young man was pale and extremely agitated as he made this announcement. His hands trembled and there was a look of horror in his eyes. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" the superintendent asked him. "Chekhov, Klyazov's steward. Agricultural and engineering expert." The police superintendent, on reaching the spot with Chekhov and the necessary witnesses, found the position as follows. Masses of people were crowding about the lodge in which Klyazov lived. The news of the event had flown round the neighborhood with the rapidity of lightning, and, thanks to its being a holiday, the people were flocking to the lodge from all the neighboring villages. There was a regular hubbub of talk. Pale and tearful faces were to be seen here and there. The door into Klyazov's bedroom was found to be locked. The key was in the lock on the inside. Evidently the criminals made their way in by the window, Chekhov observed, as they examined the door. They went into the garden into which the bedroom window looked. The window had a gloomy, ominous air. It was covered by a faded green curtain. One corner of the curtain was slightly turned back, which made it possible to peep into the bedroom. "Has anyone of you looked in at the window?" inquired the superintendent. "No, Your Honor," said Yefrem, the gardener, a little, gray-haired old man with the face of a veteran non-commissioned officer. "No one feels like looking when they are shaking in every limb." "Ek, Mark Ivanitch. Mark Ivanitch," sighed the superintendent, as he looked at the window. "I told you that you would come to a bad end. I told you, poor dear, you wouldn't listen. Dissipation leads to no good." "It's thanks to Yefrem," said Chekhov. "We should never have guessed it but for him. It was he who first thought that something was wrong. He came to me this morning and said, 'Why is it our master hasn't waked up for so long? He hasn't been out of his bedroom for a whole week.' When he said that to me I was struck all of a heap. The thought flashed through my mind at once. He hasn't made an appearance since Saturday of last week, and today's Sunday. 7 days is no joke." "Yes, poor man," the superintendent sighed again. "A clever fellow, well educated, and so good-hearted. There was no one like him, one may say, in company. But a rake, the kingdom of heaven be his. I'm not surprised at anything with him. Stepan," he said, addressing one of the witnesses, "ride off this minute to my house and send Andriushka to the police captain's, let him report to him. Say Mark Ivanitch has been murdered. Yes, and run to the inspector, why should he sit in comfort doing nothing? Let him come here. And you go yourself as fast as you can to the examining magistrate, Nikolai Yermolaich, and tell him to come here. Wait a bit, I will write him a note." The police superintendent stationed watchmen round the lodge, and went off to the steward's to have tea. 10 minutes later he was sitting on a stool, carefully nibbling lumps of sugar, and sipping tea as hot as a red-hot coal. "There it is," he said to Chekhov, "there it is. A gentleman, and a well-to-do one, too, a favorite of the gods, one may say, to use Pushkin's expression, and what has he made of it? Nothing. He gave himself up to drinking and debauchery, and here now, he has been murdered." 2 hours later the examining magistrate drove up. Nikolai Yermolaich Chubikov, that was the magistrate's name, a tall, thick-set old man of 60, had been hard at work for a quarter of a century. He was known to the whole district as an honest, intelligent, energetic man, devoted to his work. His invariable companion, assistant, and secretary, a tall young man of 26, called Dyakovsky, arrived on the scene of action with him. "Is it possible, gentlemen?" Chubikov began, going into Chekhov's room and rapidly shaking hands with everyone. "Is it possible? Mark Ivanitch? Murdered? No, it's impossible. Impossibly. There it is," sighed the superintendent. "Merciful heavens! Why, I saw him only last Friday. At the fair at Tarabankovo. Saving your presence, I drank a glass of vodka with him. There it is," the superintendent sighed once more. They heaved sighs, expressed their horror, drank a glass of tea each, and went to the lodge. "Make way," the police inspector shouted to the crowd. On going into the lodge the examining magistrate first of all set to work to inspect the door into the bedroom. The door turned out to be made of deal, painted yellow, and not to have been tampered with. No special traces that might have served as evidence could be found. They proceeded to break open the door. "I beg you, gentlemen, who are not concerned, to retire," said the examining magistrate, when, after long banging and cracking, the door yielded to the axe and the chisel. "I ask this in the interests of the investigation. Inspector, admit no one. Chubikov, his assistant, and the police superintendent opened the door and hesitatingly, one after the other, walked into the room. The following spectacle met their eyes. In the solitary window stood a big wooden bedstead with an immense feather bed on it. On the rumpled feather bed lay a creased and crumpled quilt. A pillow, in a cotton pillowcase, also much creased, was on the floor. On a little table beside the bed lay a silver watch, and silver coins to the value of 20 kopecks. Some sulphur matches lay there too. Except the bed, the table, and a solitary chair, there was no furniture in the room. Looking under the bed, the superintendent saw 24 empty bottles, an old straw hat, and a jar of vodka. Under the table lay one boot, covered with dust. Taking a look round the room, Chubikov frowned and flushed crimson. The blackguards! He muttered, clenching his fists. And where is Mark Ivanitch? Dyakovsky asked quietly. I beg you not to put your spoke in, Chubikov answered roughly. Kindly examine the floor. This is the second case in my experience, Yevgraf Kuzmich, he added to the police superintendent, dropping his voice. In 1870 I had a similar case. But no doubt you remember it. The murder of the merchant Portratov. It was just the same. The blackguards murdered him, and dragged the dead body out of the window. Chubikov went to the window, drew the curtain aside, and cautiously pushed the window. The window opened. It opens, so it was not fastened. There are traces on the windowsill. Do you see? Here is the trace of a knee. Someone climbed out. We shall have to inspect the window thoroughly. There is nothing special to be observed on the floor, said Dyakovsky. No stains, nor scratches. The only thing I have found is a used Swedish match. Here it is. As far as I remember, Mark Ivanitch didn't smoke, in a general way he used sulphur ones, never Swedish matches. This match may serve as a clue. Oh, hold your tongue, please, cried Chubikov, with a wave of his hand. He keeps on about his match. I can't stand these excitable people. Instead of looking for matches, you had better examine the bed. On inspecting the bed, Dyakovsky reported. There are no stains of blood or of anything else. Nor are there any fresh rents. On the pillow there are traces of teeth. A liquid, having the smell of beer and also the taste of it, has been spilt on the quilt. The general appearance of the bed gives grounds for supposing there has been a struggle. I know there was a struggle without your telling me. No one asked you whether there was a struggle. Instead of looking out for a struggle you had better be. One boot is here, the other one is not on the scene. Well, what of that? Why, they must have strangled him while he was taking off his boots. He hadn't time to take the second boot off when. He's off again. And how do you know that he was strangled? There are marks of teeth on the pillow. The pillow itself is very much crumpled, and has been flung to a distance of 6 feet from the bed. He argues, the chatterbox. We had better go into the garden. You had better look in the garden instead of rummaging about here. I can do that without your help. When they went out into the garden their first task was the inspection of the grass. The grass had been trampled down under the windows. The clump of burdock against the wall under the window turned out to have been trodden on too. Dyakovsky succeeded in finding on it some broken shoots, and a little bit of wadding. On the topmost burrs, some fine threads of dark blue wool were found. What was the color of his last suit? Dyakovsky asked Psychov. It was yellow, made of canvas. Capital. Then it was they who were in dark blue. Some of the burrs were cut off and carefully wrapped up in paper. At that moment Artsibashev Svistakovsky, the police captain, and Tutuev, the doctor, arrived. The police captain greeted the others, and at once proceeded to satisfy his curiosity. The doctor, a tall and extremely lean man with sunken eyes, a long nose, and a sharp chin, greeting no one and asking no questions, sat down on a stump, heaved a sigh and said. The Serbians are in a turmoil again. I can't make out what they want. Ah, Austria, Austria. It's your doing. The inspection of the window from outside yielded absolutely no result. The inspection of the grass and surrounding bushes furnished many valuable clues. Dyakovsky succeeded, for instance, in detecting a long, dark streak in the grass, consisting of stains, and stretching from the window for a good many yards into the garden. The streak ended under one of the lilac bushes in a big, brownish stain. Under the same bush was found a boot, which turned out to be the fellow to the one found in the bedroom. This is an old stain of blood, said Dyakovsky, examining the stain. At the word blood, the doctor got up and lazily took a cursory glance at the stain. Yes, it's blood, he muttered. Then he wasn't strangled since there's blood, said Chubikov, looking malignantly at Dyakovsky. He was strangled in the bedroom, and here, afraid he would come to, they stabbed him with something sharp. The stain under the bush shows that he lay there for a comparatively long time, while they were trying to find some way of carrying him, or something to carry him on out of the garden. Well, and the boot? That boot bears out my contention that he was murdered while he was taking off his boots before going to bed. He had taken off one boot, the other, that is, this boot he had only managed to get half off. While he was being dragged and shaken, the boot that was only half on came off of itself. What powers of deduction! Just look at him. Chubikov jeered. He brings it all out so pat. And when will you learn not to put your theories forward? You had better take a little of the grass for analysis instead of arguing. After making the inspection and taking a plan of the locality, they went off to the stewards to write a report and have lunch. At lunch they talked. Watch, money, and everything else are untouched. Chubikov began the conversation. It is as clear as twice two makes four that the murder was committed not for mercenary motives. It was committed by a man of the educated class, Dyakovsky put in. From what do you draw that conclusion? I base it on the Swedish match which the peasants about here have not learned to use yet. Such matches are only used by landowners and not by all of them. He was murdered, by the way, not by one but by three, at least, two held him while the third strangled him. Klyazov was strong and the murderers must have known that. What use would his strength be to him, supposing he were asleep? The murderers came upon him as he was taking off his boots. He was taking off his boots, so he was not asleep. It's no good making things up. You had better eat your lunch. To my thinking, Your Honor, said Yefrem, the gardener, as he set the samovar on the table, this vile deed was the work of no other than Nikolashka. Quite possible, said Psychov. Who's this Nikolashka? The master's valet, Your Honor, answered Yefrem. Who else should it be if not he? He's a ruffian, Your Honor. A drunkard, and such a dissipated fellow. May the Queen of Heaven never bring the like again. He always used to fetch vodka for the master, he always used to put the master to bed. Who should it be if not he? And what's more, I venture to bring to your notice, Your Honor, he boasted once in a tavern, the rascal, that he would murder his master. It's all on account of a kulka, on account of a woman. He had a soldier's wife. The master took a fancy to her and got intimate with her, and he was angered by it, to be sure. He's lolling about in the kitchen now, drunk. He's crying, making out he is grieving over the master. And anyone might be angry over a kulka, certainly, said Psychov. She is a soldier's wife, a peasant woman, but Mark Ivanitch might well call her Nana. There is something in her that does suggest Nana, fascinating. I have seen her. I know, said the examining magistrate, blowing his nose in a red handkerchief. Dyakovsky blushed and dropped his eyes. The police superintendent drummed on his saucer with his fingers. The police captain coughed and rummaged in his portfolio for something. On the doctor alone the mention of a kulka and Nana appeared to produce no impression. Chubikov ordered Nikolashka to be fetched. Nikolashka, a lanky young man with a long pockmarked nose and a hollow chest, wearing a reefer jacket that had been his master's, came into Psychov's room and bowed down to the ground before Chubikov. His face looked sleepy and showed traces of tears. He was drunk and could hardly stand up. "Where is your master?" Chubikov asked him. "He's murdered, Your Honor." As he said this, Nikolashka blinked and began to cry. "We know that he is murdered. But where is he now? Where is his body?" "They say it was dragged out of window and buried in the garden." The results of the investigation are already known in the kitchen then." "That's bad. My good fellow, where were you on the night when your master was killed?" "On Saturday, that is." Nikolashka raised his head, craned his neck, and pondered. "I can't say, Your Honor," he said. "I was drunk and I don't remember." "An alibi," whispered Dyakovsky, grinning and rubbing his hands. "Ah! And why is it there's blood under your master's window?" Nikolashka flung up his head and pondered. "Think a little quicker," said the police captain. "In a minute. That blood's from a trifling matter, Your Honor. I killed a hen, I cut her throat very simply in the usual way, and she fluttered out of my hands and took and ran off. That's what the blood's from." Yefrem testified that Nikolashka really did kill a hen every evening and killed it in all sorts of places, and no one had seen the half-killed hen running about the garden, though of course it could not be positively denied that it had done so. "An alibi," laughed Dyakovsky, "and what an idiotic alibi. Have you had relations with Akulka?" "Yes, I have sinned." "And your master carried her off from you?" "No, not at all. It was this gentleman here, Mr. Psychov, Ivan Mihalich, who enticed her from me, and the master took her from Ivan Mihalich. That's how it was." Psychov looked confused and began rubbing his left eye. Dyakovsky fastened his eyes upon him, detected his confusion, and started. He saw on the steward's legs dark blue trousers which he had not previously noticed. The trousers reminded him of the blue threads found on the burdock. Chubikov in his turn glanced suspiciously at Psychov. "You can go," he said to Nikolashka. "And now allow me to put one question to you, Mr. Psychov. You were here, of course, on the Saturday of last week?" "Yes, at 10 o'clock I had supper with Mark Ivanitch." "And afterwards?" Psychov was confused, and got up from the table. Afterwards. I really don't remember," he muttered. "I had drunk a good deal on that occasion. I can't remember where and when I went to bed. Why do you all look at me like that? As though I had murdered him. Where did you wake up?" "I woke up in the servants' kitchen on the stove." "They can all confirm that. How I got onto the stove I can't say. Don't disturb yourself. Do you know Akulina?" "Oh well, not particularly." "Did she leave you for Klyazov?" "Yes." "Yefrem, bring some more mushrooms." "Will you have some tea, Yevgraf Kuzmich?" There followed an oppressive, painful silence that lasted for some 5 minutes. Dyakovsky held his tongue, and kept his piercing eyes on Psychov's face, which gradually turned pale. The silence was broken by Chubikov. "We must go to the big house," he said, "and speak to the deceased sister, Maria Ivanovna. She may give us some evidence." Chubikov and his assistant thanked Psychov for the lunch, then went off to the big house. They found Klyazov's sister, a maiden lady of 45, on her knees before a high family shrine of icons. When she saw portfolios and caps adorned with cockades in her visitor's hands, she turned pale. "First of all, I must offer an apology for disturbing your devotions, so to say," the gallant Chubikov began with a scrape. "We have come to you with a request. You have heard, of course, already. There is a suspicion that your brother has somehow been murdered. God's will, you know. Death no one can escape, neither Tsar nor plowman. Can you not assist us with some fact, something that will throw light?" "Oh, do not ask me," said Maria Ivanovna, turning whiter still, and hiding her face in her hands. I can tell you nothing. Nothing. I implore you. I can say nothing. What can I do? Oh, no, no, not a word, of my brother. I would rather die than speak. Maria Ivanovna burst into tears and went away into another room. The officials looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and beat a retreat. A devil of a woman, said Dyakovsky, swearing as they went out of the big house. Apparently she knows something and is concealing it. And there is something peculiar in the maid-servant's expression too. You wait a bit, you devils. We will get to the bottom of it all. In the evening, Chubikov and his assistant were driving home by the light of a pale-faced moon. They sat in their wagonette, summing up in their minds the incidents of the day. Both were exhausted and sat silent. Chubikov never liked talking on the road. In spite of his talkativeness, Dyakovsky held his tongue in deference to the old man. Towards the end of the journey, however, the young man could endure the silence no longer, and began. That Nikolashka has had a hand in the business, he said, non dubitandum est. One can see from his mug too what sort of a chap he is. His alibi gives him away hand and foot. There is no doubt either that he was not the instigator of the crime. He was only the stupid hired tool. Do you agree? The discreet Psychov plays a not unimportant part in the affair too. His blue trousers, his embarrassment, his lying on the stove from fright after the murder, his alibi, and a kulka. Keep it up, you're in your glory. According to you, if a man knows a kulka he is the murderer. Ah, you hothead. You ought to be sucking your bottle instead of investigating cases. You used to be running after a kulka too. Does that mean that you had a hand in this business? A kulka was a cook in your house for a month, too, but... I don't say anything. On that Saturday night I was playing cards with you, I saw you, or I should be after you too. The woman is not the point, my good sir. The point is the nasty, disgusting, mean feeling. The discreet young man did not like to be cut out, do you see? Vanity, do you see? He longed to be revenged. Then. His thick lips are a strong indication of sensuality. Do you remember how he smacked his lips when he compared a kulka to Nana? That he is burning with passion, the scoundrel, is beyond doubt. And so you have wounded vanity and unsatisfied passion. That's enough to lead to murder. Two of them are in our hands, but who is the third? Nikolashka and Psychov held him. Who was it smothered him? Psychov is timid, easily embarrassed, altogether a coward. People like Nikolashka are not equal to smothering with a pillow, they set to work with an axe or a mallet. Some third person must have smothered him, but who? Dyakovsky pulled his cap over his eyes, and pondered. He was silent till the wagonette had driven up to the examining magistrate's house. Eureka, he said, as he went into the house, and took off his overcoat. Eureka, Nikolai Yermolaich. I can't understand how it is it didn't occur to me before. Do you know who the third is? Do leave off, please. There's supper ready. Sit down to supper. Chubikov and Dyakovsky sat down to supper. Dyakovsky poured himself out a wineglassful of vodka, got up, stretched, and with sparkling eyes, said. Let me tell you then that the third person who collaborated with the scoundrel Psychov and smothered him was a woman. Yes. I am speaking of the murdered man's sister, Maria Ivanovna. Chubikov coughed over his vodka and fastened his eyes on Dyakovsky. Are you not quite right? Is your head not quite right? Does it ache? I am quite well. Very good, suppose I have gone out of my mind. But how do you explain her confusion on our arrival? How do you explain her refusal to give information? Admitting that that is trivial, very good. All right, but think of the terms they were on. She detested her brother. She is an old believer, he was a profligate, a godless fellow, that is what has bred hatred between them. They say he succeeded in persuading her that he was an angel of Satan. He used to practice spiritualism in her presence. Well, what then? Don't you understand? She's an old believer, she murdered him through fanaticism. She has not merely slain a wicked man, a profligate, she has freed the world from Antichrist, and that she fancies is her merit, her religious achievement. Ah, you don't know these old maids, these old believers. You should read Dostoevsky. And what does Lyskov say, and Petchersky? It's she, I'll stake my life on it. She smothered him. Oh, the fiendish woman. Wasn't she, perhaps, standing before the icons when we went in to put us off the scent? I'll stand up and say my prayers, she said to herself, they will think I am calm and don't expect them. That's the method of all novices in crime. Dear Nikolai Yermolych. My dear man. Do hand this case over to me. Let me go through with it to the end. My dear fellow. I have begun it, and I will carry it through to the end. Chubikov shook his head and frowned. I am equal to sifting difficult cases myself, he said. And it's your place not to put yourself forward. Write what is dictated to you, that is your business. Dyakovsky flushed crimson, walked out, and slammed the door. A clever fellow, the rogue, Chubikov muttered, looking after him. Very clever. Only inappropriately hasty. I shall have to buy him a cigar case at the fair for a present. Next morning a lad with a big head and a hare lip came from Klyazovka. He gave his name as the shepherd Danilko, and furnished a very interesting piece of information. I had had a drop, said he. I stayed on till midnight at my crony's. As I was going home, being drunk, I got into the river for a bathe. I was bathing and what do I see? Two men coming along the dam carrying something black. Tayu. I shouted at them. They were scared, and cut along as fast as they could go into the Makarev kitchen gardens. Strike me dead, if it wasn't the master they were carrying. Towards evening of the same day Psychov and Nikolashka were arrested and taken under guard to the district town. In the town they were put in the prison tower. 12 days passed. It was morning. The examining magistrate, Nikolai Yermolych, was sitting at a green table at home, looking through the papers, relating to the Klyazov case. Dyakovsky was pacing up and down the room restlessly, like a wolf in a cage. You are convinced of the guilt of Nikolashka and Psychov, he said, nervously pulling at his youthful beard. Why is it you refuse to be convinced of the guilt of Maria Ivanovna? Haven't you evidence enough? I don't say that I don't believe in it. I am convinced of it, but somehow I can't believe it. There is no real evidence. It's all theoretical, as it were. Fanaticism and one thing and another. And you must have an axe and blood-stained sheets. You lawyers. Well, I will prove it to you then. Do give up your slipshod attitude to the psychological aspect of the case. Your Maria Ivanovna ought to be in Siberia. I'll prove it. If theoretical proof is not enough for you, I have something material. It will show you how right my theory is. Only let me go about a little. What are you talking about? The Swedish match. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten it. I'll find out who struck it in the murdered man's room. It was not struck by Nikolashka, nor by Psychov, neither of whom turned out to have matches when searched, but a third person, that is Maria Ivanovna. And I will prove it. Only let me drive about the district, make some inquiries. Oh, very well, sit down. Let us proceed to the examination. Dyakovsky sat down to the table, and thrust his long nose into the papers. Bring in Nikolai Techov, cried the examining magistrate. Nikolashka was brought in. He was pale and thin as a chip. He was trembling. Techov, began Chubikov. In 1879 you were convicted of theft and condemned to a term of imprisonment. In 1882 you were condemned for theft a second time, and a second time sent to prison. We know all about it. A look of surprise came up into Nikolashka's face. The examining magistrate's omniscience amazed him, but soon wonder was replaced by an expression of extreme distress. He broke into sobs, and asked leave to go to wash, and calm himself. He was led out. "Bring in Chekhov," said the examining magistrate. Chekhov was led in. The young man's face had greatly changed during those 12 days. He was thin, pale, and wasted. There was a look of apathy in his eyes. "Sit down, Chekhov," said Chubikov. "I hope that today you will be sensible and not persist in lying as on other occasions. All this time you have denied your participation in the murder of Klyazov, in spite of the mass of evidence against you. It is senseless. Confession is some mitigation of guilt. Today I am talking to you for the last time. If you don't confess today, tomorrow it will be too late. Come, tell us." "I know nothing, and I don't know your evidence," whispered Chekhov. "That's useless. Well then, allow me to tell you how it happened. On Saturday evening, you were sitting in Klyazov's bedroom drinking vodka and beer with him." Dyakovsky riveted his eyes on Chekhov's face, and did not remove them during the whole monologue. "Nikolai was waiting upon you. Between 12 and 1 Mark Ivanitch told you he wanted to go to bed. He always did go to bed at that time. While he was taking off his boots and giving you some instructions regarding the estate, Nikolai and you at a given signal seized your intoxicated master and flung him back upon the bed. One of you sat on his feet, the other on his head. At that moment the lady, you know who, in a black dress, who had arranged with you beforehand the part she would take in the crime, came in from the passage. She picked up the pillow, and proceeded to smother him with it. During the struggle, the light went out. The woman took a box of Swedish matches out of her pocket and lighted the candle. Isn't that right? I see from your face that what I say is true. Well, to proceed. Having smothered him, and being convinced that he had ceased to breathe, Nikolai and you dragged him out of window and put him down near the burdocks. Afraid that he might regain consciousness, you struck him with something sharp. Then you carried him, and laid him for some time under a lilac bush. After resting and considering a little, you carried him, lifted him over the hurdle. Then went along the road. Then comes the dam. Near the dam you were frightened by a peasant. But what is the matter with you?" Chekhov, white as a sheet, got up, staggering. "I am suffocating," he said. "Very well. So be it. Only I must go. Please." Chekhov was led out. "At last he has admitted it," said Chubikov, stretching at his ease. "He has given himself away. How neatly I caught him there." "And he didn't deny the woman in black," said Dyakovsky, laughing. "I am awfully worried over that Swedish match, though. I can't endure it any longer. Goodbye. I am going." Dyakovsky put on his cap and went off. Chubikov began interrogating Akulka. Akulka declared that she knew nothing about it. "I have lived with you and with nobody else," she said. At 6 o'clock in the evening Dyakovsky returned. He was more excited than ever. His hands trembled so much that he could not unbutton his overcoat. His cheeks were burning. It was evident that he had not come back without news. "Veni, vidi, vici," he cried, dashing into Chubikov's room and sinking into an armchair. "I vow on my honor, I begin to believe in my own genius. Listen, damnation take us. Listen and wonder, old friend. It's comic and it's sad. You have 3 in your grasp already, haven't you? I have found a 4th murderer, or rather murderess, for it is a woman. And what a woman! I would have given 10 years of my life merely to touch her shoulders. But, listen. I drove to Klyazovka and proceeded to describe a spiral round it. On the way I visited all the shopkeepers and innkeepers, asking for Swedish matches. Everywhere I was told, no, I have been on my round up to now. 20 times I lost hope, and as many times regained it. I have been on the go all day long, and only an hour ago came upon what I was looking for. A couple of miles from here they gave me a packet of a dozen boxes of matches. One box was missing. I asked at once, who bought that box? So and so. She took a fancy to them. They crackle. My dear fellow. Nikolai Yermolych. What can sometimes be done by a man who has been expelled from a seminary and studied Gaboriau is beyond all conception. From today I shall begin to respect myself. Oof. Well, let us go. Go where? To her, to the fourth. We must make haste, or I shall explode with impatience. Do you know who she is? You will never guess. The young wife of our old police superintendent, Yevgraf Kuzmich, Olga Petrovna, that's who it is. She bought that box of matches. You. Are you out of your mind? It's very natural. In the first place she smokes, and in the second she was head over ears in love with Klyazov. He rejected her love for the sake of an okulka. Revenge. I remember now, I once came upon them behind the screen in the kitchen. She was cursing him, while he was smoking her cigarette and puffing the smoke into her face. But do come along, make haste, for it is getting dark already. Let us go. I have not gone so completely crazy yet as to disturb a respectable, honorable woman at night for the sake of a wretched boy. Honorable, respectable. You are a rag then, not an examining magistrate. I have never ventured to abuse you, but now you force me to it. You rag. You old fogey. Come, dear Nikolai Yermolych, I entreat you. The examining magistrate waved his hand in refusal and spat in disgust. I beg you. I beg you, not for my own sake, but in the interests of justice. I beseech you, indeed. Do me a favor, if only for once in your life. Dyakovsky fell on his knees. Nikolai Yermolych, do be so good. Call me a scoundrel, a worthless wretch if I am in error about that woman. It is such a case, you know. It is a case. More like a novel than a case. The fame of it will be all over Russia. They will make you examining magistrate for particularly important cases. Do understand, you unreasonable old man. The examining magistrate frowned and irresolutely put out his hand towards his hat. Well, the devil take you, he said, let us go. It was already dark when the examining magistrate's wagonette rolled up to the police superintendent's door. What brutes we are, said Chubikov, as he reached for the bell. We are disturbing people. Never mind, don't be frightened. We will say that one of the springs has broken. Chubikov and Dyakovsky were met in the doorway by a tall, plump woman of 23, with eyebrows as black as pitch and full red lips. It was Olga Petrovna herself. Ah, how very nice, she said, smiling all over her face. You are just in time for supper. My Yevgraf Kuzmich is not at home. He is staying at the priest's. But we can get on without him. Sit down. Have you come from an inquiry? Yes. We have broken one of our springs, you know, began Chubikov, going into the drawing room and sitting down in an easy chair. Take her by surprise at once and overwhelm her, Dyakovsky whispered to him. A spring. Yes. We just drove up. Overwhelm her, I tell you. She will guess if you go drawing it out. Oh, do as you like, but spare me, muttered Chubikov, getting up and walking to the window. I can't. You cooked the mess, you eat it. Yes, the spring, Dyakovsky began, going up to the superintendent's wife and wrinkling his long nose. We have not come in to supper, nor to see Yevgraf Kuzmich. We have come to ask you, madam, where is Mark Ivanovitch whom you have murdered? What? What Mark Ivanovitch? Faltered the superintendent's wife, and her full face was suddenly in one instant suffused with crimson. I don't understand. I ask you in the name of the law. Where is Klyazov? We know all about it. Through whom? The superintendent's wife asked slowly, unable to face Dyakovsky's eyes. Kindly inform us where he is. But how did you find out? Who told you? We know all about it. I insist in the name of the law. The examining magistrate, encouraged by the lady's confusion, went up to her. Tell us and we will go away. Otherwise we. What do you want with him? What is the object of such questions, madam? We ask you for information. You are trembling, confused. Yes, he has been murdered, and if you will have it, murdered by you. Your accomplices have betrayed you. The police superintendent's wife turned pale. Come along, she said quietly, wringing her hands. He is hidden in the bathhouse. Only for God's sake, don't tell my husband. I implore you. It would be too much for him. The superintendent's wife took a big key from the wall, and led her visitors through the kitchen and the passage into the yard. It was dark in the yard. There was a drizzle of fine rain. The superintendent's wife went on ahead. Chubikov and Dyakovsky strode after her through the long grass, breathing in the smell of wild hemp and slops, which made a squelching sound under their feet. It was a big yard. Soon there were no more pools of slops, and their feet felt plowed land. In the darkness they saw the silhouette of trees, and among the trees a little house with a crooked chimney. This is the bathhouse, said the superintendent's wife, but, I implore you, do not tell anyone. Going up to the bathhouse, Chubikov and Dyakovsky saw a large padlock on the door. Get ready your candle end and matches, Chubikov whispered to his assistant. The superintendent's wife unlocked the padlock and let the visitors into the bathhouse. Dyakovsky struck a match and lighted up the entry. In the middle of it stood a table. On the table, beside a podgy little samovar, was a soup tureen with some cold cabbage soup in it, and a dish with traces of some sauce on it. Go on. They went into the next room, the bathroom. There, too, was a table. On the table there stood a big dish of ham, a bottle of vodka, plates, knives and forks. But where is he? Where's the murdered man? He is on the top shelf, whispered the superintendent's wife, turning paler than ever and trembling. Dyakovsky took the candle end in his hand and climbed up to the upper shelf. There he saw a long, human body, lying motionless on a big feather bed. The body emitted a faint snore. They have made fools of us, damn it all. Dyakovsky cried. This is not he. It is some living blockhead lying here. Hi. Who are you, damnation take you? The body drew in its breath with a whistling sound and moved. Dyakovsky prodded it with his elbow. It lifted up its arms, stretched, and raised its head. Who is that poking? A hoarse, ponderous bass voice inquired. What do you want? Dyakovsky held the candle end to the face of the unknown and uttered a shriek. In the crimson nose, in the ruffled, uncombed hair, in the pitch-black mustaches of which one was jauntily twisted and pointed insolently towards the ceiling, he recognized Cornet Klyazov. You. Mark Ivanitch. Impossible. The examining magistrate looked up and was dumbfounded. It is I, yes. And it's you, Dyakovsky. What the devil do you want here? And whose ugly mug is that down there? Holy saints, it's the examining magistrate. How in the world did you come here? Klyazov hurriedly got down and embraced Chubikov. Olga Petrovna whisked out of the door. However did you come? Let's have a drink, dash it all. Tra-ta-ti-to-tom. Let's have a drink. Who brought you here, though? How did you get to know I was here? It doesn't matter, though. Have a drink. Klyazov lighted the lamp and poured out 3 glasses of vodka. "The fact is, I don't understand you," said the examining magistrate, throwing out his hands. "Is it you, or not you? Stop that. Do you want to give me a sermon? Don't trouble yourself. Dyakovsky boy, drink up your vodka. Friends, let us pass the... What are you staring at? Drink. All the same, I can't understand," said the examining magistrate, mechanically drinking his vodka. "Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be here, if I am comfortable here?" Klyazov sipped his vodka and ate some ham. "I am staying with the superintendent's wife, as you see. In the wilds among the ruins, like some house goblin. Drink. I felt sorry for her, you know, old man. I took pity on her, and, well, I am living here in the deserted bathhouse, like a hermit. I am well fed. Next week I am thinking of moving on. I've had enough of it." "Inconceivable," said Dyakovsky. "What is there inconceivable in it?" "Inconceivable. For God's sake, how did your boot get into the garden?" "What boot?" "We found one of your boots in the bedroom and the other in the garden." "And what do you want to know that for?" "It is not your business. But do drink, dash it all. Since you have waked me up, you may as well drink. There's an interesting tale about that boot, my boy. I didn't want to come to Olga's. I didn't feel inclined, you know, I'd had a drop too much. She came under the window and began scolding me. You know how women, as a rule. Being drunk, I up and flung my boot at her. Ha! Don't scold, I said. She clambered in at the window, lighted the lamp, and gave me a good drubbing, as I was drunk. I have plenty to eat here. Love, vodka, and good things. But where are you off to? Chubikov, where are you off to? The examining magistrate spat on the floor and walked out of the bathhouse. Dyakovsky followed him with his head hanging. Both got into the wagonette in silence and drove off. Never had the road seemed so long and dreary. Both were silent. Chubikov was shaking with anger all the way. Dyakovsky hid his face in his collar as though he were afraid the darkness and the drizzling rain might read his shame on his face. On getting home the examining magistrate found the doctor, Tutuev, there. The doctor was sitting at the table and heaving deep sighs as he turned over the pages of the Neva. The things that are going on in the world, he said, greeting the examining magistrate with a melancholy smile. Austria is at it again and Gladstone, too, in a way. Chubikov flung his hat under the table and began to tremble. You devil of a skeleton. Don't bother me. I've told you 1,000 times over, don't bother me with your politics. It's not the time for politics. And as for you, he turned upon Dyakovsky and shook his fist at him, as for you. I'll never forget it, as long as I live. But the Swedish match, you know. How could I tell? Choke yourself with your match. Go away and don't irritate me, or goodness knows what I shall do to you. Don't let me set eyes on you. Dyakovsky heaved a sigh, took his hat, and went out. I'll go and get drunk, he decided, as he went out of the gate, and he sauntered dejectedly towards the tavern. When the superintendent's wife got home from the bathhouse she found her husband in the drawing-room. What did the examining magistrate come about? Asked her husband. He came to say that they had found Klyazov. Only fancy, they found him staying with another man's wife. Ah, Mark Ivanitch, sighed the police superintendent, turning up his eyes. I told you that dissipation would lead to no good. I told you so, you wouldn't heed me. The Bishop and Other Stories. Translated by Constance Garnett. The Bishop. The evening service was being celebrated on the eve of Palm Sunday in the old Petrovsky convent. When they began distributing the palm it was close upon 10 o'clock, the candles were burning dimly, the wicks wanted snuffing, it was all in a sort of mist. In the twilight of the church the crowd seemed heaving like the sea, and to Bishop Pyotr, who had been unwell for the last 3 days, it seemed that all the faces, old and young, men's and women's, were alike. That everyone who came up for the palm had the same expression in his eyes. In the mist he could not see the doors, the crowd kept moving and looked as though there were no end to it. The female choir was singing, a nun was reading the prayers for the day. How stifling, how hot it was. How long the service went on. Bishop Pyotr was tired. His breathing was labored and rapid, his throat was parched, his shoulders ached with weariness, his legs were trembling. And it disturbed him unpleasantly when a religious maniac uttered occasional shrieks in the gallery. And then all of a sudden, as though in a dream or delirium, it seemed to the bishop as though his own mother Marya Timofyevna, whom he had not seen for 9 years, or some old woman just like his mother, came up to him out of the crowd, and, after taking a palm branch from him, walked away looking at him all the while good-humoredly with a kind, joyful smile until she was lost in the crowd. And for some reason tears flowed down his face. There was peace in his heart, everything was well, yet he kept gazing fixedly towards the left choir, where the prayers were being read, where in the dusk of evening you could not recognize anyone, and wept. Tears glistened on his face and on his beard. Here someone close at hand was weeping, then someone else farther away, then others and still others, and little by little the church was filled with soft weeping. And a little later, within 5 minutes, the nuns' choir was singing, no one was weeping and everything was as before. Soon the service was over. When the bishop got into his carriage to drive home, the gay, melodious chime of the heavy, costly bells was filling the whole garden in the moonlight. The white walls, the white crosses on the tombs, the white birch trees and black shadows, and the faraway moon in the sky exactly over the convent, seemed now living their own life, apart and incomprehensible, yet very near to man. It was the beginning of April, and after the warm spring day it turned cool, there was a faint touch of frost, and the breath of spring could be felt in the soft, chilly air. The road from the convent to the town was sandy, the horses had to go at a walking pace, and on both sides of the carriage in the brilliant, peaceful moonlight there were people trudging along home from church through the sand. And all was silent, sunk in thought, everything around seemed kindly, youthful, akin, everything, trees and sky and even the moon, and one longed to think that so it would be always. At last the carriage drove into the town and rumbled along the principal street. The shops were already shut, but at Erikin's, the millionaire shopkeepers, they were trying the new electric lights, which flickered brightly, and a crowd of people were gathered round. Then came wide, dark, deserted streets, one after another. Then the highroad, the open country, the fragrance of pines. And suddenly there rose up before the bishop's eyes a white turreted wall, and behind it a tall belfry in the full moonlight, and beside it 5 shining, golden cupolas. This was the Pankrativsky monastery, in which Bishop Pyotr lived. And here, too, high above the monastery, was the silent, dreamy moon. The carriage drove in at the gate, crunching over the sand. Here and there in the moonlight there were glimpses of dark monastic figures, and there was the sound of footsteps on the flagstones. "You know, Your Holiness, your mamma arrived while you were away," the lay brother informed the bishop as he went into his cell. "My mother? When did she come?" "Before the evening service. She asked first where you were and then she went to the convent. Then it was her I saw in the church, just now." "Oh, Lord!" And the bishop laughed with joy. "She bade me tell your Holiness," the lay brother went on, "that she would come tomorrow. She had a little girl with her, her grandchild, I suppose. They are staying at Ovsianikov's inn." "What time is it now?" "A little after 11. "Oh, how vexing." The bishop sat for a little while in the parlor, hesitating, and as it were refusing to believe it was so late. His arms and legs were stiff, his head ached. He was hot and uncomfortable. After resting a little he went into his bedroom, and there, too, he sat a little, still thinking of his mother. He could hear the lay brother going away, and Father Sysoy coughing the other side of the wall. The monastery clock struck 1/4. The bishop changed his clothes and began reading the prayers before sleep. He read attentively those old, long familiar prayers, and at the same time thought about his mother. She had 9 children and about 40 grandchildren. At one time, she had lived with her husband, the deacon, in a poor village. She had lived there a very long time, from the age of 17 to 60. The bishop remembered her from early childhood, almost from the age of 3, and how he had loved her. Sweet, precious childhood, always fondly remembered. Why did it, that long past time that could never return, why did it seem brighter, fuller, and more festive than it had really been? When in his childhood or youth he had been ill, how tender and sympathetic his mother had been. And now his prayers mingled with the memories, which gleamed more and more brightly like a flame, and the prayers did not hinder his thinking of his mother. When he had finished his prayers he undressed and lay down, and at once, as soon as it was dark, there rose before his mind his dead father, his mother, his native village Lysopoli. The creak of wheels, the bleat of sheep, the church bells on bright summer mornings, the gypsies under the window, oh, how sweet to think of it. He remembered the priest of Lysopoli, Father Simeon, mild, gentle, kindly. He was a lean little man, while his son, a divinity student, was a huge fellow and talked in a roaring bass voice. The priest's son had flown into a rage with the cook and abused her, "Ah, you Jehud's ass." And Father Simeon, overhearing it, said not a word, and was only ashamed because he could not remember where such an ass was mentioned in the Bible. After him the priest at Lysopoli had been Father Demian, who used to drink heavily, and at times drank till he saw green snakes, and was even nicknamed Demian Snakeseer. The schoolmaster at Lysopoli was Matvei Nikolaich, who had been a divinity student, a kind and intelligent man, but he, too, was a drunkard. He never beat the schoolchildren, but for some reason he always had hanging on his wall a bunch of birch twigs, and below it an utterly meaningless inscription in Latin, Betula Kinderbalsamica Secuta. He had a shaggy black dog whom he called Syntax. And His Holiness laughed. 6 miles from Lysopoli was the village of Nino with a wonder-working icon. In the summer they used to carry the icon in procession about the neighboring villages and ring the bells the whole day long. First in one village and then in another, and it used to seem to the bishop then that joy was quivering in the air, and he, in those days his name was Pavlusha, used to follow the icon, bareheaded and barefoot, with naive faith, with a naive smile. Infinitely happy. In Obnino, he remembered now, there were always a lot of people, and the priest there, Father Alexei, to save time during Mass, used to make his deaf nephew Ilarion read the names of those for whose health or whose soul's peace prayers were asked. Ilarion used to read them, now and then getting a 5 or 10 kopeck piece for the service, and only when he was grey and bald, when life was nearly over, he suddenly saw written on one of the pieces of paper, "What a fool you are, Ilarion." Up to 15 at least Pavlusha was undeveloped and idle at his lessons, so much so that they thought of taking him away from the clerical school and putting him into a shop. One day, going to the post at Obnino for letters, he had stared a long time at the post office clerks and asked, "Allow me to ask, how do you get your salary, every month or every day?" His Holiness crossed himself and turned over on the other side, trying to stop thinking and go to sleep. "My mother has come," he remembered and laughed. The moon peeped in at the window, the floor was lighted up, and there were shadows on it. A cricket was chirping. Through the wall Father Sisoi was snoring in the next room, and his aged snore had a sound that suggested loneliness, forlornness, even vagrancy. Sisoi had once been housekeeper to the bishop of the diocese, and was called now, the former father housekeeper. He was 70 years old. He lived in a monastery 12 miles from the town and stayed sometimes in the town, too. He had come to the Pankrativsky monastery 3 days before, and the bishop had kept him that he might talk to him at his leisure about matters of business, about the arrangements here. At 1:30 they began ringing for matins. Father Sisoi could be heard coughing, muttering something in a discontented voice, then he got up and walked barefoot about the rooms. "Father Sisoi," the bishop called. Sisoi went back to his room and a little later made his appearance in his boots, with a candle, he had on his cassock over his underclothes and on his head was an old faded skullcap. "I can't sleep," said the bishop, sitting up. "I must be unwell. And what it is I don't know. Fever. You must have caught cold, your holiness. You must be rubbed with tallow." Sisoi stood a little and yawned. "O Lord, forgive me, a sinner. They had the electric lights on at Erikin's today," he said. "I don't like it." Father Sisoi was old, lean, bent, always dissatisfied with something, and his eyes were angry-looking and prominent as a crab's. "I don't like it," he said, going away. "I don't like it. Bother it." 2. Next day, Palm Sunday, the bishop took the service in the cathedral in the town, then he visited the bishop of the diocese, then visited a very sick old lady, the widow of a general, and at last drove home. Between 1 and 2 o'clock he had welcome visitors dining with him, his mother and his niece Katia, a child of 8 years old. All dinner time the spring sunshine was streaming in at the windows, throwing bright light on the white tablecloth and on Katia's red hair. Through the double windows they could hear the noise of the rooks and the notes of the starlings in the garden. "It is 9 years since we have met," said the old lady. "And when I looked at you in the monastery yesterday, good Lord. You've not changed a bit, except maybe you are thinner and your beard is a little longer. Holy Mother, Queen of Heaven. Yesterday at the evening service no one could help crying. I, too, as I looked at you, suddenly began crying, though I couldn't say why. His holy will." And in spite of the affectionate tone in which she said this, he could see she was constrained as though she were uncertain whether to address him formally or familiarly, to laugh or not. And that she felt herself more a deacon's widow than his mother. And Katia gazed without blinking at her uncle, His Holiness, as though trying to discover what sort of a person he was. Her hair sprang up from under the comb and the velvet ribbon and stood out like a halo, she had a turned-up nose and sly eyes. The child had broken a glass before sitting down to dinner, and now her grandmother, as she talked, moved away from Katia first a wineglass and then a tumbler. The bishop listened to his mother and remembered how many years ago she used to take him and his brothers and sisters to relations whom she considered rich. In those days she was taken up with the care of her children, now with her grandchildren, and she had brought Katia. "Your sister, Varenka, has 4 children," she told him. "Katia, here, is the eldest. And your brother-in-law Father Ivan fell sick, God knows of what, and died 3 days before the Assumption, and my poor Varenka is left a beggar." "And how is Nicanor getting on?" the bishop asked about his eldest brother. "He is all right, thank God. Though he has nothing much, yet he can live. Only there is one thing, his son, my grandson Nikolasha, did not want to go into the church, he has gone to the university to be a doctor. He thinks it is better. But who knows? His holy will. Nikolasha cuts up dead people," said Katia, spilling water over her knees. "Sit still, child," her grandmother observed calmly, and took the glass out of her hand. "Say a prayer, and go on eating. How long it is since we have seen each other," said the bishop, and he tenderly stroked his mother's hand and shoulder, "and I missed you abroad, mother, I missed you dreadfully." "Thank you. I used to sit in the evenings at the open window, lonely and alone, often there was music playing, and all at once I used to be overcome with homesickness and felt as though I would give everything only to be at home and see you." His mother smiled, beamed, but at once she made a grave face and said, "Thank you." His mood suddenly changed. He looked at his mother and could not understand how she had come by that respectfulness, that timid expression of face. What was it for? And he did not recognize her. He felt sad and vexed. And then his head ached just as it had the day before, his legs felt fearfully tired, and the fish seemed to him stale and tasteless, he felt thirsty all the time. After dinner 2 rich ladies, landowners, arrived and sat for an hour and a half in silence with rigid countenances. The archimandrite, a silent, rather deaf man, came to see him about business. Then they began ringing for vespers. The sun was setting behind the wood and the day was over. When he returned from church, he hurriedly said his prayers, got into bed, and wrapped himself up as warm as possible. It was disagreeable to remember the fish he had eaten at dinner. The moonlight worried him, and then he heard talking. In an adjoining room, probably in the parlor, Father Saisoi was talking politics. There's war among the Japanese now. They are fighting. The Japanese, my good soul, are the same as the Montenegrins, they are the same race. They were under the Turkish yoke together. And then he heard the voice of Marya Timofyevna. So, having said our prayers and drunk tea, we went, you know, to Father Jaeger at Novokatnoy, so. And she kept on saying, having had tea, or having drunk tea, and it seemed as though the only thing she had done in her life was to drink tea. The bishop slowly, languidly, recalled the seminary, the academy. For 3 years he had been Greek teacher in the seminary, by that time he could not read without spectacles. Then he had become a monk, he had been made a school inspector. Then he had defended his thesis for his degree. When he was 32 he had been made rector of the seminary, and consecrated archimandrite, and then his life had been so easy, so pleasant, it seemed so long, no end was in sight. Then he had begun to be ill, had grown very thin and almost blind, and by the advice of the doctors had to give up everything and go abroad. And what then? Asked Saisoi in the next room. Then we drank tea, answered Marya Timofyevna. Good gracious, you've got a green beard, said Katya suddenly in surprise, and she laughed. The bishop remembered that the grey-headed Father Saisoi's beard really had a shade of green in it, and he laughed. God have mercy upon us, what we have to put up with this girl, said Saisoi, aloud, getting angry. Spoilt child. Sit quiet. The bishop remembered the perfectly new white church in which he had conducted the services while living abroad, he remembered the sound of the warm sea. In his flat he had 5 lofty light rooms. In his study he had a new writing table, lots of books. He had read a great deal and often written. And he remembered how he had pined for his native land, how a blind beggar woman had played the guitar under his window every day and sung of love, and how, as he listened, he had always for some reason thought of the past. But 8 years had passed and he had been called back to Russia, and now he was a suffragan bishop, and all the past had retreated far away into the mist as though it were a dream. Father Saisoi came into the bedroom with a candle. I say, he said, wondering, are you asleep already, Your Holiness? What is it? Why, it's still early, 10 o'clock or less. I bought a candle today, I wanted to rub you with tallow. I am in a fever, said the bishop, and he sat up. I really ought to have something. My head is bad. Saisoi took off the bishop's shirt and began rubbing his chest and back with tallow. That's the way, he said. Lord Jesus Christ, that's the way. I walked to the town today, I was at what's-his-name's, the chief priest Sidonsky's. I had tea with him. I don't like him. Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way. I don't like him. 3. The bishop of the diocese, a very fat old man, was ill with rheumatism or gout, and had been in bed for over a month. Bishop Pyotr went to see him almost every day, and saw all who came to ask his help. And now that he was unwell he was struck by the emptiness, the triviality of everything which they asked and for which they wept, he was vexed at their ignorance, their timidity. And all this useless, petty business oppressed him by the mass of it, and it seemed to him that now he understood the diocesan bishop, who had once in his young days written on the doctrines of the freedom of the will. And now seemed to be all lost in trivialities, to have forgotten everything, and to have no thoughts of religion. The bishop must have lost touch with Russian life while he was abroad, he did not find it easy, the peasants seemed to him coarse, the women who sought his help dull and stupid, the seminarists and their teachers uncultivated and at times savage. And the documents coming in and going out were reckoned by tens of thousands, and what documents they were. The higher clergy in the whole diocese gave the priests, young and old, and even their wives and children, marks for their behavior, a 5, a 4, and sometimes even a 3, and about this he had to talk and to read and write serious reports. And there was positively not 1 minute to spare, his soul was troubled all day long, and the bishop was only at peace when he was in church. He could not get used, either, to the awe which, through no wish of his own, he inspired in people in spite of his quiet, modest disposition. All the people in the province seemed to him little, scared, and guilty when he looked at them. Everyone was timid in his presence, even the old chief priests. Everyone flopped at his feet, and not long previously an old lady, a village priest's wife who had come to consult him, was so overcome by awe that she could not utter a single word, and went empty away. And he, who could never in his sermons bring himself to speak ill of people, never reproached anyone because he was so sorry for them, was moved to fury with the people who came to consult him, lost his temper and flung their petitions on the floor. The whole time he had been here, not one person had spoken to him genuinely, simply, as to a human being, even his old mother seemed now not the same. And why, he wondered, did she chatter away to Sisoi and laugh so much? While with him, her son, she was grave and usually silent and constrained, which did not suit her at all. The only person who behaved freely with him and said what he meant was old Sisoi, who had spent his whole life in the presence of bishops and had outlived 11 of them. And so the bishop was at ease with him, although, of course, he was a tedious and nonsensical man. After the service on Tuesday, His Holiness Pyotr was in the diocesan bishop's house receiving petitions there. He got excited and angry, and then drove home. He was as unwell as before. He longed to be in bed, but he had hardly reached home when he was informed that a young merchant called Erakin, who subscribed liberally to charities, had come to see him about a very important matter. The bishop had to see him. Erakin stayed about an hour, talked very loud, almost shouted, and it was difficult to understand what he said. God grant it may, he said as he went away. Most essential. According to circumstances, Your Holiness. I trust it may. After him came the Mother Superior from a distant convent. And when she had gone they began ringing for vespers. He had to go to church. In the evening the monks sang harmoniously, with inspiration. A young priest with a black beard conducted the service. And the bishop, hearing of the bridegroom who comes at midnight and of the heavenly mansion adorned for the festival, felt no repentance for his sins, no tribulation, but peace at heart and tranquility. And he was carried back in thought to the distant past, to his childhood and youth, when, too, they used to sing of the bridegroom and of the heavenly mansion. And now that past rose up before him, living, fair, and joyful as in all likelihood it never had been. And perhaps in the other world, in the life to come, we shall think of the distant past, of our life here, with the same feeling. Who knows? The bishop was sitting near the altar. It was dark, tears flowed down his face. He thought that here he had attained everything a man in his position could attain, he had faith and yet everything was not clear, something was lacking still. He did not want to die, and he still felt that he had missed what was most important, something of which he had dimly dreamed in the past, and he was troubled by the same hopes for the future as he had felt in childhood, at the academy and abroad. How well they sing today, he thought, listening to the singing. How nice it is. 4. On Thursday he celebrated Mass in the cathedral, it was the washing of feet. When the service was over and the people were going home, it was sunny, warm. The water gurgled in the gutters, and the unceasing trilling of the larks, tender, telling of peace, rose from the fields outside the town. The trees were already awakening and smiling a welcome, while above them the infinite, fathomless blue sky stretched into the distance, God knows whither. On reaching home His Holiness drank some tea, then changed his clothes, lay down on his bed, and told the lay brother to close the shutters on the windows. The bedroom was darkened. But what weariness, what pain in his legs and his back, a chill heavy pain, what a noise in his ears. He had not slept for a long time, for a very long time, as it seemed to him now, and some trifling detail which haunted his brain as soon as his eyes were closed prevented him from sleeping. As on the day before, sounds reached him from the adjoining rooms through the walls, voices, the jingle of glasses and teaspoons. Marya Timofyevna was gaily telling Father Sysoy some story with quaint turns of speech, while the latter answered in a grumpy, ill-humored voice, "Bother them. Not likely. What next?" And the bishop again felt vexed and then hurt that with other people his old mother behaved in a simple, ordinary way, while with him, her son, she was shy, spoke little, and did not say what she meant, and even, as he fancied, had during all those 3 days kept trying in his presence to find an excuse for standing up, because she was embarrassed at sitting before him. And his father? He, too, probably, if he had been living, would not have been able to utter a word in the bishop's presence. Something fell down on the floor in the adjoining room and was broken. Katya must have dropped a cup or a saucer, for Father Sysoy suddenly spat and said angrily, "What a regular nuisance the child is. Lord, forgive my transgressions. One can't provide enough for her." Then all was quiet, the only sounds came from outside. And when the bishop opened his eyes he saw Katya in his room, standing motionless, staring at him. Her red hair, as usual, stood up from under the comb like a halo. "Is that you, Katya?" he asked. "Who is it downstairs who keeps opening and shutting a door?" "I don't hear it," answered Katya, and she listened. "There, someone has just passed by." "But that was a noise in your stomach, uncle." He laughed and stroked her on the head. "So you say Cousin Nikolasha cuts up dead people?" he asked after a pause. "Yes, he is studying." "And is he kind?" "Oh, yes, he's kind. But he drinks vodka awfully." "And what was it your father died of?" "Papa was weak and very, very thin, and all at once his throat was bad. I was ill then, too, and Brother Fedya, we all had bad throats. Papa died, uncle, and we got well." Her chin began quivering, and tears gleamed in her eyes and trickled down her cheeks. "Your Holiness," she said in a shrill voice, by now weeping bitterly, "uncle, mother and all of us are left very wretched. Give us a little money. Do be kind, uncle darling." He, too, was moved to tears, and for a long time was too much touched to speak. Then he stroked her on the head, patted her on the shoulder and said, very good, my child. When the Holy Easter comes, we will talk it over. I will help you. I will help you." His mother came in quietly, timidly, and prayed before the icon. Noticing that he was not sleeping, she said, "Won't you have a drop of soup?" "No, thank you," he answered, "I am not hungry." "You seem to be unwell, now I look at you." "I should think so, you may well be ill. The whole day on your legs, the whole day. And, my goodness, it makes one's heart ache even to look at you. Well, Easter is not far off, you will rest then, please God. Then we will have a talk, too, but now I'm not going to disturb you with my chatter. Come along, Katya, let His Holiness sleep a little." And he remembered how once very long ago, when he was a boy, she had spoken exactly like that, in the same jestingly respectful tone, with a church dignitary. Only from her extraordinarily kind eyes and the timid, anxious glance she stole at him as she went out of the room could one have guessed that this was his mother. He shut his eyes and seemed to sleep, but twice heard the clock strike and Father Sysoy coughing the other side of the wall. And once more his mother came in and looked timidly at him for a minute. Someone drove up to the steps, as he could hear, in a coach or in a chaise. Suddenly a knock, the door slammed, the lay brother came into the bedroom. "Your Holiness," he called. "Well? The horses are here. It's time for the evening service. What o'clock is it?" 7:15. He dressed and drove to the cathedral. During all the 12 Gospels, he had to stand in the middle of the church without moving, and the first Gospel, the longest and the most beautiful, he read himself. A mood of confidence and courage came over him. That first Gospel, "Now is the Son of Man glorified," he knew by heart. And as he read he raised his eyes from time to time, and saw on both sides a perfect sea of lights and heard the splutter of candles, but, as in past years, he could not see the people. And it seemed as though these were all the same people as had been round him in those days, in his childhood and his youth. That they would always be the same every year until such time as God only knew. His father had been a deacon, his grandfather a priest, his great-grandfather a deacon, and his whole family, perhaps from the days when Christianity had been accepted in Russia, had belonged to the priesthood. And his love for the church services, for the priesthood, for the peal of the bells, was deep in him, ineradicable, innate. In church, particularly when he took part in the service, he felt vigorous, of good cheer, happy. So it was now. Only when the 8th Gospel had been read, he felt that his voice had grown weak, even his cough was inaudible. His head had begun to ache intensely, and he was troubled by a fear that he might fall down. And his legs were indeed quite numb, so that by degrees he ceased to feel them and could not understand how or on what he was standing, and why he did not fall. It was 11:45 when the service was over. When he reached home, the bishop undressed and went to bed at once without even saying his prayers. He could not speak and felt that he could not have stood up. When he had covered his head with the quilt he felt a sudden longing to be abroad, an insufferable longing. He felt that he would give his life not to see those pitiful cheap shutters, those low ceilings, not to smell that heavy monastery smell. If only there were one person to whom he could have talked, have opened his heart. For a long while he heard footsteps in the next room and could not tell whose they were. At last the door opened, and Psyche came in with a candle and a teacup in his hand. "You are in bed already, your holiness?" he asked. "Here I have come to rub you with spirit and vinegar. A thorough rubbing does a great deal of good. Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way, that's the way. I've just been in our monastery. I don't like it. I'm going away from here tomorrow, your holiness, I don't want to stay longer. Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way." Psyche could never stay long in the same place, and he felt as though he had been a whole year in the Pankrativsky monastery. Above all, listening to him it was difficult to understand where his home was, whether he cared for anyone or anything, whether he believed in God. He did not know himself why he was a monk, and, indeed, he did not think about it, and the time when he had become a monk had long passed out of his memory. It seemed as though he had been born a monk. "I'm going away tomorrow. God be with them all. I should like to talk to you." "I can't find the time," said the bishop softly with an effort. "I don't know anything or anybody here. I'll stay till Sunday if you like, so be it, but I don't want to stay longer. I am sick of them." "I ought not to be a bishop," said the bishop softly. "I ought to have been a village priest, a deacon, or simply a monk. All this oppresses me, oppresses me." "What? Lord Jesus Christ. That's the way. Come, sleep well, your holiness. What's the good of talking? It's no use. Good night." The bishop did not sleep all night. And at 8 o'clock in the morning he began to have hemorrhage from the bowels. The lay brother was alarmed, and ran first to the archimandrite, then for the monastery doctor, Ivan Andreitch, who lived in the town. The doctor, a stout old man with a long grey beard, made a prolonged examination of the bishop, and kept shaking his head and frowning, then said, "Do you know, your holiness, you have got typhoid?" After an hour or so of hemorrhage the bishop looked much thinner, paler, and wasted. His face looked wrinkled, his eyes looked bigger, and he seemed older, shorter, and it seemed to him that he was thinner, weaker, more insignificant than any one, that everything that had been had retreated far, far away and would never go on again or be repeated. How good, he thought, how good. His old mother came. Seeing his wrinkled face and his big eyes, she was frightened. She fell on her knees by the bed and began kissing his face, his shoulders, his hands. And to her, too, it seemed that he was thinner, weaker, and more insignificant than anyone, and now she forgot that he was a bishop, and kissed him as though he were a child very near and very dear to her. Pavlusha, darling, she said. My own, my darling son. Why are you like this? Pavlusha, answer me. Katya, pale and severe, stood beside her, unable to understand what was the matter with her uncle, why there was such a look of suffering on her grandmother's face, why she was saying such sad and touching things. By now he could not utter a word, he could understand nothing, and he imagined he was a simple ordinary man, that he was walking quickly, cheerfully through the fields, tapping with his stick, while above him was the open sky bathed in sunshine. And that he was free now as a bird and could go where he liked. Pavlusha, my darling son, answer me, the old woman was saying. What is it? My own. Don't disturb his holiness, Sisoi said angrily, walking about the room. Let him sleep, what's the use, it's no good. 3 doctors arrived, consulted together, and went away again. The day was long, incredibly long, then the night came on and passed slowly, slowly, and towards morning on Saturday the lay brother went in to the old mother who was lying on the sofa in the parlor, and asked her to go into the bedroom. The bishop had just breathed his last. Next day was Easter Sunday. There were 42 churches and 6 monasteries in the town. The sonorous, joyful clang of the bells hung over the town from morning till night unceasingly, setting the spring air a-quiver. The birds were singing, the sun was shining brightly. The big market square was noisy, swings were going, barrel organs were playing, accordions were squeaking, drunken voices were shouting. After midday people began driving up and down the principal street. In short, all was merriment, everything was satisfactory, just as it had been the year before, and as it will be in all likelihood next year. A month later a new suffragan bishop was appointed, and no one thought anything more of Bishop Pyotr, and afterwards he was completely forgotten. And only the dead man's old mother, who is living today with her son-in-law the deacon in a remote little district town, when she goes out at night to bring her cow in and meets other women at the pasture, begins talking of her children and her grandchildren, and says that she had a son a bishop, and this she says timidly, afraid that she may not be believed. And, indeed, there are some who do not believe her. The letter. The clerical superintendent of the district, His Reverence Father Fyodor Orlov, a handsome, well-nourished man of 50, grave and important as he always was, with an habitual expression of dignity that never left his face, was walking to and fro in his little drawing-room, extremely exhausted, and thinking intensely about the same thing. When would his visitor go? The thought worried him and did not leave him for a minute. The visitor, Father Anastasy, the priest of one of the villages near the town, had come to him 3 hours before on some very unpleasant and dreary business of his own, had stayed on and on, was now sitting in the corner at a little round table with his elbow on a thick account book, and apparently had no thought of going, though it was getting on for 9 o'clock in the evening. Not everyone knows when to be silent and when to go. It not infrequently happens that even diplomatic persons of good worldly breeding fail to observe that their presence is arousing a feeling akin to hatred in their exhausted or busy host, and that this feeling is being concealed with an effort and disguised with a lie. But Father Anastasy perceived it clearly, and realized that his presence was burdensome and inappropriate, that his reverence, who had taken an early morning service in the night and a long mass at midday, was exhausted and longing for repose. Every minute he was meaning to get up and go, but he did not get up, he sat on as though he were waiting for something. He was an old man of 65, prematurely aged, with a bent and bony figure, with a sunken face and the dark skin of old age, with red eyelids and a long narrow back like a fish's. He was dressed in a smart cassock of a light lilac color, but too big for him, presented to him by the widow of a young priest lately deceased, a full cloth coat with a broad leather belt, and clumsy high boots the size and hue of which showed clearly that Father Anastasy dispensed with galoshes. In spite of his position and his venerable age, there was something pitiful, crushed and humiliated in his lustreless red eyes, in the strands of grey hair with a shade of green in it on the nape of his neck, and in the big shoulder blades on his lean back. He sat without speaking or moving, and coughed with circumspection, as though afraid that the sound of his coughing might make his presence more noticeable. The old man had come to see his reverence on business. 2 months before he had been prohibited from officiating till further notice, and his case was being inquired into. His shortcomings were numerous. He was intemperate in his habits, fell out with the other clergy in the commune, kept the church records and accounts carelessly. These were the formal charges against him. But besides all that, there had been rumors for a long time past that he celebrated unlawful marriages for money and sold certificates of having fasted and taken the sacrament to officials and officers who came to him from the town. These rumors were maintained the more persistently that he was poor and had 9 children to keep, who were as incompetent and unsuccessful as himself. The sons were spoilt and uneducated, and stayed at home doing nothing, while the daughters were ugly and did not get married. Not having the moral force to be open, his reverence walked up and down the room and said nothing or spoke in hints. "So you are not going home tonight?" he asked, stopping near the dark window and poking with his little finger into the cage where a canary was asleep with its feathers puffed out. Father Anastasie started, coughed cautiously and said rapidly, "Home? I don't care to, Fyodor Ilyitch. I cannot officiate, as you know, so what am I to do there? I came away on purpose that I might not have to look the people in the face. One is ashamed not to officiate, as you know. Besides, I have business here, Fyodor Ilyitch. Tomorrow after breaking the fast I want to talk things over thoroughly with the father charged with the inquiry." "Ah!" yawned his reverence, "and where are you staying?" "At Syavkin's." Father Anastasie suddenly remembered that within 2 hours his reverence had to take the Easternite service, and he felt so ashamed of his unwelcome burdensome presence that he made up his mind to go away at once and let the exhausted man rest. And the old man got up to go. But before he began saying goodbye he stood clearing his throat for a minute and looking searchingly at his reverence's back, still with the same expression of vague expectation in his whole figure. His face was working with shame, timidity, and a pitiful forced laugh such as one sees in people who do not respect themselves. Waving his hand as it were resolutely, he said with a husky quavering laugh, "Father Fyodor, do me one more kindness, bid them give me at leave-taking 1 little glass of vodka." "It's not the time to drink vodka now," said his reverence sternly. "One must have some regard for decency." Father Anastasie was still more overwhelmed by confusion. He laughed, and, forgetting his resolution to go away, he dropped back on his chair. His reverence looked at his helpless, embarrassed face and his bent figure and he felt sorry for the old man. "Please God, we will have a drink tomorrow," he said, wishing to soften his stern refusal. "Everything is good in due season." His reverence believed in people's reforming, but now when a feeling of pity had been kindled in him it seemed to him that this disgraced, worn-out old man, entangled in a network of sins and weaknesses, was hopelessly wrecked. That there was no power on earth that could straighten out his spine, give brightness to his eyes and restrain the unpleasant timid laugh which he laughed on purpose to smooth over to some slight extent the repulsive impression he made on people. The old man seemed now to Father Fyodor not guilty and not vicious, but humiliated, insulted, unfortunate. His reverence thought of his wife, his 9 children, the dirty beggarly shelter at Syavkin's. He thought for some reason of the people who are glad to see priests drunk and persons in authority detected in crimes. And thought that the very best thing Father Anastasie could do now would be to die as soon as possible and to depart from this world forever. There were a sound of footsteps. "Father Fyodor, you are not resting?" a bass voice asked from the passage. "No, deacon, come in." Orlov's colleague, the deacon Lubimov, an elderly man with a big bald patch on the top of his head, though his hair was still black and he was still vigorous-looking, with thick black eyebrows like a Georgian's, walked in. He bowed to Father Anastasie and sat down. "What good news have you?" asked his reverence. "What good news?" answered the deacon, and after a pause he went on with a smile, "When your children are little, your trouble is small. When your children are big, your trouble is great. Such goings on, Father Fyodor, that I don't know what to think of it. It's a regular farce, that's what it is." He paused again for a little, smiled still more broadly and said, Nikolai Matveitch came back from Kharkov today. He has been telling me about my Pyotr. He has been to see him twice, he tells me. What has he been telling you, then? He has upset me, God bless him. He meant to please me, but when I came to think it over, it seems there is not much to be pleased at. I ought to grieve rather than be pleased. Your Petrushka, said he, lives in fine style. He is far above us now, said he. Well, thank God for that, said I dined with him, said he, and saw his whole manner of life. He lives like a gentleman, he said, you couldn't wish to live better. I was naturally interested and I asked, and what did you have for dinner? First, he said, a fish course something like fish soup, then tongue and peas, and then he said, roast turkey. Turkey in Lent. That is something to please me, said I. Turkey in Lent. Nothing marvelous in that, said his reverence, screwing up his eyes ironically. And sticking both thumbs in his belt. He drew himself up and said in the tone in which he usually delivered discourses or gave his scripture lessons to the pupils in the district school, people who do not keep the fasts are divided into two different categories, some do not keep them through laxity. Others through infidelity. Your Pyotr does not keep them through infidelity. Yes. The deacon looked timidly at Father Fyodor's stern face and said. There is worse to follow. We talked and discussed one thing and another, and it turned out that my infidel of a son is living with some madam, another man's wife. She takes the place of wife and hostess in his flat, pours out the tea, receives visitors and all the rest of it, as though she were his lawful wife. For over 2 years he has been keeping up this dance with this viper. It's a regular farce. They have been living together for 3 years and no children. I suppose they have been living in chastity, chuckled Father Anastasy, coughing huskily. There are children, Father Deacon, there are, but they don't keep them at home. They send them to the foundling. He. Anastasy went on coughing till he choked. Don't interfere, Father Anastasy, said his reverence sternly. Nikolai Matveitch asked him, what madam is this helping the soup at your table? The deacon went on, gloomily scanning Anastasy's bent figure. That is my wife, said he. When was your wedding? Nikolai Matveitch asked him, and Pyotr answered, we were married at Kulikov's restaurant. His reverence's eyes flashed wrathfully and the color came into his temples. Apart from his sinfulness, Pyotr was not a person he liked. Father Fyodor had, as they say, a grudge against him. He remembered him a boy at school, he remembered him distinctly, because even then the boy had seemed to him not normal. As a schoolboy, Petrushka had been ashamed to serve at the altar, had been offended at being addressed without ceremony, had not crossed himself on entering the room, and what was still more noteworthy, was fond of talking a great deal and with heat, and, in Father Fyodor's opinion, much talking was unseemly in children and pernicious to them. Moreover, Petrushka had taken up a contemptuous and critical attitude to fishing, a pursuit to which both his reverence and the deacon were greatly addicted. As a student, Pyotr had not gone to church at all, had slept till midday, had looked down on people, and had been given to raising delicate and insoluble questions with a peculiarly provoking zest. What would you have? His reverence asked, going up to the deacon and looking at him angrily. What would you have? This was to be expected. I always knew and was convinced that nothing good would come of your Pyotr. I told you so, and I tell you so now. What you have sown, that now you must reap. Reap it. But what have I sown, Father Fyodor? The deacon asked softly, looking up at his reverence. Why, who is to blame if not you? You're his father, he is your offspring. You ought to have admonished him, have instilled the fear of God into him. A child must be taught. You have brought him into the world, but you haven't trained him up in the right way. It's a sin. It's wrong. It's a shame. His reverence forgot his exhaustion, paced to and fro and went on talking. Drops of perspiration came out on the deacon's bald head and forehead. He raised his eyes to his reverence with a look of guilt, and said, But didn't I train him, Father Fyodor? Lord have mercy on us, haven't I been a father to my children? You know yourself I spared nothing for his good. I have prayed and done my best all my life to give him a thorough education. He went to the high school and I got him tutors, and he took his degree at the university. And as to my not being able to influence his mind, Father Fyodor, why, you can judge for yourself that I am not qualified to do so. Sometimes when he used to come here as a student, I would begin admonishing him in my way, and he wouldn't heed me. I'd say to him, go to church, and he would answer, what for? I would begin explaining, and he would say, why? What for? Or he would slap me on the shoulder and say, everything in this world is relative, approximate and conditional. I don't know anything, and you don't know anything either, Dad. Father Anastasy laughed huskily, cleared his throat and waved his fingers in the air as though preparing to say something. His Reverence glanced at him and said sternly, don't interfere, Father Anastasy. The old man laughed, beamed, and evidently listened with pleasure to the deacon as though he were glad there were other sinful persons in this world besides himself. The deacon spoke sincerely, with an aching heart, and tears actually came into his eyes. Father Fyodor felt sorry for him. You are to blame, deacon, you are to blame, he said, but not so sternly and heatedly as before. If you could beget him, you ought to know how to instruct him. You ought to have trained him in his childhood, it's no good trying to correct the student. A silence followed. The deacon clasped his hands and said with a sigh. But you know I shall have to answer for him. To be sure you will. After a brief silence his Reverence yawned and sighed at the same moment and asked. Who is reading the facts? Yevstrat. Yevstrat always reads them. The deacon got up and, looking imploringly at his Reverence, asked. Father Fyodor, what am I to do now? Do as you please, you are his father, not I. You ought to know best. I don't know anything, Father Fyodor. Tell me what to do, for goodness sake. Would you believe it, I am sick at heart. I can't sleep now, nor keep quiet, and the holiday will be no holiday to me. Tell me what to do, Father Fyodor. Write him a letter. What am I to write to him? Write that he mustn't go on like that. Write shortly, but sternly and circumstantially, without softening or smoothing away his guilt. It is your parental duty, if you write, you will have done your duty and will be at peace. That's true. But what am I to write to him, to what effect? If I write to him, he will answer, why? What for? Why is it a sin? Father Anastasy laughed hoarsely again, and brandished his fingers. Why? What for? Why is it a sin? He began shrilly. I was once confessing a gentleman, and I told him that excessive confidence in the divine mercy is a sin, and he asked, why? I tried to answer him, but Anastasy slapped himself on the forehead. I had nothing here. He. Anastasy's words, his hoarse jangling laugh at what was not laughable, had an unpleasant effect on his Reverence and on the deacon. The former was on the point of saying, don't interfere, again, but he did not say it, he only frowned. I can't write to him, sighed the deacon. If you can't, who can? Father Fyodor, said the deacon, putting his head on one side and pressing his hand to his heart. I am an uneducated slow-witted man, while the Lord has vouchsafed you judgment and wisdom. You know everything and understand everything. You can master anything, while I don't know how to put my words together sensibly. Be generous. Instruct me how to write the letter. Teach me what to say and how to say it. What is there to teach? There is nothing to teach. Sit down and write. Oh, do me the favor, Father Fyodor. I beseech you. I know he will be frightened and will attend to your letter, because, you see, you are a cultivated man too. Do be so good. I'll sit down, and you'll dictate to me. It will be a sin to write tomorrow, but now would be the very time. My mind would be set at rest. His reverence looked at the deacon's imploring face, thought of the disagreeable Pyotr, and consented to dictate. He made the deacon sit down to his table and began. Well, right. Christ is risen, dear son. Exclamation mark. Rumors have reached me, your father, then in parenthesis, from what source is no concern of yours, close the parenthesis. Have you written it? That you are leading a life inconsistent with the laws both of God and of man. Neither the luxurious comfort, nor the worldly splendor, nor the culture with which you seek outwardly to disguise it, can hide your heathen manner of life. In name you are a Christian, but in your real nature a heathen as pitiful and wretched as all other heathens, more wretched, indeed, seeing that those heathens who know not Christ are lost from ignorance, while you are lost in that. Possessing a treasure, you neglect it. I will not enumerate here your vices, which you know well enough. I will say that I see the cause of your ruin in your infidelity. You imagine yourself to be wise, boast of your knowledge of science, but refuse to see that science without faith, far from elevating a man, actually degrades him to the level of a lower animal, inasmuch as. The whole letter was in this strain. When he had finished writing it, the deacon read it aloud, beamed all over and jumped up. It's a gift, it's really a gift, he said, clasping his hands and looking enthusiastically at his reverence. To think of the Lord's bestowing a gift like that. Holy Mother! I do believe I couldn't write a letter like that in 100 years. Lord save you! Father Anastasy was enthusiastic too. One couldn't write like that without a gift, he said, getting up and wagging his fingers, that one couldn't. His rhetoric would trip any philosopher and shut him up. Intellect. Brilliant intellect. If you weren't married, Father Fyodor, you would have been a bishop long ago, you would really. Having vented his wrath in a letter, his reverence felt relieved, his fatigue and exhaustion came back to him. The deacon was an old friend, and his reverence did not hesitate to say to him. Well, deacon, go, and God bless you. I'll have half an hour's nap on the sofa, I must rest. The deacon went away and took Anastasy with him. As is always the case on Easter Eve, it was dark in the street, but the whole sky was sparkling with bright luminous stars. There was a scent of spring and holiday in the soft still air. How long was he dictating? The deacon said admiringly. 10 minutes, not more. It would have taken someone else a month to compose such a letter. What a mind! Such a mind that I don't know what to call it. It's a marvel. It's really a marvel. Education. Sighed Anastasy as he crossed the muddy street, holding up his cassock to his waist. It's not for us to compare ourselves with him. We come of the sacristan class, while he has had a learned education. Yes, he's a real man, there is no denying that. And you listen how he'll read the Gospel in Latin at Mass today. He knows Latin and he knows Greek. Ah, Petrushka, Petrushka, the deacon said, suddenly remembering. Now that will make him scratch his head. That will shut his mouth, that will bring it home to him. Now he won't ask, why. It is a case of one wit to outwit another. Ha ha ha. The deacon laughed gaily and loudly. Since the letter had been written to Pyotr he had become serene and more cheerful. The consciousness of having performed his duty as a father and his faith in the power of the letter had brought back his mirthfulness and good humor. Pyotr means a stone, said he, as he went into his house. My Pyotr is not a stone, but a rag. A viper has fastened upon him and he pampers her, and hasn't the pluck to kick her out. Tfu! To think there should be women like that, God forgive me. Has she no shame? She has fastened upon the lad, sticking to him, and keeps him tied to her apron strings. Fie upon her. Perhaps it's not she keeps hold of him, but he of her. She is a shameless one anyway. Not that I am defending Pyotr. He'll catch it. He'll read the letter and scratch his head. He'll burn with shame. It's a splendid letter, only you know I wouldn't send it, Father Deacon. Let him alone. What? Said the deacon, disconcerted. Why? Don't send it, Deacon. What's the sense of it? Suppose you send it, he reads it, and what then? You'll only upset him. Forgive him. Let him alone. The deacon looked in surprise at Anastasie's dark face, at his unbuttoned cassock, which looked in the dusk like wings, and shrugged his shoulders. How can I forgive him like that? He asked. Why, I shall have to answer for him to God. Even so, forgive him all the same. Really. And God will forgive you for your kindness to him. But he is my son, isn't he? Ought I not to teach him? Teach him? Of course, why not? You can teach him, but why call him a heathen? It will hurt his feelings, you know, Deacon. The deacon was a widower, and lived in a little house with 3 windows. His elder sister, an old maid, looked after his house for him, though she had 3 years before lost the use of her legs and was confined to her bed. He was afraid of her, obeyed her, and did nothing without her advice. Father Anastasie went in with him. Seeing his table already laid with Easter cakes and red eggs, he began weeping for some reason, probably thinking of his own home, and to turn these tears into a jest, he at once laughed huskily. Yes, we shall soon be breaking the fast, he said. Yes, it wouldn't come amiss, Deacon, to have a little glass now. Can we? I'll drink it so that the old lady does not hear, he whispered, glancing sideways towards the door. Without a word the deacon moved a decanter and wineglass towards him. He unfolded the letter and began reading it aloud. And now the letter pleased him just as much as when his reverence had dictated it to him. He beamed with pleasure and wagged his head, as though he had been tasting something very sweet. What a letter, he said. Petrushka has never dreamt of such a letter. It's just what he wants, something to throw him into a fever. Do you know, Deacon, don't send it, said Anastasie, pouring himself out a second glass of vodka as though unconsciously. Forgive him, let him alone. I am telling you, what I really think. If his own father can't forgive him, who will forgive him? And so he'll live without forgiveness. Think, Deacon, there will be plenty to chastise him without you, but you should look out for some who will show mercy to your son. I'll have just one more. The last, old man. Just sit down and write straight off to him, I forgive you, Pyotr. He will understand. He will fail it. I understand it from myself, you see, old man, Deacon, I mean. When I lived like other people, I hadn't much to trouble about, but now since I lost the image and semblance, there is only one thing I care about, that good people should forgive me. And remember, too, it's not the righteous but sinners we must forgive. Why should you forgive your old woman if she is not sinful? No, you must forgive a man when he is a sad sight to look at, yes. Anastasie leaned his head on his fist and sank into thought. It's a terrible thing, Deacon, he sighed, evidently struggling with the desire to take another glass, a terrible thing. In sin my mother bore me, in sin I have lived, in sin I shall die. God forgive me, a sinner. I have gone astray, Deacon. There is no salvation for me. And it's not as though I had gone astray in my life, but in old age, at death's door. The old man, with a hopeless gesture, drank off another glass, then got up and moved to another seat. The deacon, still keeping the letter in his hand, was walking up and down the room. He was thinking of his son. Displeasure, distress and anxiety no longer troubled him, all that had gone into the letter. Now he was simply picturing Pyotr, he imagined his face, he thought of the past years when his son used to come to stay with him for the holidays. His thoughts were only of what was good, warm, touching, of which one might think for a whole lifetime without wearying. Longing for his son, he read the letter through once more and looked questioningly at Anastasie. Don't send it, said the latter, with a wave of his hand. No, I must send it anyway, I must bring him to his senses a little, all the same. It's just as well. The deacon took an envelope from the table, but before putting the letter into it he sat down to the table, smiled and added on his own account at the bottom of the letter. "They have sent us a new inspector. He's much friskier than the old one. He's a great one for dancing and talking, and there's nothing he can't do, so that all the Govorovsky girls are crazy over him. Our military chief, Kosterev, will soon get the sack too, they say. High time he did." And very well pleased, without the faintest idea that with this postscript he had completely spoiled the stern letter, the deacon addressed the envelope and laid it in the most conspicuous place on the table. Easter Eve. I was standing on the bank of the river Goltva, waiting for the ferry boat from the other side. At ordinary times the Goltva is a humble stream of moderate size, silent and pensive, gently glimmering from behind thick reeds. But now a regular lake lay stretched out before me. The waters of spring, running riot, had overflowed both banks and flooded both sides of the river for a long distance, submerging vegetable gardens, hayfields and marshes. So that it was no unusual thing to meet poplars and bushes sticking out above the surface of the water and looking in the darkness like grim solitary crags. The weather seemed to me magnificent. It was dark, yet I could see the trees, the water and the people. The world was lighted by the stars, which were scattered thickly all over the sky. I don't remember ever seeing so many stars. Literally one could not have put a finger in between them. There were some as big as a goose's egg, others tiny as hemp seed. They had come out for the festival procession, every one of them, little and big, washed, renewed and joyful, and every one of them was softly twinkling its beams. The sky was reflected in the water. The stars were bathing in its dark depths and trembling with the quivering eddies. The air was warm and still. Here and there, far away on the further bank in the impenetrable darkness, several bright red lights were gleaming. A couple of paces from me I saw the dark silhouette of a peasant in a high hat, with a thick knotted stick in his hand. "How long the ferry boat is in coming?" I said. "It is time it was here," the silhouette answered. "You are waiting for the ferry boat, too?" "No, I am not," yawned the peasant, "I am waiting for the illumination. I should have gone, but to tell you the truth, I haven't the 5 kopecks for the ferry." "I'll give you the 5 kopecks." "No. I humbly thank you. With that 5 kopecks put up a candle for me over there in the monastery. That will be more interesting, and I will stand here." What can it mean, no ferry boat, as though it had sunk in the water? The peasant went up to the water's edge, took the rope in his hands, and shouted, "Yerenim! Yeren, im!" As though in answer to his shout, the slow peal of a great bell floated across from the further bank. The note was deep and low, as from the thickest string of a double bass. It seemed as though the darkness itself had hoarsely uttered it. At once there was the sound of a cannon shot. It rolled away in the darkness and ended somewhere in the far distance behind me. The peasant took off his hat and crossed himself. "Christ is risen," he said. Before the vibrations of the first peal of the bell had time to die away in the air, a second sounded, after it at once a third, and the darkness was filled with an unbroken quivering clamor. Near the red lights fresh lights flashed, and all began moving together and twinkling restlessly. "Yeren, im," we heard a hollow prolonged shout. "They are shouting from the other bank," said the peasant, "so there is no ferry there either. Our Yerenim has gone to sleep." The lights and the velvety chimes of the bell drew one towards them. I was already beginning to lose patience and grow anxious, but behold at last, staring into the dark distance, I saw the outline of something very much like a gibbet. It was the long-expected ferry. It moved towards us with such deliberation that if it had not been that its lines grew gradually more definite, one might have supposed that it was standing still or moving to the other bank. "Make haste! Yerenim!" shouted my peasant. The gentleman's tired of waiting. The ferry crawled to the bank, gave a lurch and stopped with a creak. A tall man in a monk's cassock and a conical cap stood on it, holding the rope. "Why have you been so long?" I asked, jumping upon the ferry. "Forgive me, for Christ's sake," Yerenim answered gently. "Is there no one else?" No one. Yerenim took hold of the rope in both hands, bent himself to the figure of a mark of interrogation, and gasped. The ferry boat creaked and gave a lurch. The outline of the peasant in the high hat began slowly retreating from me, so the ferry was moving off. Yerenim soon drew himself up and began working with one hand only. We were silent, gazing towards the bank to which we were floating. There the illumination for which the peasant was waiting had begun. At the water's edge barrels of tar were flaring like huge campfires. Their reflections, crimson as the rising moon, crept to meet us in long broad streaks. The burning barrels lighted up their own smoke and the long shadows of men flitting about the fire. But further to one side and behind them from where the velvety chime floated there was still the same unbroken black gloom. All at once, cleaving the darkness, a rocket zigzagged in a golden ribbon up the sky. It described an arc and, as though broken to pieces against the sky, was scattered crackling into sparks. There was a roar from the bank like a faraway hurrah. How beautiful! I said. Beautiful beyond words, sighed Yerenim. Such a night, sir. Another time one would pay no attention to the fireworks, but today one rejoices in every vanity. Where do you come from? I told him where I came from. To be sure, a joyful day today. Yerenim went on in a weak sighing tenor like the voice of a convalescent. The sky is rejoicing and the earth and what is under the earth. All the creatures are keeping holiday. Only tell me, kind sir, why, even in the time of great rejoicing, a man cannot forget his sorrows. I fancied that this unexpected question was to draw me into one of those endless religious conversations which bored and idle monks are so fond of. I was not disposed to talk much, and so I only asked. What sorrows have you, father? As a rule only the same as all men, kind sir, but today a special sorrow has happened in the monastery. At Mass, during the reading of the Bible, the monk and deacon Nikolai died. Well, it's God's will, I said, falling into the monastic tone. We must all die. To my mind, you ought to rejoice indeed. They say if anyone dies at Easter he goes straight to the kingdom of heaven. That's true. We sank into silence. The figure of the peasant in the high hat melted into the lines of the bank. The tar barrels were flaring up more and more. The Holy Scripture points clearly to the vanity of sorrow, and so does reflection, said Yerenim, breaking the silence, but why does the heart grieve and refuse to listen to reason? Why does one want to weep bitterly? Yerenim shrugged his shoulders, turned to me and said quickly. If I died, or anyone else, it would not be worth notice perhaps, but, you see, Nikolai is dead. No one else but Nikolai. Indeed, it's hard to believe that he is no more. I stand here on my ferry boat and every minute I keep fancying that he will lift up his voice from the bank. He always used to come to the bank and call to me that I might not be afraid on the ferry. He used to get up from his bed at night on purpose for that. He was a kind soul. My God! How kindly and gracious! Many a mother is not so good to her child as Nikolai was to me. Lord, save his soul. Yerenim took hold of the rope, but turned to me again at once. And such a lofty intelligence, Your Honor, he said in a vibrating voice. Such a sweet and harmonious tongue. Just as they will sing immediately at early matins, O lovely. O sweet is thy voice. Besides all other human qualities, he had, too, an extraordinary gift. What gift? I asked. The monk scrutinized me, and as though he had convinced himself that he could trust me with a secret, he laughed good-humoredly. He had a gift for writing hymns of praise, he said. It was a marvel, sir, you couldn't call it anything else. You would be amazed if I tell you about it. Our father archimandrite comes from Moscow, the father subprior studied at the Kazan Academy, we have wise monks and elders, but, would you believe it, no one could write them. While Nikolai, a simple monk, a deacon, had not studied anywhere, and had not even any outer appearance of it, but he wrote them. A marvel. A real marvel. Yerenim clasped his hands and, completely forgetting the rope, went on eagerly. The Father Subprior has great difficulty in composing sermons. When he wrote the history of the monastery he worried all the brotherhood and drove 12 times to town, while Nikolai wrote canticles. Hymns of praise. That's a very different thing from a sermon or a history. Is it difficult to write them? I asked. There's great difficulty. Yerenim wagged his head. You can do nothing by wisdom and holiness if God has not given you the gift. The monks who don't understand argue that you only need to know the life of the saint for whom you are writing the hymn, and to make it harmonize with the other hymns of praise. But that's a mistake, sir. Of course, anyone who writes canticles must know the life of the saint to perfection, to the least trivial detail. To be sure, one must make them harmonize with the other canticles and know where to begin and what to write about. To give you an instance, the first response begins everywhere with the chosen or the elect. The first line must always begin with the angel. In the Canticle of Praise to Jesus the Most Sweet, if you are interested in the subject, it begins like this, of angels Creator and Lord of all powers. In the Canticle to the Holy Mother of God, of angels the foremost sent down from on high, to Nikolai, the wonder-worker, an angel in semblance, though in substance a man, and so on. Everywhere you begin with the angel. Of course, it would be impossible without making them harmonize, but the lives of the saints and conformity with the others is not what matters is the beauty and sweetness of it. Everything must be harmonious, brief and complete. There must be in every line softness, graciousness and tenderness, not one word should be harsh or rough or unsuitable. It must be written so that the worshipper may rejoice at heart and weep, while his mind is stirred and he is thrown into a tremor. In the Canticle to the Holy Mother are the words, Rejoice, O thou too high for human thought to reach. Rejoice, O thou too deep for angels' eyes to fathom. In another place in the same canticle, Rejoice, O tree that bearest the fair fruit of light that is the food of the faithful. Rejoice, O tree of gracious spreading shade, under which there is shelter for multitudes. Yerenim hid his face in his hands, as though frightened at something or overcome with shame, and shook his head. Tree that bearest the fair fruit of light. Tree of gracious spreading shade, he muttered. To think that a man should find words like those. Such a power is a gift from God. For brevity he packs many thoughts into one phrase, and how smooth and complete it all is. Light radiating torch to all that be comes in the Canticle to Jesus the Most Sweet. Light radiating. There is no such word in conversation or in books, but you see he invented it, he found it in his mind. Apart from the smoothness and grandeur of language, sir, every line must be beautified in every way, there must be flowers and lightning and wind and sun and all the objects of the visible world. And every exclamation ought to be put so as to be smooth and easy for the ear. Rejoice, thou flower of heavenly growth, comes in the hymn to Nikolai the wonder-worker. It's not simply, heavenly flower, but flower of heavenly growth. It's smoother so and sweet to the ear. That was just as Nikolai wrote it. Exactly like that. I can't tell you how he used to write. Well, in that case it is a pity he is dead, I said, but let us get on, father, or we shall be late. Yerenim started and ran to the rope, they were beginning to peal all the bells. Probably the procession was already going on near the monastery, for all the dark space behind the tar barrels was now dotted with moving lights. Did Nikolai print his hymns? I asked Yerenim. How could he print them, he sighed. And indeed, it would be strange to print them. What would be the object? No one in the monastery takes any interest in them. They don't like them. They knew Nikolai wrote them, but they let it pass unnoticed. No one esteems new writings nowadays, sir. Were they prejudiced against him? Yes, indeed. If Nikolai had been an elder perhaps the brethren would have been interested, but he wasn't 40, you know. There were some who laughed and even thought his writing a sin. What did he write them for? Chiefly for his own comfort. Of all the brotherhood, I was the only one who read his hymns. I used to go to him in secret, that no one else might know of it, and he was glad that I took an interest in them. He would embrace me, stroke my head, speak to me in caressing words as to a little child. He would shut his cell, make me sit down beside him, and begin to read. Yerenim left the rope and came up to me. We were dear friends in a way, he whispered, looking at me with shining eyes. Where he went I would go. If I were not there he would miss me. And he cared more for me than for anyone, and all because I used to weep over his hymns. It makes me sad to remember. Now I feel just like an orphan or a widow. You know, in our monastery they are all good people, kind and pious, but there is no one with softness and refinement, they are just like peasants. They all speak loudly, and tramp heavily when they walk, they are noisy, they clear their throats, but Nikolai always talked softly, caressingly, and if he noticed that anyone was asleep or praying he would slip by like a fly or a gnat. His face was tender, compassionate. Yerenim heaved a deep sigh and took hold of the rope again. We were by now approaching the bank. We floated straight out of the darkness and stillness of the river into an enchanted realm, full of stifling smoke, crackling lights and uproar. By now one could distinctly see people moving near the tar barrels. The flickering of the lights gave a strange, almost fantastic, expression to their figures and red faces. From time to time one caught among the heads and faces a glimpse of a horse's head motionless as though cast in copper. They'll begin singing the Easter hymn directly, said Yerenim, and Nikolai is gone, there is no one to appreciate it. There was nothing written dearer to him than that hymn. He used to take in every word. You'll be there, sir, so notice what is sung, it takes your breath away. Won't you be in church, then? I can't. I have to work the ferry. But won't they relieve you? I don't know. I ought to have been relieved at 8. But, as you see, they don't come. And I must own I should have liked to be in the church. Are you a monk? Yes, that is, I am a lay brother. The ferry ran into the bank and stopped. I thrust a 5-kopeck piece into Yerenim's hand for taking me across and jumped on land. Immediately a cart with a boy and a sleeping woman in it drove creaking onto the ferry. Yerenim, with a faint glow from the lights on his figure, pressed on the rope, bent down to it, and started the ferry back. I took a few steps through mud, but a little farther walked on a soft freshly trodden path. This path led to the dark monastery gates, that looked like a cavern through a cloud of smoke, through a disorderly crowd of people, unharnessed horses, carts and chaises. All this crowd was rattling, snorting, laughing, and the crimson light and wavering shadows from the smoke flickered over it all. A perfect chaos. And in this hubbub the people yet found room to load a little cannon and to sell cakes. There was no less commotion on the other side of the wall in the monastery precincts, but there was more regard for decorum and order. Here there was a smell of juniper and incense. They talked loudly, but there was no sound of laughter or snorting. Near the tombstones and crosses people pressed close to one another with Easter cakes and bundles in their arms. Apparently many had come from a long distance for their cakes to be blessed and now were exhausted. Young lay brothers, making a metallic sound with their boots, ran busily along the iron slabs that paved the way from the monastery gates to the church door. They were busy and shouting on the belfry, too. What a restless night! I thought. How nice! One was tempted to see the same unrest and sleeplessness in all nature, from the night darkness to the iron slabs, the crosses on the tombs and the trees under which the people were moving to and fro. But nowhere was the excitement and restlessness so marked as in the church. An unceasing struggle was going on in the entrance between the inflowing stream and the outflowing stream. Some were going in, others going out and soon coming back again to stand still for a little and begin moving again. People were scurrying from place to place, lounging about as though they were looking for something. The stream flowed from the entrance all round the church, disturbing even the front rows, where persons of weight and dignity were standing. There could be no thought of concentrated prayer. There were no prayers at all, but a sort of continuous, childishly irresponsible joy, seeking a pretext to break out and vent itself in some movement, even in senseless jostling and shoving. The same unaccustomed movement is striking in the Easter service itself. The altar gates are flung wide open, thick clouds of incense float in the air near the candelabra, wherever one looks there are lights, the gleam and splutter of candles. There is no reading, restless and light-hearted singing goes on to the end without ceasing. After each hymn the clergy change their vestments and come out to burn the incense, which is repeated every 10 minutes. I had no sooner taken a place, when a wave rushed from in front and forced me back. A tall thick-set deacon walked before me with a long red candle, the grey-headed archimandrite in his golden mitre hurried after him with the censer. When they had vanished from sight the crowd squeezed me back to my former position. But 10 minutes had not passed before a new wave burst on me, and again the deacon appeared. This time he was followed by the father sub-prior, the man who, as Yerenim had told me, was writing the history of the monastery. As I mingled with the crowd and caught the infection of the universal joyful excitement, I felt unbearably sore on Yerenim's account. Why did they not send someone to relieve him? Why could not someone of less feeling and less susceptibility go on the ferry? Lift up thine eyes, O Shaun, and look around, they sang in the choir, for thy children have come to thee as to a beacon of divine light from north and south, and from east and from the sea. I looked at the faces. They all had a lively expression of triumph, but not one was listening to what was being sung and taking it in, and not one was holding his breath. Why was not Yerenim released? I could fancy Yerenim standing meekly somewhere by the wall, bending forward and hungrily drinking in the beauty of the holy phrase. All this that glided by the ears of the people standing by me he would have eagerly drunk in with his delicately sensitive soul, and would have been spellbound to ecstasy, to holding his breath. And there would not have been a man happier than he in all the church. Now he was plying to and fro over the dark river and grieving for his dead friend and brother. The waves surged back. A stout smiling monk, playing with his rosary and looking round behind him, squeezed sideways by me, making way for a lady in a hat and velvet cloak. A monastery servant hurried after the lady, holding a chair over our heads. I came out of the church. I wanted to have a look at the dead Nikolai, the unknown canticle writer. I walked about the monastery wall, where there was a row of cells, peeped into several windows, and, seeing nothing, came back again. I do not regret now that I did not see Nikolai, God knows, perhaps if I had seen him I should have lost the picture my imagination paints for me now. I imagine the lovable poetical figure solitary and not understood, who went out at nights to call to Yerenim over the water, and filled his hymns with flowers, stars, and sunbeams, as a pale timid man with soft mild melancholy features. His eyes must have shone, not only with intelligence, but with kindly tenderness and that hardly restrained childlike enthusiasm which I could hear in Yerenim's voice when he quoted to me passages from the hymns. When we came out of church after Mass it was no longer night. The morning was beginning. The stars had gone out and the sky was a morose grayish blue. The iron slabs, the tombstones, and the buds on the trees were covered with dew. There was a sharp freshness in the air. Outside the precincts I did not find the same animated scene as I had beheld in the night. Horses and men looked exhausted, drowsy, scarcely moved, while nothing was left of the tar barrels but heaps of black ash. When anyone is exhausted and sleepy he fancies that nature, too, is in the same condition. It seemed to me that the trees and the young grass were asleep. It seemed as though even the bells were not pealing so loudly and gaily as at night. The restlessness was over, and of the excitement nothing was left but a pleasant weariness, a longing for sleep and warmth. Now I could see both banks of the river, a faint mist hovered over it in shifting masses. There was a harsh cold breath from the water. When I jumped on to the ferry, a chaise and some 24 men and women were standing on it already. The rope, wet and as I fancied drowsy, stretched far away across the broad river and in places disappeared in the white mist. Christ is risen. Is there no one else? Asked a soft voice. I recognized the voice of Yerenim. There was no darkness now to hinder me from seeing the monk. He was a tall narrow-shouldered man of 35, with large rounded features, with half-closed listless-looking eyes and an unkempt wedge-shaped beard. He had an extraordinarily sad and exhausted look. "They have not relieved you yet?" I asked in surprise. "Me," he answered, turning to me his chilled and dewy face with a smile. "There is no one to take my place now till morning. They'll all be going to the Father Archimandrite's to break the fast directly." With the help of a little peasant in a hat of reddish fur that looked like the little wooden tubs in which honey is sold, he threw his weight on the rope. They gasped simultaneously, and the ferry started. We floated across, disturbing on the way the lazily rising mist. Everyone was silent. Yerenim worked mechanically with one hand. He slowly passed his mild lusterless eyes over us. Then his glance rested on the rosy face of a young merchant's wife with black eyebrows, who was standing on the ferry beside me silently shrinking from the mist that wrapped her about. He did not take his eyes off her face all the way. There was little that was masculine in that prolonged gaze. It seemed to me that Yerenim was looking in the woman's face for the soft and tender features of his dead friend. A nightmare. Kunin, a young man of 30, who was a permanent member of the rural board, on returning from Petersburg to his district, Borisovo, immediately sent a mounted messenger to Sinkino, for the priest there, Father Yakov Smirnov. 5 hours later Father Yakov appeared. "Very glad to make your acquaintance," said Kunin, meeting him in the entry. "I've been living and serving here for a year. It seems as though we ought to have been acquainted before." "You are very welcome. But, how young you are!" Kunin added in surprise. "What is your age?" 28, said Father Yakov, faintly pressing Kunin's outstretched hand, and for some reason turning crimson. Kunin led his visitor into his study and began looking at him more attentively. What an uncouth womanish face, he thought. There certainly was a good deal that was womanish in Father Yakov's face, the turned-up nose, the bright red cheeks, and the large grey-blue eyes with scanty, scarcely perceptible eyebrows. His long reddish hair, smooth and dry, hung down in straight tails onto his shoulders. The hair on his upper lip was only just beginning to form into a real masculine mustache, while his little beard belonged to that class of good-for-nothing beards which among divinity students are for some reason called ticklers. It was scanty and extremely transparent. It could not have been stroked or combed, it could only have been pinched. All these scanty decorations were put on unevenly in tufts, as though Father Yakov, thinking to dress up as a priest and beginning to gum on the beard, had been interrupted halfway through. He had on a cassock, the color of weak coffee with chicory in it, with big patches on both elbows. A queer type, thought Kunin, looking at his muddy skirts. Comes to the house for the first time and can't dress decently. Sit down, Father, he began more carelessly than cordially, as he moved an easy chair to the table. Sit down, I beg you. Father Yakov coughed into his fist, sank awkwardly onto the edge of the chair, and laid his open hands on his knees. With his short figure, his narrow chest, his red and perspiring face, he made from the first moment a most unpleasant impression on Kunin. The latter could never have imagined that there were such undignified and pitiful-looking priests in Russia. And in Father Yakov's attitude, in the way he held his hands on his knees and sat on the very edge of his chair, he saw a lack of dignity and even a shade of servility. I have invited you on business, Father. Kunin began, sinking back in his low chair. It has fallen to my lot to perform the agreeable duty of helping you in one of your useful undertakings. On coming back from Petersburg, I found on my table a letter from the Marshal of Nobility. Yegor Dmitrovich suggests that I should take under my supervision the church parish school which is being opened in Sinkino. I shall be very glad to, Father, with all my heart. More than that, I accept the proposition with enthusiasm. Kunin got up and walked about the study. Of course, both Yegor Dmitrovich and probably you, too, are aware that I have not great funds at my disposal. My estate is mortgaged, and I live exclusively on my salary as the permanent member. So that you cannot reckon on very much assistance, but I will do all that is in my power. And when are you thinking of opening the school, Father? When we have the money, answered Father Yakov. You have some funds at your disposal already? Scarcely any. The peasants settled at their meeting that they would pay, every man of them, 30 kopecks a year, but that's only a promise, you know. And for the first beginning we should need at least 200 rubles. Mais. Unhappily, I have not that sum now, said Kunin with a sigh. I spent all I had on my tour and got into debt, too. Let us try and think of some plan together. Kunin began planning aloud. He explained his views and watched Father Yakov's face, seeking signs of agreement or approval in it. But the face was apathetic and immobile, and expressed nothing but constrained shyness and uneasiness. Looking at it, one might have supposed that Kunin was talking of matters so abstruse that Father Yakov did not understand and only listened from good manners, and was at the same time afraid of being detected in his failure to understand. The fellow is not one of the brightest, that's evident, thought Kunin. He's rather shy and much too stupid. Father Yakov revived somewhat and even smiled only when the footman came into the study bringing in 2 glasses of tea on a tray and a cake basket full of biscuits. He took his glass and began drinking at once. Shouldn't we write at once to the bishop? Kunin went on, meditating aloud. To be precise, you know, it is not we, not the Zemstvo, but the higher ecclesiastical authorities, who have raised the question of the church parish schools. They ought really to apportion the funds. I remember I read that a sum of money had been set aside for the purpose. Do you know nothing about it? Father Yakov was so absorbed in drinking tea that he did not answer this question at once. He lifted his grey-blue eyes to Kunin, thought a moment, and as though recalling his question, he shook his head in the negative. An expression of pleasure and of the most ordinary prosaic appetite overspread his face from ear to ear. He drank and smacked his lips over every gulp. When he had drunk it to the very last drop, he put his glass on the table, then took his glass back again, looked at the bottom of it, then put it back again. The expression of pleasure faded from his face. Then Kunin saw his visitor take a biscuit from the cake basket, nibble a little bit off it, then turn it over in his hand and hurriedly stick it in his pocket. Well, that's not at all clerical, thought Kunin, shrugging his shoulders contemptuously. What is it, priestly greed or childishness? After giving his visitor another glass of tea and seeing him to the entry, Kunin lay down on the sofa and abandoned himself to the unpleasant feeling induced in him by the visit of Father Yakov. What a strange wild creature, he thought. Dirty, untidy, coarse, stupid, and probably he drinks. My God, and that's a priest, a spiritual father. That's a teacher of the people. I can fancy the irony there must be in the deacon's face when before every mass he booms out, "Thy blessing, Reverend Father." A fine Reverend Father. A Reverend Father without a grain of dignity or breeding, hiding biscuits in his pocket like a schoolboy. Fie! Good Lord, where were the bishop's eyes when he ordained a man like that? What can he think of the people if he gives them a teacher like that? One wants people here who... And Kunin thought what Russian priests ought to be like. If I were a priest, for instance. An educated priest fond of his work might do a great deal. I should have had the school opened long ago. And the sermons? If the priest is sincere and is inspired by love for his work, what wonderful rousing sermons he might give. Kunin shut his eyes and began mentally composing a sermon. A little later he sat down to the table and rapidly began writing. I'll give it to that red-haired fellow, let him read it in church, he thought. The following Sunday Kunin drove over to Sinkino in the morning to settle the question of the school, and while he was there to make acquaintance with the church of which he was a parishioner. In spite of the awful state of the roads, it was a glorious morning. The sun was shining brightly and cleaving with its rays the layers of white snow still lingering here and there. The snow as it took leave of the earth glittered with such diamonds that it hurt the eyes to look, while the young winter corn was hastily thrusting up its green beside it. The rooks floated with dignity over the fields. A rook would fly, drop to earth, and give several hops before standing firmly on its feet. The wooden church up to which Cunin drove was old and grey. The columns of the porch had once been painted white, but the colour had now completely peeled off, and they looked like two ungainly shafts. The icon over the door looked like a dark smudged blur. But its poverty touched and softened Cunin. Modestly dropping his eyes, he went into the church and stood by the door. The service had only just begun. An old sacristan, bent into a bow, was reading the hours, in a hollow indistinct tenor. Father Yakov, who conducted the service without a deacon, was walking about the church, burning incense. Had it not been for the softened mood in which Cunin found himself on entering the poverty-stricken church, he certainly would have smiled at the sight of Father Yakov. The short priest was wearing a crumpled and extremely long robe of some shabby yellow material, the hem of the robe trailed on the ground. The church was not full. Looking at the parishioners, Cunin was struck at the first glance by one strange circumstance: he saw nothing but old people and children. Where were the men of working age? Where was the youth and manhood? But after he had stood there a little and looked more attentively at the aged-looking faces, Cunin saw that he had mistaken young people for old. He did not, however, attach any significance to this little optical illusion. The church was as cold and grey inside as outside. There was not one spot on the icons nor on the dark brown walls which was not begrimed and defaced by time. There were many windows, but the general effect of colour was grey, and so it was twilight in the church. Anyone pure in soul can pray here very well, thought Cunin. Just as in St. Peter's in Rome one is impressed by grandeur, here one is touched by the lowliness and simplicity. But his devout mood vanished like smoke as soon as Father Yakov went up to the altar and began Mass. Being still young and having come straight from the seminary bench to the priesthood, Father Yakov had not yet formed a set manner of celebrating the service. As he read he seemed to be vacillating between a high tenor and a thin bass. He bowed clumsily, walked quickly, and opened and shut the gates abruptly. The old sacristan, evidently deaf and ailing, did not hear the prayers very distinctly, and this very often led to slight misunderstandings. Before Father Yakov had time to finish what he had to say, the sacristan began chanting his response, or else long after Father Yakov had finished the old man would be straining his ears, listening in the direction of the altar and saying nothing till his skirt was pulled. The old man had a sickly hollow voice and an asthmatic quavering lisp. The complete lack of dignity and decorum was emphasized by a very small boy who seconded the sacristan and whose head was hardly visible over the railing of the choir. The boy sang in a shrill falsetto and seemed to be trying to avoid singing in tune. Cunin stayed a little while, listened and went out for a smoke. He was disappointed, and looked at the grey church almost with dislike. They complain of the decline of religious feeling among the people, he sighed. I should rather think so. They'd better foist a few more priests like this one on them. Cunin went back into the church 3 times, and each time he felt a great temptation to get out into the open air again. Waiting till the end of the Mass, he went to Father Yakov's. The priest's house did not differ outwardly from the peasants' huts, but the thatch lay more smoothly on the roof and there were little white curtains in the windows. Father Yakov led Cunin into a light little room with a clay floor and walls covered with cheap paper. In spite of some painful efforts towards luxury in the way of photographs in frames and a clock with a pair of scissors hanging on the weight, the furnishing of the room impressed him by its scantiness. Looking at the furniture, one might have supposed that Father Yakov had gone from house to house and collected it in bits. In one place they had given him a round 3-legged table, in another a stool, in a third a chair with a back bent violently backwards, in a fourth a chair with an upright back, but the seat smashed in. While in a fifth they had been liberal and given him a semblance of a sofa with a flat back and a latticework seat. This semblance had been painted dark red and smelt strongly of paint. Cunin meant at first to sit down on one of the chairs, but on second thoughts he sat down on the stool. "This is the first time you have been to our church?" asked Father Yakov, hanging his hat on a huge misshapen nail. "Yes, it is. I tell you what, father, before we begin on business, will you give me some tea? My soul is parched. Father Yakov blinked, gasped, and went behind the partition wall. There was a sound of whispering. With his wife, I suppose, thought Kunin. It would be interesting to see what the red-headed fellow's wife is like. A little later Father Yakov came back, red and perspiring, and with an effort to smile, sat down on the edge of the sofa. They will heat the samovar directly, he said, without looking at his visitor. My goodness, they have not heated the samovar yet. Kunin thought with horror. A nice time we shall have to wait. I have brought you, he said, the rough draft of the letter I have written to the bishop. I'll read it after tea, perhaps you may find something to add. Very well. A silence followed. Father Yakov threw furtive glances at the partition wall, smoothed his hair, and blew his nose. It's wonderful weather, he said. Yes. I read an interesting thing yesterday. The Volsky Zemstvo have decided to give their schools to the clergy, that's typical. Kunin got up, and pacing up and down the clay floor, began to give expression to his reflections. That would be all right, he said, if only the clergy were equal to their high calling and recognized their tasks. I am so unfortunate as to know priests whose standard of culture and whose moral qualities make them hardly fit to be army secretaries, much less priests. You will agree that a bad teacher does far less harm than a bad priest. Kunin glanced at Father Yakov. He was sitting bent up, thinking intently about something and apparently not listening to his visitor. Yasha, come here, a woman's voice called from behind the partition. Father Yakov started and went out. Again a whispering began. Kunin felt a pang of longing for tea. No, it's no use my waiting for tea here, he thought, looking at his watch. Besides, I fancy I am not altogether a welcome visitor. My host has not deigned to say one word to me. He simply sits and blinks. Kunin took up his hat, waited for Father Yakov to return, and said goodbye to him. I have simply wasted the morning, he thought wrathfully on the way home. The blockhead. The dummy. He cares no more about the school than I about last year's snow. No, I shall never get anything done with him. We are bound to fail. If the marshal knew what the priest here was like, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to talk about a school. We ought first to try and get a decent priest, and then think about the school. By now Kunin almost hated Father Yakov. The man, his pitiful, grotesque figure in the long crumpled robe, his womanish face, his manner of officiating, his way of life and his formal restrained respectfulness, wounded the tiny relic of religious feeling which was stored away in a warm corner of Kunin's heart together with his nurse's other fairy tales. The coldness and lack of attention with which Father Yakov had met Kunin's warm and sincere interest in what was the priest's own work was hard for the former's vanity to endure. On the evening of the same day Kunin spent a long time walking about his rooms and thinking. Then he sat down to the table resolutely and wrote a letter to the bishop. After asking for money and a blessing for the school, he set forth genuinely, like a son, his opinion of the priest at Sinkino. He is young, he wrote, insufficiently educated, leads, I fancy, an intemperate life, and altogether fails to satisfy the ideals which the Russian people have in the course of centuries formed of what a pastor should be. After writing this letter Kunin heaved a deep sigh, and went to bed with the consciousness that he had done a good deed. On Monday morning, while he was still in bed, he was informed that Father Yakov had arrived. He did not want to get up, and instructed the servant to say he was not at home. On Tuesday he went away to a sitting of the board, and when he returned on Saturday he was told by the servants that Father Yakov had called every day in his absence. He liked my biscuits, it seems, he thought. Towards evening on Sunday Father Yakov arrived. This time not only his skirts, but even his hat, was bespattered with mud. Just as on his first visit, he was hot and perspiring, and sat down on the edge of his chair as he had done then. Kunin determined not to talk about the school, not to cast pearls. I have brought you a list of books for the school, Pavel Mikhailovich. Father Yakov began. Thank you. But everything showed that Father Yakov had come for something else besides the list. His whole figure was expressive of extreme embarrassment, and at the same time there was a look of determination upon his face, as on the face of a man suddenly inspired by an idea. He struggled to say something important, absolutely necessary, and strove to overcome his timidity. Why is he dumb? Kunin thought wrathfully. He's settled himself comfortably. I haven't time to be bothered with him. To smooth over the awkwardness of his silence and to conceal the struggle going on within him, the priest began to smile constrainedly, and this slow smile, rung out on his red perspiring face. And out of keeping with the fixed look in his grey-blue eyes, made Kunin turn away. He felt moved to repulsion. Excuse me, Father, I have to go out, he said. Father Yakov started like a man asleep who has been struck a blow, and, still smiling, began in his confusion wrapping round him the skirts of his cassock. In spite of his repulsion for the man, Kunin felt suddenly sorry for him, and he wanted to soften his cruelty. Please come another time, Father, he said, and before we part want to ask you a favor. I was somehow inspired to write 2 sermons the other day. I will give them to you to look at. If they are suitable, use them. Very good, said Father Yakov, laying his open hand on Kunin's sermons which were lying on the table. I will take them. After standing a little, hesitating and still wrapping his cassock round him, he suddenly gave up the effort to smile and lifted his head resolutely. Pavel Mikhailovich, he said, evidently trying to speak loudly and distinctly. What can I do for you? I have heard that you have dismissed your secretary, and are looking for a new one. Yes, I am. Why, have you someone to recommend? You see. Could you not give the post to me? Why, are you giving up the church? Said Kunin in amazement. No, Father Yakov brought out quickly, for some reason turning pale and trembling all over. God forbid. If you feel doubtful, then never mind. You see, I could do the work between whiles. So as to increase my income. Never mind, don't disturb yourself. Your income. But you know, I only pay my secretary 20 rubles a month. Good heavens. I would take 10, whispered Father Yakov, looking about him. 10 would be enough. You are astonished, and everyone is astonished. The greedy priest, the grasping priest, what does he do with his money? I feel myself I am greedy, and I blame myself, I condemn myself. I am ashamed to look people in the face. I tell you on my conscience, Pavel Mikhailovich. I call the God of truth to witness. Father Yakov took breath and went on. On the way here I prepared a regular confession to make you, but I've forgotten it all, I cannot find a word now. I get 150 rubles a year from my parish, and everyone wonders what I do with the money. But I'll explain it all truly. I pay 40 rubles a year to the clerical school for my brother Pyotr. He has everything found there, except that I have to provide pens and paper. Oh, I believe you. But what's the object of all this? Said Kunin, with a wave of the hand, feeling terribly oppressed by this outburst of confidence on the part of his visitor, and not knowing how to get away from the tearful gleam in his eyes. Then I have not yet paid up all that I owe to the consistory for my place here. They charged me 200 rubles for the living, and I was to pay 10 rubles a month. You can judge what is left. And, besides, I must allow Father of Remy at least 3 rubles a month. What Father of Remy? Father of Remy, who was priest at Sinkino before I came. He was deprived of the living on account of his failing, but you know, he is still living at Sinkino. He has nowhere to go. There is no one to keep him. Though he is old, he must have a corner, and food and clothing. I can't let him go begging on the roads in his position. It would be on my conscience if anything happened. It would be my fault. He is in debt all round, but, you see, I am to blame for not paying for him. Father Yakov started up from his seat and, looking frantically at the floor, strode up and down the room. My God, he muttered, raising his hands and dropping them again. Lord, save us and have mercy upon us. Why did you take such a calling on yourself if you have so little faith and no strength? There is no end to my despair. Save me, Queen of Heaven. Calm yourself, Father, said Kunin. I am worn out with hunger, Pavel Mikhailovich, Father Yakov went on. Generously forgive me, but I am at the end of my strength. I know if I were to beg and to bow down, everyone would help, but I cannot. I am ashamed. How can I beg of the peasants? You are on the board here, so you know. How can one beg of a beggar? And to beg of richer people, of landowners, I cannot. I have pride. I am ashamed. Father Yakov waved his hand, and nervously scratched his head with both hands. I am ashamed. My God, I am ashamed. I am proud and can't bear people to see my poverty. When you visited me, Pavel Mikhailovich, I had no tea in the house. There wasn't a pinch of it, and you know it was pride prevented me from telling you. I am ashamed of my clothes, of these patches here. I am ashamed of my vestments, of being hungry. And is it seemly for a priest to be proud? Father Yakov stood still in the middle of the study, and, as though he did not notice Kunin's presence, began reasoning with himself. Well, supposing I endure hunger and disgrace, but, my God, I have a wife. I took her from a good home. She is not used to hard work, she is soft, she is used to tea and white bread and sheets on her bed. At home she used to play the piano. She is young, not 20 yet. She would like, to be sure, to be smart, to have fun, go out to see people. And she is worse off with me than any cook, she is ashamed to show herself in the street. My God, my God. Her only treat is when I bring an apple or some biscuit from a visit. Father Yakov scratched his head again with both hands. And it makes us feel not love but pity for each other. I cannot look at her without compassion. And the things that happen in this life, O Lord. Such things that people would not believe them if they saw them in the newspaper. And when will there be an end to it all? Hush, Father. Kunin almost shouted, frightened at his tone. Why take such a gloomy view of life? Generously forgive me, Pavel Mikhailovich, muttered Father Yakov as though he were drunk, forgive me, all this doesn't matter, and don't take any notice of it. Only I do blame myself, and always shall blame myself, always. Father Yakov looked about him and began whispering. One morning early I was going from Sinkino to Luchkovo, I saw a woman standing on the river bank, doing something. I went up close and could not believe my eyes. It was horrible. The wife of the doctor, Ivan Sergich, was sitting there washing her linen. A doctor's wife, brought up at a select boarding school. She had got up, you see, early and gone half a mile from the village that people should not see her. She couldn't get over her pride. When she saw that I was near her and noticed her poverty, she turned red all over. I was flustered, I was frightened, and ran up to help her, but she hid her linen from me, she was afraid I should see her ragged chemises. All this is positively incredible, said Kunin, sitting down and looking almost with horror at Father Yakov's pale face. Incredible it is. It's a thing that has never been. Pavel Mikhailovich, that a doctor's wife should be rinsing the linen in the river. Such a thing does not happen in any country. As her pastor and spiritual father, I ought not to allow it, but what can I do? What? Why, I am always trying to get treated by her husband for nothing myself. It is true that, as you say, it is all incredible. One can hardly believe one's eyes. During Mass, you know, when I look out from the altar and see my congregation, of Remy starving, and my wife, and think of the doctor's wife, how blue her hands were from the cold water, would you believe it? I forget myself and stand senseless like a fool, until the sacristan calls to me. It's awful. Father Yakov began walking about again. Lord Jesus, he said, waving his hands, holy saints. I can't officiate properly. Here you talk to me about the school, and I sit like a dummy and don't understand a word, and think of nothing but food. Even before the altar. But, what am I doing? Father Yakov pulled himself up suddenly. You want to go out? Forgive me, I meant nothing. Excuse. Kunin shook hands with Father Yakov without speaking, saw him into the hall, and going back into his study, stood at the window. He saw Father Yakov go out of the house, pull his wide-brimmed rusty-looking hat over his eyes, and slowly, bowing his head, as though ashamed of his outburst, walk along the road. I don't see his horse, thought Kunin. Kunin did not dare to think that the priest had come on foot every day to see him. It was 5 or 6 miles to Sinkino, and the mud on the road was impassable. Further on he saw the coachman Andrei and the boy Paraman, jumping over the puddles and splashing Father Yakov with mud, run up to him for his blessing. Father Yakov took off his hat and slowly blessed Andrei, then blessed the boy and stroked his head. Kunin passed his hand over his eyes, and it seemed to him that his hand was moist. He walked away from the window and with dim eyes looked round the room in which he still seemed to hear the timid droning voice. He glanced at the table. Luckily, Father Yakov, in his haste, had forgotten to take the sermons. Kunin rushed up to them, tore them into pieces, and with loathing thrust them under the table. And I did not know, he moaned, sinking on to the sofa. After being here over a year as member of the Rural Board, Honorary Justice of the Peace, member of the School Committee. Blind puppet, egregious idiot. I must make haste and help them, I must make haste. He turned from side to side uneasily, pressed his temples and racked his brains. On the 20th I shall get my salary, 200 rubles. On some good pretext I will give him some, and some to the doctor's wife. I will ask them to perform a special service here, and will get up an illness for the doctor. In that way I shan't wound their pride. And I'll help Father of Remy too. He reckoned his money on his fingers, and was afraid to own to himself that those 200 rubles would hardly be enough for him to pay his steward, his servants, the peasant who brought the meat. He could not help remembering the recent past when he was senselessly squandering his father's fortune, when as a puppy of 20 he had given expensive fans to prostitutes, had paid 10 rubles a day to Kuzma, his cab driver. And in his vanity had made presents to actresses. Oh, how useful those wasted ruble, 3 ruble, 10 ruble notes would have been now. Father of Remy lives on 3 rubles a month, thought Kunin. For a ruble the priest's wife could get herself a chemise, and the doctor's wife could hire a washerwoman. But I'll help them, anyway. I must help them. Here Kunin suddenly recalled the private information he had sent to the bishop, and he writhed as from a sudden draught of cold air. This remembrance filled him with overwhelming shame before his inner self and before the unseen truth. So had begun and had ended a sincere effort to be of public service on the part of a well-intentioned but unreflecting and overcomfortable person. The murder. The evening service was being celebrated at Proganea station. Before the great icon, painted in glaring colors on a background of gold, stood the crowd of railway servants with their wives and children, and also of the timbermen and sawyers who worked close to the railway line. All stood in silence, fascinated by the glare of the lights and the howling of the snowstorm which was aimlessly disporting itself outside, regardless of the fact that it was the eve of the Annunciation. The old priest from Vedanyapino conducted the service, the sacristan and Matvey Terhov were singing. Matvey's face was beaming with delight, he sang stretching out his neck as though he wanted to soar upwards. He sang tenor and chanted the praises, too, in a tenor voice with honeyed sweetness and persuasiveness. When he sang archangel voices, he waved his arms like a conductor, and trying to second the sacristan's hollow bass with his tenor, achieved something extremely complex, and from his face it could be seen that he was experiencing great pleasure. At last the service was over, and they all quietly dispersed, and it was dark and empty again. And there followed that hush which is only known in stations that stand solitary in the open country or in the forest when the wind howls and nothing else is heard and when all the emptiness around, all the dreariness of life slowly ebbing away is felt. Matvey lived not far from the station at his cousin's tavern. But he did not want to go home. He sat down at the refreshment bar and began talking to the waiter in a low voice. We had our own choir in the tile factory. And I must tell you that though we were only workmen, our singing was first-rate, splendid. We were often invited to the town, and when the deputy bishop, Father Ivan, took the service at Trinity Church, the bishop's singers sang in the right choir and we in the left. Only they complained in the town that we kept the singing on too long, the factory choir drag it out, they used to say. It is true we began St. Andre's prayers and the praises between 6 and 7, and it was past 11 when we finished, so that it was sometimes after midnight when we got home to the factory. It was good, sighed Matvey. Very good it was, indeed, Sergei Nikanorovich. But here in my father's house it is anything but joyful. The nearest church is 4 miles away, with my weak health I can't get so far, there are no singers there. And there is no peace or quiet in our family. Day in day out, there is an uproar, scolding, uncleanliness, we all eat out of one bowl like peasants, and there are beetles in the cabbage soup. God has not given me health, else I would have gone away long ago, Sergei Nikanorovich. Matvey Terhov was a middle-aged man about 45, but he had a look of ill health, his face was wrinkled and his lank, scanty beard was quite grey, and that made him seem many years older. He spoke in a weak voice, circumspectly, and held his chest when he coughed, while his eyes assumed the uneasy and anxious look one sees in very apprehensive people. He never said definitely what was wrong with him, but he was fond of describing at length how once at the factory he had lifted a heavy box and had ruptured himself, and how this had led to the gripes, and had forced him to give up his work in the tile factory and come back to his native place. But he could not explain what he meant by the gripes. I must own I am not fond of my cousin, he went on, pouring himself out some tea. He is my elder, it is a sin to censure him, and I fear the Lord, but I cannot bear it in patience. He is a haughty, surly, abusive man, he is the torment of his relations and workmen, and constantly out of humor. Last Sunday I asked him in an amiable way, brother, let us go to Pahamovo for the Mass, but he said, I am not going. The priest there is a gambler, and he would not come here today because, he said, the priest from Vedanyapino smokes and drinks vodka. He doesn't like the clergy. He reads Mass himself and the hours and the Vespers, while his sister acts as sacristan, he says, let us pray unto the Lord. And she, in a thin little voice like a turkey hen, Lord, have mercy upon us. It's a sin, that's what it is. Every day I say to him, think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother, and he takes no notice. Sergei Nikanorovich, the waiter, poured out 5 glasses of tea and carried them on a tray to the waiting room. He had scarcely gone in when there was a shout. Is that the way to serve it, pig's face? You don't know how to wait. It was the voice of the station master. There was a timid mutter, then again a harsh and angry shout. Get along. The waiter came back greatly crestfallen. There was a time when I gave satisfaction to counts and princes, he said in a low voice, but now I don't know how to serve tea. He called me names before the priest and the ladies. The waiter, Sergei Nikanorovich, had once had money of his own, and had kept a buffet at a first-class station, which was a junction, in the principal town of a province. There he had worn a swallowtail coat and a gold chain. But things had gone ill with him, he had squandered all his own money over expensive fittings and service, he had been robbed by his staff, and getting gradually into difficulties, had moved to another station less bustling. Here his wife had left him, taking with her all the silver, and he moved to a third station of a still lower class, where no hot dishes were served. Then to a fourth. Frequently changing his situation and sinking lower and lower, he had at last come to Proganea, and here he used to sell nothing but tea and cheap vodka, and for lunch hard-boiled eggs and dry sausages, which smelt of tar, and which he himself sarcastically said were only fit for the orchestra. He was bald all over the top of his head, and had prominent blue eyes and thick bushy whiskers, which he often combed out, looking into the little looking-glass. Memories of the past haunted him continually. He could never get used to sausage only fit for the orchestra, to the rudeness of the station master, and to the peasants who used to haggle over the prices. And in his opinion it was as unseemly to haggle over prices in a refreshment room as in a chemist's shop. He was ashamed of his poverty and degradation, and that shame was now the leading interest of his life. "Spring is late this year," said Matvey, listening. "It's a good job, I don't like spring. In spring it is very muddy, Sergei Nikanorovich. In books they write, spring, the birds sing, the sun is setting, but what is there pleasant in that? A bird is a bird, and nothing more. I am fond of good company, of listening to folks, of talking of religion or singing something agreeable in chorus, but as for nightingales and flowers, bless them, I say." He began again about the tile factory, about the choir, but Sergei Nikanorovich could not get over his mortification, and kept shrugging his shoulders and muttering. Matvey said goodbye and went home. There was no frost, and the snow was already melting on the roofs, though it was still falling in big flakes. They were whirling rapidly round and round in the air and chasing one another in white clouds along the railway line. And the oak forest on both sides of the line, in the dim light of the moon which was hidden somewhere high up in the clouds, resounded with a prolonged sullen murmur. When a violent storm shakes the trees, how terrible they are. Matvey walked along the causeway beside the line, covering his face and his hands, while the wind beat on his back. All at once a little nag, plastered all over with snow, came into sight. A sledge scraped along the bare stones of the causeway, and a peasant, white all over, too, with his head muffled up, cracked his whip. Matvey looked round after him, but at once, as though it had been a vision, there was neither sledge nor peasant to be seen, and he hastened his steps, suddenly scared, though he did not know why. Here was the crossing and the dark little house where the signalman lived. The barrier was raised, and by it perfect mountains had drifted and clouds of snow were whirling round like witches on broomsticks. At that point the line was crossed by an old highroad, which was still called the track. On the right, not far from the crossing, by the roadside stood Terhov's tavern, which had been a posting inn. Here there was always a light twinkling at night. When Matvey reached home there was a strong smell of incense in all the rooms and even in the entry. His cousin Yakov Ivanitch was still reading the evening service. In the prayer room where this was going on, in the corner opposite the door, there stood a shrine of old-fashioned ancestral icons in gilt settings, and both walls to right and to left were decorated with icons of ancient and modern fashion. In shrines and without them. On the table, which was draped to the floor, stood an icon of the Annunciation, and close by a cypress-wood cross and the censer, wax candles were burning. Beside the table was a reading desk. As he passed by the prayer room, Matvey stopped and glanced in at the door. Yakov Ivanitch was reading at the desk at that moment. His sister Aglaya, a tall lean old woman in a dark blue dress and white kerchief, was praying with him. Yakov Ivanitch's daughter Dashutka, an ugly freckled girl of 18, was there, too, barefoot as usual, and wearing the dress in which she had at nightfall taken water to the cattle. "Glory to thee who hast shown us the light." Yakov Ivanitch boomed out in a chant, bowing low. Aglaya propped her chin on her hand and chanted in a thin, shrill, drawling voice. And upstairs, above the ceiling, there was the sound of vague voices which seemed menacing or ominous of evil. No one had lived on the story above since a fire there a long time ago. The windows were boarded up, and empty bottles lay about on the floor between the beams. Now the wind was banging and droning, and it seemed as though someone were running and stumbling over the beams. Half of the lower story was used as a tavern, while Terhov's family lived in the other half, so that when drunken visitors were noisy in the tavern every word they said could be heard in the rooms. Matvey lived in a room next to the kitchen, with a big stove, in which, in old days, when this had been a posting inn, bread had been baked every day. Deshutka, who had no room of her own, lived in the same room behind the stove. A cricket chirped there always at night and mice ran in and out. Matvey lighted a candle and began reading a book which he had borrowed from the station policeman. While he was sitting over it the service ended, and they all went to bed. Deshutka lay down, too. She began snoring at once, but soon woke up and said, yawning, "You shouldn't burn a candle for nothing, Uncle Matvey." "It's my candle," answered Matvey, "I bought it with my own money." Deshutka turned over a little and fell asleep again. Matvey sat up a good time longer. He was not sleepy, and when he had finished the last page he took a pencil out of a box and wrote on the book. "I, Matvey Terhov, have read this book, and think it the very best of all the books I have read. For which I express my gratitude to the non-commissioned officer of the Police Department of Railways, Kuzma Nikolaevich Zhukov, as the possessor of this priceless book. He considered it an obligation of politeness to make such inscriptions in other people's books." 2. On Annunciation Day, after the mail train had been sent off, Matvey was sitting in the refreshment bar, talking and drinking tea with lemon in it. The waiter and Zhukov the policeman were listening to him. I must tell you," Matvey was saying, "inclined to religion from my earliest childhood. I was only 12 years old when I used to read the epistle in church, and my parents were greatly delighted, and every summer I used to go on a pilgrimage with my dear mother. Sometimes other lads would be singing songs and catching crayfish, while I would be all the time with my mother. My elders commended me, and, indeed, I was pleased myself that I was of such good behavior. And when my mother sent me with her blessing to the factory, I used between working hours to sing tenor there in our choir, and nothing gave me greater pleasure. I needn't say, I drank no vodka, I smoked no tobacco, and lived in chastity. But we all know such a mode of life is displeasing to the enemy of mankind, and he, the unclean spirit, once tried to ruin me and began to darken my mind, just as now with my cousin. First of all, I took a vow to fast every Monday and not to eat meat any day, and as time went on all sorts of fancies came over me. For the first week of Lent down to Saturday the Holy Fathers have ordained a diet of dry food, but it is no sin for the weak or those who work hard even to drink tea, yet not a crumb passed into my mouth till the Sunday. And afterwards all through Lent I did not allow myself a drop of oil, and on Wednesdays and Fridays I did not touch a morsel at all. It was the same in the lesser fasts. Sometimes in St. Peter's fast our factory lads would have fish soup, while I would sit a little apart from them and suck a dry crust. Different people have different powers, of course, but I can say of myself I did not find fast days hard, and, indeed, the greater the zeal the easier it seems. You are only hungry on the first days of the fast, and then you get used to it. It goes on getting easier, and by the end of a week you don't mind it at all, and there is a numb feeling in your legs as though you were not on earth, but in the clouds. And, besides that, I laid all sorts of penances on myself. I used to get up in the night and pray, bowing down to the ground, used to drag heavy stones from place to place, used to go out barefoot in the snow, and I even wore chains, too. Only, as time went on, you know, I was confessing one day to the priest and suddenly this reflection occurred to me, why, this priest, I thought, is married, he eats meat and smokes tobacco, how can he confess me? And what power has he to absolve my sins if he is more sinful than I? I even scruple to eat Lenten oil, while he eats sturgeon, I dare say. I went to another priest, and he, as ill luck would have it, was a fat fleshy man, in a silk cassock, he rustled like a lady, and he smelt of tobacco too. I went to fast and confess in the monastery, and my heart was not at ease even there, I kept fancying the monks were not living according to their rules. And after that I could not find a service to my mind, in one place they read the service too fast, in another they sang the wrong prayer, in a third the sacristan stammered. Sometimes, the Lord forgive me a sinner, I would stand in church and my heart would throb with anger. How could one pray, feeling like that? And I fancied that the people in the church did not cross themselves properly, did not listen properly. Wherever I looked it seemed to me that they were all drunkards, that they broke the fast, smoked, lived loose lives and played cards. I was the only one who lived according to the commandments. The wily spirit did not slumber. It got worse as it went on. I gave up singing in the choir and I did not go to church at all. Since my notion was that I was a righteous man and that the church did not suit me owing to its imperfections, that is, indeed, like a fallen angel, I was puffed up in my pride beyond all belief. After this I began attempting to make a church for myself. I hired from a deaf woman a tiny little room, a long way out of town near the cemetery, and made a prayer room like my cousin's, only I had big church candlesticks, too, and a real censer. In this prayer room of mine I kept the rules of Holy Mount Athos, that is, every day my matins began at midnight without fail, and on the eve of the chief of the 12 great holy days my midnight service lasted 10 hours and sometimes even 12. Monks are allowed by rule to sit during the singing of the Psalter and the reading of the Bible, but I wanted to be better than the monks, and so I used to stand all through. I used to read and sing slowly, with tears and sighing, lifting up my hands, and I used to go straight from prayer to work without sleeping, and, indeed, I was always praying at my work, too. Well, it got all over the town, Matvey is a saint. Matvey heals the sick and senseless. I never had healed anyone, of course, but we all know wherever any heresy or false doctrine springs up there's no keeping the female sex away. They are just like flies on the honey. Old maids and females of all sorts came trailing to me, bowing down to my feet, kissing my hands and crying out I was a saint and all the rest of it, and one even saw a halo round my head. It was too crowded in the prayer room. I took a bigger room, and then we had a regular Tower of Babel. The devil got hold of me completely and screened the light from my eyes with his unclean hoofs. We all behaved as though we were frantic. I read, while the old maids and other females sang, and then after standing on their legs for 24 hours or longer without eating or drinking, suddenly a trembling would come over them as though they were in a fever. After that, one would begin screaming and then another. It was horrible. I, too, would shiver all over like a Jew in a frying pan, I don't know myself why, and our legs began to prance about. It's a strange thing, indeed, you don't want to, but you prance about and waggle your arms, and after that, screaming and shrieking, we all danced and ran after one another, ran till we dropped. And in that way, in wild frenzy, I fell into fornication. The policeman laughed, but, noticing that no one else was laughing, became serious and said, "That's Molochanism. I have heard they are all like that in the Caucasus." But I was not killed by a thunderbolt, Matvey went on, crossing himself before the icon and moving his lips. My dead mother must have been praying for me in the other world. When everyone in the town looked upon me as a saint, and even the ladies and gentlemen of good family used to come to me in secret for consolation, I happened to go into our landlord, Osip Varlamich, to ask forgiveness. It was the day of forgiveness, and he fastened the door with the hook, and we were left alone face to face. And he began to reprove me, and I must tell you Osip Varlamich was a man of brains, though without education, and everyone respected and feared him, for he was a man of stern, God-fearing life and worked hard. He had been the mayor of the town, and a warden of the church for 20 years maybe, and had done a great deal of good. He had covered all the new Moscow road with gravel, had painted the church, and had decorated the columns to look like malachite. Well, he fastened the door, and, "I have been wanting to get at you for a long time, you rascal," he said. "You think you are a saint," he said. "No, you are not a saint, but a backslider from God, a heretic and an evildoer." And he went on and on. I can't tell you how he said it, so eloquently and cleverly, as though it were all written down, and so touchingly. He talked for 2 hours. His words penetrated my soul, my eyes were opened. I listened and, burst into sobs. "Be an ordinary man," he said, "eat and drink, dress and pray like everyone else. All that is above the ordinary is of the devil. Your chains," he said, "are of the devil, your fasting is of the devil, your prayer room is of the devil. It is all pride," he said. Next day, on Monday in Holy Week, it pleased God I should fall ill. I ruptured myself and was taken to the hospital. I was terribly worried, and wept bitterly and trembled. I thought there was a straight road before me from the hospital to hell, and I almost died. I was in misery on a bed of sickness for 6 months, and when I was discharged the first thing I did I confessed, and took the sacrament in the regular way and became a man again. Osip Varlamich saw me off home and exhorted me, "Remember, Matvey, that anything above the ordinary is of the devil. And now I eat and drink like everyone else and pray like everyone else. If it happens now that the priest smells of tobacco or vodka I don't venture to blame him, because the priest, too, of course, is an ordinary man. But as soon as I am told that in the town or in the village a saint has set up who does not eat for weeks, and makes rules of his own, I know whose work it is. So that is how I carried on in the past, gentlemen. Now, like Osip Varlamich, I am continually exhorting my cousins and reproaching them, but I am a voice crying in the wilderness. God has not vouchsafed me the gift." Matvey's story evidently made no impression whatever. Sergei Nikanorovich said nothing, but began clearing the refreshments off the counter, while the policeman began talking of how rich Matvey's cousin was. "He must have 30,000 at least," he said. Zhukov the policeman, a sturdy, well-fed, red-haired man with a full face, his cheeks quivered when he walked, usually sat lolling and crossing his legs when not in the presence of his superiors. As he talked he swayed to and fro and whistled carelessly, while his face had a self-satisfied replete air, as though he had just had dinner. He was making money, and he always talked of it with the air of a connoisseur. He undertook jobs as an agent, and when anyone wanted to sell an estate, a horse or a carriage, they applied to him. "Yes, it will be 30,000, I dare say," Sergei Nikanorovich assented. "Your grandfather had an immense fortune," he said, addressing Matvey. "Immense it was, all left to your father and your uncle. Your father died as a young man and your uncle got hold of it all, and afterwards, of course, Yakov Ivanitch. While you were going pilgrimages with your mamma and singing tenor in the factory, they didn't let the grass grow under their feet. 15,000 comes to your share," said the policeman swaying from side to side. "The tavern belongs to you in common, so the capital is in common." "Yes. If I were in your place I should have taken it into court long ago. I would have taken it into court for one thing, and while the case was going on I'd have knocked his face to a jelly." Yakov Ivanitch was disliked because, when anyone believes differently from others, it upsets even people who are indifferent to religion. The policeman disliked him also because he, too, sold horses and carriages. "You don't care about going to law with your cousin because you have plenty of money of your own," said the waiter to Matvey, looking at him with envy. "It is all very well for anyone who has means, but here I shall die in this position, I suppose." Matvey began declaring that he hadn't any money at all, but Sergei Nikanorovich was not listening. Memories of the past and of the insults which he endured every day came showering upon him. His bald head began to perspire. He flushed and blinked. "Accursed life," he said with vexation, and he banged the sausage on the floor. 3. The story ran that the tavern had been built in the time of Alexander I, by a widow who had settled here with her son. Her name was Avdotya Terhov. The dark-roofed-in courtyard and the gates always kept locked excited, especially on moonlight nights, a feeling of depression and unaccountable uneasiness in people who drove by with posting horses, as though sorcerers or robbers were living in it. And the driver always looked back after he passed, and whipped up his horses. Travelers did not care to put up here, as the people of the house were always unfriendly and charged heavily. The yard was muddy even in summer. Huge fat pigs used to lie there in the mud, and the horses in which the Terhovs dealt wandered about untethered, and often it happened that they ran out of the yard and dashed along the road like mad creatures, terrifying the pilgrim women. At that time there was a great deal of traffic on the road. Long trains of loaded wagons trailed by, and all sorts of adventures happened, such as, for instance, that 30 years ago some wagoners got up a quarrel with a passing merchant and killed him. And a slanting cross is standing to this day half a mile from the tavern. Posting chaises with bells and the heavy dormieuses of country gentlemen drove by, and herds of horned cattle passed bellowing and stirring up clouds of dust. When the railway came there was at first at this place only a platform, which was called simply a halt. 10 years afterwards the present station, Progonea, was built. The traffic on the old posting road almost ceased, and only local landowners and peasants drove along it now, but the working people walked there in crowds in spring and autumn. The posting inn was transformed into a restaurant. The upper story was destroyed by fire, the roof had grown yellow with rust, the roof over the yard had fallen by degrees, but huge fat pigs, pink and revolting, still wallowed in the mud in the yard. As before, the horses sometimes ran away and, lashing their tails, dashed madly along the road. In the tavern they sold tea, hay, oats and flour, as well as vodka and beer, to be drunk on the premises and also to be taken away. They sold spirituous liquors warily, for they had never taken out a license. The Terhovs had always been distinguished by their piety, so much so that they had even been given the nickname of the godlies. But perhaps because they lived apart like bears, avoided people and thought out all their ideas for themselves, they were given to dreams and to doubts and to changes of faith, and almost each generation had a peculiar faith of its own. The grandmother of Dosha, who had built the inn, was an old believer. Her son and both her grandsons, the fathers of Matvey and Yakov, went to the Orthodox Church, entertained the clergy, and worshipped before the new icons as devoutly as they had done before the old. The son in old age refused to eat meat and imposed upon himself the rule of silence, considering all conversation as sin. It was the peculiarity of the grandsons that they interpreted the scripture not simply, but sought in it a hidden meaning, declaring that every sacred word must contain a mystery. Of Dosha's great-grandson Matvey had struggled from early childhood with all sorts of dreams and fancies and had been almost ruined by it. The other great-grandson, Yakov Ivanitch, was Orthodox, but after his wife's death he gave up going to church and prayed at home. Following his example, his sister Aglaya had turned, too. She did not go to church herself, and did not let Dushutka go. Of Aglaya it was told that in her youth she used to attend the flagellant meetings in Vednyapino, and that she was still a flagellant in secret, and that was why she wore a white kerchief. Yakov Ivanitch was 10 years older than Matvey. He was a very handsome tall old man with a big grey beard almost to his waist, and bushy eyebrows which gave his face a stern, even ill-natured expression. He wore a long jerkin of good cloth or a black sheepskin coat, and altogether tried to be clean and neat in dress. He wore galoshes even in dry weather. He did not go to church, because, to his thinking, the services were not properly celebrated and because the priests drank wine at unlawful times and smoked tobacco. Every day he read and sang the service at home with Aglaya. At Vednyapino they left out the praises at early matins, and had no evening service even on great holidays, but he used to read through at home everything that was laid down for every day, without hurrying or leaving out a single line. And even in his spare time read aloud the lives of the saints. And in everyday life he adhered strictly to the rules of the church. Thus, if wine were allowed on some day in Lent, for the sake of the vigil, then he never failed to drink wine, even if he were not inclined. He read, sang, burned incense and fasted, not for the sake of receiving blessings of some sort from God, but for the sake of good order. Man cannot live without religion, and religion ought to be expressed from year to year and from day to day in a certain order. So that every morning and every evening a man might turn to God with exactly those words and thoughts that were befitting that special day and hour. One must live, and, therefore, also pray as is pleasing to God, and so every day one must read and sing what is pleasing to God, that is, what is laid down in the rule of the Church. Thus the first chapter of St. John must only be read on Easter Day, and, it is most meet, must not be sung from Easter to Ascension, and so on. The consciousness of this order and its importance afforded Yakov Ivanitch great gratification during his religious exercises. When he was forced to break this order by some necessity, to drive to town or to the bank, for instance, his conscience was uneasy and he felt miserable. When his cousin Matvey had returned unexpectedly from the factory and settled in the tavern as though it were his home, he had from the very first day disturbed his settled order. He refused to pray with them, had meals and drank tea at wrong times, got up late, drank milk on Wednesdays and Fridays on the pretext of weak health. Almost every day he went into the prayer room while they were at prayers and cried, "Think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother." These words threw Yakov into a fury, while Aglaya could not refrain from beginning to scold. Or at night Matvey would steal into the prayer room and say softly, "Cousin, your prayer is not pleasing to God. For it is written, first be reconciled with thy brother and then offer thy gift. You lend money at usury, you deal in vodka, repent." In Matvey's words Yakov saw nothing but the usual evasions of empty-headed and careless people who talk of loving your neighbor, of being reconciled with your brother, and so on, simply to avoid praying, fasting and reading holy books. And who talk contemptuously of profit and interest simply because they don't like working. Of course, to be poor, save nothing, and put by nothing was a great deal easier than being rich. But yet he was troubled and could not pray as before. As soon as he went into the prayer room and opened the book he began to be afraid his cousin would come in and hinder him, and, in fact, Matvey did soon appear and cry in a trembling voice, "Think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother." Aglaya stormed and Yakov, too, flew into a passion and shouted, "Go out of my house," while Matvey answered him, "The house belongs to both of us." Yakov would begin singing and reading again, but he could not regain his calm, and unconsciously fell to dreaming over his book. Though he regarded his cousin's words as nonsense, yet for some reason it had of late haunted his memory that it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That the year before last he had made a very good bargain over buying a stolen horse, that one day when his wife was alive a drunkard had died of vodka in his tavern. He slept badly at nights now and woke easily, and he could hear that Matvey, too, was awake, and continually sighing and pining for his tile factory. And while Yakov turned over from one side to another at night he thought of the stolen horse and the drunken man, and what was said in the Gospels about the camel. It looked as though his dreaminess were coming over him again. And as ill luck would have it, although it was the end of March, every day it kept snowing, and the forest roared as though it were winter, and there was no believing that spring would ever come. The weather disposed one to depression, and to quarreling and to hatred, and in the night, when the wind droned over the ceiling, it seemed as though someone were living overhead in the empty story. Little by little the brooding settled like a burden on his mind, his head burned and he could not sleep. 4. On the morning of the Monday before Good Friday, Matvey heard from his room Dushutka say to Aglaya. "Uncle Matvey said, the other day, that there is no need to fast." Matvey remembered the whole conversation he had had the evening before with Dushutka, and he felt hurt all at once. "Girl, don't do wrong," he said in a moaning voice, like a sick man. "You can't do without fasting. Our Lord himself fasted 40 days. I only explained that fasting does a bad man no good. You should just listen to the factory hands. They can teach you goodness," Aglaya said sarcastically as she washed the floor. She usually washed the floors on working days and was always angry with everyone when she did it. "We know how they keep the fasts in the factory. You had better ask that uncle of yours, ask him about his darling, how he used to guzzle milk on fast days with her, the viper. He teaches others, he forgets about his viper. But ask him who was it he left his money with, who was it?" Matvey had carefully concealed from everyone, as though it were a foul sore, that during that period of his life when old women and unmarried girls had danced and run about with him at their prayers he had formed a connection with a working woman and had had a child by her. When he went home he had given this woman all he had saved at the factory, and had borrowed from his landlord for his journey, and now he had only a few rubles which he spent on tea and candles. The darling had informed him later on that the child was dead, and asked him in a letter what she should do with the money. This letter was brought from the station by the laborer. Aglaya intercepted it and read it, and had reproached Matvey with his darling every day since. "Just fancy, 900 rubles, Aglaya went on. You gave 900 rubles to a viper, no relation, a factory jade, blast you." She had flown into a passion by now and was shouting shrilly, "Can't you speak? I could tear you to pieces, wretched creature. 900 rubles as though it were a farthing. You might have left it to Dashutka, she is a relation, not a stranger, or else have it sent to buy Lev for Maria's poor orphans. And your viper did not choke, may she be thrice accursed, the she-devil. May she never look upon the light of day. Yakov Ivanitch called to her, it was time to begin the hours. She washed, put on a white kerchief, and by now quiet and meek, went into the prayer room to the brother she loved. When she spoke to Matvey or served peasants in the tavern with tea she was a gaunt, keen-eyed, ill-humored old woman. In the prayer room her face was serene and softened, she looked younger altogether, she curtsied affectedly, and even pursed up her lips. Yakov Ivanitch began reading the service softly and dolefully, as he always did in Lent. After he had read a little he stopped to listen to the stillness that reigned through the house, and then went on reading again, with a feeling of gratification. He folded his hands in supplication, rolled his eyes, shook his head, sighed. But all at once there was the sound of voices. The policeman and Sergei Nikanorovich had come to see Matvey. Yakov Ivanitch was embarrassed at reading aloud and singing when there were strangers in the house, and now, hearing voices, he began reading in a whisper and slowly. He could hear in the prayer room the waiter say, "The Tatar at Chepovo is selling his business for 1,500. He'll take 500 down and an IOU for the rest. And so, Matvey Vassilitch, be so kind as to lend me that 500 rubles. I will pay you 2% a month." "What money have I got?" cried Matvey, amazed. "I have no money." 2% a month will be a godsend to you, the policeman explained. "While lying by, your money is simply eaten by the moth, and that's all that you get from it." Afterwards the visitors went out and a silence followed. But Yakov Ivanitch had hardly begun reading and singing again when a voice was heard outside the door. "Brother, let me have a horse to drive to Vedanyapino." It was Matvey. And Yakov was troubled again. "Which can you go with?" he asked after a moment's thought. "The man has gone with the sorrel to take the pig, and I am going with the little stallion to Shutikino as soon as I have finished." "Brother, why is it you can dispose of the horses and not I?" Matvey asked with irritation. "Because I am not taking them for pleasure, but for work. Our property is in common, so the horses are in common, too, and you ought to understand that, brother." A silence followed. Yakov did not go on praying, but waited for Matvey to go away from the door. "Brother," said Matvey, "I am a sick man. I don't want possession, let them go, you have them, but give me a small share to keep me in my illness. Give it me and I'll go away." Yakov did not speak. He longed to be rid of Matvey, but he could not give him money, since all the money was in the business. Besides, there had never been a case of the family dividing in the whole history of the Terhovs. Division means ruin. Yakov said nothing, but still waited for Matvey to go away, and kept looking at his sister, afraid that she would interfere, and that there would be a storm of abuse again, as there had been in the morning. When at last Matvey did go, Yakov went on reading, but now he had no pleasure in it. There was a heaviness in his head and a darkness before his eyes from continually bowing down to the ground, and he was weary of the sound of his soft dejected voice. When such a depression of spirit came over him at night, he put it down to not being able to sleep. By day it frightened him, and he began to feel as though devils were sitting on his head and shoulders. Finishing the service after a fashion, dissatisfied and ill-humored, he set off for Shutikino. In the previous autumn a gang of navvies had dug a boundary ditch near Praganea, and had run up a bill at the tavern for 18 rubles, and now he had to find their foreman in Shutikino and get the money from him. The road had been spoilt by the thaw and the snowstorm, it was of a dark color and full of holes, and in parts it had given way altogether. The snow had sunk away at the sides below the road, so that he had to drive, as it were, upon a narrow causeway, and it was very difficult to turn off it when he met anything. The sky had been overcast ever since the morning and a damp wind was blowing. A long train of sledges met him, peasant women were carting bricks. Yakov had to turn off the road. His horse sank into the snow up to its belly. The sledge lurched over to the right, and to avoid falling out he bent over to the left, and sat so all the time the sledges moved slowly by him. Through the wind he heard the creaking of the sledge poles and the breathing of the gaunt horses, and the women saying about him, "There's Godly coming," while one, gazing with compassion at his horse, said quickly, "It looks as though the snow will be lying till Jäger's day. They are worn out with it." Yakov sat uncomfortably huddled up, screwing up his eyes on account of the wind, while horses and red bricks kept passing before him. And perhaps because he was uncomfortable and his side ached, he felt all at once annoyed, and the business he was going about seemed to him unimportant, and he reflected that he might send the laborer next day to Shudikino. Again, as in the previous sleepless night, he thought of the saying about the camel, and then memories of all sorts crept into his mind. Of the peasant who had sold him the stolen horse, of the drunken man, of the peasant women who had brought their samovars to him to pawn. Of course, every merchant tries to get as much as he can, but Yakov felt depressed that he was in trade. He longed to get somewhere far away from this routine, and he felt dreary at the thought that he would have to read the evening service that day. The wind blew straight into his face and soughed in his collar. And it seemed as though it were whispering to him all these thoughts, bringing them from the broad white plain. Looking at that plain, familiar to him from childhood, Yakov remembered that he had had just this same trouble and these same thoughts in his young days when dreams and imaginings had come upon him and his faith had wavered. He felt miserable at being alone in the open country. He turned back and drove slowly after the sledges, and the women laughed and said, "Godly has turned back." At home nothing had been cooked and the samovar was not heated on account of the fast, and this made the day seem very long. Yakov Ivanitch had long ago taken the horse to the stable, dispatched the flour to the station, and twice taken up the psalms to read, and yet the evening was still far off. Aglaya has already washed all the floors, and, having nothing to do, was tidying up her chest, the lid of which was pasted over on the inside with labels off bottles. Matvey, hungry and melancholy, sat reading, or went up to the Dutch stove and slowly scrutinized the tiles which reminded him of the factory. Deshutka was asleep, then, waking up, she went to take water to the cattle. When she was getting water from the well the cord broke and the pail fell in. The laborer began looking for a boat hook to get the pail out, and Deshutka, barefooted, with legs as red as a goose's, followed him about in the muddy snow, repeating, "It's too far." She meant to say that the well was too deep for the hook to reach the bottom, but the laborer did not understand her, and evidently she bothered him, so that he suddenly turned around and abused her in unseemly language. Yakov Ivanitch, coming out that moment into the yard, heard Deshutka answer the laborer in a long rapid stream of choice abuse, which she could only have learned from drunken peasants in the tavern. "What are you saying, shameless girl?" he cried to her, and he was positively aghast. "What language?" And she looked at her father in perplexity, dully, not understanding why she should not use those words. He would have admonished her, but she struck him as so savage and benighted. And for the first time he realized that she had no religion. And all this life in the forest, in the snow, with drunken peasants, with coarse oaths, seemed to him as savage and benighted as this girl, and instead of giving her a lecture he only waved his hand and went back into the room. At that moment the policeman and Sergei Nikanoritch came in again to see Matvey. Yakov Ivanitch thought that these people, too, had no religion, and that did not trouble them in the least. And human life began to seem to him as strange, senseless and unenlightened as a dog's. Bareheaded he walked about the yard, then he went out onto the road, clenching his fists. Snow was falling in big flakes at the time. His beard was blown about in the wind. He kept shaking his head, as though there were something weighing upon his head and shoulders, as though devils were sitting on them. And it seemed to him that it was not himself walking about, but some wild beast, a huge terrible beast, and that if he were to cry out his voice would be a roar that would sound all over the forest and the plain, and would frighten everyone. When he went back into the house the policeman was no longer there, but the waiter was sitting with Matvey, counting something on the reckoning beads. He was in the habit of coming often, almost every day, to the tavern. In old days he had come to see Yakov Ivanitch, now he came to see Matvey. He was continually reckoning on the beads, while his face perspired and looked strained, or he would ask for money or, stroking his whiskers, would describe how he had once been in a first-class station and used to prepare champagne punch for officers, and at grand dinners served the sturgeon soup with his own hands. Nothing in this world interested him but refreshment bars, and he could only talk about things to eat, about wines and the paraphernalia of the dinner table. On one occasion, handing a cup of tea to a young woman who was nursing her baby and wishing to say something agreeable to her, he expressed himself in this way. The mother's breast is the baby's refreshment bar. Reckoning with the beads in Matvey's room, he asked for money, said he could not go on living at Progonea, and several times repeated in a tone of voice that sounded as though he were just going to cry. "Where am I to go? Where am I to go now? Tell me that, please." Then Matvey went into the kitchen and began peeling some boiled potatoes which he had probably put away from the day before. It was quiet, and it seemed to Yakov Ivanitch that the waiter was gone. It was past the time for evening service. He called Aglaya, and, thinking there was no one else in the house, sang out aloud without embarrassment. He sang and read, but was inwardly pronouncing other words: "Lord, forgive me. Lord, save me." And, one after another, without ceasing, he made low bows to the ground as though he wanted to exhaust himself, and he kept shaking his head, so that Aglaya looked at him with wonder. He was afraid Matvey would come in, and was certain that he would come in, and felt an anger against him which he could overcome neither by prayer nor by continually bowing down to the ground. Matvey opened the door very softly and went into the prayer room. "It's a sin, such a sin," he said reproachfully, and heaved a sigh. "Repent. Think what you are doing, brother." Yakov Ivanitch, clenching his fists and not looking at him for fear of striking him, went quickly out of the room. Feeling himself a huge terrible wild beast, just as he had done before on the road, he crossed the passage into the grey, dirty room, reeking with smoke and fog, in which the peasants usually drank tea. And there he spent a long time walking from one corner to the other, treading heavily, so that the crockery jingled on the shelves and the tables shook. It was clear to him now that he was himself dissatisfied with his religion, and could not pray as he used to do. He must repent, he must think things over, reconsider, live and pray in some other way. But how pray? And perhaps all this was a temptation of the devil, and nothing of this was necessary. How was it to be? What was he to do? Who could guide him? What helplessness! He stopped and, clutching at his head, began to think, but Matvey's being near him prevented him from reflecting calmly. And he went rapidly into the room. Matvey was sitting in the kitchen before a bowl of potato, eating. Close by, near the stove, Aglaya and Dashutka were sitting facing one another, spinning yarn. Between the stove and the table at which Matvey was sitting was stretched an ironing board, on it stood a cold iron. "Sister," Matvey asked, "let me have a little oil." "Who eats oil on a day like this?" asked Aglaya. "I am not a monk, sister, but a layman. And in my weak health I may take not only oil but milk." "Yes, at the factory you may have anything." Aglaya took a bottle of Lenten oil from the shelf and banged it angrily down before Matvey, with a malignant smile, evidently pleased that he was such a sinner. "But I tell you, you can't eat oil," shouted Yakov. Aglaya and Dashutka started, but Matvey poured the oil into the bowl and went on eating as though he had not heard. "I tell you, you can't eat oil," Yakov shouted still more loudly. He turned red all over, snatched up the bowl, lifted it higher than his head, and dashed it with all his force to the ground, so that it flew into fragments. "Don't dare to speak," he cried in a furious voice, though Matvey had not said a word. "Don't dare," he repeated, and struck his fist on the table. Matvey turned pale and got up. "Brother," he said, still munching, "brother, think what you are about." "Out of my house this minute," shouted Yakov. He loathed Matvey's wrinkled face, and his voice, and the crumbs on his mustache, and the fact that he was munching. "Out, I tell you." Brother, calm yourself. The pride of hell has confounded you. Hold your tongue. Chekhov stamped. Go away, you devil. If you care to know, Matvey went on in a loud voice, as he, too, began to get angry, you are a backslider from God and a heretic. The accursed spirits have hidden the true light from you. Your prayer is not acceptable to God. Repent before it is too late. The deathbed of the sinner is terrible. Repent, brother. Chekhov seized him by the shoulders and dragged him away from the table, while he turned whiter than ever, and frightened and bewildered, began muttering, What is it? What's the matter? And, struggling and making efforts to free himself from Chekhov's hands, he accidentally caught hold of his shirt near the neck and tore the collar, and it seemed to Aglaya that he was trying to beat Chekhov. She uttered a shriek, snatched up the bottle of Lenten oil and with all her force brought it down straight on the skull of the cousin she hated. Matvey reeled, and in one instant his face became calm and indifferent. Chekhov, breathing heavily, excited, and feeling pleasure at the gurgle the bottle had made, like a living thing, when it had struck the head, kept him from falling, and several times, he remembered this very distinctly, motioned Aglaya towards the iron with his finger. And only when the blood began trickling through his hands and he heard Deshutka's loud wail, and when the ironing board fell with a crash, and Matvey rolled heavily on it, Chekhov left off feeling anger and understood what had happened. Let him rot, the factory buck. Aglaya brought out with repulsion, still keeping the iron in her hand. The white blood-stained kerchief slipped onto her shoulders and her grey hair fell in disorder. He's got what he deserved. Everything was terrible. Deshutka sat on the floor near the stove with the yarn in her hands, sobbing, and continually bowing down, uttering at each bow a gasping sound. But nothing was so terrible to Chekhov as the potato in the blood, on which he was afraid of stepping, and there was something else terrible which weighed upon him like a bad dream and seemed the worst danger, though he could not take it in for the first minute. This was the waiter, Sergei Nikanorovich, who was standing in the doorway with the reckoning beads in his hands, very pale, looking with horror at what was happening in the kitchen. Only when he turned and went quickly into the passage and from there outside, Chekhov grasped who it was and followed him. Wiping his hands on the snow as he went, he reflected. The idea flashed through his mind that their labourer had gone away long before and had asked leave to stay the night at home in the village. The day before they had killed a pig, and there were huge bloodstains in the snow and on the sledge, and even one side of the top of the well was splattered with blood. So that it could not have seemed suspicious even if the whole of Chekhov's family had been stained with blood. To conceal the murder would be agonizing, but for the policeman, who would whistle and smile ironically, to come from the station, for the peasants to arrive and bind Chekhov's and Aglaya's hands, and take them solemnly to the district courthouse and from there to the town, while everyone on the way would point at them and say mirthfully, they are taking the godlies. This seemed to Chekhov more agonizing than anything, and he longed to lengthen out the time somehow, so as to endure this shame not now, but later, in the future. I can lend you 1,000 rubles, he said, overtaking Sergei Nikanorovich. If you tell anyone, it will do no good. There's no bringing the man back, anyway, and with difficulty keeping up with the waiter, who did not look round, but tried to walk away faster than ever, he went on, I can give you 1,500. He stopped because he was out of breath, while Sergei Nikanorovich walked on as quickly as ever, probably afraid that he would be killed, too. Only after passing the railway crossing and going half the way from the crossing to the station, he furtively looked round and walked more slowly. Lights, red and green, were already gleaming in the station and along the line. The wind had fallen, but flakes of snow were still coming down and the road had turned white again. But just at the station Sergei Nikanorovich stopped, thought a minute, and turned resolutely back. It was growing dark. Oblige me with the 1,500, Yakov Ivanitch, he said, trembling all over. I agree. 6. Yakov Ivanitch's money was in the bank of the town and was invested in second mortgages. He only kept a little at home, just what was wanted for necessary expenses. Going into the kitchen he felt for the matchbox, and while the sulphur was burning with a blue light he had time to make out the figure of Matvey, which was still lying on the floor near the table, but now it was covered with a white sheet. And nothing could be seen but his boots. A cricket was chirping. Aglaya and Deshutka were not in the room, they were both sitting behind the counter in the tea room, spinning yarn in silence. Yakov Ivanitch crossed to his own room with a little lamp in his hand, and pulled from under the bed a little box in which he kept his money. This time there were in it 421 ruble notes and silver to the amount of 35 rubles. The notes had an unpleasant heavy smell. Putting the money together in his cap, Yakov Ivanitch went out into the yard and then out of the gate. He walked, looking from side to side, but there was no sign of the waiter. "Hi!" cried Yakov. A dark figure stepped out from the barrier at the railway crossing and came irresolutely towards him. "Why do you keep walking about?" said Yakov with vexation, as he recognized the waiter. "Here you are, there is a little less than 500. I've no more in the house." "Very well, very grateful to you," muttered Sergei Nikanoritch, taking the money greedily and stuffing it into his pockets. He was trembling all over, and that was perceptible in spite of the darkness. "Don't worry yourself, Yakov Ivanitch. What should I chatter for? I came and went away, that's all I've had to do with it. As the saying is, I know nothing and I can tell nothing." And at once he added with a sigh, "Cursed life." For a minute they stood in silence, without looking at each other. "So it all came from a trifle, goodness knows how," said the waiter, trembling. "I was sitting counting to myself when all at once a noise. I looked through the door, and just on account of Lenton oil you. Where is he now?" "Lying there in the kitchen." "You ought to take him somewhere. Why put it off?" Yakov accompanied him to the station without a word, then went home again and harnessed the horse to take Matvey to Limarovo. He had decided to take him to the forest of Limarovo, and to leave him there on the road, and then he would tell everyone that Matvey had gone off to Vedanyapino and had not come back. And then everyone would think that he had been killed by someone on the road. He knew there was no deceiving anyone by this, but to move, to do something, to be active, was not as agonizing as to sit still and wait. He called Deshutka, and with her carried Matvey out. Aglaya stayed behind to clean up the kitchen. When Yakov and Deshutka turned back they were detained at the railway crossing by the barrier being let down. A long goods train was passing, dragged by 2 engines, breathing heavily, and flinging puffs of crimson fire out of their funnels. The foremost engine uttered a piercing whistle at the crossing in sight of the station. "It's whistling," said Deshutka. The train had passed at last, and the signalman lifted the barrier without haste. "Is that you, Yakov Ivanitch? I didn't know you, so you'll be rich." And then when they had reached home they had to go to bed. Aglaya and Deshutka made themselves a bed in the tea room and lay down side by side, while Yakov stretched himself on the counter. They neither said their prayers nor lighted the icon lamp before lying down to sleep. All 3 lay awake till morning, but did not utter a single word, and it seemed to them that all night someone was walking about in the empty story overhead. 2 days later a police inspector and the examining magistrate came from the town and made a search, first in Matvey's room and then in the whole tavern. They questioned Yakov first of all, and he testified that on the Monday Matvey had gone to Vedanyapino to confess, and that he must have been killed by the sawyers who were working on the line. And when the examining magistrate had asked him how it had happened that Matvey was found on the road, while his cap had turned up at home, surely he had not gone to Vedanyapino without his cap. And why they had not found a single drop of blood beside him in the snow on the road, though his head was smashed in and his face and chest were black with blood, Yakov was confused, lost his head and answered, "I cannot tell." And just what Yakov had so feared happened. The policeman came, the district police officer smoked in the prayer room and Aglaya fell upon him with abuse and was rude to the police inspector. And afterwards when Yakov and Aglaya were led out to the yard, the peasants crowded at the gates and said, "They are taking the godlies," and it seemed that they were all glad. At the inquiry the policeman stated positively that Yakov and Aglaya had killed Matvey in order not to share with him, and that Matvey had money of his own, and that if it was not found at the search evidently Yakov and Aglaya had got hold of it. And Deshutka was questioned. She said that Uncle Matvey and Aunt Aglaya quarreled and almost fought every day over money, and that Uncle Matvey was rich, so much so that he had given someone, his darling, 900 rubles. Deshutka was left alone in the tavern. No one came now to drink tea or vodka, and she divided her time between cleaning up the rooms, drinking mead and eating rolls. But a few days later they questioned the signalman at the railway crossing, and he said that late on Monday evening he had seen Yakov and Deshutka driving from Limarovo. Deshutka, too, was arrested, taken to the town and put in prison. It soon became known, from what Aglaya said, that Sergei Nikanorovich had been present at the murder. A search was made in his room, and money was found in an unusual place, in his snow boots under the stove, and the money was all in small change, 301 ruble notes. He swore he had made this money himself, and that he hadn't been in the tavern for a year, but witnesses testified that he was poor and had been in great want of money of late, and that he used to go every day to the tavern to borrow from Matvey. And the policeman described how on the day of the murder he had himself gone twice to the tavern with the waiter to help him to borrow. It was recalled at this juncture that on Monday evening Sergei Nikanorovich had not been there to meet the passenger train, but had gone off somewhere. And he, too, was arrested and taken to the town. The trial took place 11 months later. Yakov Ivanitch looked much older and much thinner, and spoke in a low voice like a sick man. He felt weak, pitiful, lower in stature than anyone else, and it seemed as though his soul, too, like his body, had grown older and wasted. From the pangs of his conscience and from the dreams and imaginings which never left him all the while he was in prison. When it came out that he did not go to church, the president of the court asked him, "Are you a dissenter?" "I can't tell," he answered. He had no religion at all now, he knew nothing and understood nothing. And his old belief was hateful to him now, and seemed to him darkness and folly. Aglaya was not in the least subdued, and she still went on abusing the dead man, blaming him for all their misfortunes. Sergei Nikanorovich had grown a beard instead of whiskers. At the trial he was red and perspiring, and was evidently ashamed of his grey prison coat and of sitting on the same bench with humble peasants. He defended himself awkwardly, and, trying to prove that he had not been to the tavern for a whole year, got into an altercation with every witness, and the spectators laughed at him. Deshutka had grown fat in prison. At the trial she did not understand the questions put to her, and only said that when they killed Uncle Matvey she was dreadfully frightened, but afterward she did not mind. All four were found guilty of murder with mercenary motives. Yakov Ivanitch was sentenced to penal servitude for 20 years, Aglaya for 13.5, Sergei Nikanorovich to 10, Deshutka to 6. 7. Late one evening a foreign steamer stopped in the roads of Dew in Sakhalin and asked for coal. The captain was asked to wait till morning, but he did not want to wait over an hour, saying that if the weather changed for the worse in the night there would be a risk of his having to go off without coal. In the Gulf of Tartary the weather is liable to violent changes in the course of half an hour, and then the shores of Sakhalin are dangerous. And already it had turned fresh, and there was a considerable sea running. A gang of convicts were sent to the mine from the Voivodsky prison, the grimmest and most forbidding of all the prisons in Sakhalin. The coal had to be loaded upon barges, and then they had to be towed by a steam cutter alongside the steamer which was anchored more than a quarter of a mile from the coast. And then the unloading and reloading had to begin, an exhausting task when the barge kept rocking against the steamer and the men could scarcely keep on their legs for seasickness. The convicts, only just roused from their sleep, still drowsy, went along the shore, stumbling in the darkness and clanking their fetters. On the left, scarcely visible, was a tall, steep, extremely gloomy-looking cliff, while on the right there was a thick impenetrable mist, in which the sea moaned with a prolonged monotonous sound, ah, 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 ah. And it was only when the overseer was lighting his pipe, casting as he did so a passing ray of light on the escort with a gun and on the coarse faces of 2 or 3 of the nearest convicts. Or when he went with his lantern close to the water at the white crests of the foremost waves could be discerned. One of this gang was Yakov Ivanitch, nicknamed among the convicts the Brush, on account of his long beard. No one had addressed him by his name or his father's name for a long time now, they called him simply Yashka. He was here in disgrace, as, 3 months after coming to Siberia, feeling an intense irresistible longing for home, he had succumbed to temptation and run away. He had soon been caught, had been sentenced to penal servitude for life and given 40 lashes. Then he was punished by flogging twice again for losing his prison clothes, though on each occasion they were stolen from him. The longing for home had begun from the very time he had been brought to Odessa, and the convict train had stopped in the night at Progonea, and Yakov, pressing to the window, had tried to see his own home, and could see nothing in the darkness. He had no one with whom to talk of home. His sister Aglaya had been sent right across Siberia, and he did not know where she was now. Deshutka was in Sakhalin, but she had been sent to live with some ex-convict in a far-away settlement. There was no news of her except that once a settler who had come to the Vovodsky prison told Yakov that Deshutka had 3 children. Sergei Nikanorovich was serving as a footman at a government official's at Du, but he could not reckon on ever seeing him, as he was ashamed of being acquainted with convicts of the peasant class. The gang reached the mine, and the men took their places on the quay. It was said there would not be any loading, as the weather kept getting worse and the steamer was meaning to set off. They could see 3 lights. One of them was moving, that was the steam cutter going to the steamer, and it seemed to be coming back to tell them whether the work was to be done or not. Shivering with the autumn cold and the damp sea mist, wrapping himself in his short torn coat, Yakov Ivanitch looked intently without blinking in the direction in which lay his home. Ever since he had lived in prison together with men banished here from all ends of the earth, with Russians, Ukrainians, Tatars, Georgians, Chinese, Gypsies, Jews, and ever since he had listened to their talk and watched their sufferings, he had begun to turn again to God, and it seemed to him at last that he had learned the true faith for which all his family, from his grandmother of Dosha down, had so thirsted, which they had sought so long and which they had never found. He knew it all now and understood where God was, and how he was to be served, and the only thing he could not understand was why men's destinies were so diverse. Why this simple faith which other men receive from God for nothing and together with their lives had cost him such a price that his arms and legs trembled like a drunken man's from all the horrors and agonies which as far as he could see would go on without a break to the day of his death. He looked with strained eyes into the darkness, and it seemed to him that through the 1,000 miles of that mist he could see home, could see his native province, his district, Progonea, could see the darkness, the savagery, the heartlessness, and the dull, sullen, animal indifference of the men he had left there. His eyes were dimmed with tears. But still he gazed into the distance where the pale lights of the steamer faintly gleamed, and his heart ached with yearning for home, and he longed to live, to go back home to tell them there of his new faith and to save from ruin if only one man. And to live without suffering if only for one day. The cutter arrived, and the overseer announced in a loud voice that there would be no loading. Back, he commanded. Steady. They could hear the hoisting of the anchor chain on the steamer. A strong piercing wind was blowing by now. Somewhere on the steep cliff overhead the trees were creaking. Most likely a storm was coming. Uprooted. An incident of my travels. I was on my way back from evening service. The clock in the belfry of the Sviatogorsky monastery pealed out its soft melodious chimes by way of prelude and then struck 12. The great courtyard of the monastery stretched out at the foot of the holy mountains on the banks of the Donets, and, enclosed by the high hostel buildings as by a wall, seemed now in the night, when it was lighted up only by dim lanterns. Lights in the windows, and the stars, a living hodgepodge full of movement, sound, and the most original confusion. From end to end, so far as the eye could see, it was all choked up with carts, old-fashioned coaches and chaises, vans, tilt carts, about which stood crowds of horses, dark and white, and horned oxen, while people bustled about. And black long-skirted lay brothers threaded their way in and out in all directions. Shadows and streaks of light cast from the windows moved over the carts and the heads of men and horses, and in the dense twilight this all assumed the most monstrous capricious shapes. Here the tilted shafts stretched upwards to the sky. Here eyes of fire appeared in the face of a horse, there a lay brother grew a pair of black wings. There was the noise of talk, the snorting and munching of horses, the creaking of carts, the whimpering of children. Fresh crowds kept walking in at the gate and belated carts drove up. The pines which were piled up on the overhanging mountain, one above another, and leaned towards the roof of the hostel, gazed into the courtyard as into a deep pit, and listened in wonder. In their dark thicket the cuckoos and nightingales never ceased calling. Looking at the confusion, listening to the uproar, one fancied that in this living hodgepodge no one understood anyone, that everyone was looking for something and would not find it, and that this multitude of carts, chaises and human beings could not ever succeed in getting off. More than 10,000 people flocked to the holy mountains for the festivals of St. John the Divine and St. Nikolai the Wonder-worker. Not only the hostel buildings, but even the bakehouse, the tailoring room, the carpenter's shop, the carriage house, were filled to overflowing. Those who had arrived towards night clustered like flies in autumn, by the walls, round the wells in the yard, or in the narrow passages of the hostel, waiting to be shown a resting place for the night. The lay brothers, young and old, were in an incessant movement, with no rest or hope of being relieved. By day or late at night they produced the same impression of men hastening somewhere and agitated by something, yet, in spite of their extreme exhaustion, their faces remained full of courage and kindly welcome, their voices friendly, their movements rapid. For everyone who came they had to find a place to sleep, and to provide food and drink. To those who were deaf, slow to understand, or profuse in questions, they had to give long and wearisome explanations, to tell them why there were no empty rooms, at what o'clock the service was to be where holy bread was sold, and so on. They had to run, to carry, to talk incessantly, but more than that, they had to be polite, too, to be tactful, to try to arrange that the Greeks from Mariupol, accustomed to live more comfortably than the Little Russians, should be put with other Greeks, that some shopkeeper from Bakhmut or Lysychansk, dressed like a lady, should not be offended by being put with peasants. There were continual cries of, "Father, kindly give us some kvass. Kindly give us some hay," or, "Father, may I drink water after confession?" And the lay brother would have to give out kvass or hay or to answer, "Address yourself to the priest, my good woman, we have not the authority to give permission." Another question would follow, "Where is the priest then?" And the lay brother would have to explain where was the priest's cell. With all this bustling activity, he yet had to make time to go to service in the church, to serve in the part devoted to the gentry, and to give full answers to the mass of necessary and unnecessary questions which pilgrims of the educated class are fond of showering about them. Watching them during the course of 24 hours, I found it hard to imagine when these black moving figures sat down and when they slept. When, coming back from the evening service, I went to the hostel in which a place had been assigned me, the monk in charge of the sleeping quarters was standing in the doorway, and beside him, on the steps, was a group of several men and women dressed like townsfolk. "Sir," said the monk, stopping me, "will you be so good as to allow this young man to pass the night in your room? If you would do us the favor. There are so many people and no place left, it is really dreadful." And he indicated a short figure in a light overcoat and a straw hat. I consented, and my chance companion followed me. Unlocking the little padlock on my door, I was always, whether I wanted to or not, obliged to look at the picture that hung on the doorpost on a level with my face. This picture with the title, "A Meditation on Death," depicted a monk on his knees, gazing at a coffin and at a skeleton laying in it. Behind the man's back stood another skeleton, somewhat more solid and carrying a scythe. "There are no bones like that," said my companion, pointing to the place in the skeleton where there ought to have been a pelvis. "Speaking generally, you know, the spiritual fare provided for the people is not of the first quality," he added, and heaved through his nose a long and very melancholy sigh. Meant to show me that I had to do with a man who really knew something about spiritual fare. While I was looking for the matches to light a candle he sighed once more and said, When I was in Kharkov I went several times to the anatomy theater and saw the bones there. I have even been in the mortuary. Am I not in your way? My room was small and poky, with neither table nor chairs in it, but quite filled up with a chest of drawers by the window, the stove and two little wooden sofas which stood against the walls, facing one another, leaving a narrow space to walk between them. Thin rusty-looking little mattresses lay on the little sofas, as well as my belongings. There were 2 sofas, so this room was evidently intended for 2, and I pointed out the fact to my companion. They will soon be ringing for mass, though, he said, and I shan't have to be in your way very long. Still under the impression that he was in my way and feeling awkward, he moved with a guilty step to his little sofa, sighed guiltily and sat down. When the tallow candle with its dim, dilatory flame had left off flickering and burned up sufficiently to make us both visible, I could make out what he was like. He was a young man of 22, with a round and pleasing face, dark childlike eyes, dressed like a townsman in grey cheap clothes, and as one could judge from his complexion and narrow shoulders, not used to manual labour. He was of a very indefinite type, one could take him neither for a student nor for a man in trade, still less for a workman. But looking at his attractive face and childlike friendly eyes, I was unwilling to believe he was one of those vagabond impostors with whom every conventual establishment where they give food and lodging is flooded, and who give themselves out as divinity students, expelled for standing up for justice, or for church singers who have lost their voice. There was something characteristic, typical, very familiar in his face, but what exactly, I could not remember nor make out. For a long time he sat silent, pondering. Probably because I had not shown appreciation of his remarks about bones and the mortuary, he thought that I was ill-humored and displeased at his presence. Pulling a sausage out of his pocket, he turned it about before his eyes and said irresolutely, "Excuse my troubling you, have you a knife?" I gave him a knife. "The sausage is disgusting," he said, frowning and cutting himself off a little bit. "In the shop here they sell you rubbish and fleece you horribly. I would offer you a piece, but you would scarcely care to consume it. Will you have some?" In his language, too, there was something typical that had a very great deal in common with what was characteristic in his face, but what it was exactly I still could not decide. To inspire confidence and to show that I was not ill-humored, I took some of the proffered sausage. It certainly was horrible, one needed the teeth of a good house dog to deal with it. As we worked our jaws we got into conversation. We began complaining to each other of the lengthiness of the service. "The rule here approaches that of Mount Athos," I said, "but at Athos the night services last 10 hours, and on great feast days, 14. You should go there for prayers." "Yes," answered my companion, and he wagged his head, "I have been here for 3 weeks. And you know, everyday services, everyday services. On ordinary days at midnight they ring for matins, at 5 o'clock for early mass, at 9 o'clock for late mass. Sleep is utterly out of the question. In the daytime there are hymns of praise, special prayers, vespers. And when I was preparing for the sacrament I was simply dropping from exhaustion." He sighed and went on, "And it's awkward not to go to church. The monks give one a room, feed one, and, you know, one is ashamed not to go. One wouldn't mind standing it for a day or 2, perhaps, but 3 weeks is too much, much too much. Are you here for long?" "I am going tomorrow evening. But I am staying another fortnight." "But I thought it was not the rule to stay for so long here." I said. "Yes, that's true, if anyone stays too long, sponging on the monks, he is asked to go. Judge for yourself, if the proletariat were allowed to stay on here as long as they liked there would never be a room vacant, and they would eat up the whole monastery." "That's true. But the monks make an exception for me, and I hope they won't turn me out for some time. You know I am a convert." "You mean?" "I am a Jew baptized. Only lately I have embraced orthodoxy." Now I understood what I had before been utterly unable to understand from his face, his thick lips, and his way of twitching up the right corner of his mouth and his right eyebrow, when he was talking. And that peculiar oily brilliance of his eyes which is only found in Jews. I understood, too, his phraseology. From further conversation I learned that his name was Alexander Ivanitch, and had in the past been Isaac, that he was a native of the Mogilev province, and that he had come to the Holy Mountains from Novocherkassk, where he had adopted the Orthodox faith. Having finished his sausage, Alexander Ivanitch got up, and, raising his right eyebrow, said his prayer before the icon. The eyebrow remained up when he sat down again on the little sofa and began giving me a brief account of his long biography. From early childhood I cherished a love for learning, he began in a tone which suggested he was not speaking of himself, but of some great man of the past. My parents were poor Hebrews, they exist by buying and selling in a small way. They live like beggars, you know, in filth. In fact, all the people there are poor and superstitious. They don't like education, because education, very naturally, turns a man away from religion. They are fearful fanatics. Nothing would induce my parents to let me be educated, and they wanted me to take to trade, too, and to know nothing but the Talmud. But you will agree, it is not everyone who can spend his whole life struggling for a crust of bread, wallowing in filth, and mumbling the Talmud. At times officers and country gentlemen would put up at Papa's Inn, and they used to talk a great deal of things which in those days I had never dreamed of, and, of course, it was alluring and moved me to envy. I used to cry and entreat them to send me to school, but they taught me to read Hebrew and nothing more. Once I found a Russian newspaper, and took it home with me to make a kite of it. I was beaten for it, though I couldn't read Russian. Of course, fanaticism is inevitable, for every people instinctively strives to preserve its nationality, but I did not know that then and was very indignant. Having made such an intellectual observation, Isaac, as he had been, raised his right eyebrow higher than ever in his satisfaction and looked at me, as it were, sideways, like a cock at a grain of corn. With an air as though he would say, "Now at last you see for certain that I am an intellectual man, don't you?" After saying something more about fanaticism and his irresistible yearning for enlightenment, he went on. What could I do? I ran away to Smolensk. And there I had a cousin who relined saucepans and made tins. Of course, I was glad to work under him, as I had nothing to live upon. I was barefoot and in rags. I thought I could work by day and study at night and on Saturdays. And so I did, but the police found out I had no passport and sent me back by stages to my father. Alexander Ivanitch shrugged one shoulder and sighed. What was one to do? He went on, and the more vividly the past rose up before his mind, the more marked his Jewish accent became. My parents punished me and handed me over to my grandfather, a fanatical old Jew, to be reformed. But I went off at night to Shklov. And when my uncle tried to catch me in Shklov, I went off to Mogilev. There I stayed 2 days and then I went off to Starodub with a comrade. Later on he mentioned in his story Gonal, Kiev, Byaleia, Surkov, Uman, Balt, Bendyeri and at last reached Odessa. In Odessa I wandered about for a whole week, out of work and hungry, till I was taken in by some Jews who went about the town buying second-hand clothes. I knew how to read and write by then, and had done arithmetic up to fractions, and I wanted to go to study somewhere, but I had not the means. What was I to do? For 6 months I went about Odessa buying old clothes, but the Jews paid me no wages, the rascals. I resented it and left them. Then I went by steamer to Perekop. What for? Oh, nothing. A Greek promised me a job there. In short, till I was 16 I wandered about like that with no definite work and no roots till I got to Poltava. There a student, a Jew, found out that I wanted to study, and gave me a letter to the Kharkov students. Of course, I went to Kharkov. The students consulted together and began to prepare me for the technical school. And, you know, I must say the students that I met there were such that I shall never forget them to the day of my death. To say nothing of their giving me food and lodging, they set me on the right path, they made me think, showed me the object of life. Among them were intellectual remarkable people who by now are celebrated. For instance, you have heard of Grumacher, haven't you? No, I haven't. You haven't. He wrote very clever articles in the Kharkov Gazette, and was preparing to be a professor. Well, I read a great deal and attended the student societies, where you hear nothing that is commonplace. I was working up for 6 months, but as one has to have been through the whole high school course of mathematics to enter the technical school, Grumelher advised me to try for the veterinary institute, where they admit high school boys from the 6th form. Of course, I began working for it. I did not want to be a veterinary surgeon, but they told me that after finishing the course at the veterinary institute I should be admitted to the faculty of medicine without examination. I learnt all Kuhner. I could read Cornelius Nepos, Oliver Overt, and in Greek I read through almost all Curtius. But, you know, one thing and another. The students leaving and the uncertainty of my position, and then I heard that my mamma had come and was looking for me all over Kharkov. Then I went away. What was I to do? But luckily I learned that there was a school of mines here on the Donets line. Why should I not enter that? You know, the school of mines qualifies one as a mining foreman, a splendid berth. I know of mines where the foremen get a salary of 1,500 a year. Capital. I entered it. With an expression of reverent awe on his face, Alexander Ivanitch enumerated some 24 abstruse sciences in which instruction was given at the School of Mines. He described the school itself, the construction of the shafts, and the condition of the miners. Then he told me a terrible story which sounded like an invention, though I could not help believing it, for his tone in telling it was too genuine and the expression of horror on his Semitic face was too evidently sincere. While I was doing the practical work, I had such an accident one day, he said, raising both eyebrows. I was at a mine here in the Donets district. You have seen, I dare say, how people are let down into the mine. You remember when they start the horse and set the gates moving, one bucket on the pulley goes down into the mine, while the other comes up. When the first begins to come up, then the second goes down, exactly like a well with 2 pails. Well, one day I got into the bucket, began going down, and can you fancy, all at once I heard, "Terror." The chain had broken and I flew to the devil together with the bucket and the broken bit of chain. I fell from a height of 20 feet, flat on my chest and stomach, while the bucket, being heavier, reached the bottom before me, and I hit this shoulder here against its edge. I lay, you know, stunned. I thought I was killed, and all at once I saw a fresh calamity. The other bucket, which was going up, having lost the counterbalancing weight, was coming down with a crash straight upon me. What was I to do? Seeing the position, I squeezed closer to the wall, crouching and waiting for the bucket to come full crush next minute on my head. I thought of Papa and Mama and Mogilev and Grumelher. I prayed. But happily. It frightens me even to think of it. Alexander Ivanitch gave a constrained smile and rubbed his forehead with his hand. But happily it fell beside me and only caught this side a little. It tore off coat, shirt and skin, you know, from this side. The force of it was terrific. I was unconscious after it. They got me out and sent me to the hospital. I was there 4 months, and the doctors there said I should go into consumption. I always have a cough now and a pain in my chest. And my psychic condition is terrible. When I am alone in a room I feel overcome with terror. Of course, with my health in that state, to be a mining foreman is out of the question. I had to give up the School of Mines. And what are you doing now? I asked. I have passed my examination as a village schoolmaster. Now I belong to the Orthodox Church, and I have a right to be a teacher. In Novocherkassk, where I was baptized, they took a great interest in me and promised me a place in a church parish school. I am going there in a fortnight, and shall ask again. Alexander Ivanitch took off his overcoat and remained in a shirt with an embroidered Russian collar and a worsted belt. It is time for bed, he said, folding his overcoat for a pillow, and yawning. Till lately, you know, I had no knowledge of God at all. I was an atheist. When I was lying in the hospital I thought of religion, and began reflecting on that subject. In my opinion, there is only one religion possible for a thinking man, and that is the Christian religion. If you don't believe in Christ, then there is nothing else to believe in, is there? Judaism has outlived its day, and is preserved only owing to the peculiarities of the Jewish race. When civilization reaches the Jews, there will not be a trace of Judaism left. All young Jews are atheists now, observe. The New Testament is the natural continuation of the Old, isn't it? I began trying to find out the reasons which had led him to take so grave and bold a step as the change of religion, but he kept repeating the same: the New Testament is the natural continuation of the Old, a formula obviously not his own, but acquired, which did not explain the question in the least. In spite of my efforts and artifices, the reasons remained obscure. If one could believe that he had embraced orthodoxy from conviction, as he said he had done, what was the nature and foundation of this conviction it was impossible to grasp from his words. It was equally impossible to assume that he had changed his religion from interested motives. His cheap shabby clothes, his going on living at the expense of the convent, and the uncertainty of his future, did not look like interested motives. There was nothing for it but to accept the idea that my companion had been impelled to change his religion by the same restless spirit which had flung him like a chip of wood from town to town, and which he, using the generally accepted formula, called the craving for enlightenment. Before going to bed I went into the corridor to get a drink of water. When I came back my companion was standing in the middle of the room, and he looked at me with a scared expression. His face looked a grayish-white, and there were drops of perspiration on his forehead. "My nerves are in an awful state," he muttered with a sickly smile. "Awful. It's acute psychological disturbance. But that's of no consequence." And he began reasoning again that the New Testament was a natural continuation of the Old, that Judaism has outlived its day. Picking out his phrases, he seemed to be trying to put together the forces of his conviction and to smother with them the uneasiness of his soul. And to prove to himself that in giving up the religion of his fathers he had done nothing dreadful or peculiar, but had acted as a thinking man free from prejudice, and that therefore he could boldly remain in a room all alone with his conscience. He was trying to convince himself, and with his eyes besought my assistance. Meanwhile a big clumsy wick had burned up on our tallow candle. It was by now getting light. At the gloomy little window, which was turning blue, we could distinctly see both banks of the Donets River and the oak copse beyond the river. It was time to sleep. "It will be very interesting here tomorrow," said my companion when I put out the candle and went to bed. "After early Mass, the procession will go in boats from the monastery to the hermitage." Raising his right eyebrow and putting his head on one side, he prayed before the icons, and, without undressing, lay down on his little sofa. "Yes," he said, turning over on the other side. "Why yes?" I asked. "When I accepted orthodoxy in Novocherkassk my mother was looking for me in Rostov. She felt that I meant to change my religion," he sighed, and went on, "It is 6 years since I was there in the province of Mogilev. My sister must be married by now." After a short silence, seeing that I was still awake, he began talking quietly of how they soon, thank God, would give him a job, and that at last he would have a home of his own, a settled position, his daily bread secure. And I was thinking that this man would never have a home of his own, nor a settled position, nor his daily bread secure. He dreamed aloud of a village school as of the promised land. Like the majority of people, he had a prejudice against a wandering life, and regarded it as something exceptional, abnormal and accidental, like an illness, and was looking for salvation in ordinary workaday life. The tone of his voice betrayed that he was conscious of his abnormal position and regretted it. He seemed as it were apologizing and justifying himself. Not more than a yard from me lay a homeless wanderer. In the rooms of the hostels and by the carts in the courtyard among the pilgrims some hundreds of such homeless wanderers were waiting for the morning, and further away, if one could picture to oneself the whole of Russia, a vast multitude of such uprooted creatures was pacing at that moment along highroads and side tracks, seeking something better, or were waiting for the dawn, asleep in wayside inns and little taverns, or on the grass under the open sky. As I fell asleep I imagined how amazed and perhaps even overjoyed all these people would have been if reasoning and words could be found to prove to them that their life was as little in need of justification as any other. In my sleep I heard a bell ring outside as plaintively as though shedding bitter tears, and the lay brother calling out several times, "Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon us. Come to Mass." When I woke up my companion was not in the room. It was sunny and there was a murmur of the crowds through the window. Going out, I learned that Mass was over and that the procession had set off for the hermitage some time before. The people were wandering in crowds upon the river bank and, feeling at liberty, did not know what to do with themselves. They could not eat or drink, as the late Mass was not yet over at the hermitage. The monastery shops where pilgrims are so fond of crowding asking prices were still shut. In spite of their exhaustion, many of them from sheer boredom were trudging to the hermitage. The path from the monastery to the hermitage, towards which I directed my steps, twined like a snake along the high steep bank, going up and down and threading in and out among the oaks and pines. Below, the dinettes gleamed, reflecting the sun. Above, the rugged chalk cliff stood up white with bright green on the top from the young foliage of oaks and pines, which, hanging one above another, managed somehow to grow on the vertical cliff without falling. The pilgrims trailed along the path in single file, one behind another. The majority of them were Little Russians from the neighboring districts, but there were many from a distance, too, who had come on foot from the provinces of Kursk and Oral. In the long string of varied colors there were Greek settlers, too, from Mariupol, strongly built, sedate and friendly people, utterly unlike their weakly and degenerate compatriots who fill our southern seaside towns. There were men from the Donets, too, with red stripes on their breeches, and emigrants from the Tavrichesky province. There were a good many pilgrims of a nondescript class, like my Alexander Ivanitch. What sort of people they were and where they came from it was impossible to tell from their faces, from their clothes, or from their speech. The path ended at the little landing stage, from which a narrow road went to the left to the hermitage, cutting its way through the mountain. At the landing stage stood two heavy big boats of a forbidding aspect, like the New Zealand pirogues which one may see in the works of Jules Verne. One boat with rugs on the seats was destined for the clergy and the singers, the other without rugs for the public. When the procession was returning I found myself among the elect who had succeeded in squeezing themselves into the second. There were so many of the elect that the boat scarcely moved, and one had to stand all the way without stirring and to be careful that one's hat was not crushed. The route was lovely. Both banks, one high, steep and white, with overhanging pines and oaks, with the crowds hurrying back along the path, and the other shelving, with green meadows and an oak copse bathed in sunshine, looked as happy and rapturous as though the May morning owed its charm only to them. The reflection of the sun in the rapidly flowing Donets quivered and raced away in all directions, and its long rays played on the chasubles, on the banners and on the drops splashed up by the oars. The singing of the Easter hymns, the ringing of the bells, the splash of the oars in the water, the calls of the birds, all mingled in the air into something tender and harmonious. The boat with the priests and the banners led the way. At its helm the black figure of a lay brother stood motionless as a statue. When the procession was getting near the monastery, I noticed Alexander Ivanitch among the elect. He was standing in front of them all, and, his mouth wide open with pleasure and his right eyebrow cocked up, was gazing at the procession. His face was beaming. Probably at such moments, when there were so many people round him and it was so bright, he was satisfied with himself, his new religion, and his conscience. When a little later we were sitting in our room, drinking tea, he still beamed with satisfaction. His face showed that he was satisfied both with the tea and with me, that he fully appreciated my being an intellectual, but that he would know how to play his part with credit if any intellectual topic turned up. "Tell me, what psychology ought I to read?" he began an intellectual conversation, wrinkling up his nose. "Why, what do you want it for? One cannot be a teacher without a knowledge of psychology. Before teaching a boy I ought to understand his soul." I told him that psychology alone would not be enough to make one understand a boy's soul, and moreover psychology for a teacher who had not yet mastered the technical methods of instruction in reading, writing. And arithmetic would be a luxury as superfluous as the higher mathematics. He readily agreed with me, and began describing how hard and responsible was the task of a teacher, how hard it was to eradicate in the boy the habitual tendency to evil and superstition, to make him think honestly and independently. To instill into him true religion, the ideas of personal dignity, of freedom, and so on. In answer to this I said something to him. He agreed again. He agreed very readily, in fact. Obviously his brain had not a very firm grasp of all these intellectual subjects. Up to the time of my departure we strolled together about the monastery, whiling away the long hot day. He never left my side a minute, whether he had taken a fancy to me or was afraid of solitude, God only knows. I remember we sat together under a clump of yellow acacia in one of the little gardens that are scattered on the mountainside. I am leaving here in a fortnight, he said, it is high time. Are you going on foot? From here to Slavyansk I shall walk, then by railway to Nikitovka, from Nikitovka the Donets line branches off, and along that branch line I shall walk as far as Hatsepatovka, and there a railway guard, I know, will help me on my way. I thought of the bare, deserted steppe between Nikitovka and Hatsepatovka, and pictured to myself Alexander Ivanitch striding along it, with his doubts, his homesickness, and his fear of solitude. He read boredom in my face, and sighed. And my sister must be married by now, he said, thinking aloud, and at once, to shake off melancholy thoughts, pointed to the top of the rock and said, from that mountain one can see Izium. As we were walking up the mountain he had a little misfortune. I suppose he stumbled, for he slit his cotton trousers and tore the sole of his shoe. TSS, he said, frowning as he took off a shoe and exposed a bare foot without a stocking. How unpleasant. That's a complication, you know, which. Yes. Turning the shoe over and over before his eyes, as though unable to believe that the sole was ruined forever, he spent a long time frowning, sighing, and clicking with his tongue. I had in my trunk a pair of boots, old but fashionable, with pointed toes and laces. I had brought them with me in case of need, and only wore them in wet weather. When we got back to our room I made up a phrase as diplomatic as I could and offered him these boots. He accepted them and said with dignity, I should thank you, but I know that you consider thanks a convention. He was pleased as a child with the pointed toes and the laces, and even changed his plans. Now I shall go to Novocherkassk in a week, and not in a fortnight, he said, thinking aloud. In shoes like these I shall not be ashamed to show myself to my godfather. I was not going away from here just because I hadn't any decent clothes. When the coachman was carrying out my trunk, a lay brother with a good ironical face came in to sweep out the room. Alexander Ivanitch seemed flustered and embarrassed and asked him timidly. Am I to stay here or go somewhere else? He could not make up his mind to occupy a whole room to himself, and evidently by now was feeling ashamed of living at the expense of the monastery. He was very reluctant to part from me. To put off being lonely as long as possible, he asked leave to see me on my way. The road from the monastery, which had been excavated at the cost of no little labor in the chalk mountain, moved upwards, going almost like a spiral round the mountain, over roots and under sullen overhanging pines. The Donets was the first to vanish from our sight, after it the monastery yard with its thousands of people, and then the green roofs. Since I was mounting upwards everything seemed vanishing into a pit. The cross on the church, burnished by the rays of the setting sun, gleamed brightly in the abyss and vanished. Nothing was left but the oaks, the pines, and the white road. But then our carriage came out on a level country, and that was all left below and behind us. Alexander Ivanitch jumped out and, smiling mournfully, glanced at me for the last time with his childish eyes, and vanished from me forever. The impressions of the holy mountains had already become memories, and I saw something new, the level plain, the whitish-brown distance, the wayside copse, and beyond it a windmill which stood without moving. And seemed bored at not being allowed to wave its sails because it was a holiday. The Step. The Story of a Journey. Early one morning in July, a shabby covered chaise, one of those antediluvian chaises without springs in which no one travels in Russia nowadays, except merchants' clerks.